Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1. Copyright 1957, by Will Durant. Copyright renewed 1985, by Ethel B. Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of The Reformation was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1997 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Please observe the following procedures as you listen to these tapes. If you have borrowed this book from your local library, please return it to them at the end of the agreed period. If you are one of our regular rental customers, you may keep your book for 30 days from date of receipt by you, but after that time we charge additional rental of 25 cents per day. Dates are checked by postmark. Please return this book at the earliest possible time, so another subscriber can have the use of this recording. To return cassettes to us, simply make sure they are all packaged in their plastic cassette cases and in proper order in the mailing container. Kindly seal the mailing container for return. Postage is already paid. Drop in any mailbox for return to Books on Tape. Should a cassette fail to play properly, hold it flat in the palm of your hand and slap it smartly against a hard, flat surface. If this does not work, or if you cannot otherwise free the reels, and if you are a library customer, please ask your local library to contact Books on Tape for a replacement cassette. If you are one of our rental customers, please call us at our regular customer service number. Give us the name of the book and number of the cassette. We will immediately send you a replacement at no charge. Discard the broken cassette. The Reformation, by Will Durant. This book consists of 39 chapters and is 940 pages long. Part 1 consists of chapters 1 through 15. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. A History of European Civilization from Wyclif to Calvin, 1300 to 1564. In Volume 6 of The Story of Civilization, Will Durant surveys the people and ideas, the beliefs, and the world-shaking conflicts of the age of the Reformation. It is both a self-contained and independent study of the Reformation, perhaps the most important event in modern history, and at the same time a continuation of Dr. Durant's monumental work of history. In this volume, Will Durant recaptures and illuminates the living drama of an age as beset with revolution as our own. He finds social revolution accompanying religious revolution in nearly every phase of the Reformation, and it is from this untraditional standpoint of two concurrent dramas that he has written this book. He begins by considering religion in general, its function in the soul and the group, and the conditions and problems of the Roman Catholic Church in the 2 centuries before Luther. He observes England, Germany, and Bohemia, rehearsing the ideas and conflicts of the Lutheran Reformation, and considers sympathetically the efforts of Erasmus for the peaceful self-reform of the Church. The Reformation proper then holds the stage, with Luther and Melanchthon in Germany, Zwingli and Calvin in Switzerland, Henry VIII in England, Knox in Scotland, and Gustavus Vasa in Sweden. Next he looks at the strangers in the gate, Russia and the Ivans, and the Orthodox Church, Islam and its challenging creed, culture, and power, and the struggle of the Jews to find Christians in Christendom. He takes us behind the scenes to study the law and economy, morals and manners, art and music, literature, science, and philosophy of Europe in the age of Luther. Finally, Dr. Durant makes an experiment in empathy, an attempt to view the Reformation from the standpoint of the imperiled Church. In a brief epilogue, considering the Renaissance and the Reformation, Catholicism and the Enlightenment in the large perspective of modern history and thought, he makes an honest effort to be impartial on a highly controversial subject, though admitting that nothing is so irritating as impartiality. In the Reformation, Dr. Durant once again illuminates and humanizes, with eloquence, scrupulous but luminous scholarship, and calm wisdom, the men and women behind the faiths and embattled forces of their time. The age was one of towering personalities, and Durant has made nearly all of them the subject of revealing vignettes. Wyclif, Huss, Joan of Arc, Villon, Ferdinand and Isabella, Columbus, Magellan, Erasmus, Luther, Dürer, Holbein, Calvin, Knox, Francis I, Charles V, Diane de Poitiers, Catherine de' Medici, Henry VIII, Thomas More, Bloody Mary, who in her early reign is here called the Gentle Queen, Ivan the Terrible, Hafiz, Tamerlane, Suleiman the Magnificent, Rabelais, Hans Sachs, Gutenberg, Copernicus, Vesalius, Leo X, St. Ignatius Loyola, St. Teresa of Avila. Here are kings and popes, rebels and heretics, geniuses and destroyers, saints and cynics, artists, philosophers, and scientists, the makers and movers of their time seen both intimately and in their power and glory. The present is the past rolled up for action, and the past is the present unrolled for our understanding. Throughout the book, this majestic sense of continuity and perspective, of the eternal and the ephemeral, guides Will Durant as, considering the age of the Reformation, he attempts to unravel the present into its constituent past. Dedication to Louis, Molly, and Eric. To the reader. The prospective reader deserves a friendly notice that the Reformation is not quite an honest title for this book. An accurate title would be A History of European Civilization Outside of Italy from 1300 to 1564, or thereabouts, including the history of religion in Italy and an incidental view of Islamic and Judaic civilization in Europe, Africa, and Western Asia. Why so meandering a thematic frontier? Because Volume 4, The Age of Faith, in this story of civilization, brought European history only to 1300, and Volume 5, The Renaissance, confined itself to Italy, 1304 to 1576, deferring the Italian echoes of the Reformation. So this Volume 6 must begin at 1300, and the reader will be amused to find that Luther arrives on the scene only after a third of the tale has been told. But let us privately agree that the Reformation really began with John Wyclif and Louis of Bavaria in the 14th century, progressed with John Hus in the 15th, and culminated explosively in the 16th with the reckless monk of Wittenberg. Those whose present interest is only in the religious revolution may omit chapters 3 through 6 and 9 and 10 without irreparable loss. The Reformation, then, is the central but not the only subject of this book. We begin by considering religion in general, its functions in the soul and the group, and the conditions and problems of the Roman Catholic Church in the 2 centuries before Luther. We shall watch England in 1376 to 1382, Germany in 1320 to 1347, and Bohemia in 1402 to 1485, rehearsing the ideas and conflicts of the Lutheran Reformation. And as we proceed, we shall note how social revolution, with communistic aspirations, marched hand in hand with the religious revolt. We shall weakly echo Gibbon's chapter on the fall of Constantinople, and shall perceive how the advance of the Turks to the gates of Vienna made it possible for one man to defy at once an emperor and a pope. We shall consider sympathetically the efforts of Erasmus for the peaceful self-reform of the Church. We shall study Germany on the eve of Luther, and may thereby come to understand how inevitable he was when he came. In Book 2, the Reformation proper will hold the stage, with Luther and Melanchthon in Germany, Zwingli and Calvin in Switzerland, Henry VIII in England, Knox in Scotland, and Gustavus Vasa in Sweden, with a side glance at the long duel between Francis I and Charles V. And other aspects of European life in that turbulent half-century, from 1517 to 1564, will be postponed in order to let the religious drama unfold itself without confusing delays. Book 3 will look at the strangers in the gate, Russia and the Ivans in the Orthodox Church, Islam and its challenging creed, culture, and power, and the struggle of the Jews to find Christians in Christendom. Book 4 will go behind the scenes to study the law and economy, morals and manners, art and music, literature and science and philosophy of Europe in the age of Luther. In Book 5 we shall make an experiment in empathy, shall attempt to view the Reformation from the standpoint of the imperiled Church. and we shall be forced to admire the calm audacity with which she weathered the encompassing storm. In a brief epilogue, we shall try to see the Renaissance and the Reformation, Catholicism and the Enlightenment, in the large perspective of modern history and thought. It is a fascinating but difficult subject, for almost every word that one may write about it can be disputed or give offense. I've tried to be impartial, though I know that a man's past always colors his views, and that nothing is so irritating as impartiality. The reader should be warned that I was brought up as a fervent Catholic, and that I retain grateful memories of the devoted secular priests, the learned Jesuits, and kindly nuns who bore so patiently with my brash youth. But he should note, too, that I derived much of my education from lecturing for 13 years in a Presbyterian church under the tolerant auspices of sterling Protestants like Jonathan C. Day, William Adams Brown, Henry Sloane Coffin, and Edmund Chaffee, and that many of my most faithful auditors in that Presbyterian church were Jews, whose thirst for education and understanding gave me a new insight into their people. Less than any man have I excuse for prejudice, and I feel for all creeds the warm sympathy of one who has come to learn that even the trust in reason is a precarious faith, and that we are all fragments of darkness groping for the sun. I know no more about the ultimates than the simplest urchin in the streets. I thank Dr. Arthur Upham Pope, founder of the Asia Institute, for correcting some of the errors in the chapters on Islam, Dr. Gerson Cohen, of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, for checking the pages on the Jews, my friend Harry Kaufman of Los Angeles for reviewing the section on music, and Plano Cum Corde, my wife, for her unremitting aid and illuminating comments at every stage in our cooperative labor on this book. If the reaper will stay his hand, there will be a concluding Volume 7, The Age of Reason, which should appear some 5 years hence, and should carry the story of civilization to Napoleon. There we shall make our bow and retire, deeply grateful to all who have borne the weight of these tomes on their hands, and have forgiven numberless errors in our attempt to unravel the present into its constituent past. For the present is the past rolled up for action, and the past is the present unrolled for our understanding. Will Durant, Los Angeles, May 12, 1957. Note: this volume will reckon the crown, the livre, the florin, and the ducat of the 14th and 15th centuries at $25 in the money of the United States in 1954, the franc and the shilling at $5, the écu at $15, the mark at $66.67, the pound sterling at $100. These equivalents are loose guesswork, and repeated debastements of the currencies make them still more hazardous. We note that in 1390 a student could be boarded at Oxford for 2 shillings a week. About 1424 Joan of Arc's horse cost 16 francs. About 1460 a maid in the service of Leonardo da Vinci's father received 8 florins a year. Book 1. From Wyclif to Luther, 1300 to 1517. Chapter 1. The Roman Catholic Church, 1300 to 1517. 1. The Services of Christianity. Religion is the last subject that the intellect begins to understand. In our youth we may have resented, with proud superiority, its cherished incredibilities. In our less confident years we marvel at its prosperous survival in a secular and scientific age, its patient resurrections after whatever deadly blows by Epicurus or Lucretius or Lucian or Machiavelli or Hume or Voltaire. What are the secrets of this resilience? The wisest sage would need the perspective of 100 lives to answer adequately. He might begin by recognizing that even in the heyday of science there are innumerable phenomena for which no explanation seems forthcoming in terms of natural cause, quantitative measurement, and necessary effect. The mystery of mind still eludes the formulas of psychology, and in physics the same astonishing order of nature that makes science possible may reasonably sustain the religious faith in a cosmic intelligence. Our knowledge is a receding mirage in an expanding desert of ignorance. Now life is rarely agnostic. It assumes either a natural or a supernatural source for any unexplained phenomenon, and acts on the one assumption or the other. Only a small minority of minds can persistently suspend judgment in the face of contradictory evidence. The great majority of mankind feel compelled to ascribe mysterious entities or events to supernatural beings raised above natural law. Religion has been the worship of supernatural beings, their propitiation, solicitation, or adoration. Most men are harassed and buffeted by life, and crave supernatural assistance when natural forces fail them. They gratefully accept faiths that give dignity and hope to their existence, and order and meaning to the world. They could hardly condone so patiently the careless brutalities of nature, the bloodshed and chicaneries of history, or their own tribulations and bereavements, if they could not trust that these are parts of an inscrutable but divine design. A cosmos without known cause or fate is an intellectual prison. We long to believe that the great drama has a just author and a noble end. Moreover, we covet survival, and find it hard to conceive that nature should so laboriously produce man, mind, and devotion, only to snuff them out in the maturity of their development. Science gives man ever greater powers, but ever less significance. It improves his tools and neglects his purposes. It is silent on ultimate origins, values, and aims. It gives life and history no meaning or worth that is not cancelled by death or omnivorous time. So men prefer the assurance of dogma to the diffidence of reason. Weary of perplexed thought and uncertain judgment, they welcome the guidance of an authoritative church, the catharsis of the confessional, the stability of a long-established creed. Ashamed of failure, bereaved of those they loved, darkened with sin and fearful of death, they feel themselves redeemed by divine aid, cleansed of guilt and terror, solaced and inspired with hope, and raised to a godlike and immortal destiny. Meanwhile, religion brings subtle and pervasive gifts to society and the state. Traditional rituals soothe the spirit and bind the generations. The parish church becomes a collective home, weaving individuals into a community. The cathedral rises as the product and pride of the unified municipality. Life is embellished with sacred art, and religious music pours its mollifying harmony into the soul and the group. To a moral code uncongenial to our nature and yet indispensable to civilization, religion offers supernatural sanctions and supports. An all-seeing deity, the threat of eternal punishment, the promise of eternal bliss, and commandments of no precariously human authority, but of divine origin and imperative force. Our instincts were formed during 1,000 centuries of insecurity and the chase. They fit us to be violent hunters and voracious polygamists rather than peaceable citizens. Their once necessary vigor exceeds present social need. They must be checked 100 times a day, consciously or not, to make society and civilization possible. Families and states, from ages before history, have enlisted the aid of religion to moderate the barbarous impulses of men. Parents found religion helpful in taming the willful child to modesty and self-restraint. Educators valued it as a precious means of disciplining and refining youth. Governments long since sought its cooperation in forging social order out of the disruptive egoism and natural anarchism of men. If religion had not existed, the great legislators, Hammurabi, Moses, Lycurgus, Numa Pompilius, would have invented it. They did not have to, for it arises spontaneously and repeatedly from the needs and hopes of men. Through a formative millennium, from Constantine to Dante, the Christian Church offered the gifts of religion to men and states. It molded the figure of Jesus into a divine embodiment of virtues, by which rough barbarians might be shamed into civilization. It formulated a creed that made every man's life a part, however modest, of a sublime cosmic drama. It bound each individual in a momentous relation with a God who had created him, who had spoken to him in sacred scriptures, who had therein given him a moral code, who had descended from heaven to suffer ignominy and death in atonement for the sins of humanity, and who had founded the Church as the repository of his teaching and the earthly agent of his power. Year by year the magnificent drama grew. Saints and martyrs died for the creed, and bequeathed their example and their merits to the faithful. 100 forms, 100,000 works of art, interpreted the drama and made it vivid even for letterless minds. Mary the Virgin Mother became the fairest flower of all poesy, the formative model of feminine delicacy and maternal love, the recipient of the tenderest hymns and devotions, the inspirer of majestic architecture, sculpture, painting, poetry, and music. An impressive ceremony raised daily, from 1,000,000 altars, the mystic and exalting solemnity of the Mass. Confession and penance purified the contrite sinner, prayer comforted and strengthened him, the Eucharist brought him into an awesome intimacy with Christ, the last sacraments cleansed and anointed him in expectation of paradise. Rarely had religion developed such artistry in its ministrations to mankind. The Church was at her best when, by the consolations of her creed, the magic of her ritual, the nobler morality of her adherents, the courage, zeal, and integrity of her bishops, and the superior justice of her episcopal courts, she took the place vacated by the Roman imperial government as the chief source of order and peace in the Dark Ages, approximately 524 to 1079 A.D., of the Christian world. To the Church, more than to any other institution, Europe owed the resurrection of civilization in the West after the barbarian inundation of Italy, Gaul, Britain, and Spain. Her monks developed wastelands, her monasteries gave food to the poor, education to boys, lodging to travelers. Her hospitals received the sick and the destitute. Her nunneries sheltered mateless women and directed their maternal impulses to social ends. For centuries, the nuns alone provided schooling for girls. If classic culture was not completely lost in the illiterate flood, it was because monks, while allowing or causing many pagan manuscripts to perish, copied and preserved thousands of them, and kept alive the Greek and Latin languages in which they were written. It was in ecclesiastical libraries at St. Gall, Fulda, Monte Cassino, and elsewhere that the humanists of the Renaissance found precious relics of brilliant civilizations that never heard the name of Christ. For 1,000 years, from Ambrose to Wolsey, it was the Church that trained Western Europe's teachers, scholars, judges, diplomats, and ministers of state. The medieval state rested on the Church. When the Dark Ages ended, say with the birth of Abelard, it was the Church that built the universities and the Gothic cathedrals, providing homes for the intellect as well as for the piety of men. Under her protection, the scholastic philosophers renewed the ancient attempt to interpret human life and destiny by reason. Through 9 centuries, almost all European art was inspired and financed by the Church. And even when art took a pagan color, the popes of the Renaissance continued their patronage. Music, in its higher forms, was a daughter of the Church. Above all, the Church at her zenith gave to the states of Europe an international moral code and government. Just as the Latin language, taught in the schools by the Church, served as a unifying medium for the scholarship, literature, science, and philosophy of diverse nations, and just as the Catholic, that is, universal, creed and ritual gave religious unity to a Europe not yet divided into sovereign nationalities, so the Roman Church, claiming divine establishment and spiritual leadership, proposed herself as an international court to which all rulers and states were to be morally responsible. Pope Gregory VII formulated this doctrine of a Christian republic of Europe. The Emperor Henry IV recognized it by submitting to Gregory at Canossa in 1077. A century later, a stronger emperor, Frederick Barbarossa, after a long resistance, humbled himself at Venice before a weaker pope, Alexander III. And in 1198, Pope Innocent III raised the authority and prestige of the papacy to a point when, for a time, it seemed that Gregory's ideal of a moral superstate had come to fulfillment. The great dream broke on the nature of man. The administrators of the papal judiciary proved human, biased, venal, even extortionate, and the kings and peoples, also human, resented any supernatural power. The growing wealth of France stimulated her pride of national sovereignty. Philip IV successfully challenged the authority of Pope Boniface VIII over the property of the French Church. The king's emissaries imprisoned the aged pontiff for 3 days at Anagni, and Boniface died soon afterward in 1303. In one of its basic aspects, the revolt of secular rulers against the popes, The Reformation there and then began. 2. The Church at Nadir, 1307 to 1417. Throughout the 14th century, the Church suffered political humiliation and moral decay. She had begun with the profound sincerity and devotion of Peter and Paul. She had grown into a majestic system of familial, scholastic, social, international discipline, order, and morality. She was now degenerating into a vested interest absorbed in self-perpetuation and finance. Philip IV secured the election of a Frenchman to the papacy and persuaded him to move the Holy See to Avignon on the Rhone. For 68 years, the popes were so clearly the pawns and prisoners of France that other nations gave them a rapidly diminishing reverence and revenue. The harassed pontiffs replenished their treasury by multiple levies upon the hierarchy, the monasteries, and the parishes. Every ecclesiastical appointee was required to remit to the papal curia, the administrative bureaus of the papacy, half the income of his office for the first year, or annats, and thereafter annually a tenth or tithe. A new archbishop had to pay to the pope a substantial sum for the pallium, a band of white wool that served as the confirmation and insignia of his authority. On the death of any cardinal, archbishop, bishop, or abbot, his personal possessions reverted to the papacy. In the interim between the death of an ecclesiastic and the installation of his successor, the popes received the net revenues of the benefice and were accused of prolonging this interval. Every judgment or favor obtained from the curia expected a gift in acknowledgment, and the judgment was sometimes dictated by the gift. Much of this papal taxation was a legitimate means of financing the central administration of a church functioning, with diminishing success, as the moral government of European society. Some of it, however, went to fatten ecclesiastical paunches, even to remunerate the courtesans that crowded Avignon. William Durant, Bishop of Mende, submitted to the Council of Vienne in 1311 a treatise containing these words: "The whole Church might be reformed if the Church of Rome would begin by removing evil examples from herself, by which men are scandalized, and the whole people, as it were, infected. For in all lands the Church of Rome is in ill repute, and all cry and publish it abroad that within her bosom all men, from the greatest even unto the least, have set their hearts upon covetousness. That the whole Christian folk take from the clergy pernicious examples of gluttony is clear and notorious, since the clergy feast more luxuriously than princes and kings." "Wolves are in control of the Church," cried the high Spanish prelate Alvaro Pelayo, "and feed on the blood of the Christian flock." Edward III of England, himself an adept at taxation, reminded Clement VI that the successor of the apostles was commissioned to lead the Lord's sheep to pasture, not to fleece them. In Germany, papal collectors were hunted down, imprisoned, mutilated, strangled. In 1372, the clergy of Cologne, Bonn, Xanten, and Mainz bound themselves by oath not to pay the tithe levied by Gregory XI. Amid all complaints and revolts, the popes continued to assert their absolute sovereignty over the kings of the earth. About 1324, under the patronage of John XXII, Agostino Triumphal wrote a Summa de Potestate Ecclesiastica in reply to attacks on the papacy by Marsilius of Padua and William of Ockham. "The power of the Pope," said Agostino, "is from God, whose vice-regent he is on earth. Even when he is a great sinner, he must be obeyed. He may be deposed by a general council of the Church for manifest heresy, but short of this his authority is second only to God's, and transcends that of all earthly potentates. He may dethrone kings and emperors at will, even over the protests of their people or the electors. He may annul the decrees of secular rulers, and may set aside the constitutions of states. No decree of any prince is valid unless the Pope gives it his consent. The Pope stands higher than the angels, and may receive equal reverence with the Virgin and the saints." Pope John accepted all this as following logically from the generally conceded establishment of the Church by the Son of God, and acted on it with adamantine consistency. Nevertheless, the flight of the popes from Rome, and their subservience to France, undermined their authority and prestige. As if to proclaim their vassalage, the Avignon pontiffs, in a total of 134 nominations to the College of Cardinals, named 113 Frenchmen. The English government fumed at the loans of the popes to the kings of France during the 100 Years' War and connived at the attacks of Wyclif upon the papacy. The imperial electors in Germany repudiated any further interference of the popes in the election of kings and emperors. In 1372, the abbots of Cologne publicly agreed that the apostolic see has fallen into such contempt that the Catholic faith in these parts seems to be seriously imperiled. In Italy, the papal states, Latium, Umbria, the Marches, the Romagna, were seized by condottieri despots who gave the distant popes a formal obeisance, but kept the revenues. When Urban V sent 2 legates to Milan to excommunicate the recalcitrant Visconti, Bernabo compelled them to eat the bulls, parchment, silken cords, and leaden seals, this in 1362. In 1376, Florence, quarreling with Pope Gregory XI, confiscated all ecclesiastical property in its territory, closed the episcopal courts, demolished the buildings of the Inquisition, jailed or hanged resisting priests, and called upon Italy to end all temporal power of the Church. It became clear that the Avignon popes were losing Europe in their devotion to France. In 1377, Gregory XI returned the papacy to Rome. When he died in 1378, the conclave of cardinals, overwhelmingly French but fearful of the Roman mob, chose an Italian as Pope Urban VI. Urban was not urbane. He proved so violent of temper and so insistent upon reforms uncongenial to the hierarchy that the reassembled cardinals declared his election invalid as having been made under duress and proclaimed Robert of Geneva Pope. Robert assumed office as Clement VII in Avignon, while Urban persisted as pontiff in Rome. The Papal Schism, 1378 to 1417, so inaugurated, like so many of the forces that prepared the Reformation, was conditioned by the rise of the national state. In effect, it was an attempt by France to retain the moral and financial aid of the papacy in her war with England. The lead of France was followed by Naples, Spain, and Scotland. But England, Flanders, Germany, Poland, Bohemia, Hungary, Italy, and Portugal accepted Urban, and the divided church became the weapon and victim of the hostile camps. Half the Christian world held the other half to be heretical, blasphemous, and excommunicate. Each side claimed that sacraments administered by priests of the opposite obedience were worthless, and that the children so baptized, the penitents so shriven, the dying so anointed, remained in mortal sin and were doomed to hell, or at best to limbo, if death should supervene. Expanding Islam laughed at disintegrating Christendom. Urban's death in 1389 brought no compromise. The 14 cardinals in his camp chose Boniface IX, then Innocent VII, then Gregory XII, and the divided nations prolonged the divided papacy. When Clement VII died in 1394, the Avignon cardinals named a Spanish prelate to be Benedict XIII. He offered to resign if Gregory would follow suit, but Gregory's relatives, already entrenched in office, would not hear of it. Some of Gregory's cardinals abandoned him and called for a general council. The King of France urged Benedict to withdraw. Benedict refused. France renounced its allegiance to him and adopted neutrality. While Benedict fled to Spain, his cardinals joined with those who had left Gregory, and together they issued a call for a council to meet at Pisa and elect a pope acceptable to all. Rebellious philosophers, almost a century before, had laid the theoretical foundations of the conciliar movement. William of Ockham protested against identifying the Church with the clergy. The Church, he held, is the congregation of all the faithful. That whole has authority superior to any part. It may delegate its authority to a general council of all the bishops and abbots of the Church, and such a council should have the power to elect, reprove, punish, or depose the Pope. A general council, said Marsilius of Padua, is the collected wisdom of Christendom. How should any one man set up his own intellect above it? Such a council, he thought, should be composed not only of clergymen, but also of laymen chosen by the people. Heinrich von Langenstein, a German theologian at the University of Paris, applied in 1381 these ideas to the Papal Schism. Whatever logic there might be, he argued, in the claims of the popes to supremacy, a crisis had arisen from which logic offered no escape but one. Only a power outside the papacy, and superior to the cardinals, could rescue the Church from the chaos that was destroying her, and that authority could only be a general council. The Council of Pisa met on March 25, 1409. It summoned Benedict and Gregory to appear before it. They ignored it. It declared them deposed, elected a new pope, Alexander V, bade him call another council before May 1412, and adjourned. There were now 3 popes instead of 2. Alexander did not help matters by dying in 1410, for his cardinals named as his successor John the 23rd, the most unmanageable man to mount the pontifical chair since the 22nd of his name. Governing Bologna as papal vicar, this ecclesiastical condottiere, Baldassare Cosa, had permitted and taxed everything, including prostitution, gambling, and usury. According to his secretary, he had seduced 200 virgins, matrons, widows, and nuns. But he had money and an army. Perhaps he could conquer the papal states from Gregory, and so reduce him to impecunious abdication. John the 23rd delayed as long as he could the calling of the council decreed at Pisa. When he opened it at Constance, on November 5, 1414, only a fraction had arrived of the 3 patriarchs, 29 cardinals, 33 archbishops, 150 bishops, 300 doctors of theology, 14 university delegates, 26 princes, 140 nobles, and 4,000 priests, who were to make the completed council the largest in Christian history, and the most important since the Council of Nicaea, in 325, had established the Trinitarian Creed of the Church. On April 6, 1415, the Great Gathering issued a proud and revolutionary decree. This Holy Synod of Constance, being a general council and legally assembled in the Holy Spirit for the praise of God, for ending the present schism, and for the union and reform of the Church in its head and members, ordains, declares, and decrees as follows. First, it declares that this synod represents the Church militant, and has its authority directly from Christ, and everybody of whatever rank or dignity, including also the Pope, is bound to obey this council in those things that pertain to the faith, to the ending of this schism, and to a general reform of the Church in its head and members. Likewise, it declares that if anyone, including also the Pope, shall refuse to obey the commands, statutes, and ordinances of this Holy Council in regard to the ending of the schism or to the reform of the Church, he shall be subject to proper punishment, and if necessary, recourse shall be had to other aids of justice. The Council demanded the abdication of Gregory XII, Benedict XIII, and John the 23rd. Receiving no answer from John, it accepted the presentation of 54 charges against him as a pagan, oppressor, liar, simoniac, traitor, lecher, and thief. 16 other accusations were suppressed as too severe. On May 29, 1415, it deposed him. Gregory was more pliant and subtle. He agreed to resign, but only on condition that he should first be allowed to reconvene the council on his own authority. So reconvened, the council accepted his resignation on July 4th. To further attest its orthodoxy, it burned at the stake, on July 6th, the Bohemian reformer John Hus. On July 26th, it declared Benedict XIII deposed. He settled in Valencia and died there at 90, still holding himself pope. On November 17, 1417, an electoral committee chose Cardinal Ottone Colonna as Pope Martin V. All Christendom acknowledged him, and the papal schism came to an end. The victory of the council in this regard defeated its other purpose, to reform the Church. Martin V at once assumed all the powers and prerogatives of the papacy. Playing off each national group of delegates against the others, he persuaded them to accept a vague and innocuous minimum of reform. The council yielded to him because it was tired. On April 22nd, 1418, it dissolved. 3. The Triumphant Papacy, 1417 to 1513. Martin reorganized the Curia to more effective functioning, but could find no way to finance it except by imitating the secular governments of the age and selling offices and services. Since the Church had survived for a century without reform, but could hardly survive a week without money, he concluded that money was more urgently needed than reform. In 1430, a year before Martin's death, a German envoy to Rome sent his prince a letter that almost sounded the theme and tocsin of the Reformation. Greed reigns supreme in the Roman court, and day by day finds new devices for extorting money from Germany. Hence much outcry and heartburnings. Many questions in regard to the papacy will arise, or else obedience will at last be entirely renounced, to escape from these outrageous exactions by the Italians, and this latter course, as I perceive, would be acceptable to many countries. Martin's successor faced the accumulated problems of the Apostolic See from the background of a devout Franciscan friar, ill-equipped for statesmanship. The papacy had to govern states as well as the church. The popes had to be men of affairs with at least one foot in the world, and could rarely afford to be saints. Eugenius IV might have been a saint had not his troubles embittered his spirit. In the first year of his pontificate, the Council of Basel proposed again to assert the supremacy of general councils over the popes. It assumed one after another traditionally papal function. It issued indulgences and dispensations, appointed to benefices, and required annates to be sent to itself instead of to the pope. Eugenius ordered it to dissolve. Instead, it declared him deposed, and named Amadeus VIII, Duke of Savoy, as anti-pope Felix V in 1439. The papal schism was renewed. To complete the apparent defeat of the papacy, Charles VII of France convened an assembly of French prelates, nobles, and lawyers, which proclaimed the superior authority of general councils and issued the pragmatic sanction of Bourges, this in 1438. Ecclesiastical offices were henceforth to be filled through election by the local clergy, but the king might make recommendations. Appeals to the papal curia were forbidden except after exhausting all judicial avenues in France, and annates were no longer to be sent to the pope. In effect, the sanction established an independent Gallican church and made the king its master. A year later, a diet at Mainz adopted resolutions aiming at a similar national church in Germany. Bohemia had already separated itself from the papacy. The whole edifice of the Roman Church seemed about to collapse. Eugenius was rescued by the Turks. As the Ottomans came ever nearer to Constantinople, the Byzantine government decided that the Greek capital was worth a Roman Mass, and that a reunion of Greek with Latin Christianity was an indispensable prelude to winning military or financial aid from the West. Greek prelates and nobles came in picturesque panoply to Ferrara, then to Florence, to meet the Roman hierarchy summoned by the Pope in 1438. After a year of argument, an accord was reached that recognized the authority of the Roman pontiff over all Christendom. And on July 6, 1439, all the members of the conference, with the Greek emperor at their head, bent the knee before that same Eugenius who had seemed so recently the most despised and rejected of men. The concord was brief, for the Greek clergy and people repudiated it, but it restored the prestige of the papacy and helped to bring the new schism and the Council of Basel to an end. A succession of strong popes, enriched and exalted by the Italian Renaissance, now raised the papacy to such splendor as it had not known even in the proud days of Innocent III. Nicholas V earned the admiration of the humanists by devoting church revenues to the patronage of scholarship and art. Calixtus III established that genial custom of nepotism, giving offices to relatives, which became a pillar of corruption in the church. Pius II, brilliant as author and barren as pope, struggled to reform the curia and the monasteries. He appointed a commission of prelates, reputed for integrity and piety, to study the shortcomings of the church, and to this commission he made a frank confession. Two things are particularly near my heart: the war with the Turks and the reform of the Roman court. The amendment of the whole state of ecclesiastical affairs, which I have determined to undertake, depends upon this court as its model. I purpose to begin by improving the morals of ecclesiastics here and banishing all simony and other abuses. The committee made laudable recommendations, and Pius embodied them in a bull. But hardly anybody in Rome wanted reform. Every second functionary or dignitary there profited from some form of venality. Apathy and passive resistance defeated Pius, while the abortive crusade that he undertook against the Turks absorbed his energy and his funds. Toward the end of his pontificate, he addressed a final appeal to the cardinals. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 1. Continued. Cassette 1, Side 2. Apathy and passive resistance defeated Pius, while the abortive crusade that he undertook against the Turks absorbed his energy and his funds. Toward the end of his pontificate, he addressed a final appeal to the cardinals. People say that we live for pleasure, accumulate wealth, bear ourselves arrogantly, ride on fat mules and handsome palfreys, keep hounds for the chase, spend much on actors and parasites, and nothing in defense of the faith. And there is some truth in their words. Many among the cardinals and other officials of our court do lead this kind of life. If the truth be confessed, the luxury and pomp of our court is too great. And this is why we are so detested by the people that they will not listen to us, even when we say what is just and reasonable. What do you think is to be done in such a shameful state of things? We must inquire by what means our predecessors won authority and consideration for the Church. We must maintain that authority by the same means. Temperance, chastity, innocence, zeal for the faith, contempt of earth, the desire for martyrdom exalted the Roman Church and made her the mistress of the world. Despite the labors of popes like Nicholas V and Pius II, and of sincere and accomplished ecclesiastics like Cardinals Giuliano Cesarini and Nicholas of Cusa, the faults of the papal court mounted as the 15th century neared its end. Paul II wore a papal tiara that outweighed a palace in its worth. Sixtus IV made his nephew a millionaire, entered avidly into the game of politics, blessed the cannon that fought his battles, and financed his wars by selling church offices to the highest bidders. Innocent VIII celebrated in the Vatican the marriages of his children. Alexander VI, like Luther and Calvin, thought clerical celibacy a mistake and begot 5 or more children before subsiding into reasonable continence as a pope. His gay virility did not stick so sharply in the gullet of the time as we might suppose. A certain clandestine amorousness was then accepted as usual in the clergy. What offended Europe was that Alexander's unscrupulous diplomacy and the ruthless generalship of his son, Caesar Borgia, re-won the papal states for the papacy and added needed revenues and strength to the apostolic see. In these policies and campaigns, the Borgias used all those methods of stratagem and death which were soon to be formulated in Machiavelli's Prince of 1513 as indispensable to founding a powerful state or a united Italy. Pope Julius II out-Caesared Borgia in waging war against rapacious Venice and the invading French. He escaped whenever he could from the prison of the Vatican, led his army in person, and relished the rough life and speech of martial camps. Europe was shocked to see the papacy not only secularized, but militarized. Yet it could hardly withhold some admiration from a mighty warrior miscast as a pope. And some word went over the Alps about the services of Julius to art in his discriminating patronage of Raphael and Michelangelo. It was Julius who began the building of the new St. Peter's, and first granted indulgences to those who contributed to its cost. It was in his pontificate that Luther came to Rome and saw for himself that sink of iniquity which had been Lorenzo de' Medici's name for the capital of Christendom. No ruler in Europe could any longer think of the papacy as a moral super-government binding all the nations into a Christian commonwealth. The papacy itself, as a secular state, had become nationalistic. All Europe, as the old faith waned, fell into national fragments acknowledging no supranational or international moral law, and doomed to 5 centuries of inter-Christian wars. To judge these Renaissance popes fairly, we must see them against the background of their time. Northern Europe could feel their faults, since it financed them. But only those who knew the exuberant Italy of the period between Nicholas V, from 1447 to 1455, and Leo X, from 1513 to 1521, could view them with understanding lenience. Though several of them were personally pious, most of them accepted the Renaissance conviction that the world, while still for so many a vale of tears and devilish snares, could also be a scene of beauty, intense living, and fleeting happiness. It did not seem scandalous to them that they enjoyed life and the papacy. They had their virtues. They labored to redeem Rome from the ugliness and squalor into which it had fallen while the popes were at Avignon. They drained marshes by comfortable proxy, paved streets, restored bridges and roads, improved the water supply, established the Vatican Library and the Capitoline Museum, enlarged the hospitals, distributed charity, built or repaired churches, embellished the city with palaces and gardens, reorganized the University of Rome, supported the humanists in resurrecting pagan literature, philosophy, and art, and gave employment to painters, sculptors, and architects whose works are now a treasured heritage of all mankind. They squandered millions. They used millions constructively. They spent too much on the new St. Peter's, but hardly more in proportion than the kings of France would spend on Fontainebleau and Versailles and the châteaux of the Loire. And perhaps they thought of it as transforming scattered crumbs of evanescent wealth into a lasting splendor for the people and their God. Most of these popes in private lived simply. Some, like Alexander VI, abstemiously, and resigned themselves to pomp and luxury only as required by public taste and discipline. They raised the papacy, which had so lately been scorned and destitute, to an impressive majesty of power. 4. The changing environment. But while the Church seemed to be growing again in grandeur and authority, Europe was undergoing economic, political, and intellectual changes that slowly undermined the structure of Latin Christianity. Religion normally thrives in an agricultural regime, science in an industrial economy. Every harvest is a miracle of the earth and a whim of the sky. The humble peasant, subject to weather and consumed with toil, sees supernatural forces everywhere, prays for a propitious heaven, and accepts a feudal religious system of graduated loyalties, mounting through vassal, liege lord, and king, to God. The city worker, the merchant, the manufacturer, the financier, live in a mathematical world of calculated quantities and processes, of material causes and regular effects. The machine and the counting table dispose them to see, over widening areas, the reign of natural law. The growth of industry, commerce, and finance in the 15th century, the passage of labor from the countryside to the town, the rise of the mercantile class, the expansion of local to national to international economy, all were of evil omen for a faith that had fitted in so well with feudalism and the somber vicissitudes of the fields. Businessmen repudiated ecclesiastical restraints as well as feudal tolls. The Church had to yield, by transparent theological jugglery, to the necessity of charging interest for loans if capital was to expand enterprise and industry. By 1500 the old prohibition of usury was universally ignored. Lawyers and businessmen more and more replaced churchmen and nobles in the administration of government. Law itself, triumphantly recapturing its Roman imperial traditions and prestige, led the march of secularization and day by day encroached on the sphere of ecclesiastical regulation of life by canon law. Secular courts extended their jurisdiction, episcopal courts declined. The adolescent monarchies, enriched by revenues from commerce and industry, freed themselves day by day from domination by the Church. The kings resented the residence in their realms of papal legates or nuncios, who acknowledged no authority but the popes, and made each nation's church a state within the state. In England, the statutes of provisors in 1351 and praemunire in 1353 sharply restricted the economic and judicial powers of the clergy. In France, the pragmatic sanction of bourges was theoretically abrogated in 1516, but the king retained the right to nominate archbishops, bishops, abbots, and priors. The Venetian Senate insisted on appointing to high ecclesiastical office in all Venetian dependencies. Ferdinand and Isabella overrode the popes in filling many ecclesiastical vacancies in Spain. In the Holy Roman Empire, where Gregory VII had maintained against Henry IV the papal right of investiture, Sixtus IV conceded to the emperors the right of nomination to 300 benefices and 7 bishoprics. The kings often misused these powers by giving church offices to political favorites, who took the revenues but ignored the responsibilities of their abbacies and sees. Many ecclesiastical abuses were traceable to such secular appointees. Meanwhile, the intellectual environment of the Church was changing, to her peril. She still produced laborious and conscientious scholars, but the schools and universities that she had founded had raised up an educated minority whose thinking did not always please the saints. Here St. Bernardino, toward 1420, Very many folk, considering the wicked life of monks and friars, nuns and secular clergy, are shaken by this. Nay, oftentimes they fail in faith, and believe in nothing higher than the roofs of their houses, not esteeming those things to be true that have been written concerning our faith, but believing them to have been written by the cozening invention of men, and not by God's inspiration. They despise the sacraments, and hold that the soul has no existence. Neither do they fear hell, nor desire heaven, but cling with all their hearts to transitory things, and resolve that this world shall be their paradise. Probably the business class was the least pious. As wealth mounts, religion declines. Gower, from about 1325 to 1408, claimed that the merchants of England cared little about the hereafter, saying, "He who can get the sweetness of this life and lets it go would be a fool. For no man knoweth whither or by what way we go after death." The failure of the Crusades had left a slowly fading wonder why the God of Christendom had permitted the victory of Islam, and the capture of Constantinople by the Turks refreshed these doubts. The work of Nicholas of Cusa in 1432 and Lorenzo Valla in 1439 in exposing the donation of Constantine as a forgery damaged the prestige of the Church and weakened her title to temporal power. The recovery and publication of classical texts nourished skepticism by revealing a world of learning and art that had flourished long before the birth of that Christian Church which, at the Fifth Council of the Lateran, from 1512 to 1517, had denied the possibility of salvation outside her fold. Nulla salus extra ecclesiam. The discovery of America and the widening exploration of the East revealed 100 nations that with apparent impunity ignored or rejected Christ and had faiths of their own as positive and as morally efficacious as Christianity. Travelers returning from heathen lands brought some rubbing of strange creeds and rituals with them. These alien cults touched elbows with Christian worship and belief, and rival dogmas suffered attrition in the marketplace and the port. Philosophy, which in the 13th century had been the handmaid of theology, devoting itself to finding rational grounds for the orthodox faith, liberated itself in the 14th century with William of Ockham and Marsilius of Padua, and in the 16th became boldly secular, flagrantly skeptical with Pomponazzi, Machiavelli, and Guicciardini. Some 4 years before Luther's theses, Machiavelli wrote a startling prophecy. Had the religion of Christianity been preserved according to the ordinances of the founder, the state and commonwealth of Christendom would have been far more united and happy than they are. Nor can there be a greater proof of its decadence than the fact that the nearer people are to the Roman Church, the head of their religion, the less religious are they. And whoever examines the principles on which that religion is founded and sees how widely different from those principles its present practice and application are, will judge that her ruin or chastisement is near at hand. 5. The case against the Church. Shall we recapitulate the charges made by loyal Catholics against the Church of the 14th and 15th centuries? The first and sorest was that she loved money and had too much of it for her own good. In the Centum Gravimana, or 100 Grievances, listed against the Church by the Diet of Nuremberg in 1522, it was alleged that she owned half the wealth of Germany. A Catholic historian reckoned the Church's share as a third in Germany and a fifth in France. But a Procureur General of the Parlement calculated in 1502 that 3/4 of all French wealth was ecclesiastical. No statistics are available to check these estimates. In Italy, of course, 1/3 of the peninsula belonged to the Church as the Papal States, and she owned rich properties in the rest. 6 factors served to accumulate lands in the possession of the Church. 1. Most of those who bequeathed property left something to her as fire insurance. And as the Church controlled the making and probating of wills, her agents were in a position to encourage such legacies. 2. Since ecclesiastical property was safer than other property from ravage by bandits, soldiers, or governments, some persons, for security, deeded their lands to the Church, held them as her vassals, and surrendered all right to them at death. Others willed part or all of their property to the Church on condition that she should provide for them in sickness or old age. In this way the Church offered disability insurance. 3. Crusaders had sold, or mortgaged and forfeited, lands to ecclesiastical bodies to raise cash for their venture. 4. Hundreds of thousands of acres had been earned for the church by the reclamation work of monastic orders. 5. Land once acquired by the church was inalienable, could not be sold or given away by any of her personnel, except through discouragingly complex means. 6. Church property was normally free from taxation by the state. Occasionally, however, kings reckless of damnation forced levies from the clergy, or found legal dodges to confiscate some portion of ecclesiastical wealth. The rulers of northern Europe might have grumbled less about the riches of the church if the income therefrom, or the multifarious contributions of the faithful, had remained within the national boundaries. They fretted at the sight of northern gold flowing in 1,000 streamlets to Rome. The church, however, looked upon herself as the chief agent in maintaining morality, social order, education, literature, scholarship, and art. The state relied upon her to fulfill these functions. To perform them, she needed an extensive and expensive organization. To finance this, she taxed and gathered fees. Even a church could not be governed by paternosters. Many bishops were the civil as well as the ecclesiastical rulers of their regions. Most of them were appointed by lay authorities, and came of patrician stock accustomed to easy morals and luxuries. They taxed and spent like princes. Sometimes, in the performance of their multiple functions, they scandalized the saints by donning armor and lustily leading their troops in war. Cardinals were chosen rarely for their piety, usually for their wealth or political connections or administrative capacity. They looked upon themselves not as monks burdened with vows, but as the senators and diplomats of a rich and powerful state. In many instances they were not priests, and they did not let their red hats impede their enjoyment of life. The church forgot the poverty of the apostles in the needs and expenses of power. Being worldly, the servants of the church were often as venal as the officials of contemporary governments. Corruption was in the mores of the time and in the nature of man. Secular courts were notoriously amenable to the persuasiveness of money, and no papal election could rival in bribery the election of Charles V as emperor. This accepted, the fattest bribes in Europe were paid at the Roman court. Reasonable fees had been fixed for the services of the curia, but the cupidity of the staff raised the actual cost to 20 times the legal sum. Dispensations could be had from almost any canonical impediment, almost any sin, provided the inducement was adequate. Aeneas Sylvius, before becoming pope, wrote that everything was for sale in Rome, and that nothing could be had there without money. A generation later, the monk Savonarola, with the exaggeration of indignation, called the Church of Rome a harlot, ready to sell her favors for coin. Another generation later, Erasmus remarked, "The shamelessness of the Roman curia has reached its climax." Pastor writes, "A deep-rooted corruption had taken possession of nearly all the officials of the curia. The inordinate number of gratuities and exactions passed all bounds. Moreover, on all sides deeds were dishonestly manipulated and even falsified by the officials. No wonder that there arose from all parts of Christendom the loudest complaints about the corruption and financial extortions of the papal officials." It was unusual for impecunious merit to mount in the Church of the 15th century. From the moderate fee charged for priestly ordination to the enormous sums that many cardinals paid for their elevation, nearly every appointment required the clandestine lubrication of superiors. A favorite papal device for raising funds was to sell ecclesiastical offices, or, as the popes saw the matter, to appoint to sinecures or honors, even to the cardinalate, persons who would make a substantial contribution to the expenses of the church. Alexander VI created 80 new offices and received 760 ducats, or about $19,000, from each of the appointees. Julius II formed a college, or bureau, of 101 secretaries, who together paid him 74,000 ducats for the privilege. Leo X nominated 60 chamberlains and 141 squires to the papal household, and received from them 202,000 ducats. The salaries paid to such officials were looked upon, by giver and recipient, as endowment policy annuities, but to Luther they seemed the rankest simony. In thousands of cases the appointee lived far away from the benefice, the parish or abbacy or episcopacy, whose revenues supported his labor or luxury. and one man might be the absentee beneficiary of several such posts. So the active Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia, Alexander VI to be, received from a variety of benefices an income of 70,000 ducats, or $1.75 million a year. And his furious foe, Cardinal della Rovere, later Julius II, held at one time the Archbishopric of Avignon, the bishoprics of Bologna, Lausanne, Coutances, Viviers, Mende, Ostia, and Velletri, and the abbacies of Nonantola and Grottaferrata. By this pluralism, the Church maintained her major executives, and in many instances, scholars, poets, and scientists. So Petrarch, sharp critic of the Avignon popes, lived on the sinecures that they granted him. Erasmus, who satirized 100 ecclesiastical follies, regularly received church pensions, and Copernicus, who did most damage to medieval Christianity, lived for years on church benefices involving a minimum of distraction from his scientific pursuits. A more serious charge than pluralism was laid against the personal morality of the clergy. "The morals of the clergy are corrupt," said the Bishop of Torcello in 1458. "They have become an offense to the laity." Of the 4 orders of friars founded in the 13th century, Franciscans, Dominicans, Carmelites, Augustinians, all but the last had become scandalously lax in piety and discipline. Monastic rules formulated in the fervor of early devotion proved too rigorous for a human nature increasingly freed from supernatural fears. Absolved by their collective wealth from the necessity of manual labor, thousands of monks and friars neglected religious services, wandered outside their walls, drank in taverns, and pursued amours. A 14th-century Dominican, John Bromyard, said of his fellow friars, "Those who should be the fathers of the poor covet delicate food and enjoy morning sleep. Very few vouchsafe their presence at matins or mass. They are consumed in gluttony and drunkenness, not to say in uncleanliness, so that now the assemblies of clerics are thought to be brothels of wanton folk and congregations of play-actors." Erasmus repeated the charge after a century. Many convents of men and women differ little from public brothels. Petrarch drew a favorable picture of discipline and devotion in the Carthusian monastery where his brother lived, and several convents in Holland and western Germany retained the spirit of study and piety that had formed the brethren of the common life and produced the imitation of Christ. Yet Johannes Tritemius, abbot of Sponheim, circa 1490, denounced the monks of this Rhenish Germany with violent hyperbole. "The 3 vows of religion are as little heeded by these men as if they had never promised to keep them. The whole day is spent in filthy talk, their whole time is given to play and gluttony. In open possession of private property, each dwells in his own private lodging. They never fear nor love God. They have no thought of the life to come, preferring their fleshly lusts to the needs of the soul. They scorn the vow of poverty, know not that of chastity, revile that of obedience. The smoke of their filth ascends all around." Guy Juinot, a papal commissary sent to reform the Benedictine monasteries of France, turned in a gloomy report in 1503. "Many monks gamble, curse, haunt inns, carry swords, gather riches, fornicate, live the life of bacchanals, and are more worldly than the mere worldling. Were I minded to relate all those things that have come under my own eyes, I should make too long a tale of it." In the growing disorder of the monasteries, a great number of them neglected those admirable works of charity, hospitality, and education which had entitled them to public trust and support. Said Pope Leo X in 1516, "The lack of rule in the monasteries of France and the immodest life of the monks have come to such a pitch that neither kings, princes, nor the faithful at large have any respect left for them." A recent Catholic historian sums up the matter, as of 1490, with possibly excessive severity. Read the innumerable testimonies of this time, historical anecdotes, rebukes of moralists, satires of scholars and poets, papal bulls, synodal constituents. What do they say? Always the same facts and the same complaints. The suppression of conventual life, of discipline, of morals. Prodigious is the number of monastic robbers and debauchees. To realize their disorders, we must read the details revealed by judicial inquiry as to the internal state of the majority of the great abbeys. The abuses among the Carthusians were so great that the order was in ill repute almost everywhere. Monastic life had disappeared from the nunneries. All contributed to transform these asylums of prayer into centers of dissipation and disorder. The secular clergy, if we take a lenient attitude toward concubinage, present a better picture than the friars and monks. The chief sin of the simple parish priest was his ignorance, but he was too poorly paid and hard worked to have funds or time for study, and the piety of the people suggests that he was often respected and loved. Violations of the sacerdotal vow of chastity were frequent. In Norfolk, England, out of 73 accusations of incontinence filed in 1499, 15 were against clergymen. In Ripon, out of 126, 24. In Lambeth, out of 58, 9. That is, clerical offenders numbered some 23% of the total, though the clergy were probably less than 2% of the population. Some confessors solicited sexual favors from female penitents. Thousands of priests had concubines. In Germany, nearly all. In Rome, it was assumed that priests kept concubines. Some reports estimated the prostitutes there at 6,000, in a population not exceeding 100,000. To quote again a Catholic historian, "It is not surprising when the highest ranks of the clergy were in such a state that among the regular orders and secular priests vice and irregularities of all sorts should become more and more common. The salt of the earth had lost its savor. But it is a mistake to suppose that the corruption of the clergy was worse in Rome than elsewhere. There is documentary evidence of the immorality of the priests in almost every town on the Italian peninsula. No wonder, as contemporary writers sadly testify, the influence of the clergy had declined, and in many places hardly any respect was shown for the priesthood. Their immorality was so gross that suggestions in favor of allowing priests to marry began to be heard." In fairness to these lusty priests, we should consider that sacerdotal concubinage was not profligacy, but an almost universal rebellion against the rule of celibacy that had been imposed upon an unwilling clergy by Pope Gregory VII in 1074. Just as the Greek and Russian Orthodox Church, after the schism of 1054, had continued to permit marriage to its priests, so the clergy of the Roman Church demanded the same right. And since the canon law of their church refused this, they took concubines. Bishop Ardoin of Angers reported in 1428 that the clergy of his diocese did not count concubinage as sin, and that they made no attempt to disguise their use of it. In Pomerania, about 1500, such unions were recognized by the people as reasonable, and were encouraged by them as protection for their daughters and wives. At public festivals, the place of honor was given as a matter of course to priests and their consorts. In Schleswig, a bishop who tried to outlaw the practice was driven from his see in 1499. At the Council of Constance, Cardinal Zabarella proposed that if sacerdotal concubinage could not be suppressed, clerical marriage should be restored. And Emperor Sigismund, in a message to the Council of Basel in 1431, argued that the marriage of the clergy would improve public morals. Aeneas Sylvius was quoted by the contemporary historian Platina, librarian of the Vatican, as saying that there were good reasons for clerical celibacy, but better reasons against it. The moral record of the pre-Reformation priesthood stands in a better light if we view sacerdotal concubinage as a forgivable revolt against an arduous rule unknown to the apostles and to the Christianity of the East. The complaint that finally sparked the Reformation was the sale of indulgences. Through the powers apparently delegated by Christ to Peter, see Matthew, chapter 16, verse 19, by Peter to bishops and by bishops to priests, the clergy were authorized to absolve a confessing penitent from the guilt of his sins and from their punishment in hell, but not from doing penance for them on earth. Now only a few men, however thoroughly shriven, could rely on dying with all due penances performed. The balance would have to be paid for by years of suffering in purgatory, which a merciful God had established as a temporary hell. On the other hand, many saints, by their devotion and martyrdom, had earned merits probably in excess of the penances due to their sins. Christ, by his death, had added an infinity of merits. These merits, said the theory of the Church, could be conceived as a treasury, on which the Pope might draw to cancel part or all of the temporal penalties incurred and unperformed by absolved penitents. Usually the penances prescribed by the Church had taken the form of repeating prayers, giving alms, making a pilgrimage to some sacred shrine, joining a crusade against Turks or other infidels, or donating money or labor to social projects like draining a swamp, building a road, bridge, hospital, or church. The substitution of a money fine, or Wehrgeld, for punishment was a long-established custom in secular courts. Hence, no furor was caused by the early application of the idea to indulgences. A shriven penitent, by paying such a fine, that is, making a money contribution to the expenses of the Church, would receive a partial or plenary indulgence, not to commit further sins, but to escape a day, a month, a year in purgatory, or all the time he might have had to suffer there to complete his penance for his sins. An indulgence did not cancel the guilt of sins. This, when the priest absolved a contrite penitent, was forgiven in the confessional. An indulgence, therefore, was the remission, by the Church, of part or all of the temporal, that is, not eternal, penalties incurred by sins whose guilt had been forgiven in the sacrament of penance. This ingenious and complicated theory was soon transformed by the simplicity of the people, and by the greed of the quaestiarii, or pardoners, commissioned or presuming to distribute the indulgences. As these purveyors were allowed to retain a percentage of the receipts, some of them omitted to insist on repentance, confession, and prayer, and left the recipient free to interpret the indulgence as dispensing him from repentance, confession, and absolution, and as depending almost entirely upon the money contribution. About 1450, Thomas Gascoigne, Chancellor of Oxford University, complained that sinners say nowadays, "I care not how many evils I do in God's sight, for I can easily get plenary remission of all guilt and penalty by an absolution and indulgence granted me by the Pope, whose written grant I have bought for 4 or 6 pence, or have won as a stake for a game of tennis with the pardoner." For these indulgence-mongers wander over the country and give a letter of pardon, sometimes for 2pence, sometimes for a draught of wine or beer, or even for the hire of a harlot, or for carnal love. The popes, Benefice IX in 1392, Martin V in 1420, Sixtus IV in 1478, repeatedly condemned these misconceptions and abuses, but they were too pressed for revenue to practice effective control. They issued bulls so frequently and for so confusing a variety of causes that men of education lost faith in the theory and accused the Church of shamelessly exploiting human credulity and hope. In some cases, as in the indulgences offered by Julius II in 1510 or by Leo X in 1513, the official wording lent itself to the purely monetary interpretation. A Franciscan friar of high rank described with anger how chests were placed in all the churches of Germany to receive payments by those who, having been unable to go to Rome for the Jubilee of 1450, could now obtain the same plenary indulgence by money dropped in the box. And he warned the Germans a half-century before Luther that by indulgences and other means their savings were being drained off to Rome. Even the clergy complained that indulgences were snaring into papal coffers contributions that might otherwise have been secured for local ecclesiastical uses. Again, a Catholic historian sums up the matter with admirable candor. Nearly all abuses connected with indulgences rose from this, that the faithful, after frequenting the sacrament of penance as the recognized condition for gaining the indulgence, found themselves called on to make an offering of money in proportion to their means. This offering for good works, which should have been only accessory, was in certain cases made into the chief condition. The need of money, instead of the good of souls, became only too often the end of the indulgence. Though in the wording of the bulls the doctrine of the Church was never departed from, and confession, contrition, and definitely prescribed good works were made the condition for gaining the indulgence, still the financial side of the matter was always apparent, and the necessity for making offerings of money was placed most scandalously in the foreground. Indulgences took more and more the form of a monetary arrangement, which led to many conflicts with the secular powers, who were always demanding a share of the proceeds. Almost as mercenary as the sale of indulgences was the acceptance or solicitation by the clergy of money payments, grants, legacies, for the saying of masses supposed to reduce a dead soul's term of punishment in purgatory. Large sums were devoted to this purpose by pious people, either to relieve a departed relative or friend, or to shorten or annul their own purgatorial probation after death. The poor complained that, through their inability to pay for masses and indulgences, it was the earthly rich, not the meek, who would inherit the kingdom of heaven. And Columbus ruefully praised money because he said, "He who possesses it has the power of transporting souls into paradise." 1,000 other grievances swelled the case against the Church. Many of the laity resented the exemption of the clergy from the laws of the state and the dangerous lenience of ecclesiastical courts to ecclesiastical offenders. The Nuremberg Diet of 1522 declared that no justice could be had by a lay plaintiff against a clerical defendant before a spiritual tribunal, and warned that unless the clergy were subjected to secular courts there would be an uprising against the Church in Germany. The uprising, of course, had then already begun. Further complaints alleged the divorce of religion from morality, the emphasis laid on orthodox belief rather than on good conduct, though the reformers were to be in this particular greater sinners than the Church, the absorption of religion in ritual, the useless idleness and presumed sterility of monks, the exploitation of popular credulity through bogus relics and miracles, the abuse of excommunication and interdict, the censorship of publications by the clergy, the espionage and cruelty of the Inquisition, the misuse, for other purposes, of funds contributed for crusades against the Turks, and the claim of a deteriorated clergy to be the sole administrators of every sacrament except baptism. All the foregoing factors entered into the anti-clericalism of Roman Catholic Europe at the beginning of the 16th century. The contempt and hatred of the laity for the degenerate clergy, says Pastor, was no mean factor in the Great Apostasy. A London bishop complained in 1515 that the people be so maliciously set in favor of heretical pravity that they will condemn any cleric, though he were as innocent as Abel. Among laymen, Erasmus reported, the title of clerk or priest or monk was a term of bitter insult. In Vienna, the priesthood, once the most desired of all careers, received no recruits in the 20 years preceding the Reformation. Throughout Latin Christendom, men cried out for a reform of the Church in head and members. Passionate Italians like Arnold of Brescia, Joachim of Flora, and Savonarola of Florence had attacked ecclesiastical abuses without ceasing to be Catholics, but 2 of them had been burned at the stake. Nevertheless, good Christians continued to hope that reform might be accomplished by the Church's loyal sons. Humanists like Erasmus, Collet, More, and Boudet dreaded the disorder of an open break. It was bad enough that the Greek Church remained resolutely apart from the Roman. Any further rending of the seamless robe of Christ threatened the survival of Christianity itself. The Church tried repeatedly, and often sincerely, to cleanse her ranks and her courts, and to adopt a financial ethic superior to the lay morality of the times. The monasteries tried again and again to restore their austere rules, but the constitution of man rewrote all constitutions. The councils tried to reform the Church and were defeated by the popes. The popes tried and were defeated by the cardinals and the bureaucracy of the Curia. Leo X himself, in 1516, mourned the utter inefficacy of these endeavors. Enlightened churchmen like Nicholas of Cusa achieved local reforms, but these were transient. Denunciations of the Church's shortcomings by her enemies and her lovers excited the schools, disturbed the pulpits, flooded the literature, mounted day by day, year by year, in the memory and resentment of men, until the dam of reverence and tradition burst, and Europe was swept by a religious revolution more far-reaching and profound than all the political transformations of modern times. Chapter 2. England, Wyclif, Chaucer, and the Great Revolt, 1308 to 1400. 1. The Government. On February 25th, 1308, Edward II, 6th King of the House of Plantagenet, in a solemn coronation before the hierarchy and nobility assembled in Westminster Abbey, took the oath that England proudly requires of all her sovereigns. Archbishop of Canterbury, Sire, will you grant and keep, and by your oath confirm, to the people of England the laws and customs to them granted by the ancient kings of England, your righteous and godly predecessors, and especially the laws, customs, and privileges granted to the clergy and people by the glorious King St. Edward, your predecessor? King, I grant them and promise. Archbishop, Sire, will you keep toward God and Holy Church, and to clergy and people, peace and accord in God entirely after your power? King, I will keep them. Archbishop, Sire, will you cause to be done in all your judgments equal and right justice and discretion, in mercy and truth to your power? King, I will do so. Archbishop, Sire, do you grant to hold and to keep the laws and righteous customs which the community of your realm shall have chosen, and will you defend and strengthen them to the honor of God, to the utmost of your power? King, I grant and promise. Having so sworn, and being duly anointed and consecrated with holy oils, Edward II consigned the government to corrupt and incompetent hands, and devoted himself to a life of frivolity with Piers Gaveston, his Ganymede. The barons rebelled, caught and slew Gaveston in 1312, and subordinated Edward and England to their feudal oligarchy. Returning in disgrace from his defeat by the Scots at Bannockburn in 1314, Edward solaced himself with a new love, Hugh le Despencer III. The conspiracy of his neglected wife, Isabella of France, and her paramour, Roger de Mortimer, deposed him in 1326. He was murdered in Berkeley Castle by Mortimer's agent in 1327, and his 15-year-old son was crowned as Edward III. The noblest event of this age in English history was the establishment in 1322 of a precedent that required the consent of a National Assembly for the validity of any law. It had long been the custom of English monarchs, in their need, to summon a king's council of prominent nobles and prelates. In 1295, Edward I, warring at once with France, Scotland, and Wales, and most earnestly desirous of cash and men, instructed every city, borough, and leading town to send 2 burgesses, or enfranchised citizens, and every shire or county to send 2 knights, or minor nobles, to a National Assembly that would form, with the King's Council, the first English Parliament. The towns had money, which their delegates might be persuaded to vote to the king. The shires had yeomen, or freeholders, who would make sturdy archers and pikemen. The time had come to build these forces into the structure of British government. There was no pretense at full democracy. Though the towns were, or by 1400 would be, free from feudal overlordship, the urban vote was confined to a small minority of propertied men. The nobles and clergy remained the rulers of England. They owned most of the land, employed most of the population as their tenants or serfs, and organized and directed the armed forces of the nation. The Parliament, as it came to be called under Edward III, met in the royal palace at Westminster, across from the historic abbey. The archbishops of Canterbury and York, the 18 bishops, and the major abbots sat at the right of the king. 100 dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons sat on his left. The Prince of Wales and the King's Council gathered near the throne, and the judges of the realm, seated on woolsacks to remind them how vital the wool trade was to England, attended to advise on points of law. At the opening of the session, the burgesses and knights, later known as the Commons, stood uncovered below a bar that separated them from the prelates and lords. Now, for the first time in 1295, the National Assembly had an upper and a lower house. The united houses received from the king or his chancellor a pronunciatio, the later speech from the throne, explaining the subjects to be discussed and the appropriations desired. Then the Commons withdrew to meet in another hall, usually the chapter house of Westminster Abbey. There they debated the royal proposals. These deliberations ended, they delegated a speaker to report the result to the upper house and to present their petitions to the king. At the close of the sessions, the 2 houses came together again to receive the reply of the sovereign and to be dismissed by him. Only the king had the authority to summon or dissolve the Parliament. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. Both houses claimed, and normally enjoyed, freedom of debate. In many cases they spoke or wrote their minds vigorously to the ruler. On several occasions, however, he had a too audacious critic jailed. In theory, the powers of Parliament extended to legislation. In practice, Most of the statutes passed had been presented as bills by the royal ministers, but the Houses often submitted recommendations and grievances, and delayed the voting of funds till some satisfaction was obtained. The only weapon of the Commons was this power of the purse. But as the cost of administration and the wealth of the towns grew, the power of the Commons rose. The monarchy was neither absolute nor constitutional. The king could not openly and directly change a law made by Parliament or enact a new one. But through most of the year he ruled without a Parliament to check him, and issued executive decrees that affected every department of English life. He succeeded to the throne not by election but by pedigree. His person was accounted religiously sacred. Obedience and loyalty to him were inculcated with all the force of religion, custom, law, education, and ceremonious oath. If this might not suffice, the law of treason directed that a captured rebel against the state should be dragged through the streets to the gallows, should have his entrails torn out and burned before his face, and should then be hanged. In 1330, Edward III, 18, took over the government, and began one of the most eventful reigns in the history of England. His body was comely, says a contemporary chronicler, and his face was like that of a god. Till venery weakened him, he was every inch a king. He almost ignored domestic politics, being a warrior rather than a statesman. He yielded powers to Parliament amiably so long as it financed his campaigns. Through his long rule he bled France white in the effort to add her to his crown. Yet there was chivalry in him, frequent gallantry, and such treatment of the captured French King John as would have graced King Arthur's court. After building the Round Tower of Windsor with the forced labor of 722 men, he held a round table there with his favorite knights, and he presided over many a chivalric joust. Froissart tells a story, unverified, of how Edward tried to seduce the lovely Countess of Salisbury, was courteously repulsed, and staged a tournament in order to feast his soul on her beauty again. A charming legend tells how the Countess dropped a garter while dancing at court, and how the king snatched it up from the floor and said, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame to him who thinks evil of it. The phrase became the motto of that Order of the Garter which Edward founded toward 1349. Alice Perrers proved less difficult than the Countess. Though married, she yielded herself to the avid monarch, took large grants of land in return, and acquired such influence over him that Parliament registered a protest. Queen Philippa, says her fond pensioner Froissart, bore all this patiently, forgave him, and on her deathbed asked him only to fulfill her pledges to charity, and, "When it shall please God to call you hence, to choose no other sepulchre but to lie by my side." He promised, with tears in his eyes, returned to Alice, and gave her the Queen's jewelry. He waged his wars with energy, courage, and skill. War was then rated the highest and noblest work of kings. Unwarlike rulers were despised, and 3 such in England's history were deposed. If one may venture a slight anachronism, a natural death was a disgrace that no man could survive. Every member of the European nobility was trained to war. He could advance in possessions and power only by proficiency and bravery in arms. The people suffered from the wars, but, till this reign, had rarely fought in them. Their children lost the memory of the suffering, heard old knightly tales of glory, and crowned with their choicest laurels those of their kings that shed the most alien blood. When Edward proposed to conquer France, few of his counselors dared to advise conciliation. Only when the war had dragged on through a generation and had burdened even the rich with taxes did the national conscience raise a cry for peace. Discontent neared revolution when Edward's campaigns, passing from victory to failure, threatened the collapse of the nation's economy. Till 1370, Edward had profited in war and diplomacy from the wise and loyal service of Sir John Chandos. When this hero died, his place at the head of the King's Council was taken by Edward's son, the Duke of Lancaster, named John of Gaunt, from the Gaunt, or Ghent, where he had been born. John carelessly turned the government over to political buccaneers who fattened their purses at the public expense. Demands for reform were raised in Parliament, and men of goodwill prayed for the nation's happy recovery through the king's speedy death. Another of his sons, the Black Prince, named probably from the color of his armor, might have brought new vigor to the government, but in 1376 he passed away while the old king lingered on. The good Parliament of that year enacted some reform measures, put 2 malfeasants in jail, ordered Alice Perrers from court and bound the bishops to excommunicate her if she returned. After the Parliament dispersed, Edward, ignoring its decrees, restored John of Gaunt to power and Alice to the royal bed, and no bishop dared reprove her. At last the obstinate monarch consented to die in 1377. A son of the Black Prince succeeded to the throne as Richard II, a lad of 11 years, amid economic and political chaos and religious revolt. 2. John Wyclif, 1320 to 1384. What were the conditions that led England in the 14th century to rehearse the Reformation? Probably the morals of the clergy played only a secondary role in the drama. The higher clergy had reconciled itself to celibacy. We hear of a Bishop Bernal who had 5 sons, but presumably he was exceptional. Wyclif, Langland, Gower, and Chaucer agreed in noting a predilection among monks and friars for good food and bad women. But the Britons would hardly have created a national furor over such deviations, already hallowed by time, or about nuns who came to services with their dogs on leash and their pet birds on their arms, or monks who raced through their incoherent prayers. The humorous English assigned to Satan a special assistant to collect all syllables dropped by graspers, leapers, gallopers, mumblers, foreskippers, and forerunners in such syncopated devotions, and allotted the sinner a year in hell for each ignored or trampled syllable. What gnawed at the purse nerves of laity and government was the expanding and migratory wealth of the English Church. The clergy on several occasions contributed 1/10 of their income to the state, but they insisted that no tax could be laid upon them without the consent of their convocations. Besides being represented in the upper house of Parliament by their bishops and abbots, they gathered, directly or by proctors, in convocations under the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, and determined there all matters dealing with religion or the clergy. It was usually from the ranks of the clergy, as the best educated class in England, that the king chose the highest officials of the state. Suits of laymen against clergymen, touching church property, were subject to the king's courts, but the bishops' courts had sole jurisdiction over tonsured offenders. In many towns, the church leased property to tenants and claimed full judicial authority over these tenants, even when they committed crimes. Such conditions were irritating, but the major irritant was the flow of wealth from the English church to the popes, that is, in the 14th century to Avignon, that is, to France. It was estimated that more English money went to the pope than to the state or the king. An anti-clerical party formed at the court. Laws were passed to make ecclesiastical property bear a larger and steadier share in the expenses of government. In 1333, Edward III refused to pay any longer the tribute that King John of England had pledged to the popes in 1213. In 1351, the Statute of Provisors sought to end papal control over the personnel or revenues of English benefices. The first Statute of Praemunire, in 1353, outlawed Englishmen who sued in foreign, or papal, courts on matters claimed by the king to lie under secular jurisdiction. In 1376, the Commons officially complained that papal collectors in England were sending great sums of money to the Pope, and that absentee French cardinals were drawing rich revenues from English sees. The anti-clerical party at the court was led by John of Gaunt, whose protection enabled John Wyclif to die a natural death. The first of the English reformers was born at Hipswell, near the village of Wyclif, in North Yorkshire, about 1320. He studied at Oxford, became professor of theology there, and for a year, in 1360, was master of Balliol College. He was ordained to the priesthood, and received from the popes various benefices or livings in parish churches, but continued meanwhile to teach at the university. His literary activity was alarming. He wrote vast scholastic treatises on metaphysics, theology, and logic, 2 volumes of polemics, 4 of sermons, and a medley of short but influential tracts, including the famous Tractatus de Civili Dominio. Most of his compositions were in graceless and impenetrable Latin that should have made them harmless to any but grammarians. But hidden among these obscurities were explosive ideas that almost severed Britain from the Roman Church 155 years before Henry VIII, plunged Bohemia into civil war, and anticipated nearly all the reform ideas of John Hus and Martin Luther. Putting his worst foot forward and surrendering to Augustine's logic and eloquence,
Wyclif built his creed upon that awful doctrine of predestination, which was to remain even to our day the magnet and solvent of Protestant theology. God, wrote Wyclif, gives his grace to whomever he wishes, and has predestined each individual, in eternity before birth, to be lost or saved through all eternity. Good works do not win salvation, but they indicate that he who does them has received divine grace and is one of the elect. We act according to the disposition that God has allotted to us. To invert Heraclitus, our fate is our character. Only Adam and Eve had free will. By their disobedience, they lost it for themselves and for their posterity. God is sovereign Lord of us all. The allegiance that we owe him is direct, as is the oath of every Englishman to the king, not indirect through allegiance to a subordinate lord, as in feudal France. Hence the relationship of man to God is direct, and requires no intermediary. Any claim of church or priest to be a necessary medium must be repelled. In this sense, all Christians are priests and need no ordination. God holds dominion over all the earth and the contents thereof. A human being can justly hold property only as his obedient vassal. Anyone who is in a state of sin, which constitutes rebellion against the divine sovereign, loses all right of possession, for rightful possession, or dominion, requires a state of grace. Now it is clear from Scripture that Christ intended his apostles, their successors, and their ordained delegates to have no property. Any church or priest that owns property is violating the Lord's commandment, is therefore in a state of sin, and consequently cannot validly administer the sacraments. The reform most needed in church and clergy is their complete renunciation of worldly goods. As if this were not troublesome enough, Wyclif deduced from his theology a theoretical communism and anarchism. Any person in a state of grace shares with God the ownership of all goods. Ideally, everything should be held by the righteous in common. Private property and government, as some scholastic philosophers had taught, are results of Adam's sin, that is, of human nature, and man's inherited sinfulness. In a society of universal virtue, there would be no individual ownership, no man-made laws of either church or state. Suspecting that the radicals, who were at this time meditating revolt in England, would interpret this literally, Wyclif explained that his communism was to be understood only in an ideal sense. The powers that be, as Paul had taught, are ordained by God and must be obeyed. This flirtation with revolution was almost precisely repeated by Luther in 1525. The anti-clerical party saw some sense, if not in Wyclif's communism, at least in his condemnation of ecclesiastical wealth. When Parliament again refused to pay King John's tribute to the Pope in 1366, Wyclif was engaged as peculiaris regis clericus, a cleric in the service of the king, to prepare a defense of the act. In 1374, Edward III gave him the rectory of Lutterworth, apparently as a retaining fee. In July 1376, Wyclif was appointed to the royal commission sent to Bruges to discuss with papal agents the continued refusal of England to pay the tribute. When John of Gaunt proposed that the government should confiscate part of the church's property, he invited Wyclif to defend the proposal in a series of sermons in London. Wyclif complied in September of 1376, and was thereafter branded by the clerical party as a tool of Gaunt. Bishop Courtenay of London decided to attack Gaunt indirectly by indicting Wyclif as a heretic. The preacher was summoned to appear before a council of prelates at St. Paul's in February 1377. He came, but accompanied by John of Gaunt with an armed retinue. The soldiers entered into a dispute with some spectators. A fracas ensued, and the bishop thought it discreet to adjourn. Wyclif returned unhurt to Oxford. Courtenay dispatched to Rome a detailed accusation, quoting 52 passages from Wyclif's works. In May, Gregory XI issued bulls condemning 18 propositions, mostly from the treatise On Civil Dominion, and ordered Archbishop Sudbury and Bishop Courtenay to inquire whether Wyclif still held these views. If he did, they were to arrest him and keep him in chains pending further instructions. By this time, Wyclif had won the support not only of John of Gaunt and Lord Percy of Northumberland, but of a large body of public opinion as well. The Parliament that met in October was strongly anti-clerical. The argument for disendowment of the Church had charms for many members, who reckoned that if the king should seize the wealth now held by English bishops, abbots, and priors, he could maintain with it 15 earls, 1,500 knights, 6,200 squires, and have £20,000 a year left for himself. At this time France was preparing to invade England, and the English treasury was almost empty. How foolish it seemed to let papal agents collect funds from English parishes for a French pope and a college of cardinals overwhelmingly French. The king's advisers asked Wyclif to prepare an opinion on the question whether the realm of England can legitimately, when the necessity of repelling invasion is imminent, withhold the treasure of the realm that it be not sent to foreign parts, although the Pope demand it under pain of censure and in virtue of obedience to him. Wyclif answered in a pamphlet that in effect called for the severance of the English Church from the papacy. The Pope, he wrote, cannot demand this treasure except by way of alms. Since all charity begins at home, it would be the work not of charity but of fatuity to direct the alms of the realm abroad when the realm itself is in need of them. Against the contention that the English Church was part of and should obey the universal or Catholic Church, Wyclif recommended the ecclesiastical independence of England. The realm of England, in the words of Scripture, ought to be one body, and clergy, lords, and commonalty members of that body. This anticipation of Henry VIII seemed so bold that the king's advisers directed Wyclif to make no further statements on the matter. The Parliament adjourned on November 28th. On December 18th, the embattled bishops published the condemnatory bulls and bade the Chancellor of Oxford to enforce the Pope's order of arrest. The university was then at the height of its intellectual independence. In 1322 it had assumed the right to depose an unsatisfactory chancellor without consulting its formal superior, the Bishop of Lincoln. In 1367 it had thrown off all episcopal control. Half of the faculty supported Wyclif, at least in his right to express his opinions. The chancellor refused to obey the bishops and denied the authority of any prelate over the university in matters of belief. Meanwhile, he counseled Wyclif to remain in modest seclusion for a while. But it is a rare reformer who can be silent. In March 1378, Wyclif appeared before the bishops' assembly at Lambeth to defend his views. As the hearing was about to begin, the archbishop received a letter from the mother of King Richard II deprecating any final condemnation of Wyclif. And in the midst of the proceedings, a crowd forced its way in from the street and declared that the English people would not tolerate any inquisition in England. Yielding to this combination of government and populace, the bishops deferred decision, and again Wyclif went home unhurt. Indeed, triumphant. On March 27th, Gregory XI died, and a few months later the papal schism divided and weakened the papacy and the whole authority of the Church. Wyclif resumed the offensive and issued tract after tract, many in English, extending his heresies and revolt. He is pictured to us in these years as a man hardened by controversy and made Puritan by age. He was no mystic, rather a warrior and an organizer, and perhaps he carried his logic to merciless extremes. His talent for vituperation now disported itself freely. He denounced the friars for preaching poverty and accumulating collective wealth. He thought some monasteries were dens of thieves, nests of serpents, houses of living devils. He challenged the theory that the merits of the saints could be applied to the rescue of souls from purgatory. Christ and the apostles had taught no doctrine of indulgences. Prelates deceive men by feigned indulgences or pardons, and rob them cursedly of their money. Men be great fools that buy these bulls of pardon so dear. If the Pope had the power to snatch souls from purgatory, why did he not in Christian charity take them out at once? With mounting vehemence, Wyclif alleged that many priests defile wives, maidens, widows, and nuns in every manner of lechery, and demanded that the crimes of the clergy should be punishable by secular courts. He excoriated curates who flattered the rich and despised the poor, who easily forgave the sins of the wealthy, but excommunicated the indigent for unpaid tithes, who hunted and hawked and gambled, and related fake miracles. The prelates of England, he charged, take poor men's livelihood, but they do not oppose oppression. They set more price by the rotten penny than by the precious blood of Christ. They pray only for show, and collect fees for every religious service that they perform. They live in luxury, riding fat horses with harness of silver and gold. They are robbers, malicious foxes, ravishing wolves, gluttons, devils, apes. Here even Luther's language is forecast. Simony reigns in all states of the Church. The simony of the court of Rome does most harm, for it is most common and under most color of holiness, and robs most our land of men and treasure. The scandalous rivalry of the popes in the schism, their bandying of excommunications, their unashamed struggle for power, should move men to believe in popes only so far as these follow Christ. A pope or a priest is a lord, yea, even a king in matters spiritual, but if he assumes earthly possessions or political authority, he is unworthy of his office. Christ had not whereon to rest his head, but men say this pope hath more than half the empire. Christ was meek, the pope sits on his throne and makes lords to kiss his feet. Perhaps, Wyclif gently suggested, the pope is the Antichrist, predicted in the first epistle of the Apostle John, the beast of the Apocalypse, heralding the second coming of Christ. The solution of the problem, as Wyclif saw it, lay in separating the church from all material possessions and power. Christ and his apostles had lived in poverty, so should his priests. The friars and monks should return to the full observance of their rules, avoiding all property or luxury. Priests should with joy suffer temporal lordship to be taken from them. They should content themselves with food and clothing, and live on freely given alms. If the clergy will not disendow themselves by a voluntary return to evangelical poverty, the state should step in and confiscate their goods. Let lords and kings mend them, and constrain priests to hold to the poverty that Christ ordained. Let not the king in so doing fear the curses of the pope, for no man's cursing hath any strength but inasmuch as God himself curseth. Kings are responsible to God alone, from whom they derive their dominion. Instead of accepting the doctrine of Gregory VII and Boniface VIII, that secular governments must be subject to the Church, the state, said Wyclif, should consider itself supreme in all temporal matters, and should take control of all ecclesiastical property. Priests should be ordained by the king. The power of the priest lay in his right to administer the sacraments. Wyclif turned to these with a full anticipation of Luther and Calvin. He denied the necessity of auricular confession, and advocated a return to the voluntary public confession favored by the early Christians. Privy confession made to priests is not needful, but brought in late by the fiend, for Christ used it not, nor any of his apostles after him. It now makes men thralls to the clergy, and is sometimes abused for economic or political ends. And by this privy shriving, a friar and a nun may sin together. Good laymen may absolve a sinner more effectively than wicked priests, but in truth, only God can absolve. In general, we should doubt the validity of a sacrament administered by a sinful or heretical priest. Nor can a priest, good or bad, change the bread and wine of the Eucharist into the physical body and blood of Christ. Nothing seemed to Wyclif more abominable than the thought that some of the priests whom he knew could perform such a God-creating miracle. Like Luther, Wyclif denied transubstantiation, but not the real presence. By a mystery that neither pretended to explain, Christ was made spiritually, truly, really, effectively present, but along with the bread and wine, which did not, as the Church taught, cease to exist. Wyclif would not admit that these ideas were heretical, but this theory of consubstantiality alarmed some of his supporters. John of Gaunt hurried over to Oxford and urged his friend to say no more about the Eucharist, this in 1381. Wyclif rejected the advice and reaffirmed his views in a Confessio dated May 10th, 1381. A month later, social revolution flared out in England and frightened all property owners into discountenancing any doctrine that threatened any form of property, lay or ecclesiastical. Wyclif now lost most of his backing in the government, and the assassination of Archbishop Sudbury by the rebels promoted his most resolute enemy, Bishop Courtenay, to the primacy of England. Courtenay felt that if Wyclif's conception of the Eucharist were allowed to spread, it would undermine the prestige of the clergy, and therefore also the foundation of the Church's moral authority. In May 1382, he summoned a council of clergy to meet at the Blackfriars Convent in London. Having persuaded this assembly to condemn 24 propositions, which he read from Wyclif's works, he sent a peremptory command to the Chancellor of Oxford to restrain the author from any further teaching or preaching until his orthodoxy should be proved. King Richard II, as part of his reaction to the uprising that had almost deposed him, ordered the Chancellor to expel Wyclif and all his adherents. Wyclif retired to his living at Lutterworth, apparently still protected by John of Gaunt. Embarrassed by the admiration expressed for him by the priest John Ball, a chief protagonist of the revolt, Wyclif issued several tracts dissociating himself from the rebels. He disclaimed any socialist views, and urged his followers to submit patiently to their terrestrial lords in the firm hope of recompense after death. Nevertheless, he continued his pamphleteering against the Church and organized a body of poor preaching priests to spread his reformation among the people. Some of these lollards, a word probably from Middle Dutch lollert, from lollen, to mutter, murmur, or mumble, as in prayers, were men of meagre schooling. Some were Oxford dons. All went robed in black wool and barefoot, like the early friars. All were warmed with the ardor of men who had rediscovered Christ. Theirs was already the Protestant emphasis on an infallible Bible as against the fallible traditions and dogmas of the Church, and on the sermon in the vernacular as against a mystic ritual in a foreign tongue. For these lay priests, and for their literate hearers, Wyclif wrote in rough and vigorous English some 300 sermons and many religious tracts, and since he urged a return to the Christianity of the New Testament, he set himself and his aides to translate the Bible as the sole and unerring guide to true religion. Till that time, 1381, only small portions of Scripture had been rendered into English. A French translation was known to the educated classes, and an Anglo-Saxon version, unintelligible to Wyclif's England, had come down from King Alfred's time. The Church, finding that heretics like the Waldensians made much use of the Bible, had discouraged the people from reading unauthorized translations, and had deprecated the creedal chaos that she expected when every party should make and color its own translation, and every reader be free to make his own interpretation of the scriptural text. But Wyclif was resolved that the Bible should be available to any Englishman who could read. He appears to have translated the New Testament himself, leaving the Old Testament to Nicholas Hereford and John Purvey. The whole was finished some 10 years after Wyclif's death. The translation was made from Jerome's Latin version, not from the Hebrew of the Old Testament or the Greek of the New. It was not a model of English prose, but it was a vital event in English history. In 1384, Pope Urban VI summoned Wyclif to appear before him in Rome. A different summons exceeded it in authority. On December 28, 1384, the ailing reformer suffered a paralytic stroke as he was attending Mass, and 3 days later he died. He was buried in Lutterworth, but by a decree of the Council of Constance, on May 4, 1415, his bones were dug up and cast into a nearby stream. Search was made for his writings, and as many as were found were destroyed. All the major elements of the Reformation were in Wyclif: the revolt against the worldliness of the clergy, and the call for a sterner morality, the return from the Church to the Bible, from Aquinas to Augustine, from free will to predestination, from salvation by works to election by divine grace, the rejection of indulgences, auricular confession, and transubstantiation, the deposition of the priest as an intermediary between God and man, the protest against the alienation of national wealth to Rome, the invitation to the state to end its subordination to the papacy, the attack, preparing for Henry VIII, on the temporal possessions of the clergy. If the Great Revolt had not ended the government's protection of Wyclif's efforts, the Reformation might have taken form and root in England 130 years before it broke out in Germany. 3. The Great Revolt, 1381. England and Wales had in 1307 a population precariously estimated at 3 million, a slow increase from a supposed 2.5 million in 1066. The figures suggest a sluggish advance of agricultural and industrial techniques, and an effective control of human multiplication by famine, disease, and war, in a fertile but narrow island, never meant to sustain with its own resources any great multitude of men. Probably 3/4 of the people were peasants, and half of these were serfs. In this regard, England lagged a century behind France. Class distinctions were sharper than on the continent. Life seemed to revolve about two foci: gracious or arrogant lordship at one end, hopeful or resentful service at the other. The barons, aside from their limited duties to the king, were masters of all they surveyed, and of much beyond. The Dukes of Lancaster, Norfolk, and Buckingham had estates rivaling those of the crown, and the Nevilles and Percys had hardly less. The feudal lord bound his vassal knights and their squires to serve and defend him and wear his livery. Livery was originally, in Anglo-French, livret, a delivery or allowance of provisions or clothing made by a lord to a vassal. In time, the clothing took on the character of a uniform worn by the clients of a great man in the pomp of his retinue. Guilds adopted the custom and proudly wore their distinctive livery at their meetings and in their parades. Such habits gave color to merry England. Nevertheless, one might rise from class to class. A rich merchant's daughter could catch a noble and a title, and Chaucer, reborn, would have been startled to find his granddaughter a duchess. The middle classes assumed such manners of the aristocracy as they could manage. They began to address one another as master in England, monseigneur in France. Soon every man was a Mr. or Monsieur, and every woman a mistress or madame. Industry progressed faster than agriculture. By 1300, almost all the coal fields of Britain were being worked. Silver, iron, lead, and tin were mined, and the export of metals ranked high in the nation's foreign trade. It was a common remark that the kingdom is of greater value under the land than above. The woolen industry began in this century to make England rich. The lords withdrew more and more lands from the common uses formerly allowed to their serfs and tenants, and turned large tracts into sheep enclosures. More money could be made by selling wool than by tilling the land. The wool merchants were for a time the wealthiest traders in England, able to yield great sums in loans and taxes to Edward III, who ruined them. Tired of seeing raw wool go from England to feed the clothing industry of Flanders, Edward, from 1331 onward, lured Flemish weavers to Britain, and through their instruction established a textile industry there. Then he forbade the export of wool and the import of most foreign cloth. By the end of the 14th century, the manufacture of clothing had replaced the trade in wool as the main source of England's liquid wealth, and had reached a semi-capitalistic stage. The new industry required the close cooperation of many crafts: weaving, fulling, carding, dyeing, finishing. The old craft guilds could not arrange the disciplined collaboration needed for economical production. Enterprising masters, or entrepreneurs, gathered diverse specializations of labor into one organization, which they financed and controlled. However, no such factory system arose here as in Florence and Flanders. Most of the work was still done in small shops by a master, his apprentices, and a few journeymen, or in little rural mills using water power, or in country homes where patient fingers plied the loom when household chores allowed. The craft guilds fought the new system with strikes, but its superior productivity overrode all opposition, and the workers who competed to sell their toil and skill were increasingly at the mercy of men who furnished capital and management. Town proletarians lived from hand to mouth, indifferently clad and housed, in good times well fed, but in bad times not fed at all. All male inhabitants of English cities were subject to conscription of their labor for public works, but rich men could pay for substitutes. Poverty was bitter, though probably less extreme than in the early 19th century. Beggars abounded and organized to protect and govern their profession. Churches, monasteries, and guilds provided a limping charity. Upon this scene, the Black Death burst, as not only a catastrophic visitation, but almost as an economic revolution. The English people lived in a climate more favorable to vegetation than to health. The fields were green the year round, but the population suffered from gout, rheumatism, asthma, sciatica, tuberculosis, dropsy, and diseases of eyes and skin. All classes ate a heavy diet and kept warm with alcoholic drinks. Few men now reach the age of 40, said Richard Rolle about 1340, and fewer still the age of 50. Public sanitation was primitive. The stench of tanneries, pigsties, and latrines sullied the air. Only the well-to-do had running water piped into their homes. The majority fetched it from conduits or wells and could not waste it on weekly baths. The lower classes offered ready victims for the pestilences that periodically decimated the population. In 1349, the bubonic plague crossed from Normandy to England and Wales, and thence a year later into Scotland and Ireland. It returned to England in 1361, 1368, 1375, 1382, 1390, 1438, 1464. All in all, it carried away one Englishman out of every 3. Nearly half the clergy died. Perhaps some of the abuses later complained of in the English Church were due to the necessity of hastily impressing into her service men lacking the proper qualifications of training and character. Art suffered. Ecclesiastical building almost stopped for a generation. Morals suffered. Family ties were loosed. Sexual relations overflowed the banks within which the institution of marriage sought to confine them for social order's sake. The laws lacked officers to enforce them and were frequently ignored. The plague collaborated with war to quicken the decline of the manorial system. Many peasants, having lost their children or their aids, deserted their tenancies for the towns. Landowners were obliged to hire free workers at twice the former wage, to attract new tenants with easier terms than before, and to commute feudal services into money payments. Themselves forced to pay rising prices for everything that they bought, the landlords appealed to the government to stabilize wages. The Royal Council responded, on June 18, 1349, with an ordinance substantially as follows. Because a great part of the people, and especially of workers and servants, late died of the pestilence, and many will not serve unless they receive excessive wages, and some rather willing to beg in idleness than by labor to get their living, we, considering the grievous discommodity which, of the lack especially of ploughmen and such labourers, may hereafter come, have upon deliberation and treaty with the prelates and the nobles, and learned men assisting us, of their mutual counsel ordained, 1. Every person able in body and under the age of 60 years, not having wherewith to live, being required, shall be bound to serve him that doth require him, or else be committed to the jail, until he find surety to serve. 2. If a workman or servant depart from service before the time agreed upon, he shall be imprisoned. 3. The old wages and no more shall be given to servants. 5. If any artificer or workman take more wages than were wont to be paid, he shall be committed to the jail. 6. Victuals shall be sold at reasonable prices. 7. No person shall give anything to a beggar that is able to labor. This ordinance was so widely disregarded by employers and employees that Parliament issued, on February 9, 1351, a statute of labourers specifying that no wages should be paid above the 1346 rate, fixing definite prices for a large number of services and commodities, and establishing enforcement machinery. A further act of 1316 decreed that peasants who left their lands before the term of their contract or tenancy expired might be brought back by force, and at the discretion of the justices of the peace might be branded on the brow. Similar measures, of increasing severity, were enacted between 1377 and 1381. Wages rose despite them, but the strife so engendered between labourers and government inflamed the conflict of classes and lent new weapons to the preachers of revolt. The rebellion that ensued had a dozen sources. Those peasants who were still serfs demanded freedom. Those who were free called for an end to feudal dues still required of them, and tenants urged that the rent of land should be lowered to 4 pence, or about $1.67, per acre per year. Some towns were still subject to feudal overlords and longed for self-government. In the liberated communities, the working men hated the mercantile oligarchy, and journeymen protested against their insecurity and poverty. All alike, peasants, proletarians, even parish priests, denounced the governmental mismanagement of Edward III's last years, of Richard II's earliest. They asked why English arms had so regularly been beaten after 1369, and why such heavy taxes had been raised to finance such defeats. They particularly abominated Archbishop Sudbury and Robert Hales, the chief ministers of the young king, and John of Gaunt as the front and protector of governmental corruption and incompetence. The Lollard preachers had little connection with the movement, but they had shared in preparing minds for the revolt. John Ball, the intellectual of the rebellion, quoted Wyclif approvingly, and Wat Tyler followed Wyclif in demanding disendowment of the church. Ball was the mad priest of Kent, as Froissart called him, who taught communism to his congregation and was excommunicated in 1366. He became an itinerant preacher, denouncing the wicked wealth of prelates and lords, calling for a return of the clergy to evangelical poverty, and making fun of the rival popes who, in the schism, were dividing the garments of Christ. Tradition ascribed to him a famous couplet. When Adam delved into Eve's span, who was then the gentleman? That is, when Adam dug in the earth and Eve plied the loom, were there any class divisions in Eden? Froissart, though so fond of the English aristocracy, quoted Ball's alleged views at sympathetic length. My good friends, matters cannot go on well in England until all things shall be in common, when there shall be neither vassals nor lords, when the lords shall be no more masters than ourselves. How ill they behave to us! For what reason do they thus hold us in bondage? Are we not all descended from the same parents, Adam and Eve? And what can they show that they should be more masters than ourselves? We are called slaves, and if we do not perform our service, we are beaten. Let us go to the king and remonstrate with him. He is young, and from him we may obtain a favorable answer, and if not, we must ourselves seek to amend our condition. Ball was thrice arrested, and when the revolt broke out, he was in jail. The poll tax of 1380 capped the discontent. The government was nearing bankruptcy, the pledged jewels of the king were about to be forfeited, the war in France was crying out for new funds. A tax of £100,000, or about $10 million, was laid upon the people, to be collected from every inhabitant above the age of 15. All the diverse elements of revolt were united by this fresh imposition. Thousands of persons evaded the collectors, and the total receipts fell far short of the goal. When the government sent new commissioners to ferret out the evaders, the populace gathered in force and defied them. At Brentwood, the royal agents were stoned out of the town in 1381, and like scenes occurred at Fobbing, Corringham, and St. Albans. Mass meetings of protest against the tax were held in London. They sent encouragement to the rural rebels and invited them to march upon the capital, to join the insurgents there, and so pressed the king that there should no longer be a serf in England. A group of collectors entering Kent met a riotous repulse. On June 6, 1381, a mob broke open the dungeons at Rochester, freed the prisoners, and plundered the castle. On the following day, the rebels chose as their chief Wat Tyler. Nothing is known of his antecedents. Apparently he was an ex-soldier, for he disciplined the disorderly horde into united action and won its quick obedience to his commands. On June 8th, this swelling multitude, armed with bows and arrows, cudgels, axes, and swords, and receiving recruits from almost every village in Kent, attacked the homes of unpopular landlords, lawyers, and governmental officials. On June 10th it was welcomed into Canterbury, sacked the palace of the absent Archbishop Sudbury, opened the jail, and plundered the mansions of the rich. All eastern Kent now joined in the revolt. Town after town rose, and local officials ran before the storm. Rich men fled to other parts of England, or concealed themselves in out-of-the-way places, or escaped further damage by making a contribution to the rebel cause. On June 11th, Tyler turned his army toward London. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 2, Side 2. On June 11th, Tyler turned his army toward London. At Maidstone, it delivered John Ball from jail. He joined the cavalcade and preached to it every day. Now, he said, would begin that reign of Christian democracy which he had so long dreamed of and pled for. All social inequalities would be leveled. There would no longer be rich and poor, lords and serfs. Every man would be a king. Meanwhile, related uprisings occurred in Norfolk, Suffolk, Beverley, Bridgewater, Cambridge, Essex, Middlesex, Sussex, Hertford, Somerset. At Bury St. Edmund, the people cut off the head of the prior, who had too stoutly asserted the feudal rights of the abbey over the town. At Colchester, the rioters killed several Florentine merchants who were believed to be cutting in on British trade. Wherever possible, they destroyed the rolls, leases, or charters that recorded feudal ownership or bondage. Hence the townsfolk of Cambridge burned the charters of the university. And at Waltham, every document in the abbey archives was committed to the flames. On June 11th, the rebel army from Essex and Hertford approached the northern outskirts of London. On the 12th, the Kent insurgents reached Southwark, just across the Thames. No organized resistance was offered by the adherents of the king. Richard II, Sudbury, and Hales hid in the Tower. Tyler sent the king a request for an interview. It was refused. The mayor of London, William Walworth, closed the city gates, but they were reopened by revolutionists within the town. On June 13th, the Kent forces marched into the capital, were welcomed by the people, and were joined by thousands of laborers. Tyler held his host fairly well in leash, but appeased its fury by allowing it to sack the palace of John of Gaunt. Nothing was stolen there. One rioter who tried to filch a silver goblet was killed by the crowd. But everything was destroyed. Costly furniture was thrown out of the windows, rich hangings were torn to rags, jewelry was smashed to bits. Then the house was burned to the ground, and some jolly rebels who had drunk themselves to stupor in the wine cellar were forgotten and consumed in the flames. Thereafter the army turned on the Temple, citadel of the lawyers of England. The peasants remembered that lawyers had written the deeds of their servitude, or had assessed their holdings for taxation. There, too, they made a holocaust of the records and burned the buildings to the ground. The jails in Newgate and the Fleet were destroyed, and the happy inmates joined the mob. Wearied with its efforts to crowd a century of revenge into a day, the multitudes lay down in the open spaces of the city and slept. That evening the King's Council thought better of its refusal to let him talk with Tyler. They sent an invitation to Tyler and his followers to meet with Richard the next morning at a northern suburb known as Mile End. Shortly after dawn on June 14th, the 14-year-old king, risking his life, rode out of the Tower with all of his council except Sudbury and Hales, who dared not expose themselves. The little party made its way through the hostile crowd to Mile End, where the Essex rebels were already gathered. Part of the Kent army followed, with Tyler at its head. He was surprised at the readiness of Richard to grant nearly all demands. Serfdom was to be abolished throughout England, all feudal dues and services were to end, the rental of the tenants would be as they had asked, and a general amnesty would absolve all those who had shared in the revolt. 30 clerks were at once sent to work drawing up charters of freedom and forgiveness for all districts that applied. One demand the king refused, that the royal ministers and other traitors should be surrendered to the people. Richard replied that all persons accused of misconduct in government would be tried by orderly process of law, and would be punished if found guilty. Not satisfied with this answer, Tyler and a selected band rode rapidly to the Tower. They found Sudbury singing Mass in the chapel. They dragged him out into the courtyard and forced him down with his neck on a log. The executioner was an amateur and required 8 strokes of the axe to sever the head. The insurgents then beheaded Hales and 2 others. Upon the archbishop's head, they fixed his mitre firmly with a nail driven into the skull. They mounted the heads on pikes, carried them in procession through the city, and set them up over the gate of London Bridge. All the remainder of that day was spent in slaughter. London tradesmen, resenting Flemish competition, bade the crowd kill every Fleming found in the capital. To determine the nationality of a suspect, he was shown bread and cheese and bidden name them. If he answered brood and käse, or spoke with a Flemish brogue, he forfeited his life. Over 150 aliens, merchants and bankers, were slain in London on that day in June, and many English lawyers, tax collectors, and adherents of John of Gaunt fell under the axes and hatchets of indiscriminate vengeance. Apprentices murdered their masters, debtors their creditors. At midnight the sated victors again retired to rest. Informed of these events, the king returned from Mile End and went not to the Tower but to his mother's rooms near St. Paul's. Meanwhile, a large number of the Essex and Hertford contingents, rejoicing in their charters of freedom, dispersed toward their homes. On June 15th, the king sent a modest message to the remaining rebels asking them to meet him in the open spaces of Smithfield outside Aldersgate. Tyler agreed. Before keeping this rendezvous, Richard, fearing death, confessed and took the sacrament. Then he rode out with a retinue of 200 men whose peaceful garb hid swords. At Smithfield, Tyler came forward with only a single companion to guard him. He made new demands, uncertainly reported, but apparently including the confiscation of church property and the distribution of the proceeds among the people. A dispute ensued. One of the king's escort called Tyler a thief. Tyler directed his aide to strike the man down. Mayor Walworth blocked the way. Tyler stabbed at Walworth, whose life was saved by the armor under his cloak. Walworth wounded Tyler with a short cutlass, and one of Richard's squires ran Tyler through twice with a sword. Tyler rode back to his host crying treason, and fell dead at their feet. Shocked by what seemed to them plain treachery, the rebels set their arrows and prepared to shoot. Though their numbers were reduced, they were still a substantial force, reckoned by Froissart at 20,000. Probably they could have overwhelmed the king's retinue. But Richard now rode out bravely toward them, crying out, "Sirs, will you shoot your king? I will be your chief and captain. You shall have from me that which you seek. Only follow me into the fields without." He rode out slowly, not sure that they would heed or spare him. The insurgents hesitated, then followed him, and most of the royal guard mingled in their midst. Walworth, however, turned sharply back, galloped into the city, and sent orders to the aldermen of its 24 wards to join him with all the armed forces they could muster. Many citizens who had at first sympathized with the revolt were now disturbed by the murders and pillage. Every man who had any property felt his goods and his life to be in peril. So the mayor found an impromptu army of 7,000 men rising at his command, as if out of the earth. These he led back to Smithfield. There he rejoined and surrounded the king, and offered to massacre the rebels. Richard refused, The rebels had spared him when he was at their mercy, and he would not now show himself less generous. He announced to them that they were free to depart in safety. The Essex and Hertford remnants rapidly melted away. The London mutineers disappeared into their haunts. Only the Kent contingent stayed. Their passage through the city was blocked by Walworth's armed men, but Richard ordered that no one should molest them. They marched off in safety and filed back in disorder along the old Kent road. The king returned to his mother, who greeted him with tears of happy relief. "Ah, fair son, what pain and anguish have I had for you this day?" "Certes, madam," the boy answered, "I know it well, but now rejoice and praise God, for today I have recovered my heritage that was lost, and the realm of England too." Probably under the prodding of the mayor who had saved him, Richard, on that same June 15th, issued a proclamation banishing from London, on pain of death, all persons who had not lived there for a year past. Walworth and his troops searched streets and tenements for such aliens, caught many, killed several. Among these was one Jack Straw, who confessed, presumably under torture, that the men of Kent had planned to make Tyler king. In the meantime, a deputation from the Essex insurgents arrived at Waltham, and demanded of the king a formal ratification of the promises he had made on June 14th. Richard replied that these had been made under duress, and that he had no intention of keeping them. On the contrary, he told them, "Villains you are still, and villains you shall remain." And he threatened dread vengeance on any man who continued in armed rebellion. The angry deputies called upon their followers to renew the revolt. Some did, but these were cut down with great slaughter by Walworth's men on June 28th. On July 2nd, the embittered king revoked all charters and amnesties granted by him during the outbreak, and opened the way to a judicial inquiry into the identity and actions of the main participants. Hundreds were arrested and tried. 110 or more were put to death. John Ball was caught at Coventry. He fearlessly avowed his leading role in the insurrection and refused to ask pardon of the king. He was hanged, drawn, and quartered, and his head, with those of Tyler and Jack Straw, replaced those of Sudbury and Hales as adornments of London Bridge. On November 13th, Richard laid before Parliament an account of his actions. If, he said, the assembled prelates and lords and commons wished the serfs to be freed, he was quite willing. But the members were nearly all landowners. They could not admit the right of the king to dispose of their property. They voted that all existing feudal relations should be maintained. The beaten peasants returned to their ploughs, the sullen workers to their looms. 4. The New Literature. The English language was becoming by slow stages a fit vehicle for literature. The Norman invasion of 1066 had stopped the evolution of Anglo-Saxon into English, and for a time French was the official language of the realm. Gradually a new vocabulary and idiom formed, basically Germanic but mingled and adorned with Gallic words and turns. The long war with France may have spurred the nation to rebel against this linguistic domination by an enemy. In 1362, English was declared to be the language of law in the courts, and in 1363, the Chancellor set a precedent by opening Parliament with an English address. Scholars, chroniclers, and philosophers, even till Francis Bacon, continued to write in Latin to reach an international audience, but poets and dramatists, henceforth, spoke the speech of England. The oldest drama extant in English was a mystery, a dramatic representation of a religious story, performed in the Midlands about 1350 under the title of The Harrowing of Hell, which staged a duel in words at the mouth of hell between Satan and Christ. In the 14th century it became customary for the guilds of a town to present a cycle of mysteries. A guild would prepare a scene, usually from the Bible, carry the setting and the actors on a float, and act the scenes on temporary stages built at populous centers in the city. And on successive days other guilds would present later scenes from the same biblical narrative. The earliest such cycle now known is that of the Chester Mysteries of 1328. By 1400 similar cycles were presented in York, Beverley, Cambridge, Coventry, Wakefield, Townley, and London. As early as 1182, the Latin mysteries had developed a variety called the miracle, centering around the miracle or sufferings of some saint. About 1378, another variety appeared, the morality, which pointed a moral by acting a tale. This form would reach its peak in Everyman, circa 1480. Early in the 15th century, we hear of still another dramatic form, doubtless then already old. The interlude, not a play between plays, but a ludus, a play or show carried on between two or more actors. Its subject was not restricted to religion or morality, but might be secular, humorous, profane, even obscene. Minstrel troupes played interludes in baronial or guild halls, in town or village squares, or in the courtyard of a frequented inn. In 1348, Exeter raised the first known English theatre, the first European building, since classic Roman structures specifically and regularly devoted to dramatic representations. From the interludes would evolve the comedies, and from the mysteries and moralities would develop the tragedies of the lusty Elizabethan stage. The first major poem, one of the strangest and strongest poems in the English language, called itself The Vision of William Concerning Piers the Ploughman. Nothing is known of the author except through his poem. Assuming that this is autobiographical, we may name him William Langland and place his birth near 1332. He took minor orders, but never became a priest. He wandered to London and earned something short of starvation by singing psalms at masses for the dead. He lived dissolutely, sinned with covetousness of eyes and concupiscence of the flesh, had a daughter, perhaps married her mother, and dwelled with them in a hovel in Cornhill. He describes himself as a tall, gaunt figure, dressed in a sombre robe befitting the grey disillusionment of his hopes. He was fond of his poem, issued it thrice, in 1362, 1377, and 1394, and each time spun it out to greater length. Like the Anglo-Saxon poets, he used no rhyme, but alliterative verse of irregular metre. He begins by picturing himself as falling asleep on a Malvern hill, and seeing in a dream a field full of folk, multitudes of rich, poor, good, bad, young, old, and amid them a fair and noble lady whom he identifies with Holy Church. He kneels before her and begs for no treasure, but tell me how I may save my soul. She replies, When all treasures are tried, truth is best. Whoso is true of his tongue, and telleth naught but that, and doeth the works therewith, and willeth no man ill, he is a god by the gospel, and like to our Lord. In a second dream he visions the 7 deadly sins, and under each head he indicts the wickedness of man in a powerful satire. For a time he abandons himself to cynical pessimism, awaiting an early end of the world. Then Piers, or Peter, the ploughman, enters the poem. He is a model farmer, honest, friendly, generous, trusted by all, working hard, living faithfully with his wife and children, and always a pious son of the Church. In later visions, William sees the same Piers as the human Christ, as Peter the Apostle, as a pope, then as vanishing in the papal schism and the advent of Antichrist. The clergy, says the poet, are no longer a saving remnant. Many of them have become corrupt. They deceive the simple, absolve the rich for a consideration, traffic in sacred things, sell heaven itself for a coin. What is a Christian to do in such a universal debacle? He must, says William, go forth again over all intervening institutions and corruptions, and seek the living Christ himself. Piers the Ploughman contains its quota of nonsense, and its obscure allegories weary any reader who lays upon authors the moral obligation to be clear. But it is a sincere poem, plays rascals impartially, pictures the human scene vividly, rises through touches of feeling and beauty to a place second only to the Canterbury Tales in the English literature of the 14th century. Its influence was remarkable. Piers became for the rebels of England a symbol of the righteous, fearless peasant. John Ball recommended him to the Essex insurgents of 1381. As late as the Reformation, his name was invoked in criticizing the old religious order and demanding a new. In ending his visions, the poet returned from Piers the Pope to Piers again the peasant. If all of us, he concluded, were like Piers, simple, practicing Christians, that would be the greatest, the final revolution. No other would ever be needed. John Gower is a less romantic poet and figure than the mysterious Langland. He was a rich landowner of Kent who imbibed too much scholastic erudition and achieved dullness in 3 languages. He, too, attacked the faults of the clergy, but he trembled at the heresies of the Lollards and marveled at the insolence of peasants who, once content with beer and corn, now demanded meat and milk and cheese. 3 things, said Gower, are merciless when they get out of hand: water, fire, and the mob. Disgusted with this world, Worried about the next, Moral Gower retired in old age to a priory and spent his closing year in blindness and prayer. His contemporaries admired his morals, regretted his temper and his style, and turned with relief to Chaucer. 5. Geoffrey Chaucer, 1340 to 1400. He was a man full of the blood and beer of merry England, capable of taking in his stride the natural difficulties of life, drawing their sting with a forgiving humor, and picturing all phases of the English scene with a brush as broad as Homer's, a spirit as lusty as Rabelais'. His name, like so much of his language, was of French origin. It meant shoemaker, and probably was pronounced Chaucer. Posterity plays tricks with our very names and remembers us only to remake us to its whim. He was the son of John Chaucer, a London vintner. He won a good education from both books and life. His poetry abounds in knowledge of men and women, literature and history. In 1357, Geoffrey Chaucer was officially listed in the service of the household of the future Duke of Clarence. 2 years later, he was off to the wars in France. He was captured, but was freed for a ransom, to which Edward III contributed. In 1367, we find him a yeoman of the King's Chamber, with a life pension of 20 marks, or about $1,333 a year. Edward traveled much with his household at his heels. Presumably, Chaucer accompanied him, savoring England as he went. In 1366, he married Philippa, a lady serving the Queen, and lived with her in moderate discord till her death. Richard II continued the pension, and John of Gaunt added £10, or about $1,000, annually. There were other aristocratic gifts, which may explain why Chaucer, who saw so much of life, took little notice of the Great Revolt. It was a pleasant custom of those days, which admired poetry and eloquence, to send men of letters on diplomatic missions abroad. So Chaucer was deputed with 2 others to negotiate a trade agreement at Genoa in 1372. And in 1378 he went with Sir Edward Berkeley to Milan. Who knows but he may have met ailing Boccaccio, aging Petrarch. In any case, Italy was a transforming revelation to him. He saw there a culture far more polished, lettered, and subtle than England's. He learned a new reverence for the classics, at least the Latin. The French influence that had molded his early poems yielded now to Italian ideas, verse forms, and themes. When finally he turned to his own land for his scenes and characters, he was an accomplished artist and a mature mind. No man could then live in England by writing poetry. We might have supposed that Chaucer's pensions would keep him adequately housed, fed, and clad. After 1378, they totaled some $10,000 in the money of our time. Besides, his wife enjoyed her own pensions from John of Gaunt and the king. In any case, Chaucer felt a need to supplement his income by taking various governmental posts. For 12 years, from 1374 to 1386, he served as Controller of the Customs and Subsidies, and during that time he occupied lodgings over the Aldgate Tower. In 1380 he paid an unstated sum to Cecilia Champagne for withdrawing her suit against him for rape. 5 years later he was appointed Justice of the Peace for Kent, and in 1386 he had himself elected to Parliament. It was in the intervals of these labors that he wrote his poetry. He describes himself in the House of Fame as hurrying home after he had made his reckonings and losing himself in his books, sitting dumb as a stone and living like a hermit in all but poverty, chastity, and obedience, and setting his wit to make books, songs, and ditties in rhyme. In his youth, he tells us, he had written many a song and lecherous lay. He translated Boethius's The Consolation of Philosophy into good prose, and part of Guillaume de Loris's Roman de la Rose into excellent verse. He began a number of what may be called major-minor poems: The House of Fame, The Book of the Duchess, The Parliament of Fowls, and The Legend of Good Women. He anticipated us in being unable to finish them. They were ambitious yet timid tentatives, frank imitations, in theme and form, of continental origins. In his finest single poem, Troilus and Cressida, he continued to imitate, even to translate. But to 2,730 lines that he lifted from Boccaccio's Philostrato, he added 5,696 lines of other provenance, or coined in his own mint. He made no attempt to deceive, He repeatedly referred to his source and apologized for not translating at all. Such transfers from one literature to another were considered legitimate and useful, for even well-educated men could not then understand any vernacular but their own. Plots, as Greek and Elizabethan dramatists felt, were common property. Art lay in the form. Despite all discounts, Chaucer's Troilus is the first great narrative poem in English. Scott called it long and somewhat dull, which it is. Rossetti called it perhaps the most beautiful narrative poem of considerable length in the English language, and this too is true. All long poems, however beautiful, become dull. Passion is of poetry's essence, and a passion that runs to 8,386 lines becomes prose almost as rapidly as desire consummated. Never were so many lines required to bring a lady to bed, and seldom has love hesitated, meditated, procrastinated, and capitulated with such magnificent and irrelevant rhetoric, and melodious conceits, and facile felicity of rhyme. Only Richardson's Mississippi of prose could rival this Nile of verse in the leisurely psychology of love. Yet even the heavy-winged oratory, the infinite wordiness, the obstructive erudition obstinately displayed, failed to destroy the poem. It is, after all, a philosophic tale of how woman is designed for love, and will soon love B if A stays too long away. It has one character livingly portrayed, Pandarus, who in the Iliad is the leader of the Lycian army in Troy, but here becomes the exuberant, resourceful, undiscourageable go-between to guide the lovers to their sin, and thereby hangs a word. Troilus is a warrior absorbed in repelling the Greeks, and scornful of men who, dallying on soft bosoms, become the thralls of appetite. He falls deliriously in love with Cressida at first sight, and thereafter thinks of nothing else but her beauty, modesty, gentleness, and grace. Cressida, after waiting anxiously through 6,000 lines for this timid soldier to announce his love, falls with relief into his arms, and Troilus forgets two worlds at once. All other dreads were and from him fled, both of the siege and his salvation. Having exhausted himself in achieving this ecstasy, Chaucer hurries over the bliss of the lovers to the tragedy that rescues it from boredom. Cressida's father having deserted to the Greeks, she is sent to them by the angry Trojans in exchange for the captured Antenor. The broken-hearted lovers part with vows of everlasting fidelity. Arriving among the Greeks, Cressida is awarded to Diomedes, whose handsome virility so captivates his captive that, qual plum invento, she surrenders in a page what before had been hoarded through a book. Perceiving which, Troilus plunges into battle seeking Diomedes, and finds death on Achilles' spear. Chaucer ended his amorous epic with a pious prayer to the Trinity, and sent it, conscience-stricken, to moral Gower to correct of your benignity. Probably in 1387, he began the Canterbury Tales. It was a brilliant scheme. To join a varied group of Britons at the Tabard Inn in Southwark, where Chaucer himself had emptied many a tankard of ale, ride with them on their vacation pilgrimage to the shrine of Becket at Canterbury, and put into their mouths the tales and thoughts that had gathered in the travelled poet's head through half a century. Such devices for stitching stories together had been used many times before, but this was the best of all. Boccaccio had assembled for his Decameron only one class of men and women. He had not made them stand out as diverse personalities. Chaucer created an inn full of characters so heterogeneously real that they seem truer to English life than the stuffed figures of history. They live and very literally move. They love and hate, laugh and cry. And as they jog along the road, we hear not only the tales they tell, but their own troubles, quarrels, and philosophies. Who will protest at quoting once more those spring-fresh opening lines? When that April with his showers sweet the drought of March hath pierced to the root, and bathed every vine in sweet liquor, of which virtue engendered is the flower, when Zephyrus eke with his sweet breath inspired hath in every holt and heath the tender crops, and the young sun hath in the ram his half-course run, and small fowls make melody that sleepen all the night with open eye, then longen folk to go on pilgrimages, to fern hollows, couth and sundry lawns. In Southwark at the Tabard, as I lay ready to wenden on my pilgrimage to Canterbury with full devout courage, At night was come into that hostelry well 9 and 20 in a company of sundry folk, by adventure y folly, in fellowship, and pilgrims were they all, that toward Canterbury would ride. Then one after another, Chaucer introduces them in the quaint sketches of his incomparable prologue. A knight there was, and that a worthy man, that from the time when he first began to ride out he loved chivalry, truth and honour, freedom and courtesy. At mortal battles had he been 15, and foughten for our faith at Tramacine. And though that he were worthy, he was wise, and of his port as meek as is a maid. He never yet no villainy said in all his life, unto no manner wight. He was a very parfit gentle knight. And the knight's son, a young squire, a lover, and a lusty bachelor. So hot he loved that by night or tale he slept no more than doth a nightingale. And a yeoman to serve the knight and the squire, and a most charming prioress. There was also a nun, a prioress, that of her smiling was full simple and coy. Her greatest oath was by Saint Loy, and she was clept Madam Eglantine. Full well she sung the service divine, and tuned in her nose full seemly. She was so charitable and piteous, she would weep if that she saw a mouse caught in a trap, if it were dead or bled. Of small hounds had she, that she fed with roasted flesh or milk and wastel bread. But sore weep she if one of him were dead. Of small coral about her arm she bare a pair of beads, gowded all with green, and thereon hung a brooch of gold full sheen, on which there was first a crowned A, and after Amor vincit omnia. Add another nun, 3 priests, a jolly monk that loved venery, that is, hunting, and a friar unmatched in squeezing contributions out of pious purses. For though a widow had not a shoe, so pleasant in his in principio, yet would he have a farthing ere he went. Chaucer likes better the young student of philosophy. A clerk there was of Oxenford also, that unto logic had long ago. As lean was his horse as is a rake, and he was not right fat, I undertake, but looked hollow, and thereto soberly. Full threadbare was his overest courtepy, for he had getten him yet no benefice, nay was so worldly for to have office. For him was liever have at his bed's head 20 books, clad in black or red, of Aristotle and his philosophy, than robes rich, or filthful, or gay sultry. Of study took he most cure and most heed, not a word spake he more than was need. Sounding in mortal virtue was his speech, and gladly would he learn and gladly teach. There was also a wife of Bath, of whom more anon, and a poor parson, rich of holy thought and work, and a ploughman, and a miller, who had on the top of his nose a wart, and thereon stood a tuft of hairs red as the bristles of a sow's ears, and a monciple, or buyer for an inn or a college, a reeve, or overseer for a manor, and a sumner, or server of summonses. He was a gentle harlot, rogue, and a kind. A better fellow should men not find. He would suffer for a quart of wine a good fellow to have his concubine a 12-month and excuse him at full. With him rode a gentle pardoner, his wallet lay before him in his lap, brimful of pardons come from Rome all hot. And there was a merchant and a man of laws, a franklin or freeholder, a carpenter, a weaver, a dyer, a tapier or upholsterer, a cook, and a shipman. And there was Geoffrey Chaucer himself, standing shyly aside, large, fat, and difficult to embrace, and looking forever upon the ground as if to find a hare. And not least was mine host, owner of the Tabard Inn, who vows he has never entertained so merry a company. Indeed, he offers to go with them and be their guide, and he suggests, to pass the 56 miles away, that each of the pilgrims shall tell 2 tales going and 2 on the return, and that he who tells the best shall have a supper at our aller cost, a supper at the general expense, when they reach the inn again. It is agreed. The moving scene of this comédie humaine is set. The pilgrimage begins, and the courtly knight tells the first story of how two dear friends, Palamon and Arcite, see a lass gathering flowers in a garden, fall equally in love with her, and contend in a fatal joust for her as the complacent prize. Who would believe that so romantic a pen could turn in a line from this chivalric fustian to the scatophilic obscenity of the miller's tale? But the miller has been drinking, and foresees that his mind and tongue will slip to their wonted plane. Chaucer apologizes for him and himself. He must report matters honestly, and he invites the chaste reader to skip to some story that toucheth gentleness, morality, and holiness. The prioress's tale begins on a sweetly religious note, then recounts the bitter legend of a Christian boy supposedly slain by a Jew, and how the provost of the town dutifully arrested its Jews and tortured a number of them to death. From such piety, Chaucer passes, in the prologue to the Pardoner's tale, to a sharp satire on relic-mongering peddlers of indulgences. This theme will be centuries old when Luther trumpets it to the world. Then, in the prologue to the Wife of Bath's tale, our poet reaches the nadir of his morals and the zenith of his power. It is a riotous protest against virginity and celibacy, put into the bawdy mouth of an expert on matrimony, a woman who has had 5 husbands since she was 12 years of age, has buried 4 of them, and looks forward to a 6th to assuage her youth. God bade us for to wax and multiply, but of no number mention made he, of bigamy or of octogamy. Why should men speak of it villainly? Lo, here the wise king, Lord Solomon, I trow he had wives more than one. As would God, it lieful were to me to be refreshed half so often as he. Alas, alas, that ever love was sin. We shall not quote her physiological confessions, nor their masculine counterpart in the Sumner's tale, wherein Chaucer stoops to study the anatomy of flatulence. The air is cleared when we come to the fable of the ever-obedient Griselda in the Oxford cleric's tale. Neither Boccaccio nor Petrarch had told so well this legend dreamed by some harassed male. Of the 58 stories promised in the prologue, Chaucer gives us only 23. Perhaps he felt with the reader that 500 pages were enough, and that the well of his inventiveness had run dry. Even in this bubbling stream there are muddy passages, which the judicious eye will overleap. Nevertheless, the slow, deep current carries us buoyantly along and gives forth an air of freshness, as if the poet had lived along green banks rather than over a London gate, though there, too, the Thames was not far to seek. Some of the paeans to outdoor beauty are stereotyped literary exercises, yet the moving picture comes alive with such naturalness and directness of feeling and speech, such revealing first-hand observation of men and manners as rarely may be found between the covers of one book, and such a cornucopia of images, similes, and metaphors as only Shakespeare would again provide. The pardoner mounts the pulpit, nods east and west upon the congregation like a dove on a barn gable. The East Midland dialect that Chaucer used became through him the literary language of England, a vocabulary already rich enough to express all graces and subtleties of thought. Now, for the first time, the speech of the English people became the vehicle of great literary art. The material, as in Shakespeare, is mostly second-hand. Chaucer took his stories anywhere. The Knight's Tale from Boccaccio's Teseida, Griselda from the Decameron, and a dozen from the French Fabliaux. The last source may explain some of Chaucer's obscenity. However, the most fetid of his tales has no known source but himself. Doubtless he held, with the Elizabethan dramatists, that the groundlings must be given a bawdy sop now and then to keep them awake. He made his men and women talk as matched their rank and way of life. Besides, he repeats, they had drunk much cheap ale. For the most part his humor is healthy, the hearty, lusty, full-bodied humor of well-fed Englishmen before the Puritan desiccation, marvelously mixed with the sly subtlety of modern British wit. Chaucer knew the faults, sins, crimes, follies, and vanities of mankind, but he loved life despite them, and could put up with anybody who did not sell bunkum too dearly. He seldom denounces, he merely describes. He satirizes the women of the lower middle classes in The Wife of Bath, but he relishes her biological exuberance. He is ungallantly severe on women. His mordant quips and slurs reveal the wounded husband revenging with his pen the nightly defeats of his tongue. Yet he speaks tenderly of love, reckons no other boon so rich, and fills a gallery with portraits of good women. He rejects the gentility that rested on birth, and calls only him gentle that doth gentle deeds. But he distrusts the fickleness of the commons, and counts any man a fool who hitches his fortunes to popularity or mingles with a mob. He was largely free from the superstitions of his time. He exposed the impostures of alchemists, and though some of his storytellers bring in astrology, he himself rejected it. He wrote for his son a treatise on the astrolabe, showing a good grasp of current astronomic lore. He was not a very learned man, for he liked to display his learning. He swells his pages with large patches of Boethius, and makes even the wife of Bath quote Seneca. He mentions some problems of philosophy and theology, but shrugs his shoulders at them helplessly. Perhaps he felt, like any man of the world, that a prudent philosopher will not wear his metaphysics on his sleeve. Was he a believing Christian? Nothing could exceed the ruthlessness and coarseness of his satire on the friars in the prologue and the body of the Sumner's Tale. Such darts, however, had more than once been aimed at the brothers by men of orthodox piety. Here and there he raises a doubt of some religious dogma. No more than Luther could he harmonize divine foreknowledge with man's free will. He makes Troilus expound determinism, but in an epilogue he rejects it. He affirms his belief in heaven and hell, but notes at some length that those are bournes from which no attesting traveler returns. He is disturbed by evils apparently irreconcilable with an omnipotent benevolence, and makes Arcite question the justice of the gods with reproaches as bold as Omar Khayyam's. O cruel gods, that govern this world with binding of your word etern, and written in the table of adamant your parliament, and your etern grant, what is mankind more unto your hold than is the sheep that rouketh in the fold? For slain is man right as another beast, and dwelleth eke in prison and arrest, and hath sickness and great adversity, and oft times guiltyless pardie. What governance is in this prescience, that guiltiness tormenteth innocence? And when a beast is dead, he hath no pain, but man, after his death, must weep and plain. The answer of this I leave to divines. In later years he tried to recapture the piety of his youth. To the unfinished Canterbury Tales he appended a Prece de Chaucer, or Prayer of Chaucer, begging forgiveness from God and man for his obscenities and worldly vanities, and proposing, unto my live's end, to bewail my guilts and to study to the salvation of my soul. In those last years his joy in life yielded to the melancholy of a man who, in the decay of health and sense, recalls the carefree lustiness of youth. In 1381 he was appointed by Richard II clerk of our works at our Palace of Westminster and other royal residences. 10 years later, though he was little more than 50, his health seems to have broken down. In any case, his tasks proved too much for his strength, and he was relieved of his office. We do not find him in any later employment. His finances failed, and he was reduced to asking the king for 6 shillings 8 pence. In 1394, Richard granted him a pension of £20 a year for life. It was not enough. He asked the king for a yearly hogshead of wine and received it in 1398, and when in that year he was sued for a debt of £14, he could not pay it. He died on October 25th, 1400, and was buried in Westminster Abbey, the first and greatest of the many poets who there again bear the beat of measured feet. 6. Richard II. For God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. Richard II, says Holinshead, was seemly of shape and favour, and of nature good enough, if the wickedness and naughty demeanour of such as were about him had not altered it. He was prodigal, ambitious, and much given to pleasure of the body. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. Richard II, says Holinshead, was seemly of shape and favour, and of nature good enough, if the wickedness and naughty demeanour of such as were about him had not altered it. He was prodigal, ambitious, and much given to pleasure of the body. He loved books, and helped Chaucer and Froissart. He had shown courage, presence of mind, and judicious action in the Great Revolt. But after that enervating crisis he lapsed into enervating luxury, and left the government to wasteful ministers. Against these men a powerful opposition formed, led by Thomas, Duke of Gloucester, Richard, Earl of Arundel, and Henry Bolingbroke, grandson of Edward III. This faction dominated the merciless Parliament of 1388, which impeached and hanged 10 of Richard's aides. In 1390 the king, still a youth of 23, took active charge, and for 7 years he governed constitutionally, that is, in harmony with the laws, traditions, and chosen representatives of the nation. The death of Richard's Bohemian Queen Anne in 1394 deprived him of a wholesome and moderating influence. In 1396 he married Isabel, daughter of Charles VI, in the hope of cementing peace with France. But as she was a child of only 7 years, he spent his substance on male and female favorites. The new queen brought a French retinue to London, and these brought French manners, perhaps French theories of absolute monarchy. When the Parliament of 1397 sent Richard a bill of complaint against the extravagance of his court, he replied haughtily that such matters were outside the jurisdiction of Parliament. He demanded the name of the member who had proposed the complaint. Parliament, cowed, condemned the proponent to death. Richard pardoned him. Soon thereafter Gloucester and Arundel suddenly left London. Suspecting a plot to depose him, the king ordered their arrest. Arundel was beheaded. Gloucester was smothered to death in 1397. In 1399 John of Gaunt died, leaving a rich estate. Richard, needing funds for an expedition to Ireland, confiscated the duke's property, to the horror of the aristocracy. While the king was restoring peace in Ireland, Gaunt's exiled son and disinherited heir, Henry Bolingbroke, landed in York with a small army that rapidly grew, as powerful nobles joined his cause. On returning to England, Richard found his reduced forces so outnumbered, friends falling away from him in panic, that he surrendered his person and throne to Bolingbroke, who was crowned as Henry IV in 1399. So ended the Plantagenet dynasty that had begun with Henry II in 1154. So began the Lancastrian dynasty, which would end with Henry VI in 1461. Richard II died in prison at Pomfret in 1400, aged 33, perhaps from the winter rigor of his confinement, possibly slain, as Holinshead and Shakespeare thought, by servants of the new king. Chapter 3. France besieged, 1300 to 1461. 1. The French scene. The France of 1300 was by no means the majestic realm that today reaches from the Channel to the Mediterranean, from the Vosges and Alps to the Atlantic. On the east it reached only to the Rhone. In the southwest, a large area, Guienne and Gascony, had been added to the English crown by the marriage of Henry II to Eleanor of Aquitaine in 1152. In the north, England had taken the county of Ponthieu with Abbeville. And though the English kings held these lands as fiefs of the French monarchs, they maintained over them an effectual sovereignty. Provence, the Dauphiné, and Franche-Comté, or Free County, belonged to the Holy Roman Empire, whose heads were usually Germans. The French kings ruled indirectly through their close kin, the princely appanages of Valois, Anjou, Bourbon, and Angoulême. They ruled directly as royal domains Normandy, Picardy, Champagne, Poitou, Auvergne, most of Languedoc, and the Ile-de-France, the island of north-central France centering about Paris. Artois, Blois, Nevers, Limoges, Armagnac, and Valentinois were governed by feudal lords who alternately lip-served and fought the kings of France. Brittany, Burgundy, and Flanders were French fiefs, but they were, as Shakespeare called them, almost kingly dukedoms, behaving as virtually independent states. France was not yet France. The most vital and volatile of the French fiefs at the opening of the 14th century was the county of Flanders.
In all Europe, north of the Alps, only Flanders rivaled Italy in economic development. Its boundaries fluctuated confusingly in time and space. Let us denote it as the region enclosing Bruges, Ghent, Ypres, and Courtrai. East of the Scheldt lay the Duchy of Brabant, then including Antwerp, Mechlin, or Malines, Brussels, Tournai, and Louvain. To the south of Flanders lay the independent bishoprics of Liège and Cambrai, and the county of Hainaut around Valenciennes. Used loosely, Flanders included Brabant, Liège, Cambrai, and Hainaut. On the north were 7 little principalities roughly composing the Holland of today. These Dutch regions would not reach their flowering till the 17th century, when their empire would stretch, so to speak, from Rembrandt to Batavia. But already in 1300, Flanders and Brabant throbbed with industry, commerce, and class war. A canal 12 miles long joined Bruges to the North Sea. 100 vessels sailed it every day, bringing merchandise from 100 ports in 3 continents. Aeneas Sylvius ranked Bruges among the 3 most beautiful cities in the world. The goldsmiths of Bruges made up an entire division of the town's militia. The weavers of Ghent provided 27 regiments of its armed forces, which totaled 189,000 men. The medieval guild organization, which had dowered the craftsman with the dignity of freedom and the pride of skill, was now giving way, in the textile and metal industries of Flanders and Brabant, to a capitalist system in which an employer supplied capital, materials, and machinery to shop workers paid by the piece and no longer protected by the guild. Admission to a guild became ever costlier. Thousands of workers became journeymen, day laborers, who went from town to town, from shop to shop, getting only temporary employment, with wages that forced them to live in slums and left them little property beyond the clothes they wore. Communistic ideas appeared among prolétaires and peasants. The poor asked why they should go hungry while the barns of barons and bishops creaked with grain. And all men who did not work with their hands were denounced as parasites. The employers, in their turn, complained of the risks their investments ran, the uncertainty and periodicity of supplies, the foundering of their cargoes, the fluctuations of the market, the tricks of competitors, and the repeated strikes that raised wages and prices, unsettled the currency, and narrowed some employers' profits to the edge of solvency. Louis de Nevers, Count of Flanders, sided too strongly with the employers. The populace of Bruges and Ypres, supported by the neighboring peasantry, rose in revolt, deposed Louis, plundered abbeys, and slew a few millionaires. The Church laid an interdict upon the revolted regions. The rebels nevertheless forced the priests to say Mass, and one leader, stealing a march of 450 years on Diderot, vowed he would never be content till the last priest had been hanged. Louis appealed to his liege lord, the French king. Philip VI came, defeated the revolutionary forces at Cassel in 1328, hanged the burgomaster of Bruges, restored the count, and made Flanders a dependency of France. France in general was much less industrialized than Flanders. Manufacturing for the most part remained in the handicraft stage, but Lille, Douai, Cambrai, and Amiens echoed the textile busyness of the nearby Flemish towns. Internal commerce was hampered by bad roads and feudal tolls, but favored by canals and rivers that constituted a system of natural highways throughout France. The rising business class, in alliance with the kings, had attained by 1300 to a high position in the state and to a degree of wealth that shocked the land-rich, money-poor nobility. Merchant oligarchies ruled the cities, controlled the guilds, and jealously restricted production and trade. Here, as in Flanders, a revolutionary proletariat simmered in the towns. In 1300, an uprising of poor peasants, known to history as pastoureaux, or shepherds, surged through the cities, as in 1251, gathering resentful prolétaires in its wake. Led by a rebel monk, they marched southward, mostly barefoot and unarmed, proclaiming Jerusalem as their goal. Hungry, they pillaged shops and fields. Resisted, they found weapons and became an army. In Paris, they broke open the jails and defeated the troops of the king. Philip IV shut himself up in the Louvre. The nobles retired to their strongholds. The merchants cowered in their homes. The horde passed on, swelled by the destitute of the capital. Now it numbered 40,000 men and women, ruffians and pietists. At Verdun, Auch, and Toulouse, they slaughtered all available Jews. When they gathered in Aigues-Mortes, on the Mediterranean, The seneschal or sheriff of Carcassonne surrounded them with his forces, cut off their supplies, and waited till all the rebels had died of starvation or pestilence, except a few, whom he hanged. What kind of government was it that left France at the mercy of greedy wealth and lawless poverty? In many ways it was the ablest government in Europe. The strong kings of the 13th century had subjected the feudal lords to the state, had organized a national judiciary and administration with a trained civil service, and had on occasion summoned an estates or states general. Originally a general gathering of estate owners, then a consultative assembly of delegates from the nobility, the clergy, and the burgesses or middle class. All Europe admired the French court, where powerful dukes, counts, and knights mingled with silk-robed women in elegant festivities and graceful cuckoldry, and clashing jousts in glittering tournaments sustained the glamour of chivalry. King John of Bohemia called Paris the most chivalrous residence in the world, and avowed that he could not bear to live outside it. Petrarch, visiting it in 1331, described it less romantically. Paris, though always inferior to its fame and much indebted to the lies of its own people, is undoubtedly a great city. To be sure, I never saw a dirtier place, except Avignon. But at the same time it contains the most learned men, and is like a great basket in which are collected the rarest fruits of every country. There was a time when, from the ferocity of their manners, the French were reckoned barbarians. At present the case is wholly changed. A gay disposition, love of society, ease, and playfulness in conversation now characterize them. They seek every opportunity of distinguishing themselves and making war against all cares with joking, laughing, singing, eating, and drinking. Philip IV, despite his quasi-piratical confiscations from Templars and Jews, bequeathed an almost empty treasury to his son in 1314. Louis X died after a brief reign in 1316, leaving no heir but a pregnant wife. After an interval, his brother was crowned as Philip V. A rival faction sought the throne for Louis's 4-year-old daughter Jeanne. But an assembly of nobles and clergy issued the famous ruling in 1316 that the laws and customs inviolably observed among the Franks excluded daughters from the crown. When Philip himself died sonless in 1322, this ruling was repeated to bar his own daughter from the throne, and his brother was proclaimed king as Charles IV. Very probably the decisions aimed also to exclude from the succession the sister of Philip IV, Isabel, who had married Edward II of England and had borne Edward III in 1312. The French were resolved that no English king should rule France. When Charles IV died without male issue in 1328, the direct line of Capetian kings came to an end. Edward III, who had become King of England the year before, presented to the assembled aristocracy of France his claim to the French throne as a grandson of Philip IV and the most direct living descendant from Hugh Capet. The assembly denied his claim on the ground that Edward's mother could not transmit to him a crown from which she herself had been excluded by the rulings of 1316 and 1322. The barons preferred a nephew of Philip IV, a Count of Valois. So Philip VI began that Valois dynasty which ruled France till Henry IV inaugurated the Bourbon line in 1589. Edward protested, but in 1329 he came to Amiens and did homage, and pledged full loyalty to Philip VI as his feudal lord for Gascony, Guienne, and Ponthieu. As Edward grew in years and wile, he repented his homage, and dreamed again of sitting on 2 thrones at once. His advisers assured him that the new Philip was a weakling, who planned to leave soon on a crusade to the Holy Land. It seemed a propitious time to begin the 100 Years' War. 2. The Road to Crécy, 1337 to 1347. In 1337, Edward formally renewed his claim to the French crown. The rejection of his claim was only the proximate cause of war. After the Norman conquest of England, Normandy had for 138 years belonged to the English kings. Philip II had reconquered it for France in 1204. Now many English nobles of Norman descent could look upon the coming war as an attempt to regain their motherland. Part of English Guienne had been nibbled away by Philip IV and Charles IV. Guienne was fragrant with vineyards, and the wine trade of Bordeaux was too precious a boon to England to be lamely lost merely to defer by a few years the death of 10,000 Englishmen. Scotland was a burr in England's side,
and the French had repeatedly allied themselves with Scotland in its wars with England. The North Sea was full of fish. The English navy claimed sovereignty in those waters, in the Channel, in the Bay of Biscay, and it captured French ships that flouted this first proclamation of English rule over the waves. Flanders was a vital outlet for British wool. English nobles, whose sheep grew the wool, English merchants who exported it, disliked the dependence of their prime market on the goodwill of the King of France. In 1336, the Count of Flanders ordered all Britons there to be jailed. Apparently Philip VI had recommended this as a precaution against English plots. Edward III retaliated by ordering the arrest of all Flemings in England and forbidding the export of wool to Flanders. Within a week, the Flemish looms stopped for lack of material. Workers darkened the streets crying for employment. At Ghent, artisans and manufacturers united in renouncing allegiance to the Count. They chose an alleged brewer, Jacob van Artevelde, as governor of the city, and approved his policy of seeking the friendship and wool of England, this in 1337. Edward lifted the embargo. The Count fled to Paris. All Flanders accepted Artevelde's dictatorship and agreed to join England in war on France. On November 1st, 1337, Edward III, following the custom of chivalry, sent to Philip VI the formal declaration that after 3 days England would begin hostilities. The first major encounter of the 100 Years' War was a naval engagement off the Flemish coast at Sluis in 1340, where the English navy destroyed 142 of the 172 vessels in the French fleet. Later in that year, Joan of Valois, sister of Philip and mother-in-law of Edward, left her convent at Fontenelle and induced the French king to commission her as an emissary of peace. Proceeding through many perils to the camp of the English leaders, she won their consent to a conference, and her heroic mediation persuaded the kings to a 9-month truce. By the efforts of Pope Clement VI, peace was maintained till 1346. During this lucid interval, class war seized the stage. The well-organized weavers of Ghent were the aristocracy of labor in the lowlands. They denounced Artevelde as a cruel tyrant, an embezzler of public funds, a tool of England and the bourgeoisie. Artevelde had proposed that Flanders should accept the Prince of Wales as its ruler, and Edward III came to Sluis to confirm the arrangement. When Artevelde returned from Sluis to Ghent, his house was surrounded by an angry crowd. He pleaded for his life as a true Flemish patriot, but he was dragged into the street and hacked to death in 1345. The weavers established a proletarian dictatorship in Ghent and sent agents through Flanders to urge the workers to revolt. But the Ghent fullers fell out with the weavers were deposed, and many of them were massacred. The people tired of their new government, and Louis de Malle, now Count of Flanders, brought all its cities under his rule. The truce having expired, Edward III invaded and devastated Normandy. On August 26, 1346, the English and French armies met at Crécy and prepared for a decisive battle. Leaders and men on both sides heard Mass, ate the body and drank the blood of Jesus Christ, and asked his aid in dispatching one another. Then they fought with courage and ferocity, giving no quarter. Edward, the Black Prince, earned on that day the praise of his victorious father. Philip VI himself stood his ground till only 6 of his soldiers were left on the field. 30,000 men, in Froissart's loose estimate, died in that one engagement. Feudalism almost died there too. The mounted chivalry of France, charging gallantly with short lances, stopped helpless before a wall of long English pikes pointed at their horses' breasts, while English bowmen on the wings scattered death among the chevaliers. The long heyday of cavalry, which had dawned at Adrianople 968 years before, here began to fade. Infantry came to the fore, and the military supremacy of the aristocracy declined. Artillery was used at Crécy on a small scale, but the difficulties of moving and reloading it made it more troublesome than effective, so that Villani limited its usefulness to its noise. From Crécy, Edward led his army to the siege of Calais, and there employed cannon against the walls, this in 1347. The town held out for a year. Then, starving, it accepted Edward's condition that the survivors might leave in peace if 6 principal citizens would come to him with ropes around their necks and the keys of the city in their hands. 6 so volunteered, and when they stood before the king, he ordered them beheaded. The Queen of England knelt before him and begged for their lives.
He yielded to her, and she had the men escorted to their homes in safety. The women stand out with more credit than the kings in history, and fight bravely a desperate battle to civilize the men. Calais became now, and remained till 1558, a part of England, a strategic outlet for her goods and troops upon the continent. In 1348 it rebelled. Edward besieged it again, and himself, incognito, fought in the assault. A French knight, Eustace de Ribeaumont, twice struck Edward down, but was overpowered and made prisoner. When the city had been retaken, Edward entertained his noble captives at dinner. English lords and the Prince of Wales waited on them, and Edward said to Ribeaumont, "Sir Eustace, you are the most valiant knight in Christendom that I ever saw attack an enemy. I adjudge to you the prize of valor above all the knights of my court." Removing from his head a rich chaplet that he wore, the English king placed it upon the head of the French chevalier, saying, "Sir Eustace, I present you with this chaplet, and beg of you to wear it this year for love of me. I know that you are lively and amorous, and love the company of ladies and damsels. Therefore say, wherever you go, that I gave it to you. I also give you your liberty, free of ransom, and you may go whither you will." Here and there, amid greed and slaughter, chivalry survived, and the legends of Arthur came close to living history in the pages of Froissart. 3. Black Death and Other, 1348 to 1349. The Great Plague fell impartially upon an England prosperous with French spoils, and a France desolate in defeat. Pestilence was a normal incident in medieval history. It harried Europe during 32 years of the 14th century, 41 years of the 15th, 30 years of the 16th. So nature and human ignorance, those resolute Malthusians, cooperated with war and famine to counteract the reproductive ecstasies of mankind. The Black Death was the worst of these visitations, and probably the most terrible physical calamity in historic times. It came to Provence and France from Italy, and perhaps more directly from the Near East through Oriental rats landing at Marseille. In Narbonne, said a dubious tradition, 30,000 persons died of it. In Paris, 50,000. In Europe, 25 million. Perhaps altogether 1/4 of the population of the civilized world. The medical profession was helpless. It did not know the cause of the disease. Guidozato and Yersin discovered the bacillus of the bubonic plague in 1894, and could only recommend bleedings, purges, cordials, cleanliness of home and person, and fumigation with vapors of vinegar. A few physicians and priests, fearing infection, refused to treat the sick, but the great majority of them faced the ordeal manfully. Thousands of doctors and clergymen gave their lives. Of 28 cardinals alive in 1348, 9 were dead a year later. Of 64 archbishops, 25. Of 375 bishops, 207. The epidemic had effects in every sphere of life. As the poor died in greater proportion than the rich, a shortage of labor followed. Thousands of acres were left untilled. Millions of herring died a natural death. Labor enjoyed for a while an improved bargaining power. It raised its wages, repudiated many surviving feudal obligations, and staged revolts that kept noble teeth on edge for half a century. Even priests struck for higher pay. Serfs left farms for cities, industry expanded, the business class made further gains on the landed aristocracy. Public sanitation was goaded into moderate improvements. The immensity of the suffering and the tragedy weakened many minds, producing contagious neuroses. Whole groups seemed to go mad in unison, like the flagellants who in 1349, as they had done in the 13th century, marched through the city streets almost naked, beating themselves in penitence, preaching the Last Judgment, utopias, and pogroms. People listened with more than customary eagerness to mind-readers, dream interpreters, sorcerers, quacks, and other charlatans. Orthodox faith was weakened. Superstition flourished. Strange reasons were given for the plague. Some ascribed it to an untimely conjunction of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, others to the poisoning of wells by lepers or Jews. Jews were killed in 100 towns from Brussels to Breslau in 1348 and 49. Social order was almost destroyed by the death of thousands of police, judges, government officials, bishops, and priests. Even the business of war suffered a passing decline. From the siege of Calais to the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, the 100 Years' War dallied in reluctant truce. while the decimated ranks of the infantry were replenished with men too poor to value life at more than a few shillings above death. Philip VI consoled himself for plague and defeat by marrying, at 56, Blanche of Navarre, 18, whom he had intended for his son. 7 months later he died. This son, John II, the Good, who ruled from 1350 to 1364, was good indeed to the nobles. He absolved them from taxes, paid them to defend their lands against the English, and maintained all the forms and graces of chivalry. He also debased the currency as an old way to pay war debts, repeatedly raised taxes on the lower and middle classes, and marched off in splendor to meet the English at Poitiers. There his 15,000 knights, Scots, and servitors were routed, slain, or captured by the 7,000 men of the Black Prince. And King John himself, fighting lustily, leading foolishly, was among the prisoners, along with his son Philip, 17 earls, and countless barons, knights, and squires. Most of these were allowed to ransom themselves on the spot, and many were freed on their promise to bring their ransom to Bordeaux by Christmas. The prince treated the king royally, and took him leisurely to England. 4. Revolution and Renewal, 1357 to 1380. All France fell into chaos after the disaster at Poitiers. The dishonesty and incompetence of the government, the depreciation of the currency, the costly ransoms of kings and knights, the desolations of war and plague, and the discouraging taxes laid upon agriculture, industry, and trade brought the nation to desperate revolt. A States General of the northern provinces, summoned to Paris by the 19-year-old Dauphin, Charles of Valois, to raise new taxes, undertook to establish a parliamentary government in France. Paris and other cities had long had parlements, but these were small appointive bodies, usually of jurists, normally limited to giving legal advice to the local ruler or the king, and registering his decrees as part of French law. This States General, controlled by a transient coalition of clergy and bourgeoisie, demanded of the Royal Council why the vast sums raised for war had produced only undisciplined troops and shameful defeats. It ordered the arrest of 22 governmental agents and commanded the administrators of the Treasury to return the sums they were accused of embezzling. It imposed restrictions on the royal prerogative. It thought even of deposing John the Good, barring his sons from the succession, and giving the throne of France to King Charles the Bad of Navarre, a lineal descendant of Hugh Capet. Appeased by the prudent humility of the Dauphin, it recognized him as regent and voted him funds for 30,000 men-at-arms. But it bade him dismiss corrupt or ignorant officials, warned him against tampering with the coinage, and appointed a committee of 36 men to keep an eye on the operations and expenditures of the government. Judges were condemned for their extravagant equipage, their dilatory idleness, their calendars 20 years behind. Hereafter they were to begin their sessions at sunrise, at the same hour when honest citizens went to their shops or their fields. This great ordinance of 1357 also forbade nobles to leave France or to wage private war, and instructed the local authorities of the towns to arrest any noble violating this edict. In effect, the aristocracy was to be subject to the communes, the nobles to the business class. King, prince, and barons were to obey the chosen representatives of the people. France was to have a constitutional government 4 centuries before the Revolution. The Dauphin signed the ordinance in March and began to evade it in April. The English were demanding a ruinous ransom for his father and were threatening an advance upon Paris. The people were slow in paying taxes on the novel ground that these could properly be levied only by the States General. Hard-pressed for cash, Charles called this body to reassemble on February 1st, 1358. Meanwhile, he further debased the currency to increase his funds. On February 2nd, Etienne Marcel, a rich merchant who, as head of the merchant guilds, had played a leading part in formulating the Great Ordinance, and had been governing Paris for a year, led an armed band of citizens, all wearing hoods of the city's official colors, blue and red, into the royal palace. He rebuked Charles for disobeying the instructions of the States General, and when the prince would not pledge obedience, Marcel had his men kill 2 chamberlains who guarded the Dauphin, so that their blood spurted upon the royal robe. The new States General was horrified by this audacious violence. Nevertheless, it advanced the revolution by decreeing, in May 1358, that thereafter only the States General should enact laws for France, and that in all important matters the king was to act only with the approval of the estates.
Many members of the nobility and clergy fled from Paris. Many administrative officials abandoned their posts in fear of their lives. Marcel replaced them with burgesses, and for a time the merchants of Paris attempted to rule France. The Dauphin took refuge with nobles in Picardy, raised an army, and called upon the people of Paris to surrender to him the leaders of the revolt. Marcel organized the capital for defense, ringed it with new walls, and occupied the Louvre, then the seat and symbol of sovereignty. While revolution captured Paris, the peasants of the countryside thought it an opportune time to revenge themselves on their masters. Still mostly serf, taxed to equip their lords, taxed to ransom them, pillaged by soldiers and brigands, tortured to disclose their laborious savings, decimated by plague and starved by war, they rose in uncalculating fury, forced their way into feudal castles, cut all the noble throats their knives could reach, and relieved their hunger and thirst in baronial hoards and cellars. The nobles had traditionally given the typically good-natured peasant the nickname of Jacques Bonhomme, James Goodman. Now thousands of such Jacques, their patience spent, plunged into ferocious Jacquerie, slew their lords, violated the ladies, murdered the heirs, and dressed their own wives in the finery of the dead. Hoping that this rural revolution would divert the Dauphin from attacking Paris, Marcel sent 800 of his men to aid the peasants. So reinforced, they marched upon Meaux. The Duchesses of Orléans and Normandy, and many other women of lofty pedigree, had sought refuge there. Now they saw a mob of serfs and tenants pouring into the town, and gave themselves up as lost in both virtue and life. Then, miraculously, as in some Arthurian romance, a knightly band returning from a crusade galloped into Meaux, fell upon the peasants, killed thousands of them, and flung them by heaps into neighboring streams. The nobles came out of hiding, laid punitive fines upon the villages, and went through the countryside, massacring 20,000 rustics, rebel or innocent. This in June 1358. The forces of the Dauphin approached Paris and cut off its food supply. Despairing of successful resistance by other means, Marcel offered the crown to Charles the Bad and prepared to admit his forces into the city. Rejecting this plan as treason, Marcel's aide and friend, Jean Maillard, made a secret agreement with the Dauphin, and on July 31st, Jean and others slew Marcel with an axe. The Dauphin entered Paris at the head of the armed nobility. He behaved with moderation and caution, and set himself to ransom his father and to restore the morale and economy of France. The men who had tried to create a sovereign parliament retreated into obscurity and silence. The grateful nobles rallied around the throne, and the States General became the obedient instrument of a strengthened monarchy. In November 1359, Edward III landed with a fresh army at Calais. He avoided Paris, respecting the walls recently raised by Marcel, but he subjected the surrounding country, from Reims to Chartres, to so systematic a destruction of crops that Paris again starved. Charles pleaded for peace on abject terms. France would yield Gascony and Guyenne to England, free from all feudal bond to the French king. It would also cede Poitou, Périgord, Crécy, Saintonge, Rouergue, Calais, Ponthieu, Aunis, Angoumois, Agenois, Limousin, and Bigorre. And it would pay 3 million crowns for the return of its king. In return, Edward renounced, for himself and his descendants, all claim to the throne of France. This Peace of Bretigny was signed on May 8, 1360, and 1/3 of France fretted and fumed under English rule. 2 sons of King John, the Dukes of Anjou and Berry, were sent to England as hostages for French fidelity to the treaty. John returned to Paris amid the ringing of bells and the joy of the noble and the simple. When the Duke of Anjou broke parole and escaped to join his wife, King John returned to England to replace his son as hostage, and in the hope of negotiating a milder peace. Edward received him as a guest and feted him daily as the flower of chivalry. John died in London in 1364 and was buried in St. Paul's, captive in death. The Dauphin, aged 26, became Charles V of France. He deserved the name Le Sage, the Wise, which his people gave him, if only because he knew how to win battles without raising a hand. His right hand was perpetually swollen, and his arm was limp, so that he could not lift a lance. It was said that he had been poisoned by Charles the Bad.
Half forced to a sedentary life, he gathered about him prudent counselors, reorganized every department of the government, reformed the judiciary, rebuilt the army, encouraged industry, stabilized the currency, supported literature and art, and collected in the Louvre the royal library that provided classic texts and translations for the French Renaissance, and formed the nucleus of the Bibliothèque Nationale. He yielded to the nobles in restoring feudal tolls, but he went over their heads to appoint as constable, commander-in-chief of all French armies, a swarthy, flat-nosed, thick-necked, massive-headed Breton, Bertrand du Guesclin. Faith in the superiority of this eagle of Brittany to all English generals shared in determining Charles to undertake the redemption of France from English rule. In 1369 he sent Edward III a formal declaration of war. The Black Prince responded by subduing Limoges and massacring 3,000 men, women, and children. This was his conception of political education. It proved inadequate. Every city in his path fortified, garrisoned, and provisioned itself to successful defense, and the prince was reduced to laying waste the open country, burning the crops, and razing the deserted homes of the peasantry. Du Guesclin refrained from giving battle, but harassed the princely rear, captured foragers, and waited for the English troops to starve. They did, and retreated. Du Guesclin advanced. One by one, the ceded provinces were reclaimed. And after 2 years of remarkable generalship, and the mutual loyalty of commander and king, the English were driven from all of France except Bordeaux, Brest, Cherbourg, and Calais. France for the first time reached to the Pyrenees. Charles and his great constable could die with honors in the same year, 1380, on the crest of victory. 5. The Mad King, 1380 to 1422. The gamble of hereditary monarchy now replaced a competent ruler with a lovable idiot. Charles VI was 12 when his father died. His uncles acted as regents till he was 20, and allowed him to grow up in irresponsible debauchery while half of Europe marched to the brink of revolution. In 1359, the workingmen of Bruges, wearing red hats, stormed the historic Hôtel de Ville in transient revolt. In 1366, the lower classes of Ypres rose in rebellion, preaching a holy war against the rich. In 1378, the Ciompi established in Florence the dictatorship of the proletariat. In 1379, the starving peasants of Languedoc, south-central France, began 6 years of guerrilla warfare against nobles and priests under a leader who gave orders to kill all who have soft hands. Workers revolted in Strasbourg in 1380, in London in 1381, in Cologne in 1396. From 1379 to 1382, a revolutionary government ruled Ghent. In Rouen, a stout draper was crowned king by an uprising of town laborers. And in Paris, the people killed with leaden mallets the tax collectors of the king, this in 1382. Charles VI took the reins of government in 1388, and for 4 years reigned so well that he won the name of Bien-Aimé, well-beloved. But in 1392 he went insane. He could no longer recognize his wife, and begged the strange woman to cease her importunities. Soon only the humblest servants paid any attention to him. For 5 months he had no change of clothes, and when at last it was decided to bathe him, a dozen men were needed to overcome his reluctance. For 30 years the French crown was worn by a pitiful imbecile, while a virile young king prepared to renew the English attack upon France. On August 11, 1415, Henry V sailed from England with 1,300 vessels and 11,000 men. On the 14th, they landed near Harfleur, at the mouth of the Seine. Harfleur resisted gallantly and in vain. Jubilant with victory and hurried by dysentery, the English marched toward Calais. The chivalry of France met them at Agincourt, close to Crécy, on October 25th. The French, having learned nothing from Crécy and Poitiers, still relied on cavalry. Many of their horses were immobilized by mud. Those that advanced met the sharp stakes that the English had planted at an angle in the ground around their bowmen. The discouraged horses turned and charged their own army. The English fell upon this chaotic mass with maces, hatchets, and swords. Their king Hal led them valiantly, too excited for fear. And their victory was overwhelming. French historians estimated the English loss at 1,600, the French loss at 10,000. Henry returned to France in 1417 and besieged Rouen. The citizens ate up their food supply, then their horses, their dogs, their cats. To save food, women, children, and old men were thrust forth beyond the city walls. They sought passage through the English lines, were refused, remained foodless and shelterless between their relatives and their enemies, and starved to death. 50,000 French died of starvation in that merciless siege. When the town surrendered, Henry restrained his army from massacring the survivors, but he levied upon them a fine of 300,000 crowns and kept them in prison till the total was paid. In 1419 he advanced upon a Paris in which nothing remained but corruption, destitution, brutality, and class war. Outdoing the humiliation of 1360, France, by the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, surrendered everything, even honor. Charles VI gave his daughter Catherine to Henry V in marriage, promised to bequeath to him the French throne, turned over to him the governance of France, and to clear up any ambiguity, disowned the Dauphin as his son. Queen Isabel, for an annuity of 24,000 francs, made no defense against this charge of adultery. And indeed, in the royal courts of that age, it was not easy for a woman to know who was the father of her child. The Dauphin, holding South France, repudiated the treaty and organized his Gascon and Armagnac bands to carry on the war. But the King of England reigned in the Louvre. 2 years later, Henry V died of dysentery. The germs had not signed the treaty. When Charles VI followed him in 1422, Henry VI of England was crowned King of France, but as he was not yet a year old, the Duke of Bedford ruled as his regent. The Duke governed severely, but as justly as any Englishman could govern France. He suppressed brigandage by hanging 10,000 bandits in a year. Judge therefrom the condition of the land. Demobilized soldiers, écorcheurs, or skinners, coquillards, or shellmen, made the highways perilous and terrorized even large cities like Paris and Dijon. Over Normandy, the ravage of war had passed back and forth like an infernal murderous tide. Even in luckier Languedoc, a third of the population had disappeared. Peasants fled to the cities or hid in caves or fortified themselves in churches as armies or feudal factions or robber bands approached. Many peasants never returned to their precarious holdings, but lived by beggary or thievery, or died of starvation or plague. Churches, farms, whole towns were abandoned and left to decay. In Paris in 1422 there were 24,000 empty houses, 80,000 beggars, in a population of some 300,000. People ate the flesh and entrails of dogs. The cries of hungry children haunted the streets. 6. Life among the ruins. Morals were such as any country might expect from so long and tragic a disablement of economy and government. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. Morals were such as any country might expect from so long and tragic a disablement of economy and government. Geoffrey de la Tour-Landry, about 1372, wrote 2 books to guide his children in the chaos. Only that which he addressed to his daughters survives. It is a gentle and tender volume, warm with parental love, and disturbed by solicitude for a virginity especially unstable in a time when many women came through generous sins to ungenerous contumely. Against such temptations, the good knight thought, the best protection was frequent prayer. The book reflects an age still clinging to civilized sentiments and moral sense. 70 years later, we come to the gruesome figure of the Maréchal de Retz, or Retz, a great and wealthy lord of Brittany. It was his custom to invite children into his castle on pretense of training them for the chapel choir. One by one he killed them and offered them in sacrifice to demons, of whom he begged magic powers. But also he killed for pleasure, and, we are told, laughed at the cries of his tortured or dying choristers. For 14 years he followed this routine, until at last the father of a victim dared to indict him. He confessed all these details and was hanged in 1440, but only because he had offended the Duke of Brittany. Men of his rank could seldom be brought to justice, whatever their crimes. Yet the aristocracy to which he belonged produced heroes in abundance, like King John of Bohemia or the Gaston Phoebus de Foix, so loved and lauded by Froissart. The final flowers of chivalry blossomed in this mire. The morality of the people shared in the common debacle. Cruelty,
treachery, and corruption were endemic. Commoner and governor were alike open to bribes. Profanity flourished. Chancellor Gerson complained that the most sacred festivals were passed in card-playing, gambling, and blasphemy. Sharpers, forgers, thieves, vagabonds, and beggars clogged the streets by day and gathered at night to enjoy their gleanings, at Paris, in the Cour des Miracles, so called because the mendicants who had posed as cripples during the day appeared there marvelously sound in every limb. Sodomy was frequent, prostitution was general, adultery was almost universal. A sect of Adamites in the 14th century advocated nudism and practiced it in public till the Inquisition suppressed them. Obscene pictures were as widely marketed as now. According to Gerson, they were sold even in churches and on holy days. Poets like Deschamps wrote erotic ballads for noble dames. Nicolas de Clémanges, archdeacon of Bayeux, described the convents of his district as sanctuaries devoted to the cult of Venus. It was taken as a matter of course that kings and princes should have mistresses, since royal, and many noble, marriages were political matches involving, it was held, no due of love. High-born ladies continued to hold formal discussions on the casuistry of sexual relations. Philip the Bold of Burgundy established a court of love in Paris in 1401. Amid or beneath this moneyed laxity there were presumably some virtuous women and honest men. We catch a fleeting glimpse of them in a strange book written about 1393 by an anonymous sexagenarian known as the ménagier, or householder, of Paris. I believe that when two good and honorable people are wed, all loves are put off, save only the love of each for the other. And meseems that when they are in each other's presence, they look upon each other more than upon the others. They clasp and hold each other, and they do not willingly speak and make signs, save to each other. And all their special pleasure, their chief desire and perfect joy, is to do pleasure or obedience one to the other. Persecutions of Jews, 1306, 1384, 1396, and lepers, 1321, trials and executions of animals for injuring or copulating with human beings, public hangings that drew immense crowds of eager spectators, entered into the picture of the age. In the cemetery of the Church of the Innocents at Paris, so many newly dead sought admission that bodies were exhumed as soon as the flesh might be expected to have fallen from the bones. The bones were indiscriminately piled in charnel houses alongside the cloisters. Nevertheless, these cloisters were a popular rendezvous. Shops were set up there, and prostitutes invited patronage. On a wall of the cemetery, an artist labored for months in 1424 to paint a dance of death, in which demons, pirouetting with men, women, and children, led them step by merry step to hell. This became a symbolic theme of a desperate age. A play presented it at Bruges in 1449. Dürer, Holbein, and Bosch would illustrate it in their art. Pessimism wrote half the poetry of the period. Deschamps reviled life in almost all its parts. The world seemed to him like a weak, timorous, covetous old man, confused and decayed. All goes badly, he concluded. Gerson agreed with him. We lived in the senility of the world, and the last judgment was near. An old woman thought that every twitch of pain in her toes announced another soul heaved into hell. Her estimate was moderate. According to popular belief, no one had entered paradise in the past 30 years. What did religion do in this collapse of an assaulted nation? In the first 4 decades of the 100 Years' War, the popes, immured at Avignon, received the protection and commands of the French kings. Much of the revenues drawn from Europe by the popes of that captivity went to those kings to finance the struggle of life and death against Britain. In 11 years, from 1345 to 1355, the Church advanced 3,392 florins, or about $84,800,000 to the monarchy. The popes tried again and again to end the war, but failed. The Church suffered grievously from the century-long devastation of France. Hundreds of churches and monasteries were abandoned or destroyed, and the lower clergy shared in the demoralization of the age. Knights and footmen ignored religion until the hour of battle or death, and must have felt some qualms of greed at the maddening indifference of the skies. The people, while breaking all the commandments, clung fearfully to the church and the faith. They brought their pennies and their griefs to the comforting shrines of the Mother of God. They rose en masse to religious ecstasy at the earnest preaching of Friar Richard or St. Vincent Ferrer. Some houses had statuettes of the Virgin so contrived that a touch would open her abdomen and reveal the Trinity. The intellectual leaders of the Church in this period were mostly Frenchmen. Pierre d'Ailly was not only one of the most suggestive scientists of the time, he was among the ablest and most incorruptible leaders of the Church. And he was one of the ecclesiastical statesmen who, at the Council of Constance, healed the schism in the papacy. As director of the College of Navarre in Paris, he had among his pupils a youth who became the outstanding theologian of his generation. Jean de Gerson visited the lowlands and was much impressed by the mysticism of Ruysbroek and the Moderna Devotio of the Brethren of the Common Life. When he became Chancellor of the University of Paris in 1395, he sought to introduce this form of piety into France, even while censuring the egoism and pantheism of the mystic school. His 6 sisters were overcome by his arguments and example, and we are told that they remained virgins to the end of their lives. Gerson condemned the superstitions of the populace and the quackeries of astrology, magic, and medicine, but he admitted that charms may have efficacy by working upon the imagination. Our knowledge of the stars, he thought, was too imperfect to allow specific predictions. We cannot even reckon a solar year precisely. We cannot tell the true positions of the stars because their light is refracted, as it passes down to us, through a variety of mediums. Gerson advocated a limited democracy and the supremacy of the councils in the Church, but favored a strong monarchy in France. Perhaps his inconsistency was justified by the condition of his country, which needed order more than liberty. He was a great man in his fashion and generation. His virtues, as Goethe would have said, were his own attainment, while his delusions were infections from the age. He led the movement to depose rival popes and reform the Church, and he shared in sending John Hus and Jerome of Prague to the stake. Amid the destitution of their people, the upper classes glorified their persons and adorned their homes. Common men wore simple jerkins, blouses, culottes or trousers, and high boots. The middle classes, imitating the kings despite sumptuary laws, wore long robes, perhaps dyed in scarlet or edged with fur. Noble lords wore doublets and long hose, handsome capes, and feathered hats that swept the earth in courtly bows. Some men wore horns on the toes of their shoes to correspond with less visible emblems on their heads. High-born ladies affected conical hats like church steeples, straightened themselves in tight jackets and colorful pantaloons, trailed furry skirts over the floor majestically, and graciously displayed their bosoms while enhancing their faces with veils. Buttons were coming into fashion for fastenings, having before been merely ornaments. We are reversing that movement now. Silks, cloth of gold, brocade, lace, jewelry in the hair, on neck and hands and dress and shoes, made even stout women sparkle. And under this protective brilliance nearly all upper-class women developed a Rubensian amplitude. The homes of the poor remained as in former centuries, except that glass windows were now general. But the villas and townhouses, or hotels, of the rich were no longer gloomy donjons. They were commodious and well-furnished mansions, with spacious fountained courts, broad winding stairs, overhanging balconies, and sharply sloping roofs that cut the sky and sloughed the snow. They were equipped with servants' rooms, storerooms, guard-room, porter's room, linen room, laundry, wine cellar, and bakery, in addition to the great hall and bedrooms of the master's family. Some châteaux, like those of Pierrefonds, circa 1390, and Châteaux, circa 1450, already presaged the regal castles of the Loire. Better preserved than any palace of the time is the house of the great capitalist Jacques Coeur at Bourges, a full block long, with Gothic tower of carved stone, ornate cornices and reliefs, and Renaissance windows. The whole costing, we are told, some $4 million in the money of today. Interiors were now sumptuously furnished. Magnificent fireplaces, which could warm at least one side of a room and its occupants, sturdy chairs and tables indefatigably carved, cushioned benches along tapestried walls, gigantic dressers and cupboards displaying gold and silver plate, and far lovelier glass, thick carpets and floors of polished oak or enameled tiles, and high canopied beds vast enough to hold the lord, his lady, and a child or two. On these recumbent thrones the men and women of the 14th and 15th centuries slept naked. Nightgowns were not yet an indispensable impediment. 7. Letters. Among the ruins, men and women continued to write books. The Postulae Perpetuae, of 1322 to 1331, by Nicholas of Lyra, were major contributions to the textual understanding of the Bible, and prepared the way for Erasmus's New Testament and Luther's German translation. The fiction of the period favored light erotic tales like the Cent Nouvelles Nouvelles, 100 novel novels, of Antoine de La Salle, or romances of chivalry like Flore et Blanchefleur. Almost as fictitious was the book of a Liège physician, Jean à la Barbe, who called himself Sir John Mandeville, and published, circa 1370, an account of his alleged travels in Egypt, Asia, Russia, and Poland. John claimed to have visited all the places named in the Gospels: the house where the sweet Virgin went to school, the spot where the water was warmed with which our Lord washed the feet of the apostles, the church in which Mary hid herself to draw milk from her worthy breasts. In this same church is a marble column against which she leaned, and which is still moist from her milk. And wherever her worthy milk fell, the earth is still soft and white. John of the Beard is at his best in describing China, where his eloquence was least cramped by erudition. Now and then he verges on science, as when he tells how a man traveled ever eastward until he came to his own country again, like Jules Verne's Monsieur Passepartout. He drank twice at the Fountain of Youth, but returned to Europe, crippled with arthritis, which perhaps he caught by never leaving Liège. These travels, translated into 100 languages, became one of the literary sensations of the later Middle Ages. By far the most brilliant production of French literature in the 14th century was the Chronicles of Jean Froissart. Born at Valenciennes in 1338, he lapsed into poetry at an early age, and at 24 he crossed to London to lay his verses at the feet of Edward III's wife, Philippa of Hainaut. He became her secretary, met English aristocrats, and admired them too frankly to be impartial in his history. Lust for travel soon uprooted him and drew him to Scotland, Bordeaux, Savoy, and Italy. Returning to Hainaut, he became a priest and canon of Chimay. Now he decided to rewrite his book in prose and to extend it at both ends. He traveled again in England and France, sedulously gathering material. Back in Chimay, he dedicated himself to finishing this noble and pleasant history, which will be much in request when I am gone, to encourage all valorous hearts and to show them honorable examples. No romance could be more fascinating. He who begins these 1,200 ample pages with intent to leap from peak to peak will find the valleys inviting too, and will move gladly and leisurely to the end. This priest, like Julius II, loved nothing so much as war. He was allured by action, gallantry, aristocracy. Commoners enter his pages only as victims of lordly strife. He did not inquire into motives. He relied too trustfully on embellished or prejudiced accounts. He made no pretense of adding philosophy to narrative. He was only a chronicler, but of all chroniclers the best. Drama marked time. Mysteries, moralities, miracles, interludes, and farces occupied the stages temporarily erected in the towns. Themes were increasingly secular, and the humor was often scandalous, but religious subjects still predominated, and the people never tired of spectacles representing the Passion of Christ. The most famous theater guild of the time, the Parisian Confrérie de la Passion de Notre Seigneur, specialized in acting the story of Christ's brief stay in Jerusalem. One such passion play, by Arnoul Grabin, ran to 35,000 lines. Poetry, too, had its guilds. Toulouse set up in 1323 a Consistorie de la Gaie Science, or Academy of the Gay Science. Under its auspices, public competitions in poetry sought to revive the art and spirit of the troubadours.
Similar literary societies were formed at Amiens, Douai, and Valenciennes, preparing for the French Academy of Richelieu. Kings and great lords had poets as well as minstrels and buffoons attached to their households. The good René, Duke of Anjou and Lorraine, and titular King of Naples, supported a bevy of poets and artists at his courts in Nancy, Tarascon, and Aix-en-Provence, and so rivaled the best of his rhymers that he received the title of Last of the Troubadours. Charles V took care of Eustache Deschamps, who sang the beauty of women, married, denounced matrimony in a 12,000-line Le Miroir de la Mariage, and bemoaned the misery and wickedness of his time. O age of lead, perverse time, sky of brass, land without fruit, sterile and profitless, people accursed, with every sorrow full. Is it not right that I should mourn you all? For I see nothing in tomorrow's world, grievously sad and all disorderly, comprising every evil in its deeds. Today the time of tribulation comes. Christine de Pizan, reared in Paris as the daughter of Charles V's Italian physician, was left with 3 children and 3 relatives to support when her husband died. She did it miraculously by writing exquisite poetry and patriotic history. She deserves a passing obeisance as the first woman in Western Europe to live by her pen. Alain Chartier was more fortunate. His love poems, like La Belle Dame Sans Merci, which melodiously chided women for hoarding their charms, so captivated the aristocracy that a future Queen of France, Margaret of Scotland, was said to have kissed the lips of the poet as he slept on a bench. Etienne Pasquier, a century later, told the legend charmingly. When many were astonished at this, for to speak the truth, nature had placed a beautiful spirit in a most ungraceful body, the lady told them they must not be surprised at this mystery, for it was not the man whom she desired to kiss, but the lips whence had issued such golden words. The finest French poet of the age did not have to write poetry, for he was the nephew of Charles VI and the father of Louis XII. But Charles, Duke of Orleans, was taken prisoner at Agincourt, and spent 25 years, from 1415 to 1440, in genteel captivity in England. There, heavy of heart, he consoled himself by writing tender verses about the beauty of women and the tragedy of France. For a time all France sang his song of spring. The year has changed his mantle cold of wind, of rain, of bitter air, and he goes clad in cloth of gold, of laughing sun and season fair. No bird or beast or wood or wold, but doth with cry or song declare, the year lays down his mantle cold. Even in England there were pretty girls, and Charles forgot his griefs when modest loveliness passed by. O God, how good it is to see her, gracious one, so good and fair! For all choice virtues that are in her, each will offer praises rare. Who then can weary of her beauty, fresh each day beyond compare? O God, how good it is to see her, gracious one, so good and fair! Allowed at last to return to France, he made his castle at Blois a happy centre of literature and art, where Villon was received despite his poverty and his crimes. When old age came and Charles could no longer join in the revels of his young friends, he made his excuses to them in graceful lines that might have served as his epitaph. Salute for me all the company, where now you meet in camaraderie, and say how gladly I would be one of their band if it could be. Age holds me in captivity. In time long past, youth joyously governed my life. Gone now is he. Lover was I, ne'er more must be. In Paris, led a life so free. Goodbye, good times I ne'er shall see. Salute for me all the company. VIII. Art. The artists of France were in this epoch superior to her poets, but they too suffered from her bitter impoverishment. No lavish patronage supported them, of city, church, or king. The communes, which had expressed the pride of their guilds through majestic temples to an unquestioned faith, had been weakened or destroyed by the extension of royal authority and the enlargement of the economy from a local to a national frame. The French church could no longer finance or inspire such stupendous structures as had risen in the 12th and 13th centuries from the soil of France.
Faith as well as wealth had declined. The hope that in those centuries had undertaken at once the Crusades and the cathedrals, the enterprise and its prayer, had lost its generative ecstasy. It was more than the 14th century could do to finish, in architecture, what a more sanguine era had begun. Even so, Jean Revy completed Notre Dame in Paris in 1351. Rouen added a Lady Chapel in 1302 to a cathedral already dedicated to Our Lady, and Poitiers gave her cathedral its proud west front in 1379. The Rayonnant style of Gothic design was now, from 1275 onward, gradually yielding to a geometrical Gothic that stressed Euclidean figures instead of radiating lines. In this manner, Bordeaux built her cathedral from 1320 to 1325. Caen raised a handsome spire, shattered in the Second World War, on the Church of Saint-Pierre in 1308. Auxerre gave her cathedral a new nave in 1335. Coutances, 1371 to 1386, and Amiens, in 1375, added lovely chapels to their historic shrines, and Rouen enhanced her architectural glory with the noble church of Saint-Ouen from 1318 to 1545. In the final quarter of the 14th century, when France thought herself victorious, her architects displayed a new Gothic, joyous in spirit, exuberant in carved detail, fancifully intricate in tracery, reveling recklessly in ornament. The ogive, or pointed arch of a continued curve, became now an ogee, or tapered arch of a reversed curve, like the tongue of flame that gave the style its flamboyant name. Capitals fell into disuse. Columns were fluted or spiraled. Choir stalls were profusely carved and were closed with iron screens of delicate lacery. Pendentives became stalactites. Vaults were a wilderness of intertwined, disappearing, reappearing ribs. The mullions of the windows shunned the old solid geometrical forms and flowed in charming frailty and incalculable willfulness. Spires seemed built of decoration. Structures vanished behind ornament. The new style made its debut in the chapel of Saint-Jean-Baptiste in 1375 and the Cathedral of Amiens. By 1425 it had captured France. In 1436 it began one of its fragile miracles, the church of Saint-Maclou at Rouen. Perhaps the revival of French courage and arms by Joan of Arc and Charles VII, the growth of mercantile wealth as instanced by Jacques Coeur, and the inclination of the rising bourgeoisie to luxurious ornament helped the flamboyant style to its triumph in the first half of the 15th century. In that feminine form, Gothic survived till French kings and nobles brought back from their wars in Italy the classical architectural ideas of the Renaissance. The growth of civil architecture revealed the rising secularism of the time. Kings and dukes thought there were churches enough and built themselves palaces to impress the people and house their mistresses. Rich burghers spent fortunes on their homes. Municipalities announced their wealth through splendid hôtels de ville or city halls. Some hospitals, like Beaune's, were designed with a fresh and airy beauty that must have lulled the ill to health. At Avignon, the popes and cardinals gathered and nourished a diversity of artists, but the builders, painters, and sculptors of France were now usually grouped about a noble or a king. Charles V built the Châteaux of Vincennes from 1364 to 73, and the Bastille in 1369, and commissioned the versatile André Bonneveux to carve figures of Philip VI, John II, and Charles himself for the imposing array of royal tombs that crowd the ambulatory and crypt of Saint-Denis, this in 1364. Louis of Orléans raised the Château of Pierrefonds, and John, Duke of Berry, though hard on his peasants, was one of the great art patrons of history. For him, Bonneveux illustrated a Psalter in 1402. It was but one in a series of illuminated manuscripts that stand near the top in what might be called the chamber music of the graphic arts. For the same discriminating lord, Jacques Mar de Hedin painted Les Petites Heures, Les Belles Heures, and Les Grandes Heures, all illustrating books of hours for the canonical daily prayers. Again for Duke John, the brothers Paul, Jeannequin, and Hermant Maluel of Limburg produced Les Tres Richeurs in 1416, 65 delicately beautiful miniatures picturing the life and scenery of France. Nobles hunting, peasants working, a countryside purified with snow. These very rich hours, now hidden even from tourist eyes in the Condé Museum at Chantilly, and the miniatures made for Le Bon Roi, René of Anjou, were almost the last triumphs of illumination. For in the 15th century that art was challenged both by woodblock engraving and by the development of thriving schools of mural and easel painting at Fontainebleau, Amiens, Bourges, Tours, Moulins, Avignon, and Dijon, not to speak of the masters who worked for the Dukes of Burgundy. Bonneveux and the Van Eycks brought Flemish styles of painting to France, and through Simone Martini and other Italians at Avignon and the Angevin rule in Naples, from 1268 to 1435, Italian art influenced the French long before French arms invaded Italy. By 1450, French painting stood on its own feet, and marked its coming of age with the anonymous Pietà of Villeneuve, now in the Louvre. Jean Fouquet is the first clear personality in French painting. Born at Tours in 1416, he studied for 7 years in Italy from 1440 to 1447, and returned to France with that predilection for classical architectural backgrounds which in the 17th century would become a mania with Nicolas Poussin and Claude Lorrain. Nevertheless, he painted several portraits that are powerful revelations of character. Archbishop Juvenal des Ursins, Chancellor of France, stout and stern and resolute, and not too pious for statesmanship. Etienne Chevalier, treasurer of the realm, a melancholy man troubled by the impossibility of raising money as fast as the government can spend it. Charles VII himself, after Agnès Sorel had made a man of him, and Agnès in the rosy flesh, transformed by Fouquet into a cold and stately virgin with downcast eyes and uplifted breast. For Chevalier, Jean illuminated a Book of Hours, brightening the tedium of ritual prayer with almost fragrant scenes from the valley of the Loire. An enameled medallion in the Louvre preserves Fouquet as he saw himself, no princely Raphael riding high, but a simple artisan of the brush, dressed for work, eager and diffident, worried and resolved, bearing the mark of a century of poverty on his brow. However, he passed without mishap from one reign to another, and rose at last to be peintre du roi for the incalculable Louis XI. After many years of labor comes success, and soon thereafter death. 9. Joan of Arc, 1412 to 1431. In 1422, the repudiated son of Charles VI had himself proclaimed king as Charles VII. In her desolation, France looked to him for help, and fell into deeper despair. This timid, listless, heedless youth of 20 hardly credited his own proclamation, and probably shared the doubts of Frenchmen as to the legitimacy of his birth. Fouquet's portrait of him shows a sad and homely face, pockets under the eyes, and an overreaching nose. He was fearfully religious, heard 3 masses daily, and allowed no canonical hour to pass without reciting its appointed prayers. In the intervals he attended to a long succession of mistresses, and begot 12 children upon his virtuous wife. He pawned his jewels, and most of the clothes from his back, to finance resistance to England, but he had no stomach for war, and left the struggle to his ministers and his generals. Neither were they enthusiastic or alert. They quarreled jealously among themselves, all but the faithful Jean Dunois, the natural son of Louis, Duke of Orléans. When the English moved south to lay siege to that city in 1428, no concerted action was taken to resist them, and disorder was the order of the day. Orléans lay at a bend in the Loire. If it fell, all the south, now hesitantly loyal to Charles VII, would join the north to make France an English colony. North and south alike watched the siege and prayed for a miracle. Even the distant village of Domremy, half asleep by the Meuse on the eastern border of France, followed the struggle with patriotic and religious passion. The peasants there were fully medieval in faith and sentiment. They lived from nature, but in the supernatural. They were sure that spirits dwelled in the surrounding air, and many women vowed that they had seen and talked with them. Men as well as women there, as generally throughout rural France, thought of the English as devils who hid their tails in their coat-tails. Some day, said a prophecy current in the village, God would send a Pucelle, a virgin maid, to save France from these demons, and end the long satanic reign of war.
The wife of the mayor of Domremy whispered these hopes to her goddaughter Joan. Joan's father, Jacques d'Arc, was a prosperous farmer and probably gave no mind to such tales. Joan was noted among these pious people for her piety. She was fond of going to church, confessed regularly and fervently, and busied herself with parochial charities. In her little garden the fowls and the birds ate from her hand. One day, when she had been fasting, she thought she saw a strange light over her head, and that she heard a voice saying, "Jeanne, be a good obedient child. Go often to church." She was then, 1424, in her 13th year. Perhaps some physiological changes mystified her at this most impressionable time. During the next 5 years, her voices, as she called the apparitions, spoke many counsels to her, until at last it seemed to her that the Archangel Michael himself commanded her, "Go to the succor of the King of France, and thou shalt restore his kingdom. Go to Monsieur Baudricourt, captain at Vaucouleurs, and he will conduct thee to the king." And at another time the voice said, "Daughter of God, thou shalt lead the Dauphin to Reims, that he may there receive worthily his anointing and coronation." For until Charles should be anointed by the Church, France would doubt his divine right to rule. But if the holy oil should be poured upon his head, France would unite behind him and be saved. After a long and troubled hesitation, Joan revealed her visions to her parents. Her father was shocked at the thought of an innocent girl undertaking so fantastic a mission. Rather than permit it, he said, he would drown her with his own hands. To further restrain her, he persuaded a young villager to announce that she had promised him her hand in marriage. She denied it, and to preserve the virginity that she had pledged to her saints, as well as to obey their command, she fled to an uncle and prevailed upon him to take her to Vaucouleurs, this in 1429. There, Captain Baudricourt advised the uncle to give the 17-year-old girl a good spanking and to restore her to her parents. But when Joan forced her way into his presence and firmly declared that she had been sent by God to help King Charles save Orléans, the bluff commandant melted, and even while thinking her charmed by devils, sent to Chinon to ask the king's pleasure. Royal permission came. Baudricourt gave the maid a sword, the people of Vaucouleurs bought her a horse, and 6 soldiers agreed to guide her on the long and perilous journey across France to Chinon. Perhaps to discourage male advances, to facilitate riding, and to win acceptance by generals and troops, she donned a masculine and military garb, jerkin, doublet, hose, gaiters, spurs, and cut her hair like a boy's. She rode serene and confident through towns that vacillated between fearing her as a witch and worshipping her as a saint. After traveling 450 miles in 11 days, she came to the king and his council. Though his poor raiment gave no sign of royalty, Joan, we are told, for how could legend keep its hands from her history, singled him out at once and greeted him courteously, "God send you long life, gentle Dauphin. My name is Jean le Pucelle. The King of Heaven speaks to you through me, and says that you shall be anointed and crowned at Reims, and be lieutenant of the King of Heaven, who is King of France." A priest who now became the maid's chaplain said later that in private she assured the king of his legitimate birth. Some have thought that from her first meeting with Charles she accepted the clergy as the rightful interpreters of her voices, and followed their lead in her counsel to the king. Through her the bishops might displace the generals in forming the royal policies. Still doubtful, Charles sent her to Poitiers to be examined by pundits there. They found no evil in her. They commissioned some women to inquire into her virginity, and on that delicate point, too, they were satisfied. For, like the maid, they held that a special privilege belonged to virgins as the instruments and messengers of God. Dunois, in Orléans, had assured the garrison that God would soon send someone to their aid. Hearing of Joan, he half believed his hopes, and pleaded with the court to send her to him at once. They consented, gave her a black horse, clothed her in white armor, put in her hand a white banner embroidered with the fleur-de-lis of France, and dispatched her to Dunois with a numerous escort bearing provisions for the besieged. It was not hard to find entry to the city, this on April 29, 1429. The English had not surrounded it entirely, but had divided their 2,000 or 3,000 men, less than the Orléans garrison, among a dozen forts at strategic points in the environs. The people of Orléans held Joan as the Virgin incarnate, followed her trustfully even into dangerous places, accompanied her to church, prayed when she prayed, wept when she wept. At her command, the soldiers gave up their mistresses and struggled to express themselves without profanity. One of their leaders, La Hire, found this impossible and received from Joan a dispensation to swear by his baton. It was this Gascon condottiere who uttered the famous prayer, "Sire God, I beg thee to do for La Hire what he would do for thee, wert thou a captain and La Hire were God." Joan sent a letter to Talbot, the English commander, proposing that both armies should unite as brothers and proceed to Palestine to redeem the Holy Land from the Turks. Talbot thought that this exceeded his commission. Some days later, a part of the garrison, without informing Dunois or Joan, issued beyond the walls and attacked one of the British bastions. The English fought well, the French retreated, but Dunois and Joan, having heard the commotion, rode up and bade their men renew the assault. It succeeded, and the English abandoned their position. On the morrow, the French attacked 2 other forts and took them, the Maid being in the thick of the fight. In the second encounter, an arrow pierced her shoulder. When the wound had been dressed, she returned to the fray. Meanwhile, the sturdy cannon of Guillaume d'Huissy hurled upon the English fortress of Les Tourelles balls weighing 120 pounds each. Joan was spared the sight of the victorious French slaughtering 500 Englishmen when that stronghold fell. Talbot concluded that his forces were inadequate for the siege, and withdrew them to the north on May 8th. All France rejoiced, seeing in the Maid of Orleans the hand of God. But the English denounced her as a sorceress, and vowed to take her alive or dead. On the day after her triumph, Joan set out to meet the king, who was advancing from Chinon. He greeted her with a kiss, and accepted her plan to march through France to Reims, though this meant passing through hostile terrain. His army encountered English forces at Meung, Beaugency, and Patay, and won decisive victories, tarnished with vengeful massacres that horrified the Maid. Seeing a French soldier slay an English prisoner, she dismounted, held the dying man's head in her hands, comforted him, and sent for a confessor. On July 15th, the king entered Reims, and on the 17th he was anointed and crowned with awesome ceremonies in the majestic cathedral. Jacques d'Arc, coming up from Domremy, saw his daughter, still in her male attire, riding in splendor through the religious capital of France. He did not neglect the occasion, but through her intercession secured a remission of taxes for his village. For a passing spell, Joan considered her mission accomplished, and thought, if it would please God that I might go and tend sheep with my sister and brother. But the fever of battle had entered her blood. Acclaimed as inspired and holy by half of France, she almost forgot now to be a saint, and became a warrior. She was strict with her soldiers, scolded them lovingly, and deprived them of the consolations that all soldiers hold as their due. And when she found 2 prostitutes accompanying them, she drew her sword and struck one so manfully that the blade broke and the woman died. She followed the king and his army in an attack upon Paris, which was still held by the English. She was in the van in clearing the first fosse. Approaching the second, she was struck in the thigh by an arrow, but remained to cheer on the troops. Their assault failed. They suffered 1,500 casualties and cursed her for thinking that a prayer could silence a gun. This had not been their experience. Some Frenchwomen, who had jealously waited for her first reverse, censured her for leading an assault on the Feast of the Virgin's Birth, September 8, 1429. She retired with her detachment to Compiègne. Besieged there by Burgundians allied with the English, she bravely led a sally which was repulsed. She was the last to retreat and found the gates of the town closed before she could reach them. She was dragged from her horse and was taken as a captive to John of Luxembourg on May 24, 1430. Sir John lodged her honorably in his castles at Beaulieu and Beaurevoir. His good fortune brought him a dangerous dilemma. His sovereign, Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy, demanded the precious prize. The English urged Sir John to surrender her to them, hoping that her ignominious execution would break the charm that had so heartened the French. Pierre Cauchon, Bishop of Beauvais, who had been driven from his diocese for supporting the English, was sent by them to Philip with powers and funds to negotiate the transfer of the Maid to British authority, and was promised the Archbishopric of Rouen as the reward of his success. The Duke of Bedford, controlling the University of Paris, induced its pundits to advise Philip to hand over Joan, as a possible sorceress and heretic, to Cauchon as the ecclesiastical head of the region in which she had been captured. When these arguments were rejected, Cauchon offered to Philip and John a bribe of 10,000 gold crowns, or $250,000. This too proving inadequate, the English government laid an embargo on all exports to the Low Countries. Flanders, the richest source of the Duke's revenue, faced bankruptcy. John, over the entreaties of his wife, and Philip, despite his good name, finally accepted the bribe and surrendered the maid to Cauchon, who took her to Rouen. There, though formerly a prisoner of the Inquisition, she was placed under English guard in the tower of a castle held by the Earl of Warwick as the governor of Rouen. Shackles were put on her feet, and a chain was fastened around her waist and bound to a beam. Her trial began on February 21st, 1431, and continued till May 30th. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 4, Side 1. Her trial began on February 21st, 1431, and continued until May 30th. Cauchon presided, one of his canons served as prosecutor, a Dominican monk represented the Inquisition, and some 40 men learned in theology and law were added to the panel. The charge was heresy. To check the monstrous regiment of magic-mongers that infested Europe, the Church had made the claim to divine inspiration a heresy punishable with death. Witches were being burned for pretending to supernatural powers, and it was a common opinion among churchmen and laymen that those who made such claims might actually have received supernatural powers from the devil. Some of Joan's jurors seemed to have believed this in her case. In their judgment, her refusal to acknowledge that the authority of the Church, as the vicar of Christ on earth, could override that of her voices, proved her a sorceress. This became the opinion of the majority of the court. Nevertheless, they were moved by the guileless simplicity of her answers, by her evident piety and chastity. They were men, and seem at times to have felt a great pity for this girl of 19, so obviously the prey of English fear. "The King of England," said Warwick with soldierly candor, "has paid dearly for her. He would not on any consideration whatever have her die a natural death." Some jurors argued that the matter should be laid before the Pope, which would free her and the court from English power. Joan expressed a desire to be sent to him, but drew a firm distinction that ruined her. She would acknowledge his supreme authority in matters of faith, but as concerned what she had done in obedience to her voices, she would own no judge but God himself. The judges agreed that this was heresy. Weakened by months of questioning, she was persuaded to sign a retraction, but when she found that this still left her condemned to lifelong imprisonment within English jurisdiction, she revoked her retraction. English soldiers surrounded the court and threatened the lives of the judges if the maid should escape burning. On May 31st, a few of the judges convened and sentenced her to death. That very morning, the faggots were piled high in the marketplace of Rouen. 2 platforms were placed nearby, one for Cardinal Winchester of England and his prelates, another for Cauchon and the judges. And 800 British troops stood on guard. The maid was brought in on a cart, accompanied by an Augustinian monk, Isambard, who befriended her to the last, at peril to his life. She asked for a crucifix. An English soldier handed her one that he had fashioned from 2 sticks. She accepted it, but called also for a crucifix blessed by the Church, and Isambard prevailed upon the officials to bring her one from the Church of Saint-Sauveur. The soldiers grumbled at the delay, for it was now noon. "Do you intend us to dine here?" their captain asked. His men snatched her from the hands of the priests and led her to the stake. Isambard held up a crucifix before her, and a Dominican monk mounted the pyre with her. The faggots were lighted, and the flames rose about her feet. Seeing the Dominican still beside her, she urged him to descend to safety. She invoked her voices, her saints, the Archangel Michael, and Christ, and was consumed in agony. A secretary to the English king anticipated the verdict of history. "We are lost," he cried. "We have burned a saint." In 1455, Pope Calixtus III, at the behest of Charles VII, ordered a re-examination of the evidence upon which Joan had been condemned. And in 1456, France being now victorious, the verdict of 1431 was, by the Ecclesiastical Court of Review, declared unjust and void. In 1920, Benedict XV numbered the Maid of Orleans among the saints of the Church. 10. France survives, 1431 to 1453. We must not exaggerate the military importance of Joan of Arc. Probably Dunois and La Hire would have saved Orléans without her. Her tactics of reckless assault won some battles and lost others, and England was feeling the cost of 100 Years' War. In 1435, Philip of Burgundy, England's ally, tired of the struggle and made a separate peace with France. His defection weakened the hold of the English on the conquered cities of the south. One by one, these expelled their alien garrisons. In 1436, Paris itself, for 17 years a captive, drove out the British, and Charles VII at last ruled in his capital. Strange to tell, he who had for so long been a do-nothing shadow of a king had learned by this time to govern, to choose competent ministers, to reorganize the army, to discipline turbulent barons, to do whatever was needed to make his country free. What had wrought this transformation? The inspiration of Joan had begun it, but how weak he still seemed when he raised not a finger to save her. His remarkable mother-in-law, Yolande of Anjou, had helped him with wise counsel, had encouraged him to receive and support the maid. Now, if we may trust tradition, she gave her son-in-law the mistress who for 10 years ruled the heart of the king. Agnès Sorel was the daughter of a squire in Touraine. Orphaned in childhood, she had been brought up to good manners by Isabel, Duchess of Lorraine. Isabel took her, then 23, to visit the court in Chinon in 1432, in the year after Joan's death. Snared in the girl's chestnut tresses and in love with her laughter, Charles marked her out as his own. Yolande found her tractable, hoped to use her in influencing the king, and persuaded Marie, her daughter, to accept this latest of her husband's mistresses. Agnès remained till death faithful in this infidelity, and a later king, Francis I, after much experience in such matters, praised the Lady of Beauty as having served France better than any cloistered nun. Charles relished wisdom from such lips. He allowed Agnès to shame him out of indolence and cowardice into industry and resolution. He gathered about him able men like Constable Richemont, who led his armies, and Jacques Coeur, who restored the finances of the state, and Jean Bureau, whose artillery brought recalcitrant nobles to heel and sent the English scurrying to Calais. Jacques Coeur was a condottiere of commerce, a man of no pedigree and little schooling, who, however, could count well. A Frenchman who dared to compete successfully with Venetians, Genoese, and Catalans in trade with the Moslem East. He owned and equipped 7 merchant vessels, manned them by hiring convicts and snatching vagrants from the streets, and sailed his ships under the flag of the Mother of God. He amassed the greatest fortune of his time in France, some 27 million francs, when a franc was worth some $5 in the emaciated currency of our day. In 1436, Charles gave him charge of the mint, soon afterward of the revenues and expenditures of the government. A States General of 1439, enthusiastically supporting Charles's resolve to drive the English from French soil, empowered the king, by a famous succession of ordonnances from 1443 to 1447, to take the whole taille of France, that is, all taxes hitherto paid by tenants to their feudal lords. The government's revenue now rose to 1,800,000 crowns, or about $45 million a year. From that time onward, the French monarchy, unlike the English, was independent of the estate's power of the purse and could resist the growth of a middle-class democracy. This system of national taxation provided the funds for the victory of France over England, but as the king could raise the rate of assessment, it became a major tool of royal oppression and shared in causing the Revolution of 1789. Jacques Coeur played a leading role in these fiscal developments, earning the admiration of many and the hatred of a powerful few. In 1451 he was arrested on a charge, never proved, of hiring agents to poison Agnès Sorel. He was condemned and banished, and all his property was confiscated to the state, an elegant method of exploitation by proxy. He fled to Rome, where he was made admiral of a papal fleet sent to the relief of Rhodes. He was taken ill at Chios and died there in 1456, aged 61. Meanwhile, Charles VII, guided by Coeur, had established an honest coinage, rebuilt the shattered villages, promoted industry and commerce, and restored the economic vitality of France. He compelled the disbandment of private companies of soldiers and gathered these into his service to form the first standing army in Europe, this in 1439. He decreed that in every parish some virile citizen, chosen by his fellows, should be freed from all taxation, should arm himself, practice the use of weapons, and be ready at any moment to join his like in the military service of the king. It was these francs-tireurs, or free bowmen, who drove the English from France. By 1449, Charles was prepared to break the truce that had been signed in 1444. The English were surprised and shocked. They were weakened by internal quarrels and found their fading empire in France relatively as expensive to maintain in the 15th century as India in the 20th. In 1427, France cost England £68,000, brought her £57,000. The British fought bravely but not wisely. They relied too long on archers and stakes, and the tactics that had stopped the French cavalry at Crécy and Poitiers proved helpless at Formigny in 1450 against the cannon of Bureau. In 1449, the English evacuated most of Normandy. In 1451, they abandoned its capital, Rouen. In 1453, the great Talbot himself was defeated and killed at Castillon. Bordeaux surrendered. All Guyenne was French again. The English kept only Calais. On October 19, 1453, the two nations signed the peace that ended the 100 Years' War. Chapter 4. Gallia Phoenix, 1453 to 1515. 1. Louis XI, 1461 to 1483. The son of Charles VII was an exceptionally troublesome dauphin. Married against his will at 13, in 1436, to Margaret of Scotland, aged 11, he revenged himself by ignoring her and cultivating mistresses. Margaret, who lived on poetry, found peace in an early death in 1444, saying as she died, "Fie upon life, speak to me no more of it." Louis twice rebelled against his father, fled to Flanders after the second attempt, and waited fretfully for power. Charles accommodated him by starving himself to death in 1461, and for 22 years France was ruled by one of her strangest and greatest kings. He was now 38, thin and ungainly, homely and melancholy, with distrustful eyes and far-reaching nose. He looked like a peasant, dressed like an impoverished pilgrim in a rough gray gown and a shabby felt hat, prayed like a saint, and ruled as if he had read The Prince before Machiavelli was born. He scorned the pomp of feudalism, laughed at traditions and formalities, questioned his own legitimacy, and shocked all thrones with his simplicity. He lived in the gloomy Palace des Tournelles in Paris, or in the Châteaux of Plessis-les-Tours, near Tours, usually like a bachelor, though a second time married. Penurious, though possessing France, keeping only the few attendants he had had in his exile, eating such food as any peasant might afford. He looked, not an iota, but would be every inch, a king. He subordinated every element of character to his resolve that France should under his hammer be forged out of feudal fragmentation into monarchic unity and monolithic strength, and that this centralized monarchy should lift France out of the ashes of war to new life and power. To his political purpose he gave his thinking day and night, with a mind clear, cunning, inventive, restless, like Caesar, counting nothing done if anything remained to do. As for peace, said Comines, he could hardly endure the thought of it. However, he was unsuccessful in war and preferred diplomacy, espionage, and bribery to force. He brought men around to his purposes by persuasion, flattery, or fear, and kept a large staff of spies in his service at home and abroad. He paid regular secret salaries to the ministers of England's Edward IV. He could yield, bear insult, play at humility, wait his chance for victory or revenge. He made major blunders, but recovered from them with unscrupulous and disconcerting ingenuity. He attended to all details of government and forgot nothing. Yet he spared time for literature and art, read avidly, collected manuscripts, recognized the revolution that printing presaged, and enjoyed the company of educated men, particularly if they were Bohemians in the Parisian sense. In his Flanders exile he had joined the Count of Charolais in forming an academy of scholars, who salted their pedantry with jolly Boccaccian tales. Antoine de La Salle gathered some of these in the Son Nouvelle. He was hard on the rich, careless of the poor, hostile to artisan guilds, favorable to the middle class as his strongest support, and in any class ruthless with those who opposed him. After a rebellion in Perpignan, he ordered that any banished rebel who dared to return should have his testicles amputated. In his war with the nobles, he had some special enemies or traitors imprisoned for years in iron cages 8 by 8 by 7 feet. These were contrived by the Bishop of Verdun, who later occupied one for 14 years. At the same time, Louis was much devoted to the Church, needing her aid against nobles and states. He had a rosary nearly always at hand, and repeated Paternosters and Ave Marias with the assiduity of a dying nun. In 1472 he inaugurated the Angelus, a midday Ave Maria for the peace of the realm. He visited sacred shrines, conscripted relics, bribed the saints to his service, took the Virgin into partnership in his wars. When he died, he himself was represented as a saint on an abbey portal in Tours. With the help of his faults, he created modern France. He founded a loose association of feudal and ecclesiastical principalities. He made it a nation, the most powerful in Latin Christendom. He brought in silk weavers from Italy, miners from Germany. He improved harbors and transport, protected French shipping, opened new markets to French industry, and allied the government of France with the rising mercantile and financial bourgeoisie. He saw that the extension of commerce across local and national frontiers required a strong central administration. Feudalism was no longer needed for the protection and management of agriculture. The peasantry was slowly freeing itself from a stagnant serfdom. The time had passed when the feudal barons could make their own laws, mint their own coins, play sovereign in their domains. By fair means or foul, he would bring them, one by one, to submission and order. He restricted their right to trespass on peasant properties in their hunts, established a governmental postal service that ran through their estates, this in 1464, forbade them to wage private wars, and demanded of them all the back dues they had failed to pay to their liege lords, the kings of France. They did not like him. Representatives of 500 noble families met in Paris and formed the Ligue du Bien Public in 1464 to uphold their privileges in the sacred name of the public good. The Count of Charolais, heir to the throne of Burgundy, joined this league, eager to add northeastern France to his duchy. Louis's own brother, Charles, Duke of Berry, decamped to Brittany and headed the revolt. Enemies and armies rose against the king on every side. If they could unite, he was lost. His only hope was to defeat them piecemeal. He dashed south across the Allier River and compelled a hostile force to surrender. He rushed back north just in time to prevent a Burgundian army from entering his capital. Each side claimed victory in the Battle of Montlhéry. The Burgundians retreated, Louis entered Paris, the Burgundians returned with allies and laid siege to the city. Unwilling to risk rebellion by Parisians too intelligent to starve, Louis yielded by the Treaty of Conflans in 1465 almost all that his foes demanded: lands, money, offices. Brother Charles received Normandy. Nothing was said about the public good. The people had to be taxed to raise the required sums. Louis bided his time. Charles soon slipped into war with Duke Francis of Brittany, who captured him. Louis marched into Normandy and regained it bloodlessly. But Francis, rightly suspecting that Louis wanted Brittany too, joined with the Count of Charolais, who had now become Duke Charles the Bold of Burgundy, in an offensive alliance against the irrepressible king. Louis strained every nerve of diplomacy, made a separate peace with Francis, and agreed to a conference with Charles at Péronne. There, in effect, Charles took him prisoner and compelled him to cede Picardy and share in the sack of Liège. Louis returned to Paris in 1468 at the nadir of his power and repute. Even the magpies were taught to mock him. 2 years later, in this reciprocation of treachery, Louis took advantage of Charles's preoccupation in Gelderland and marched his troops into Saint-Quentin, Amiens, and Beauvais. Charles persuaded Edward IV to unite with him against France, but Louis bought Edward off. Knowing Edward's keen appreciation of women, he invited him to come and divert himself with the ladies of Paris. Moreover, he would assign to Edward as royal confessor the Cardinal of Bourbon, who would willingly absolve him if he should commit any sin by way of love or gallantry. He maneuvered Charles into war with Switzerland, and when Charles was killed, Louis took not only Picardy but Burgundy itself in 1477. He soothed the Burgundian nobles with gold and pleased the people by taking a Burgundian mistress. Now he felt strong enough to turn upon the barons who had so often fought him and had so seldom obeyed his summons to come out and fight for France. Many of the lords who had conspired against him in 1465 were dead or incapacitated by age. Their successors had learned to fear a king who cut off the heads of traitorous aristocrats and confiscated their estates, who had built a strong army of mercenaries and seemed always able to raise immense sums for purchases and bribes. Preferring to spend his subjects' money rather than their lives, Louis bought Cerdagne and Roussillon from Spain. He acquired Rochelle through his brother's death. He took Alençon and Blois by force. He persuaded René to bequeath Provence to the French crown in 1481. A year later, Anjou and Maine reverted to the monarchy. In 1483, Flanders, seeking the aid of Louis against the Holy Roman Empire, ceded to him the county of Artois, with the thriving cities of Arras and Douai. With the barons subdued and the municipal parlement and communes submitting to the king, Louis accomplished for France that national unification and centralized administration which, a decade later, Henry VII was to achieve for England, Ferdinand and Isabella for Spain, and Alexander VI for the Papal States. Though this substituted one tyranny for many, it was at the time a progressive move, enhancing internal order and external security, standardizing currency and measurements, molding dialects into a language, and furthering the growth of vernacular literature in France. The monarchy was not absolute. The nobles retained large powers, and the consent of the States General was usually required for new taxes. The nobles, the officials, and the clergy were exempt from taxation, the nobles on the ground that they fought for the people, the officials because they were so poorly paid and bribed, and the clergy because they protected king and country with their prayers. Public opinion and popular customs checked the king. The local parlement still claimed that no royal edict could become law in their districts until they had accepted and registered it. Nevertheless, the path had been opened to Louis XIV and l'État c'est moi. Amid all these triumphs, Louis himself decayed in body and mind. He imprisoned himself at Plessis-les-Tours, fearing assassination, suspicious of all, seeing hardly anyone, punishing faults and defections cruelly, and now and then dressing himself in robes whose magnificence contrasted with the poor garb of his early reign. He became so gaunt and pale that those who saw him could hardly believe that he was not already dead. For years he had suffered agonies from piles, and had had occasional apoplectic strokes. On August 25, 1483, another attack deprived him of speech, and 5 days later he died. His subjects rejoiced, for he had made them pay unbearably for his defeats and victories. The people had grown poorer, as France had become greater, under his merciless statesmanship. Nevertheless, later ages were to benefit from his subordination of the nobles, his reorganization of finance, administration, and defense, his promotion of industry, commerce, and printing, his formation of a modern unified state. If, wrote Comines, all the days of his life were computed in which joys and pleasures outweighed his pains and trouble, they would be found so few that there would be 20 mournful ones to one pleasant. He and his generation paid for the future prosperity and splendor of France. 2. Italian Adventure. Charles VIII was 13 when his father died. For 8 years his sister, Anne de Beaujeu, only 10 years his elder, wisely ruled France as regent. She reduced governmental expenditures, forgave the people a quarter of the poll tax, recalled many exiles, freed many prisoners, and successfully resisted the attempt of the barons in their guerre folle, or foolish war of 1485, to regain the semi-sovereignty that Louis had overthrown. When Brittany joined with Orléans, Lorraine, Angoulême, Orange, and Navarre in a further revolt, her diplomacy and the generalship of Louis de la Trémouille defeated them all, and she ended the turmoil triumphantly by arranging the marriage of Charles to Anne of Brittany, who brought her great duchy as dowry to the crown of France, this in 1491. The regent then retired from the government and lived her remaining 31 years in peaceful oblivion. The new queen was quite another Anne, short, flat, thin, and lame, with a stubby nose over a spacious mouth on a gothically elongated face. She had a mind of her own, as shrewd and parsimonious as any Breton should be. Though she dressed simply in black gown and hood, she could, on occasions of state, gleam with jewelry and cloth of gold. And it was she, rather than Charles, who favored artists and poets, and commissioned Jean Baudichon to paint Les Heures d'Anne de Bretagne. Never forgetting her beloved Brittany and its ways, she hid her pride in modesty, sewed industriously, and struggled to reform the morals of her husband and his court. Charles, says the gossipy Brantôme, loved women more than his slight constitution could endure. After his marriage, he restricted himself to one mistress. He could not complain of the Queen's looks. He himself was a macrocephalic hunchback, his features homely, his eyes big and colorless and myopic, his underlip thick and drooping, his speech hesitant, his hands twitching spasmodically. However, he was good-natured, kindly, sometimes idealistic. He read chivalric romances and conceived the notion of reconquering Naples for France and Jerusalem for Christendom. The House of Anjou had held the kingdom of Naples from 1268 to 1435, until evicted by Alfonso of Aragon. The claims of the Anjou dukes had been bequeathed to Louis XI. They were now proclaimed by Charles. His council thought him the last person in the world to lead an army in a major war, but they hoped that diplomacy might ease his way, and that a captured Naples would draw French commerce to dominate the Mediterranean. To protect the royal flanks, they ceded Artois and Franche-Comté to Maximilian of Australia, and Cerdagne and Roussillon to Ferdinand of Spain. They thought to get half of Italy for the parings of France. Heavy taxes, pawned gems, and loans from Genoese bankers and Lodovico, regent of Milan, provided an army of 40,000 men, 100 siege guns, 86 ships of war. Charles set out gaily in 1494, perhaps not loath to leave two Annes behind. He was welcomed in Milan, which had a score to settle with Naples, and found its ladies irresistible. He left a trail of natural children on his march, but handsomely refused to touch a reluctant maiden who had been conscripted to his pleasure by his valet de chambre. Instead, he sent for her lover, presided over their betrothal, and gave her a dowry of 500 crowns. Naples had no force capable of resisting his. He entered it in easy triumph in 1495, enjoyed its scenery, cuisine, women, and forgot Jerusalem. He was apparently one of the lucky Frenchmen who did not contract, in this campaign, the venereal disease that was later called morbus gallicus, because it spread so rapidly in France after the troops' return. A holy alliance of Alexander VI, Venice, and Lodovico of Milan, who had changed his mind, forced Charles to evacuate Naples and retreat through a hostile Italy. His reduced army fought an indecisive engagement at Fornovo in 1495 and hastened back to France, carrying with it, among other contagions, the Renaissance. It was at Fornovo that Pierre Terrail, Seigneur de Bayard, then 22, first displayed the courage that earned him half the famous title of Le Chevalier sans peur et sans reproche. Born in the Châteaux Bayard, in the Dauphiné, he came of a noble family, every head of which, for 2 centuries past, had died in battle, and in this encounter Pierre seemed bent on continuing the tradition. He had 2 horses killed under him, captured an enemy standard, and was knighted by his grateful king. In an age of coarseness, promiscuity, and treachery, he maintained all the virtues of chivalry, magnanimous without display, loyal without servility, honorable without offensive pride, and carrying through a dozen wars a spirit so kindly and gay that contemporaries called him Le Bon Chevalier. We shall meet him again. Charles survived his Italian journey by 3 years. Going to watch a game of tennis at Amboise, he struck his head against a loosened door and died of a cerebral lesion at the age of 28. As his children had predeceased him, the throne passed to his nephew, the Duke of Orléans, who became Louis XII in 1498. Born to Charles of Orléans when the poet was 70, Louis was now 36 and already in feeble health. His morals were abnormally decent for the time, and his manners were so frank and amiable that France learned to love him despite his futile wars. He seemed guilty of discourtesy when, in the year of his accession, he divorced Jeanne de France, daughter of Louis XI. But he had been forced by that pliantly inflexible king to marry the unprepossessing girl when he was but 11 years old. He could never develop affection for her, and now he persuaded Alexander VI, in return for a French bride, county, and pension to the Pope's son, Caesar Borgia, to annul that marriage on grounds of consanguinity, and to sanction his union with the widowed Anne of Brittany, who carried her duchy in her trousseau. They took up their abode at Blois, and gave France a royal model of mutual devotion and loyalty. Louis XII illustrated the superiority of character to intellect. He had not the shrewd mind of Louis XI, but he had good will and good sense, and wit enough to delegate many of his powers to wisely chosen aides. He left administration, and most policy, to his lifelong friend Georges, Cardinal d'Amboise. And this prudent and kindly prelate managed affairs so well that the whimsical public, when any new task arose, would shrug its shoulders and say, "Let Georges do it." France was astonished to find its taxes reduced, first by a tenth, then by a third. The king, though reared in riches, spent as little as possible on himself and his court, and fattened no favorites. He abolished the sale of offices, forbade the acceptance of gifts by magistrates, opened the governmental postal service to private use, and bound himself to choose, for any administrative vacancy, one of 3 men nominated by the judiciary, and not to remove any state employee except after open trial and proof of dishonesty or incompetence. Some comedians and courtiers made fun of his economies, but he took their humor in good spirit. "Amongst their ribaldries," he said, "they may sometimes tell us useful truths. Let them amuse themselves, provided they respect the honor of women. I had rather make courtiers laugh by my stinginess than make my people weep by my extravagance." The surest means of pleasing him was to show him some new way of benefiting the people. They expressed their gratitude by calling him Père du Peuple. Never in its memory had France known such prosperity. It was a pity that this happy reign tarnished its record with further invasions of Italy. Perhaps Louis and other French kings undertook these sallies to occupy and decimate the quarrelsome nobles who might otherwise have harassed France with civil war, threatening the still unstable monarchy and national unity. After 12 years of victory in Italy, Louis XII had to withdraw his troops from the peninsula, and then lost to the English at Guingat in 1513, an engagement derisively called the Battle of the Spurs, because the French cavalry fled from the field in such unwonted haste. Louis made peace and was content thereafter to be only King of France. The death of Anne of Brittany in 1514 completed the cycle of his woes. She had given him no heir, and it was with little pleasure that he married his daughter Claude to Francis, Count of Angoulême, now next in line for the throne. His aides urged him at 52 to take a third wife and cheat the ebullient Francis by begetting a son. He accepted Mary Tudor, the 16-year-old sister of Henry VIII. She led the heirling king a merry and exhausting life, insisting on all the attentions due to beauty and youth. Louis died in the 3rd month of his marriage in 1515, leaving to his son-in-law a defeated but prosperous France that remembered with affection the father of the people. 3. The rise of the Châteaux. Every French art but ecclesiastical architecture now felt the influence of the strengthened monarchy and its Italian forays. Church building kept to flamboyant Gothic, declaring its own decadence through extravagant decoration and prodigal detail, but dying like an operatic courtesan with all the fascination of feminine delicacy, adornment, and grace. Even so, some splendid churches were begun in this age. St. Wolfram at Abbeville, Saint-Étienne-du-Mont at Paris, and the perfect little shrine raised at Brou by Margaret of Austria to the memory of her husband Philibert II of Savoy. Old structures received new charms. Rouen Cathedral called its north portal the Portail des Libraires, from the bookstalls that stood in the court. Money contributed for indulgences to eat butter in Lent financed the lovely South Tower, which French humor therefore named the Tour de Beurre. And Cardinal d'Amboise found funds for the west front in the same flamboyant style. Beauvais gave its unfinished masterpiece a south transept whose portal and rose window excel most main facades. Senlis, Tours, and Troyes improved their fanes, and at Chartres, Jean Le Tessier built a luxuriant northwest steeple and the gorgeous choir screen that showed Renaissance ideas impinging upon Gothic lines. At Paris, the exquisite Tour Saint-Jacques is the restored survivor of a church raised in this period to St. James the Greater. Noble civic buildings redeemed the strife and chaos of the age. Stately city halls rose in Arras, Douai, Saint-Omer, Noyon, Saint-Quentin, Compiègne, Dreux, Évreux, Orléans, Saumur. Grenoble built a Palais de Justice in 1505, Rouen a still more resplendent one in 1493. Robert Angot and Roland Leroux designed it in ornate Gothic. The 19th century redecorated it. The Second World War gutted it. This was the first century of the French chateaux. The church had been made subject to the state. The enjoyment of this world encroached upon preparation for the next. The kings would themselves be gods and make for their leisure a Mohammedan paradise along the Loire. Between 1490 and 1530, the Château Fort, or castle, changed into the Château de Plaisance. Charles VIII, returning from his Neapolitan campaign, demanded of his architects a palace as splendid as those that he had seen in Italy. He brought back with him the architect Fra Giovanni Giocondo, the sculptor and painter Guido Mazzoni, the woodworker Domenico Barnabei Boccador, and 19 other Italian artists, even a landscape architect, Domenico Pacello. He had already restored the old castle at Amboise. Now he commissioned these men, aided by French builders and artisans, to transform it in the style of Italy into a luxurious logis du roi, a royal lodge. The result was superb, a mass of towers, pinnacles, cornices, corbels, dormers, and balconies, rising imperially on a slope overlooking the peaceful river. A new species of architecture had come to birth. The style offended patriots and purists by wedding Gothic towers to Renaissance palaces, and by replacing flamboyant decoration with classical forms and details. The walls, the cylindrical towers, the high sloping roofs, the machicolated battlements, the occasional moats were still medieval, recalling the time when a man's home had to be his castle and his fort. But the new spirit brought the dwelling out of its massive martial shell, broadened the windows in rectilinear line to let in the sun, beautified them with frames of carved stone, adorned the interior with classical pilasters, moldings, medallions, statues, arabesques, and reliefs, and surrounded the building with gardens, fountains, flowers, and, usually, a hunting wood or a smiling plain. In these amazing homes of luxury, darkness gave place to light, medieval fear and gloom to Renaissance confidence, audacity, and joy. The love of life became an architectural style. We should credit this first stage of the chateaux unduly if we assign to it either their origin or their full development. Many of them had pre-existed as castles and were merely modified. The 16th and 17th centuries perfected the form to an aristocratic elegance. The 18th changed the mood and replaced the gay lyric of the chateaux with the grandiose epic of Versailles. Chinon's castle-chateau was already old when Charles VII received Joan there in 1429, and Loches had a long history as a royal residence and jail when Lodovico il Moro came there as a prisoner in 1504 after Louis XII's second capture of Milan. About 1460, Jean Bouret, state minister to Louis XI, restored the 13th century castle of Langeais into a form essentially medieval, though it is still one of the best preserved of the chateaux. At Chaumont, toward 1473, Charles d'Amboise built another chateau in the medieval manner, and at Gaillon, his brother, the cardinal, raised an immense castle-chateau from 1497 to 1510, which the Revolution incontinently destroyed. Dunois, noble bastard of Orléans, restored the chateau of Châteaudun in 1464, and the Cardinal of Orléans-Longueville gave it a new wing in the Gothic Renaissance compromise. The chateau of Blois still contains 13th century portions. Louis XII built for it an east wing in a harmonious union of brick and stone, of Gothic portal and Renaissance windows, but its supreme glory awaited Francis I. Gothic sculpture made its exit with infinite grace in the exquisitely carved decoration of the tombs and retabule in the church at Brou, where the figure of the Sibyl Agrippa is as fair a form as any at Chartres or Reims. But meanwhile Italian artists were remolding French sculpture to Renaissance independence, symmetry, and grace. Intercourse between France and Italy was growing through the visits of ecclesiastics, diplomats, merchants, and travelers. Imported Italian objects of art, especially small bronzes, served as envoys of Renaissance and classical forms and taste. With Charles VIII and Georges and Charles d'Amboise, the movement became an impetuous stream. It was Italian artists who founded the Italianizing School of Amboise at the country capital of the kings. The tombs of French royalty in the Church of Saint-Denis are a monumental record of the transition from the somber dignity of Gothic sculpture to the smooth elegance and joyous decoration of Renaissance design, proclaiming glory and celebrating beauty even in the triumph of death. The transition was personified in Michel Colomb. Born about 1431, he was already described in 1467 as the supreme sculptor of the French realm, long before the French invasion and absorption of Italy. Gallic sculpture had heretofore been nearly all in stone. Colomb imported Genoese marble and carved it into figures still stern and stiff with Gothic intensity, but set in frames exuberant with classic ornament. For the Châteaux of Gaillon he cut a spacious high relief of St. George and the Dragon, a lifeless knight on a spirited horse, all enclosed within columns, mouldings, and coping of Renaissance design. In the Virgin of the Pillar, carved in stone for the Church of Saint-Galmier, Colomb achieved the full delicacy of the Italian style and the modesty and tenderness of the features, the smooth lines of the falling hair. And perhaps it was Colomb who, in old age, chiseled the Easter Sepulchre, in 1496, in the Priory Church at Solesmes. In painting, France felt the influence of the Netherlands as well as that of Italy. Nicolas Froment began with an almost Dutch realism in The Resurrection of Lazarus. But in 1476 he moved from Avignon to Aix-en-Provence and painted for René of Anjou a triptych, The Burning Bush, whose central panel, showing the Virgin enthroned, has Italian qualities in its background, its brunette Madonna, its majestic Moses, its charming angel, its alert hound and trustful sheep. Here Italy has won a complete victory. A like evolution of style marked the work of the master of Moulins, probably Jean Pareal. He went to Italy with Charles VIII and again with Louis XII. He returned with half the arts of the Renaissance in his repertoire: miniaturist, muralist, portraitist, sculptor, and architect. At Nantes he designed, and Colomb carved, the imposing tomb of Duke Francis II of Brittany, and at Moulins he commemorated his patrons, Anne and Pierre of Beaujeu, with the handsome portraits that now hang in the Louvre. The minor arts did not maintain their late medieval excellence. Whereas the Flemish illuminators had long since passed to secular subjects and earthly scenes, the miniatures of Jean Baudichon in Les Heures d'Anne de Bretagne of 1508 represented a return to medieval simplicity and piety. The lovely legends of the Virgin and her child, the tragedy of Golgotha, the triumph of resurrection, the stories of the saints, the drawing poor, the backgrounds classical, the color rich and pure, all in a serene atmosphere of feminine refinement and sentiment. As if in contrast, the stained glass of the time adopted a Flemish naturalism at first sight unsuited to windows bringing transfigured light to cathedral floors. Yet the glass painted in this period for Auch, Rouen, and Beauvais catches some of the 13th century glory. Limoges now rekindled its furnaces, which had been cold for a century, and rivaled Italy and Islam in painting vessels with translucent enamels. The woodcarvers had not lost their skill. Ruskin thought the choir stalls of Amiens Cathedral the best in France. Colorful tapestries from the end of the 15th century caught the attention of George Sand in the Château de Brissac in 1847 and became a treasure of the Musée de Cluny at Paris. And the Musée des Gobelins has a stirring tapestry, circa 1500, of musicians playing in a garden of fleurs-de-lis. All in all, excepting the chateaux, the 15th century was a fallow age in French art. The soil was plowed by soldiers' feet and fertilized with wartime blood. But only toward the end of the period would men have the means and leisure to sow the seeds of the harvest that Francis I would reap. The self-portrait of Fouquet betrays an age of humiliation and distress. The miniatures of his pupil Baudichon reflect the familial peace of Louis XII's second marriage, and the smiling ease of a recovered land. The worst was over for France. The best was about to come. 4. François Villon, 1431 to 1480. Nevertheless, this century of strife and chaos produced a major poet and a major historian. This book is continued at this point, on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, Continued, Cassette 4, Side 2. Nevertheless, this century of strife and chaos produced a major poet and a major historian. As one result of a national economy and a centralized government, French literature now used the language of Paris, whether the author came from Brittany, Burgundy, or Provence. As if to prove that French had matured, Philippe de Comines chose it, not Latin, for his memoir. He took his surname from Comines in Flanders, where he was born. He came of favoured lineage, for Duke Philip V was his godfather. He was brought up at the Burgundian court, and at 17, in 1464, he was on the staff of the Count of Charolais. When the Count, become Charles the Bold, captured Louis XI at Péronne, Comines resented the behaviour of the Duke, perhaps foresaw his fall, and wisely passed to the service of the king. Louis made him chamberlain and enriched him with estates, and Charles VIII sent him on important diplomatic missions. Meanwhile, Comines composed two classics of historical literature, Mémoires, Chroniques et Histoire du roi Louis XI, and Chronique du roi Charles VIII, narratives written in clear and simple French by a man who knew the world and had shared in the events that he described. These books instance the extraordinary wealth of French literature and memoirs. They have their faults. They spend themselves mostly upon war. They are not as fresh and vivid as Froissart or Villehardouin or Joinville. They make too many curtsies to God while admiring the unscrupulous statecraft of Louis XI. And more often than not, the discursive digressions are pits of platitudes. Nonetheless, Comines is the first modern philosophical historian. He seeks the relations of cause and effect, analyzes character, motives, and pretenses, judges conduct objectively, and studies events and original documents to eliminate the nature of man and the state. In these regards, he anticipates Machiavelli and Guicciardini, and in his pessimistic estimate of mankind. Neither natural reason, nor our own knowledge, nor love of our neighbor, nor anything else is always sufficient to restrain us from doing violence to one another, or to withhold us from retaining what we already have, or to deter us from usurping the possessions of others by all possible means. Wicked men grow the worse for their knowledge, but the good improve extremely. Like Machiavelli, he hopes that his book will teach princes a trick or two. Perhaps inferior persons will not give themselves the trouble to read these memoirs, but princes may do it and find some information to reward their pains. For though neither enemies nor princes are always alike, yet, their affairs being often the same, it is not altogether unprofitable to be informed of what is past. One of the greatest means to make a man wise is to have studied histories, and to have learned to frame and proportion our counsels and undertakings according to the model and example of our predecessors. For our life is but of short duration, and insufficient to give us experience of so many things. The Emperor Charles V, the wisest Christian ruler of his age, agreed with Comines, and called the Memoir his breviary. The general public preferred romances, farces, and satires. In 1508 appeared the French version of Amadis de Gaul. A dozen companies of players continued to present mystères, moralities, farces, and sotties, follies that made fun of everybody, including priests and kings. Pierre Gringoire was a master of this form, writing and acting sotties with verve and success through a generation. The most enduring farce in French literature, Maître Pierre Patelin, was first played about 1464, and as late as 1872. Patelin is a poor lawyer starving for cases. He persuades a draper to sell him 6 ells of cloth, and invites him to dinner that evening to receive payment. When the draper comes, Patelin is in bed raving with pretended fever, and professes to know nothing about the ells or the dinner. The draper leaves in disgust, meets the shepherd of his flock, accuses him of secretly disposing of several sheep, and hails him before a judge. The shepherd seeks a cheap lawyer, and finds Patelin, who coaches him to play the idiot and to answer all questions with the ba, or French bé, of the sheep. The judge, baffled with bas, and confused by the draper's mingling of complaints against both the shepherd and the lawyer, gives France a famous phrase by begging all parties, "Revenons à ces moutons," let us come back to these sheep. And finally, in despair of getting any logic out of the fracas, dismisses the case. The triumphant Patelin asks for his fee, but the shepherd only answers, "Bah," and the clever deceiver is rooked by the simpleton. The story is unfolded with all the spirit of a Gallic altercation. Rabelais may have remembered Patelin when he conceived Panurge, and Molière reincarnated Gringoire and the unknown author of this play. The one unforgettable figure in the French literature of the 15th century is François Villon. He lied, stole, cheated, fornicated, and killed like the kings and nobles of his time, but with more rhyme and reason. He was so poor that he could not call even his name his own. Born François de Montcorbier in 1431, reared in plague and misery in Paris, and adopted by a kindly priest, Guillaume de Villon, he took his foster father's name, disgraced it, and gave it immortality. Guillaume put up with the lad's pranks and truancies, financed his studies at the university, and took proud comfort when François received the degree of Master of Arts in 1452. For 3 years thereafter Guillaume provided him with bed and board in the cloisters of Saint-Benoît, waiting for the master to mature. It must have saddened the hearts of Guillaume and François' mother to see him turning from piety to poetry, from theology to burglary. Paris was rich in rakes, trulls, quacks, sneak thieves, beggars, bullies, procurers, and drunks, and the reckless youth made friends in almost every category. For a while he served as a pimp. Perhaps he had received too much of religion and found a cloister cloying. It is especially difficult for a clergyman's son to enjoy the 10 Commandments. On June 5, 1455, a priest, Philippe Chamois, started a quarrel with him, says François, and cut his lip with a knife, whereupon Villon gashed him so deeply in the groin that within the week Philippe was dead. A hero among his comrades, an outlaw hunted by the police, the poet fled from Paris and for almost a year hid in the countryside. He returned shrunk and wan, sharp of features and dry of skin, keeping an eye out for the gendarmes, picking a lock or a pocket now and then, and hungering for food and love. He became enamored of a bourgeois lass, who bore with him till she could find a better cavalier, who beat him. He loved her the more, but commemorated her as Mademoiselle au nez tortue, my lady of the twisted nose. About this time, 1456, he composed Le Petit Testament, the shorter of his poetic wills, for he had many debts and injuries to repay, and could never tell when he might close his life with a noose. He scolds his love for the parsimony of her flesh, sends his hose to Robert Vallet to clothe his mistress more decently, and bequeaths to Pernay Marchand 3 sheaves of straw or hay upon the naked floor to lay, and so the amorous game to play. He devises to his barber the ends and clippings of my hair, and leaves his heart, piteous, pale, and numb and dead, to her who had so dourly banished me her sight. After disposing of all this wealth, he seems to have lacked bread. On Christmas Eve, 1456, he joined 3 others in robbing the College of Navarre of some 500 crowns, or about $12,500. Buttressed with his share, François resumed his stay in the country. For a year he disappears from historic sight. Then, in the winter of 1457, we find him among the poets entertained at Blois by Charles of Orléans. Villon took part in a poetic tournament there, and must have pleased, for Charles kept him through some weeks as his guest, and replenished the youth's leaking purse. Then some prank or quarrel cooled their friendship, and François returned to the road, versifying an apology. He wandered south to Bourges, exchanged a poem for a present with Duke John II of Bourbon, and rambled as far as Roussillon. We picture him, from his poetry, as living on gifts and loans, on fruit and nuts and hens plucked from roadside farms, talking with peasant girls and tavern tarts, singing or whistling on the highways, dodging the police in the towns. Again we lose track of him, then suddenly he reappears, condemned to death in a prison at Orléans in 1460. We do not know what brought him to that pass. We know only that in July of that year, Marie of Orléans, daughter of the poet Duke, made a formal entry into the city, and that Charles celebrated the occasion with a general amnesty to prisoners. Villon emerged from death to life in an ecstasy of joy. Soon hungry, he stole again, was caught, and, his previous escapades being held against him, was thrown into a dark and dripping dungeon in the village of Meung-sur-Loire, near Orléans. 4 months he lived there with rats and toads, biting his scarred lip, and vowing vengeance on a world that punished thieves and let poets starve. But not all the world was unkind. Louis XI, passing through Orléans, declared another amnesty, and Villon, told that he was free, danced a fandango on his prison straw. He rushed back to Paris or its vicinity, and now, old and bald and penniless at 30, he wrote his greatest poems, which he called simply Les Lays, the Lays. Posterity, finding so many of them cast again into the form of ironic bequests, termed them Le Grand Testament, 1461 to 1462. He leaves his spectacles to the hospital for blind paupers, so that they may, if they can, distinguish the good from the bad, the lowly from the great, among the skeletons in the charnel house of the innocents. So soon in life obsessed with death, he mourns the mortality of beauty, and sings a Ballade des Dames du Temps Jadis, of yesterday's belles. Tell me where, in what land of shade, bides fair Flora of Rome, and where are Thais and Archiapade, cousins German of beauty rare, and Echo, more than mortal fair, that, when one calls by river flow or marish, answers out of the air. But what has become of last year's snow? He considers it nature's unforgivable sin to ravish us with loveliness and then dissolve it in our arms. His bitterest poem is Les Regrets de la Belle Ulmière, the lament of the fair helm-maker. Where is that clear and crystal brow, those eyebrows arched, and golden hair? And those bright eyes, where are they now, wherewith the wisest ravished were? The little nose so straight and fair, the tiny, tender, perfect ear, where is the dimpled chin, and where the pouting lips so red and clear? The description proceeds from lure to lure, omitting none, and then, in plaintive litany, each charm decays. The breasts all shriveled up and gone, the haunches like the paps withdrawn, the thighs no longer like to thighs, withered and mottled all like brawn. Which here, alas, means sausages. And so, no longer loving love or life, Villon bequeaths himself to the dust. Item, my body I ordain unto the earth, our grandmother. Thereof the worms will have small gain, hunger hath worn it many a year. He leaves his books gratefully to his foster father, and as a parting gift to his old mother he composes for her a humble ballad to the Virgin. He asks mercy of all but those who imprisoned him, of monks and nuns, mummers and chanters, lackeys and gallants, wantons who all their charms display, brawlers and jugglers and tumblers gay, clowns with their apes and carpets spread, gentle and simple, living and dead, I cry folk mercy one and all. So, here is ended, both great and small, poor Villon's testament. When he is dead, come, I pray you, to his funeral, whilst the bell tinkles overhead. Prince, that art gentle as a yearling gled, hear what he did with his latest sigh. He drank a long draught of the vine juice red, when as he felt his end draw nigh. Despite these wills and farewells, he could not so soon turn down the cup of life. In 1462 he went back to Guillaume de Villon and the cloisters, and his mother rejoiced. But the law had not forgotten him. The College of Navarre had him arrested, and consented to his liberation only on condition that he repay at his share of the loot of 6 years back, 40 crowns a year for 3 years. On the night of his release, he had the ill luck to be with 2 of his old crime-mates when they started a drunken brawl in which a priest was stabbed. Apparently Villon had no blame in the matter. He withdrew to his room and prayed for peace. Nevertheless, he was again arrested. He was tortured by having water forced down his throat to the bursting point, and then, to his astonishment, he was condemned to be hanged. For several weeks he lay in close confinement, hoping and despairing. And now, expecting death for himself and his companions, he indited a pitiful farewell to the world. Men, brother men, that after us yet live, let not your hearts too hard against us be. For if some pity of us poor men ye give, the sooner God shall take of you pity. Here we 5 or 6 strung up, you see, and here the flesh, that all too well was fed, bit by bit eaten and rotten, rent and shred, and we the bones grow dust and ash withal. Let no man laugh at us discomforted, but pray to God that he forgive us all. The rain has washed and laundered us all five, and the sun dried and blackened. Yea, purdy ravens and pies with beaks that rend and rive have dug our eyes out and plucked off for fee our beards and eyebrows. Never we are free, not once to rest. But here and there, still sped, drive at its wild will by the wind's change led, more pecked of birds than fruits on garden wall. Men, for God's love, let no jibe here be said, but pray to God that he forgive us all. Not yet quite hopeless, Villon persuaded his jailer to take a message to his foster-father and to convey to the court of the Parlement an appeal from a sentence so clearly unjust. Guillaume de Villon, who could forgive 70 times 7, once more interceded for the poet, who must have had some virtues to be so undiscouragably loved. On January 3, 1463, the court, say its record, ordered that the sentence preceding be annulled, and having regard to the bad character of the said Villon, that he be banished for 10 years from the town and Viscounty of Paris. François thanked the court in a joyful ballad, and asked for 3 days' grace to provide for my journey and bid my folk adieu. It was granted, and presumably he now saw his foster-father and his mother for the last time. He packed his bundle, grasped the bottle of wine and the purse the good Guillaume gave him, received the old man's benediction, and marched out of Paris and history. We hear nothing of him more. He was a thief, but a melodious thief, and the world has need of melody. He could be brutally coarse, as in the Ballade de la Grosse Margot, and he flung obscene epithets at women who fell short of his desires, and he was impishly frank in anatomical details. All this we can forgive for the sins that were committed against his sins, and the ever-resurgent tenderness of his spirit, and the wistful music of his verse. He paid the penalty for what he was, and left us the only reward. Chapter 5. England in the 15th Century, 1399 to 1509. 1. Kings. Henry IV, having reached the throne, found himself challenged by revolt. In Wales, Owen Glendower overthrew the English domination for a moment, from 1401 to 1408, but the future Henry V, now Prince of Wales, overcame him with dashing strategy, and Owen Glendower, after leading a hunted life for 8 years in Welsh fastnesses and crags, died a few hours after receiving full pardon from his gallant conqueror. Synchronizing his rebellion with Glendower's, Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, led some nobles of the north into an uprising against a king unable to keep all the promises he had made to them for their aid in deposing Richard II. The Earl's reckless son Harry Hotspur, unwarrantably lovable in Shakespeare, led a hesitant and inadequate force against the king at Shrewsbury in 1403. There the youth died in foolish heroism. Henry IV fought manfully in the front ranks, and his gay wastrel son, Prince Hal, displayed the bravery that would win Agincourt in France. These and other troubles left Henry little time or zest for statesmanship. His revenues limped behind his expenditures. He quarreled tactlessly with Parliament, and ended his reign amid fiscal chaos and the personal tribulations of leprosy, prolapse of the rectum, and venereal disease. He departed to God, says Holinshead, in the year of his age 46, in great perplexity and little pleasure. In tradition and Shakespeare, Henry V had lived a free and frolicsome youth, and had even conspired to seize the throne from a father incapacitated by illness, but tenacious of power. Contemporary chroniclers merely hint at his revels, but assure us that after his accession he was changed into another man, studying to be honest, grave, and modest. He who had romped with topers and tarts now dedicated himself to leading a united Christendom against the advancing Turks, adding, however, that he must first conquer France. He accomplished his proximate aim with astonishing speed, and for a precarious moment an English king sat on the throne of France. German princes sent him homage, and thought of making him emperor. He rivaled Caesar briefly in the planning of campaigns, the provisioning of his armies, the affection of his troops, and in exposing himself in all battles and weathers. Suddenly, still a youth of 35, he died of fever at Bois de Vincennes in 1422. His death saved France, and almost ruined England. His popularity might have persuaded the taxpayers to rescue the government from bankruptcy, But his son Henry VI was, at accession, only 9 months old, and a disgraceful sequence of corrupt regents and inept generals sank the treasury into irredeemable debt. The new ruler never rose to royal stature. He was a delicate and studious neurasthenic who loved religion and books and shuddered at the thought of war. The English mourned that they had lost a king and won a saint. In 1452, imitating Charles VI of France, Henry VI went mad. A year later, his ministers signed a peace acknowledging England's defeat in the 100 Years' War. Richard, Duke of York, governed for 2 years as protector. In a cloudy, lucid interval, Henry dismissed him in 1454. The angry duke claimed the throne through descent from Edward III. He branded the Lancastrian kings as usurpers and joined Salisbury, Warwick, and other barons in those Wars of the Roses, Lancastrian red and Yorkist white, which through 31 years, from 1454 to 1485, pitted noble against noble in the indefatigable suicide of the Anglo-Norman aristocracy, and left England impoverished and desolate. Soldiers, demobilized by unwanted peace and loath to resume the chores of peasantry, enlisted on either side, plundered the villages and towns, and murdered without qualm all who stood in their way. The Duke of York was killed in battle at Goldsmith's Wakefield in 1460, but his son Edward, Earl of March, carried on the war remorselessly, slaughtering all captives, with or without pedigree, while Margaret of Anjou, the virile queen of the gentle Henry, led the Lancastrian resistance with unblushing ferocity. March won at Towton in 1461, ended the Lancastrian dynasty, and became, as Edward IV, the first Yorkist king. But the man who really ruled England for the next 6 years was Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. Head of a rich and numerous clan, possessed of a dominating and yet engaging personality, as subtle in statesmanship as he was brilliant in war, Warwick the Kingmaker had fathered the victory at Towton and had raised Edward to the throne. The king, resting from strife, dedicated himself to women, while Warwick governed so well that all England south of the Tyne and east of the Severn, for Margaret was still fighting, honored him as in all but name the king. When Edward rebelled against the reality and turned against him, Warwick joined Margaret, drove Edward from England, restored Henry VI to nominal power in 1470, and ruled again. But Edward organized an army with Burgundian aid, crossed to Hull, defeated and slew Warwick at Barnet, defeated Margaret at Tewkesbury in 1471, had Henry VI murdered in the Tower, and lived happily ever afterward. He was still only 31. Comines describes him as one of the handsomest men of his age, who took no delight in anything but ladies, dancing, entertainment, and the chase. He replenished his treasury by confiscating the estates of the Nevilles, and by accepting from Louis XI, as bribes to peace, 125,000 crowns and a promise of 50,000 more per year. So eased, he could ignore a parliament whose only use to him would have been to vote him funds. Feeling himself secure, he surrendered himself again to luxury and indolence, wore himself out lovingly, grew fat and jolly, and died at 41 in the amplitude of his person and his power. This in 1483. He left 2 sons, the 12-year-old Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, aged 9. Their uncle Richard, Duke of Gloucester, had for the past 6 years served the state as chief minister, and with such industry, piety, and skill that when he made himself regent, England accepted him without protest, despite his ill-featured limbs, crooked back, hard-favored visage, and left shoulder much higher than his right. Whether through the intoxication of power, or just suspicion of conspiracies to unseat him, Richard imprisoned several notables and executed one. On July 6, 1483, he had himself crowned as Richard III, and on July 15th, the 2 young princes were murdered in the Tower, no one knows by whom. Once again the nobility rose in revolt, this time led by Henry Tudor, Earl of Richmond. When their modest forces met the king's far larger army on Bosworth Field in 1485, most of Richard's soldiers refused to fight, and, lacking both a kingdom and a horse, he died in a desperate charge. The Yorkist dynasty ended. The Earl of Richmond, as Henry VII, began the Tudor line that would close with Elizabeth. Under the blows of necessity, Henry developed the virtues and vices that seemed to him demanded by his place. Holbein pictured him in a Whitehall fresco, tall, slender, beardless, pensive, humane, hardly revealing the subtle secret calculation, the cold stern pride, the flexible but patiently obdurate will that brought England from its destitute disintegration under the 6th Henry to its wealth and concentrated power under the 8th. He loved the felicity of full coffers, says Bacon, because he knew their persuasiveness in politics. He taxed the nation ingeniously, bled the rich with benevolences or forced gifts, made avid use of fines to feed his treasury and discourage crime, and winked as judges fitted the fine not to the offence, but to the purse. He was the first English king since 1216 who kept his expenses within his income, and his charities and generosities mitigated his parsimony. He devoted himself conscientiously to administration, and skimped his pleasures to complete his toil. His life was darkened with perennial suspicion, not without cause. He trusted no one, concealed his purposes, and by fair means or dubious he achieved his ends. He established the Court of Star Chamber to try in secret sessions obstreperous nobles too powerful to fear local judges or juries. And year by year he brought the ruined aristocracy and the frightened prelacy into subordination to the monarchy. Strong individuals resented the decline of liberty and the desuetude of Parliament, but peasants forgave much in a king who disciplined their lords, and manufacturers and merchants thanked him for his wise promotion of industry and trade. He had found an England in feudal anarchy, a government too poor and disreputable to win obedience or loyalty. He left to Henry VIII a state respected, orderly, solvent, united, and at peace. 2. The growth of English wealth. Apparently nothing had been gained by the Great Revolt of 1381. Many servile dues were still exacted, and as late as 1537 the House of Lords rejected a bill for the final manumission of all serfs. The enclosure of commons was accelerated. Thousands of displaced serfs became propertyless proletarians in the towns. The sheep, said Thomas More, were eating up the peasantry. In some ways the movement was good. Lands approaching exhaustion were re-nitrogenated by the grazing sheep, and by 1500 only 1% of the population were serfs. A class of yeomen grew, tilling their own land, and gradually giving to the English commoner the sturdy independent character that would later forge the Commonwealth and build an unwritten constitution of unprecedented liberty. Feudalism became unprofitable as industry and commerce spread into a national and money economy bound up with foreign trade. When the serf produced for his lord, he had scant motive for expansion or enterprise. When the free peasant and the merchant could sell their product in the open market, the lust for gain quickened the economic pulse of the nation. The villages sent more food to the towns produced more goods to pay for it, and the exchange of surpluses overflowed the old municipal limits and guild restrictions to cover England and reach out beyond the sea. Some guilds became merchant companies, licensed by the king to sell English products abroad. Whereas in the 14th century most English trade had been carried in Italian vessels, the British now built their own ships and sent them into the North Sea, the coastal Atlantic, and the Mediterranean. The Genoese and Hanseatic merchants resented these newcomers and fought them with embargoes and piracy. But Henry VII, convinced that the development of England required foreign trade, took English shipping under governmental protection and arranged with other nations commercial agreements that established maritime order and peace. By 1500, the merchant adventurers of England ruled the trade of the North Sea. With an eye to commerce with China and Japan, the far-seeing king commissioned the Italian navigator Giovanni Caboto, then living in Bristol as John Cabot, to seek a northern passage across the Atlantic, this in 1497. Cabot had to be content with discovering Newfoundland, and in a second voyage in 1498 exploring the coast from Labrador to Delaware. He died in that year, and his son Sebastian passed into the service of Spain. Probably neither the sailor nor his king realized that these expeditions inaugurated British imperialism and opened to English trade and colonists a region that would in time be England's strength and salvation. Meanwhile, protective tariffs nourished national industry. Economic order reduced the rate of interest sometimes to as low as 5%, and governmental decrees rigorously regulated wages and the conditions of labor. A statute of Henry VII in 1495 ruled that every artificer and laborer be at his work between the midst of the month of March and the midst of the month of September before 5 o'clock in the morning, and that he have but half an hour for his breakfast, and an hour and a half for his midday dinner, at such time as he hath season for sleep, and that he depart not from work till between 7 and 8 of the clock in the evening, and that from the midst of September to the midst of March every artificer and labourer be at their work in the springing of the day, and depart not till night, and that they sleep not by day. However, the worker rested and drank on Sundays, and on 24 additional holidays in the year. Fair prices were set by the state for many commodities, and we hear of arrests for exceeding these figures. Real wages in relation to prices were apparently higher in the late 15th century than in the early 19th. The revolts of English labour in this age stressed political rights as well as economic wrongs. Semi-communistic propaganda continued in almost every year, and working men were repeatedly reminded that you be made of the same mould and metal that the gentles be made of. Why then should they sport and play, and you labour and toil? Why should they have so much of the prosperity and treasure of this world, and ye so little? Riots against enclosures of common lands were numerous, and there were periodic conflicts between merchants and artisans, but we hear too of agitations for municipal democracy, for the representation of labour in Parliament, and for a reduction of taxes. In June 1450, a large and disciplined force of peasants and town labourers marched upon London and camped at Blackheath. Their leader, Jack Cade, presented their grievances in an orderly document. All the common people, what for taxes and tallages and other oppressions, might not live by their handiwork and husbandry. The statute of labourers should be repealed, and a new ministry should be formed. The government accused Cade of advocating communism. The troops of Henry VI and the retainers of certain nobles met the rebel army at Sevenoaks on June 18, 1450. To the surprise of all, the rebels won and poured into London. To appease them, the King's Council ordered the arrest of Lord Say and William Cromer, officials especially hated for their exactions and tyranny. On July 4th, they were surrendered to the mob that besieged the Tower. They were tried by the rebels, refused to plead, and were beheaded. According to Holinshead, the two heads were raised on spikes and carried through the streets in joyous procession. Every now and then their mouths were knocked together in a bloody kiss. The Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of Winchester negotiated a peace, granting some demands and offering amnesty. The rebels agreed and dispersed. Jack Cade, however, attacked the castle of Queensborough in Sheppey. The government outlawed him, and on July 12th he was mortally wounded while resisting arrest. 8 accomplices were condemned to death. The rest were pardoned by the king, to the great rejoicing of all his subjects. 3. Morals and Manners. The Venetian ambassador, about 1500, reported to his government, "The English are for the most part, both men and women, of all ages, handsome and well-proportioned. They are great lovers of themselves, and of everything belonging to them. They think there are no other men than themselves, and no other world but England. And whenever they see a handsome foreigner, they say that he looks like an Englishman, and that it is a great pity that he is not one." The English might have answered that most of this description, mutatis mutandis, would fit all peoples. Assuredly, they were a vigorous stock, in body, character, and speech. They swore so heartily that even Joan of Arc regularly called them goddams. The women, too, were plain-spoken, talking of matters physiological and genetic with a freedom that might shock the sophisticates of today. Humor was as coarse and profane as speech. Manners were rough, even in the aristocracy, and had to be trained and tamed by a rigid code of ceremony. The lusty spirit that would agitate the Elizabethans was already formed in the 15th century out of a life of danger, violence, and insolence. Every man had to be his own policeman, ready to meet blow with blow and, at need, kill with a steady stomach. These same powerful animals could be generous, chivalrous, and, on occasion, even tender. Tough warriors wept when Sir John Chandos, the almost parfait knight, died, and Margaret Paston's letter to her sixth husband from 1443 shows how timeless and raceless love can be. We should add, however, that this same lady almost broke the head of her daughter for refusing to marry the parental choice. Girls were brought up in protective demureness and modesty, for men were beasts of prey, and virginity was an economic asset in the marital mart. Marriage was an incident in the transfer of property. Girls could legally marry at 12, boys at 14, even without their parents' consent. But in the upper classes, to accelerate property transactions, betrothals were arranged by the parents soon after the children reached the age of 7. Since love marriages were exceptional and divorce was forbidden, adultery was popular, especially in the aristocracy. "There reigned abundantly," says Holinshead, "the filthy sin of lechery and fornication, with abominable adulteries, especially in the king." Edward IV, after sampling many loves, chose Jane Shore as his favorite concubine. She served him with wanton fidelity and proved a kind friend at court to many a petitioner. When Edward died, Richard III, possibly to parade his brother's vices and disguise his own, forced her to march through London streets in the white robe of a public penitent. She lived to a destitute old age, despised and rejected by those whom she had helped. Never in known history had Englishmen, now so law-abiding, been so lawless. 100 years of war had made men brutal and reckless. Nobles returning from France continued to fight in England and employed demobilized soldiers in their feuds. Aristocrats shared with tradesmen a greed for money that overrode all morality. Petty thefts were innumerable. Merchants sold shoddy goods and used false weights. At one time, frauds in the quality and quantity of exports almost ruined England's foreign trade. Commerce on the seas was spiced with piracy. Bribery was almost universal. Judges could scarcely judge without gifts. Juries were paid to be friendly to plaintiff or defendant or both. Tax collectors were greased to let exemptions slip readily from their palms. Recruiting officers, like Shakespeare's Falstaff, could be induced to overlook a town. An English army invading France was bought off by the enemy. Men were as mad for money then as now, and poets like Chaucer, having denounced greed, practiced it. The moral structure of society might have collapsed had not its foundations been mortised in the simple life of common men and women, who, while their betters plotted the wars and mischief of the time, maintained the home and carried on the race. All classes except merchants and proletaires lived in the country for as much of the year as they might. Castles, being no longer defensible since the development of cannon, were slowly evolving into manor houses. Brick replaced stone, but modest houses were still built of wood and mud. The central hall, once used for all purposes, lost its old size and splendor, and shrank into a vestibule opening into a larger living room, some small rooms, and a draught chamber, or withdrawing room for intimate converse. Tapestries hung on rich men's walls, and windows, sometimes of stained glass, brightened the once dark interior. The smoke of the hearth, which formerly had escaped through window, door, and roof, was now gathered into a chimney, and a massive fireplace dignified the living room. Ceilings might be timbered, floors might be tiled. Carpets were still rare. If we may trust the literary rather than accurate Erasmus, almost all the floors are of clay and rushes from the marshes, so carelessly renewed that the foundation sometimes remains for 20 years, harboring there below spittle and vomit and wine of dogs and men, beer, remnants of fishes, and other filth unnameable. Hence, with the change of weather, a vapor exhales which in my judgment is far from wholesome. Beds were sumptuous with carving, flowered coverlet and canopy. The dining table in comfortable homes was a giant masterpiece of carved walnut or oak. Near it, or in the hall, stood a cupboard, sideboard, or dresser, where table plate was dressed, that is, arranged for display or ornament. The parlor, a room for talking, was preferred for meals. To save oil, the main meals were taken in daylight. Dinner at 10 in the morning, supper at 5 in the afternoon. Men wore their hats at table to keep their long hair from getting into the food. Forks were reserved for special purposes like serving salad or toasting cheese. Their English use in the modern manner first appears in 1463. The knife was supplied by the guest, who carried it in a short sheath attached to his girdle. Etiquette required that food should be brought to the mouth with the fingers. As handkerchiefs were not in use till the middle of the 16th century, men were requested to blow their noses with the hand that held the knife, rather than that which conveyed the food. Napkins were unknown, and diners were warned not to clean their teeth on the tablecloth. Meals were heavy. The ordinary dinner of a man of rank included 15 or 20 dishes. Great lords kept great tables, feeding 100 retainers, visitors, and servants daily. Warwick the kingmaker used 6 oxen a day for his table, and sometimes fed 500 guests. Meat was the national food. Vegetables were scarce or shunned. Beer and ale were the national drinks. Wine was not as plentiful or popular as in France or Italy, but a gallon of beer per day was the usual allowance per person, even for nuns. The English, said Sir John Fortescue, circa 1470, drink no water unless at certain times upon religious score or by way of doing penance. Dress was splendid in the aristocracy. Simple men wore a plain gown or hood or a short tunic, convenient for work. Moneyed men liked furred and feathered hats, flowered robes, or fancy jackets bulging at the sleeves, and tight high hose, which, Chaucer's parson complained, shone the horrible swollen members that seemeth hernia, and eke the buttocks as it were the hinder part of a she-ape in the full of the moon. Chaucer himself, when a page, had a flaming costume with one hose red and the other black. The long pointed shoes of the 14th century disappeared in the 15th, and shoes became rounded or broad at the toe. As for the outrageous array of women, God wot that though the visages of some of them seem full chaste and debonair, yet notify they, by the horrible disordinate scantiness of their dress, their licorousness, or lecherousness, and pride. However, the pictures that have come down to us show the alluring sex tightly encased in a plethora of garments from ears to feet. Amusements ranged from checkers and chess, backgammon and dice, to fishing and hunting, archery and jousts. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 5, Side 1. Amusements ranged from checkers and chess, backgammon and dice, to fishing and hunting, archery and jousts. Playing cards reached England toward the end of the 15th century. Today they still dress their kings and queens in the fashion of that time. Dancing and music were as popular as gambling. Nearly every Englishman took part in choral song. Henry V rivaled John Dunstable among the outstanding composers of the day. And English singers were acclaimed on the continent. Men played tennis, handball, football, bowls, quoits. They wrestled and boxed, set cocks to fighting, baited bears and bulls. Crowds gathered to see acrobats and rope-walkers perform the feats that amused antiquity and amazed modernity. Kings and nobles kept jugglers, jesters, and buffoons, and a lord of misrule, appointed by the king or queen, superintended the sports and revels of Christmastide. Women moved freely among men everywhere, drank in taverns, rode to the hounds, hunted with falcons, and distracted the spectators from the combatants at tournaments. It was they who, led by the queen, judged the jousters and awarded the golden crown. Travel was still travail, but nobody seemed to stay home, a bad mark for monogamy. Roads were mud or dust, and robbers made no distinction of race, sex, class, or creed. Inns were picturesque and dirty, stocked with roaches, rats, and fleas. Nearly every one of them had a dull tear-sheet for sale, and virtue could hardly find a bed. The poor went on foot, the well-to-do on horseback, usually in armed companies. The very rich used new-fangled horse-drawn coaches, reputedly invented by a 15th-century Hungarian in the village of Koch.
Lordly carriages were carved and painted and gilded, cushioned and curtained and carpeted. Even so, they were less comfortable than camels, and as undulant as a fishing smack. Ships were no better than in antiquity, or worse. That which brought King John from Bordeaux to London in 1357 took 12 days. Crime flourished. Towns were too poor to have any but unpaid volunteer police, but all males were required to join in the hue and cry after a fleeing criminal. Deterrents were sought in severe penalties for the few who were caught. Burglary, larceny, arson, and sacrilege, as well as murder and treason, were punished with hanging on any convenient tree, and the corpse was left as a warning to others and a feast for crows. The practice of torture, both on the accused and on witnesses, developed under Edward IV and continued for 200 years. Lawyers abounded. Perhaps we judge the age too harshly, forgetting the barbarities of our enlightened century. Sir John Fortescue, Chief Justice under Henry VI, thought more highly of his time, and wrote in its honor 2 works once renowned. In a dialogue, De Laudibus Legum Angliae, he praised the laws of England, gloried in the right of trial by jury, mourned the use of torture, and, like 1,000 philosophers, warned princes to make themselves the law-abiding servants of the people. In Monarchia, or Governance of England, he compared France and England patriotically. In France, men could be condemned without public trial, the States General was rarely called, the king levied taxes on necessities like salt and wine. After so exalting his country, Sir John concluded that all governments should be subject to the Pope, usque ad pedum oscula, even to kissing his feet. 4. The Lollards. Archbishop Arundel in 1407 reaffirmed the supremacy of canon or ecclesiastical law over all secular legislation, and condemned as a major heresy any rejection of a papal decree. Recovering from Wyclif, the Church grew stronger in 15th-century England, and rising wealth overflowed into its coffers. Chantries were now a frequent form of contribution. Persons expecting death paid for the building of a chapel and for the chanting of masses to expedite their souls into paradise. As some 20 bishops and 26 abbots sat in the House of Lords with only 47 laymen, the Church controlled the major chamber of Parliament. To offset this, Henry VII, and later Henry VIII, insisted on the right of the kings to nominate the bishops and abbots of England from the eligible clergy, and this dependence of the hierarchy on the monarchy eased the clerical surrender to Henry VIII's assertion of royal supremacy over the English Church. Meanwhile, Wyclif's poor preachers continued to spread their anti-clerical ideas. As early as 1382, a monastic chronicler reported, with frightened exaggeration, that they multiplied exceedingly like budding plants, and filled the whole realm. You could scarce meet 2 men on the road but that one of them was a disciple of Wyclif. They found their readiest audience among the industrial workers, especially the weavers of Norfolk. In 1395, the Lollards felt strong enough to present to Parliament a bold statement of their principles. They opposed clerical celibacy, transubstantiation, image worship, pilgrimages, prayers for the dead, the wealth and endowment of the Church, the employment of ecclesiastics in state offices, the necessity of confession to priests, the ceremonies of exorcism, and the worship of the saints. In other pronouncements, they recommended that all should read the Bible frequently and should follow its precepts as superior to the decrees of the Church. They denounced war as unchristian and luxury as immoral. They called for sumptuary laws that would compel a return to simple foods and dress. They abhorred oaths and substituted for them such phrases as, "I am sure," or "it is sooth," that is, truth. Already the Puritan mind and view were taking form in Britain. A few preachers mingled socialism with their religion, but most of them refrained from attacking private property and sought the support of knights and gentry as well as of peasants and prolétaires. Nevertheless, the upper classes could not forget their narrow escape from social revolution in 1381, and the Church found in them a new readiness to protect her as a stabilizing force in the community. Richard II threatened with arrest the representatives of the Lollards in Parliament and reduced them to silence. In 1397, the English bishops petitioned the king for the execution of impenitent heretics, as in other realms subject to the Christian religion, but Richard was loath to go to such lengths. In 1401, however, Henry IV and his Parliament issued the famous statute De Haeretico Comburendo. All persons declared by an ecclesiastical court to be persistent heretics were to be burned, and all heretical books were to be destroyed. In that same year, William Sawtry, a Lollard priest, was burned at the stake. Other Lollards were arrested, recanted, and were treated leniently. In 1406, the Prince of Wales presented to Henry IV a petition alleging that the propaganda of the Lollards and their attacks on monastic property threatened the whole existing fabric of society. The king ordered a more vigorous prosecution of the heretics, but the absorption of the bishops in the politics of the papal schism temporarily deflected their energy from the hunt. In 1410, John Badby, a Lollard tailor, was condemned by the church and was burned in Smithfield Market. Before the faggots were lighted, Prince Hal pleaded with Badby to recant and offered him life and money. Badby refused and mounted the pyre to his death. The prince came to the throne in 1413 as Henry V and gave his full support to the policy of suppression. One of his personal friends was Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, whom some of Shakespeare's audience later identified with Falstaff. Oldcastle had served the nation well in the field, but he tolerated and protected Lollard preachers on his lands in Herefordshire and Kent. Thrice the bishops summoned him to trial. Thrice he refused to come. He yielded, however, to a writ from the king and appeared before the bishops in 1413 in that chapter house of St. Paul's where Wyclif had stood trial 36 years before. He affirmed his sincere Christianity, but would not reject the Lollard views on confession or the Eucharist. He was condemned as a heretic and was confined in the Tower of London. 40 days' grace was allowed him in the hope that he would recant. Instead, he escaped. At the news, the Lollards around London rose in revolt and tried to seize the king in 1414. The attempt failed, and some leaders were caught and hanged. Oldcastle hid for 3 years in the mountains of Herefordshire and Wales. Finally, he was captured, hanged as a traitor, and then burned as a heretic in 1417. State and church, both demanding their due. As compared with other persecutions, that of Lollardry was almost moderate. The executions for heresy numbered 11 between 1400 and 1485. We hear of several Lollard congregations surviving till 1521. As late as 1518, Thomas Mann, who claimed to have converted 700 to Lollardry, suffered death at the stake, and 6 more were burned in 1521. When Henry VIII divorced England from Rome, and the nation accepted the change without revolution, the Lollards might have claimed that in some measure they had prepared the way. In 1450, Reginald Peacock, Bishop of Chichester, published a book which he called, in the whimsical fashion of the times, Repressor of Overmuch Blaming of the Clergy. It was avowedly a refutation of Lollardry, and assumed a vigorous anti-clericalism among the people. It proposed to check these ideas not by imprisonment at the stake, but solely by an appeal to reason. The enthusiastic bishop reasoned so much that he fell in love with reason and in danger of heresy. He found himself refuting by reason some Lollard arguments from Scripture. In a treatise on faith, he definitely placed reason above the Bible as a test of truth, a position that Europe would take 200 years to regain. For good measure, the irrepressible repressor added that the fathers of the Church were not always to be trusted, that Aristotle was not an unquestionable authority, that the apostles had had no hand in the Apostles' Creed, and that the donation of Constantine was a forgery. The English bishops hailed the proud Peacock before their court in 1457 and gave him a choice between recanting or burning. He disliked burning, read a public abjuration, was deposed from his see, and was segregated in Thorney Abbey to the end of his days in 1460. 5. English Art, 1300 to 1509. Despite anti-clericalism and heresy, religion was still sufficiently fervent and opulent to raise English literature to a minor peak of excellence. The growth of commerce and the spoils of war financed cathedrals, castles, and palaces, and glorified Oxford and Cambridge with the fairest homes ever built for learning. From the marble of Purbeck and the alabaster of Nottingham, to the forests of Sherwood and the brick of any shire, the building materials of England were transformed into noble towers and lordly spires, and wooden ceilings almost as strong and handsome as Gothic stone vaults. The ugly tie-beam that had crossed obtrusively from wall to wall was replaced by hammer-beam projections, supporting with massive shoulders of oak the soaring arch above. In this manner some of England's finest churches spanned their naves. So Selby Cathedral received an oak ceiling of ribs and bosses, rivaling the Learn and fan designs that vaulted the Abbey Church at Bath, the choir at Ely, and the south transept of Gloucester with complex webs of stone. Patterns in window tracery, wall paneling, and choir screens gave their names to successive architectural styles, overlapping in time and often mingled in one edifice. Geometrical decorated Gothic, circa 1250 to circa 1315, used Euclidean forms, as in Exeter Cathedral. Curvilinear decorated Gothic, circa 1315 to circa 1380, abandoned definite figures for freely flowing lines that anticipated with restraint the flamboyant style of France, as in the South Rose window at Lincoln. Perpendicular Gothic, circa 1330 to circa 1530, stressed horizontal and vertical lines within the usual Gothic ogive, as in Henry VII's chapel at Westminster Abbey. The intense colors of 13th century stained glass were now softened with lighter tints, or with silver stain or pale grisaille. And in these windows the pageant of dying chivalry competed with the legends of Christianity to let Gothic art reach its final splendor and decline. Seldom has England known such an ecstasy of construction. 3 centuries, from 1376 to 1517, labored to build the present nave of Westminster Abbey. In the long gamut of those years we may weakly sense the toil of mind and arm that went to make an unrivaled mausoleum for England's best-behaved geniuses. Only less impressive was the reconstruction of Windsor. There Edward III rebuilt on a massive scale the great round tower in 1344, and Edward IV began in 1473 St. George's Chapel, with its lovely choir stalls, fan vault, and stained glass. Alan de Walsingham designed in curvilinear Gothic an exquisite Lady Chapel and Lantern Tower for Ely. Gloucester Cathedral received a central tower, a choir vault, a gorgeous east window, and spacious cloisters whose fan vaults are among the wonders of England. Winchester extended its immense nave and dressed its new front in perpendicular. Coventry built in that manner the cathedral that saved only its stately spire in the Second World War. Peterborough raised its dizzy fan vault. York Minster completed its nave, west towers, and choir screen. Towers were the crowning glory of the age, ennobling Merton and Magdalen colleges at Oxford, Fountains Abbey, Canterbury, Glastonbury, Derby, Taunton, and 100 other shrines. William of Wycombe used perpendicular in designing New College, Oxford. William of Waynflete, another nonagenarian, followed suit in the great quadrangle at Eton. And King's College, Cambridge, capped the age with a chapel, whose windows, vault, and choir stalls might reconcile Caliban to education and Timon of Athens to prayer. There was a secular and matter-of-fact spirit in perpendicular Gothic that perfectly suited the civic architecture of colleges, castles, fortresses, guild, and city halls. It was in this style that the Earls of Warwick, in the 14th and 15th centuries, raised their famous castle near Leamington. The Guildhall of London, fane of the capital's mercantile pride, was built in 1411 to 1435, burned down in 1666, was rebuilt by Christopher Wren, and received in 1866 the new interior that succumbed to bombs in the Second World War. Even the town shops took on, in their mullioned windows, a perpendicular pattern that conspires with carved lintels, cornices, and projecting balconies to bewitch us with the charm of a departing glory. English sculpture maintained in this age its reputation for mediocrity. The statuary made for church facades, as at Lincoln and Exeter, fell far short of the architecture it was intended to adorn. The great altar screens in Westminster Cathedral and St. Albans Abbey served as matrices for statues, but these are of too modest merit to add to the burden of our tale. The best sculpture was on funerary monuments. Fine figures were carved, usually in alabaster, of Edward II in Gloucester Cathedral, of Dame Eleanor Percy in Beverley Minster, of Henry IV and Queen Joan at Canterbury, of Richard Beauchamp at Warwick. English sculptors were at their best in representing the flowers and foliage of their verdant land. Good carving was done on wood. The choir stalls of Winchester, Ely, Gloucester, Lincoln, Norwich stopped the breath with their laborious beauty. Painting was still a minor art in England, lagging far behind contemporary work in Flanders and France. Illumination remained a favorite devotion. Edward III paid £66, or about $6,600 today, for an illuminated volume of romances, and Robert of Ormsby presented to Norwich Cathedral an illuminated psalter which the Bodleian Library ranks as the finest English manuscript in its collections. After 1450, the art of the miniature declined with the rise of mural and panel painting, and in the 16th century it faded out before the novel miracle of print. 6. Caxton and Malory. At some unknown date in the 15th century, a now nameless author produced the most famous of English morality plays. Every Man is an allegory whose characters are unprepossessing abstractions: knowledge, beauty, five wits, discretion, strength, goods, good deeds, fellowship, kindred, confession, death, every man, and God. In the prologue, God complains that his commandments are ignored by 9 men out of 10, 6 days out of 7, and sends Death to remind the terrestrials that they must soon come to him and give an account of their doings. In the space of a line, Death descends from heaven to earth, finds every man meditating earnestly on women and gold, and bids him come into eternity. Every man pleads unpreparedness, asks for an extension of time, offers a £1,000 bribe. But Death grants him only one mitigation: to be accompanied into eternity by some chosen friend. Every man begs Fellowship to join him in the great adventure, but Fellowship excuses himself bravely. If thou wilt eat and drink and make good cheer, or haunt together women's lusty company, I would not forsake you. Every man: then bear me company in my far journey. Fellowship: now in good faith I will not that way, but if thou wilt murder or any man kill, in that I will help thee with a good will. Every man appeals to Kindred, his cousin, who rejects the invitation because I have the cramp in my toe. Every man calls upon Goods to aid him, but Goods has been so firmly locked away that he cannot be freed to render any help. At last every man entreats Good Deeds. She is pleased that he has not quite forgotten her. She introduces him to Knowledge, who leads him to Confession, who shrives him clean. Then Good Deeds descends with every man into his grave, and angelic songs welcome the purified sinner into paradise. The author almost but not quite triumphed over an ungainly dramatic form. The personification of a quality can never qualify as a person, for every man is an irritatingly complex contradiction, unique except when part of a crowd. And great art must portray the general through the unique, as through Hamlet or Quixote, Oedipus or Panurge. Experiment and ingenuity would need another century to transform the dull morality play into the living Elizabethan drama of infinitely variable man. The great literary event in 15th century England was the establishment of its first printing press. Born in Kent, William Caxton migrated to Bruges as a merchant. In his leisure he translated a collection of French romances. His friends asked for copies, which he made himself, but his hand, he tells us, became weary and not steadfast with much writing, and his eyes were dimmed with overmuch looking on the white paper. On his visits to Cologne he may have seen the printing press set up there in 1466 by Ulrich Zell, who had learned the new technique in Mainz. In 1471, Collard Mansion organized a printing shop in Bruges, and Caxton resorted to it as a means of multiplying copies of his translation. In 1476 he returned to England, and a year later he installed at Westminster the fonts, perhaps the presses, that he had brought from Bruges. He was already 55, and only 15 years were left him. But in that period he printed 98 books, several of them translated by himself from the Latin or the French. His choice of titles, and the quaint and charming style of his prefaces, laid a lasting mark on English literature. When he died in 1491, his Alsatian associate, Wyncke de Voorde, carried on the revolution. In In 1485, Caxton edited and published one of the most lovable masterpieces of English prose, the noble histories of King Arthur and of certain of his knights. Its strange author had died, probably in prison, some 16 years before. Sir Thomas Malory, in the 100 Years' War, served in the retinue of Richard de Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, and represented Warwick in the Parliament of 1445. Lonesome for the license of war, he broke into the home of Hugh Smythe, raped Hugh's wife, extorted 100 shillings from Margaret King and William Hales, broke again into Hugh Smythe's house, and again raped the wife. He stole 7 cows, 2 calves, and 335 sheep, twice looted the Cistercian abbey at Coombe, and was twice clapped into jail. It seems incredible that such a man should have written that tender swan song of English chivalry which we now call Le Morte d'Arthur. But after a century of dispute, it is agreed that these delightful romances were the product of Sir Thomas Malory's incarcerated years. He took most of the stories from the French forms of the Arthurian legends, arranged them in tolerable sequence, and phrased them in a style of wistful feminine charm. To an aristocracy losing chivalry and the brutalities and treacheries of war, he appealed for a return to the high standards of Arthur's knights, forgetting their transgressions and his own. Arthur, after outgrowing fornication and incest, settles down with his pretty but venturesome Guinevere, governs England, indeed all Europe, from his capital at Camelot, Winchester, and requires the 150 knights of his Round Table to pledge themselves never to do outrage nor murder, by no means to be cruel, but to give mercy unto him that asketh mercy, and always to do gentlewomen succor upon pain of death. Love and war are the mingled themes of a book resounding with the combats of incomparable chevaliers for dames and damosels beyond compare. Tristram and Lancelot cuckold their kings, but are the soul of honor and bravery. Encountering each other armored, helmeted, and visored, and hence with their identities concealed, they fight for 4 hours, until their swords are incarnadined and dull. Then at last spake Sir Lancelot, and said, Knight, thou fightest wonderly well as ever I saw knight. Therefore, an it please you, tell me your name. Sir, said Sir Tristram, that is me loath to tell any man my name. Truly, said Sir Lancelot, an I were required, I was never loath to tell my name. It is well said, Sir Tristram, therefore I require you to tell me your name. Fair knight, he said, my name is Sir Lancelot du Lac. Alas, said Sir Tristram, what have I done? For ye are the man in the world that I love best. Fair knight, said Sir Lancelot, tell me your name. Truly, he said, my name is Sir Tristram de Lyon. O Jesu, said Sir Lancelot, what adventure is befallen me? And therewith Sir Lancelot kneeled down and yielded him up his sword. And therewith Sir Tristram kneeled down and yielded him up his sword. Then they both forthwith went to the stone, and set them down upon it, and took off their helms, and either kissed other 100 times. What a leap it is from this airy realm, in which no one ever worked for a living, and all women were gentlewomen, to the real matter-of-fact world of the Paston letters, those living missives that bound a scattered family together in affection and finance in the England of the 15th century. Here is John Paston, who practices law in London or on circuit, while Margaret rears their children and manages his property at Norwich. He is all business, stern, stingy, competent. She is all submission, a humble, able, timid wife, who trembles at the thought that she has offended him. Such were the Guineveres of the actual world. Yet here, too, are delicate sentiments, mutual solicitude, even romance. Marjorie Brews confesses to Sir John Paston II that she loves him, and mourns that the dowry she can bring him falls far below his state. But if ye love me, as I trust verily ye do, ye will not leave me therefore. And he, master of the Paston fortune, marries her despite the complaints of his relatives, and himself dies within 2 years. There were hearts tender and bruised under the hard surface of that disordered age. 7. The English Humanists. We must not wonder that the exuberance of classical scholarship in the Italy of Cosimo and Lorenzo de' Medici awoke only a timid echo in an England whose merchants cared little for letters, and whose nobles were not ashamed of illiterate wealth. Sir Thomas More, at the outset of the 16th century, reckoned that some 40% of the English people could read. The church and the universities which she controlled were as yet the sole patrons of scholars. It is to the credit of England that, under these circumstances, and amid the waste and violence of war, men like Grocyn, Linacre, Latimer, and Colet were touched by the Italian fire, and brought enough of its heat and light to England to make Erasmus, Europe's arbiter literarum, feel at home when he came to the island in 1499. The humanists, devoted to the study of pagan as well as Christian culture, were denounced by a few ingrown Trojans, who feared these Greeks bringing gifts from Italy, but they were bravely defended and befriended by great churchmen like William of Waynflete, Bishop of Winchester, William Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, and later Thomas Cardinal Wolsey, Chancellor of England. From the time when Manuel Chrysoloras visited England in 1408, some young English scholars caught a fever, whose only cure, they felt, was study or lechery in Italy. Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, came back from Italy with a passion for manuscripts, and collected a library that afterward enriched the Bodleian. John Tiptoft, Earl of Worcester, studied under Guarino de Verona at Ferrara and John Argyropoulos at Florence, and returned to England with more books than morals. In 1464-67, the monk William Tilly of Selling studied at Padua, Bologna, and Rome, brought back many pagan classics, and taught Greek at Canterbury. One of his fervent pupils there was Thomas Linacre. When Tilly went again to Italy in 1487, Linacre accompanied him, and remained 12 years. He studied under Politian and Chalcondyles in Florence, edited Greek works for Aldus Manutius in Venice, and returned to England so accomplished in diverse fields of learning that Henry VII summoned him to tutor Arthur, Prince of Wales. At Oxford, he and Grocyn and Latimer constituted almost an Oxford movement toward the classic languages and literatures. Their lectures inspired John Colet and Thomas More, and attracted Erasmus himself. Linacre was the most universal of the English humanists, at home in Greek and Latin, translating Galen, promoting scientific medicine, founding the Royal College of Physicians, and leaving his fortune to endow chairs of medicine at Oxford and Cambridge. Through him, said Erasmus, the new learning was so established in Britain that no Englishman need any longer go to study in Italy. William Grocyn was already 40 when he joined Linacre in Florence. Returning to England in 1492, he hired rooms in Exeter College, Oxford, and lectured daily on Greek, over the protests of conservatives who trembled lest the original text of the New Testament should upset the 1,000-year-old authority of Jerome's Vulgate Latin translation. But Grocyn was reassuringly orthodox in doctrine and rigidly upright in his moral life. English humanism never developed, as in some scholars of the Italian Renaissance, even a concealed hostility to Christianity. It treasured the Christian heritage above all intellectual refinements, and its most famous disciple found no embarrassment in being Dean of St. Paul's. John Colet was the eldest son of Sir Henry Colet, a rich merchant who begot 22 children, and served 2 terms as mayor of London. At Oxford, the youth caught the humanist fervor from Linacre and Grocyn, and eagerly devoured Plato, Plotinus, and Cicero. In 1493 he traveled in France and Italy, met Erasmus and Boudet in Paris, was strongly moved by Savonarola in Florence, and was shocked by the levity and license of cardinals and Alexander VI in Rome. On his return to England, having inherited his father's wealth, he might have risen to high place in business or politics, but he preferred scholastic life in Oxford. Ignoring the tradition that only a priest might teach theology, he lectured on St. Paul's epistle to the Romans. He replaced scholastic dialectic with criticism and elucidation of the Vulgate text, and his large audiences felt refreshed by the novelty of his method and by his stress on the good life as the best theology. Erasmus, who saw him at Oxford in 1499, described him as a saint perpetually tempted to lust and luxury, but keeping the flower of his virginity till his death, scorning the easy-going monks of his time and dedicating his fortune to pious uses and charity. He was a loyal opposition in the Church, loving her despite her faults. He questioned the literal truth of Genesis, but accepted the divine inspiration of the Bible. He foreshadowed the Reformers in stressing the authority of the Scriptures as against ecclesiastical traditions and forms, in rejecting the scholastic philosophy as an intellectual dilution of simple Christianity, in doubting the confessional powers of priests and the real presence of Christ in the consecrated bread, and in denouncing the worldliness of the clergy. If the highest bishop, whom we call the Pope, be a lawful bishop, he of himself does nothing, but God in him. But if he do attempt anything of himself, he is then a breeder of poison. This has now indeed been done for many years past, and has by this time so increased as to take powerful hold on all members of the Christian Church, so that unless Jesus lay to his hand with all speed, our most disordered Church cannot be far from death. Oh, the abominable impiety of those miserable priests, of whom this age contains a great multitude, who fear not to rush from the bosom of some foul harlot into the temple of the Church, to the altars of Christ, to the mysteries of God. On them the vengeance of God will one day fall. In 1504, Colet was appointed Dean of St. Paul's. From that high pulpit he preached against the sale of bishoprics and the evil of plural benefices held by one man. He aroused an angry opposition, but Archbishop Warham protected him. Linacre, Grocyn, and More were now established in London, free from the conservatism and scholasticism of Oxford, stimulated by the visits of Erasmus, and soon to enjoy the support of the young Henry VIII. Everything seemed prepared for an English Renaissance that would move hand in hand with a peaceful Reformation. Chapter 6. Episode in Burgundy, 1363 to 1515. 1. The Royal Dukes. By its position on the eastern flank of France around Dijon, and by the subtle statesmanship of its dukes, Burgundy emerged with little harm from the 100 Years' War, and became for half a century the brightest spot in Transalpine Christendom. When the Burgundian ducal family of the Capetian line became extinct, and the duchy reverted to the French crown, John II gave it to his fourth son Philip in 1363 as a reward for valor at Poitiers. During his 41 years as Duke of Burgundy, Philip the Bold, or Philippe le Hardi, managed so well and married so diplomatically that Hainaut, Flanders, Artois, and Franche-Comté came under his rule. And the Duchy of Burgundy, technically a province of France, became in effect an independent state, enriched by Flemish commerce and industry, and graced by the patronage of art. John the Fearless, Jean sans peur, by a fine web of alliances and intrigues, stretched his power to the bursting point, and France felt challenged to resist. Louis, Duke of Orléans, ruling France for his mad brother Charles VI, allied France with the Holy Roman Empire in a plan to check the unwisely fearless Duke. John's hired assassins killed him. Violent strife ensued between the Burgundian party and the Armagnacs, followers of Louis's father-in-law, the Count of Armagnac, for the control of French policy, and John in turn died under an assassin's knife in 1419. His son Philip the Good renounced all feudal allegiance to France, allied Burgundy with England, and annexed Tournai, Namur, Brabant, Holland, Zeeland, Limburg, and Louvain. When he made his peace with France in 1435, he exacted the recognition of his duchy's practical sovereignty and the cession of Luxembourg, Liège, Cambrai, and Utrecht. Burgundy was now at its zenith, rivaling in wealth and power any kingdom in the West. Philip might not win from tender minds his title, the Good. He was not above chicanery and cruelty and unmannerly flares of wrath. But he was a devoted son, an excellent administrator, and a fond father even to his 16 illegitimate offspring. He loved women royally, had 24 mistresses, prayed and fasted, gave alms, and made his capitals, Dijon, Bruges, and Ghent, the art foci of the Western world outside of Italy. His long rule brought to Burgundy and its provinces such affluence that few of his subjects made any fuss about his sins. The Flemish towns fretted under his mastery and mourned to see their old guild organization and communal liberties yielding to a national economy under a centralized government. Philip and his son Charles suppressed their revolts, but allowed them a conciliatory peace, for they knew that from the industry and commerce of these cities came the richest ducal revenues. Before Philip, the regions of the lower Rhine had been fragments, as diverse in institutions and policies as in race and speech. He bound them into a unified state, gave them order, and seconded their prosperity. Burgundian society at Bruges, Ghent, Liège, Louvain, Brussels, and Dijon was now, from 1420 to 1460, the most polished and amorous in Europe, not excepting the contemporary Florence of Cosimo de' Medici. The dukes preserved all the forms of chivalry. It was Philip the Good who founded the Order of the Golden Fleece in 1429, and it was in part from her Burgundian allies that England took the chivalric pomp and glamour that brightened the rough surface of English manners, glorified the campaigns of Henry V, and shone in the pages of Froissart and Malory. The Burgundian nobles, shorn of independent power, lived chiefly as courtiers, and developed all the graces of dress and bearing that could adorn parasitism and adultery. Merchants and manufacturers robed themselves like royalty, and fed and gowned their wives as if preparing the scene for Rubens. Under so loving a duke, monogamy would have been lèse majesté. John of Heinsberg, the jolly Bishop of Liège, spawned a dozen bastards. John of Burgundy, Bishop of Cambrai, had 36 children and grandchildren begotten out of wedlock. Many of the elite in this eugenic age were so born. Prostitutes could be found at almost any time and price at the public baths. At Louvain they pretended to be landladies, offering accommodations for students. Festivals were many and extravagant. Famous artists were engaged to design the pageants and decorate the floats, and people came over frontiers and seas to view gorgeous spectacles in which nude women played the part of ancient goddesses and nymphs. 2. The religious spirit. In somber contrast with this effervescent society were the saints and mystics who, under these dukes, gave Holland a high place in religious history. Jan van Ruysbroek, a Brussels priest, retired at 50 in 1343 to an Augustinian monastery at Groenendael, near Waterloo, where he devoted himself to mystical contemplation and compositions. He professed that the Holy Spirit guided his pen. Nevertheless, his pantheism verged upon a denial of individual immortality. God himself is swallowed up with all the blessed in an absence of modes, an eternal loss of self. The seventh degree is attained when, beyond all knowledge or all knowing, we discover in ourselves a bottomless not-knowing. When, beyond all names given to God or to creatures, we come to expire and pass over in eternal namelessness, where we lose ourselves, and contemplate all these blessed spirits which are essentially sunken away, merged and lost in their superessence, in an unknown darkness without mode. The Netherlands and Rhenish Germany saw in this period a profusion of lay groups, Beguards, Beguines, Brethren of the Free Spirit, whose mystic raptures led often to piety, social service, quietism, and pacifism, sometimes to a rejection of the sacraments as unnecessary, and occasionally to a cheerful acceptance of sin as quite swallowed up in union with God. Gerrit Groot of Deventer, after receiving a good education at Cologne, Paris, and Prague, spent many days with Ruysbroek at Groenendael, and was moved to make the love of God the pervading motive of his life. Having received deacon's orders in 1379, he began to preach in the towns of Holland, in the vernacular, to audiences so large that the local churches could not hold them. People left their shops and meals to hear him. Scrupulously orthodox in doctrine, and himself a hammer of heretics, he nevertheless attacked the moral laxity of priests as well as of laymen, and demanded that Christians should live strictly in accord with the ethics of Christ. He was denounced as a heretic, and the Bishop of Utrecht withdrew from all deacons the right to preach. One of Groot's followers, Floris Radowijnszoon, drew up a semi-monastic, semi-communistic rule for the Brethren of the Common Life, who lived in a frater house at Deventer with Groot at their head, and, without taking monastic vows, occupied themselves with manual labor, teaching, religious devotions, and copying manuscripts. Groot died at 44 in 1384 of a pestilence contracted while nursing a friend, but his brotherhood spread its influence through 200 fraterhausen in Holland and Germany. The schools of the Brotherhood gave the pagan classics a prominent place in their curriculum, preparing the way for the Jesuit schools that took over their work in the Counter-Reformation. The Brethren welcomed printing soon after its appearance, and used it to disseminate their Moderna Devotio. Alexander Hagius, at Deventer, 1475 to 1498, was a memorable example of the type that fortunate students have known. the saintly teacher who lives only for the instruction and moral guidance of his pupils. He improved the curriculum, centered it around the classics, and won the praise of Erasmus for the purity of his Latin style. When he died, he left nothing but his clothes and his books. Everything else he had secretly given to the poor. Among the famous pupils of Deventer were Nicholas of Cusa, Erasmus, Rudolf Agricola, Jean de Gerson, and the author of The Imitation of Christ. We are not sure who wrote this exquisite manual of humility. Probably it was Thomas Hammerken of Kempen in Prussia. In the quiet of his cell in the monastery of Mount St. Agnes near Zwolle, Thomas à Kempis, 1380 to 1471, gathered from the Bible, the Fathers of the Church, and St. Bernard, passages expounding the ideal of unworldly piety as conceived by Ruysbroek and Croot, and rephrased them in simple mellifluous Latin. What will it avail thee to be engaged in profound discussions of the Trinity, if thou be void of humility, and art thereby displeasing to the Trinity? Truly, sublime words do not make a man holy and just, but a virtuous life maketh him dear to God. I had rather feel compunction than know how to define it. If thou knewest the whole Bible by heart, and the sayings of all the philosophers, what would it profit thee without the love of God, and without grace? Vanity of vanities, and all is vanity, except to love God, and him only to serve. This is the highest wisdom, by contempt of the world to tend toward the kingdom of heaven. Yet learning is not to be blamed, for that is good in itself, and ordained by God. But a good conscience and a virtuous life are always to be preferred. He is truly great who hath great love. He is truly great that is little in his own eyes, and that maketh no account of any height of honor. He is truly wise who casteth aside all earthly things as dung, that he may win Christ. Fly the tumult of men as much as thou canst, for the treating of worldly affairs is a great hindrance. Truly it is misery to live on the earth. It is a great matter to live in obedience, to be under a superior, and not to be at our own disposing. It is much safer to obey than to govern. The cell, constantly dwelt in, groweth sweet. There is a gentle eloquence in the imitation that echoes the profound simplicity of Christ's sermons and parables. It is an ever-needed check on the intellectual pride of frail reason and shallow sophistication. When we are weary of facing our responsibilities in life, we shall find no better refuge than Thomas à Kempis's Fifth Gospel. But who shall teach us how to be Christians in the stream and storm of the world? 3. Sparkling Burgundy, 1363 to 1465. Despite such deprecating Thomases, the provinces under Burgundian rule indulged in considerable intellectual activity. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 5, Side 2. Despite such deprecating Thomases, the provinces under Burgundian rule indulged in considerable intellectual activity. The dukes themselves, Philip the Good above the rest, collected libraries and encouraged literature and art. Schools multiplied, and the University of Louvain, founded in 1426, was soon among the leading educational centres of Europe. Georges Castellan's Chronique des Ducs de Bourgogne recorded the history of the duchy with rhetorical effulgence and a minimum of philosophy, but in a vigorous French that shared with Froissart and Comines in forming that favourite medium of clear and graceful prose. Private groups organized chambers of rhetoric, or Ridderrijkers, for contests in oratory and poetry and the performance of plays. The two languages of the realm, the French or Romance of the Walloons in the south and the German dialects of the Flemings and Dutch in the north, rivaled each other in producing poets who repose in the peace of oblivion. The supreme expression of the duchy was in art. Antwerp began in 1352 its vast, many-aisled cathedral, and finished it in 1518. Louvain raised the beautifully proportioned Saint-Pierre, another casualty of the Second World War. Men and cities were so rich that they could afford mansions or town halls almost as magnificent as the churches that they conceded to God.
The bishops who governed Liège housed themselves and their administrative staff in the largest and most elegant palace in the lowlands. Ghent built its guild hall in 1325, Brussels its town hall in 1410 to 1455, Louvain in 1448 to 1463. Bruges added its Hôtel de Ville in 1377 to 1421 and crowned it with a world-famous belfry from 1393 to 1396 that served as a landmark to mariners far out at sea. While these noble Gothic structures expressed the pride of cities and merchants, the dukes and aristocracy of Burgundy financed for their palaces and tombs a brilliant outburst of sculpture, painting, and manuscript illumination. Flemish artists, frightened from France by war, flocked back to their own cities. Philip the Bold gathered a veritable pleiad of geniuses to adorn his summer residence at the Chartreuse de Champmol, a Carthusian monastery in the gentle field adjoining Dijon. In 1386, Philip commissioned Jean de Marville to design for him an elaborate mausoleum in the Chartreuse. When Marville died in 1389, Claus Sluiter of Holland continued the work. When Sluiter died in 1406, his pupil, Claus de Verve, carried on. At last, in 1411, the tomb was completed and received the bones of the Duke, now 7 years dead. In 1793, a revolutionary assembly at Dijon ordered the dismantling of the Great Sepulchre, and its components were scattered or destroyed. In 1827, the communal fathers, breathing a reverse political breeze, collected the remaining pieces and housed them in the Dijon Museum. The Duke and his Duchess, Marguerite of Flanders, lie in handsome alabaster on a massive marble slab, and below them 40 pleurant figures, sole survivors of the 90 carved, mourn the ducal death in silent and graceful grief. For the portal of the chapel at the Chartreuse, Sluiter and his pupils, between 1391 and 1394, chiseled out 5 superb figures, the Virgin receiving the homage of Philip and Marguerite, presented to her by John the Baptist and St. Catherine of Alexandria. In the courtyard, Sluiter set up his masterwork, the Puits des Moises, Well of Moses, a pedestal bearing statues of Moses, David, Jeremiah, Zechariah, Isaiah, and Daniel, originally surmounted by a Calvary or crucifixion scene, of which nothing remains but a somber, noble head of Christ crowned with thorns. No sculpture of such masculine power and unique audacity had been seen in Europe since the best days of Roman art. The painters formed as remarkable a dynasty as the sculptors. The miniaturists still found patrons. Count William of Hainaut paid well for the illumination of Les Très Belles Heures de Notre Dame, circa 1414, and the unknown genius, perhaps Hubert van Eyck, set a model and pace for 1,000 lowland landscape artists by depicting with microscopic zeal a port with ships beached or in full sail, passengers disembarking, sailors and longshoremen at their diverse tasks, waves breaking on a crescent shore, white clouds moving stealthily across the sky, all in the space of a picture card. In 1392, Melchior Brudelam of Ypres brightened the Chartreuse de Champmol with the oldest significant panel extant outside of Italy. But Brudelam and the artists who painted the walls and statuary of the monastery used traditional tempera, mixing their colors with some gelatinous material. Nuances of shading and tint and translucency of tone were hardly attainable by these means, and moisture could ruin the finished work. As early as 1329, Jacques Campert of Ghent had experimented with colors mixed in oil. Through 100 years of trial and error, the Flemings developed the new technique, and in the first quarter of the 15th century it revolutionized pictorial art. When Hubert van Eyck and his younger brother Jan painted the Adoration of the Lamb for the Cathedral of Saint-Bavon at Ghent, they not only established the superiority of oil as a vehicle of color, they produced one of the supreme masterpieces in the history of painting, for whose sake Saint-Bavon has been a goal of pilgrimage ever since. In form, this greatest of 15th-century paintings, this pivot of the history of the art, Goethe called it, is a folding polyptych of 6 panels, painted on wood, with 12 pictures on each side. Opened, it is 11 feet high, 14 feet wide. In the center of the lower row is an imaginary countryside, with a city of majestic towers, the heavenly Jerusalem, rising in the distance beyond the hills.
In the foreground, a well of the water of life. Farther back, an altar, whereon a lamb symbolizing Christ pours out its sacrificial blood, while patriarchs and prophets, apostles and martyrs, angels and saints gather around in rapt adoration. In the upper center, a throned figure, looking like some benevolent Semitic Charlemagne, is designated as God the Father, a naturally inadequate representation of deity, but a noble conception of a wise ruler and just judge. It is surpassed in this painting by only one figure, the Virgin, a soft-featured, blonde, Teutonic type, not so much of beauty as of purity and modesty. The Sistine Madonna is less nobly conceived. On Mary's left is a group of angels, at the extreme left a naked Adam, thin and sad, remembering in misery a happy time. To the right of God the Father is John the Baptist, very sumptuously robed for a shepherd preaching in the wilderness. At the extreme right stands a naked Eve, somber and hardly fair, mourning paradise lost. She, for a time, like Adam at the other end, shocked a chilly Flanders unaccustomed to the nude in life or art. Above her, Cain slays his brother as a symbolic prelude to history. The reverse of the polyptych declines from the exalted type of the inner panels. In the middle row, an angel at the left and Mary at the right, separated by a room, picture the Annunciation, the faces stereotyped, the hands remarkably fine, the draperies as lovely as any in Flemish painting. At the bottom is a Latin poem of 4 lines. Some words have been worn out by the centuries. The rest reads, Hubertus van Eyck, great and skilled beyond any other, began the heavy task, and Johannes, second in art, encouraged by the bequest of Jodocus Vid. This verse on the 6th of May calls you to behold the finished work. And in the final line, certain letters add up in their numerical value to 1432, the year of completion. Vid and his wife were the donors. How much of the picture was painted by Hubert, how much by Jan, is a problem happily insoluble, so that dissertations thereon may be written till all trace of the painting disappears. Perhaps there is in this epical picture an undue profusion of figures and minutiae. Every man, woman, angel, flower, branch, blossom, beast, stone, and gem is reproduced with heroic patience and fidelity, to the amusement of Michelangelo, who saw in Flemish realism a sacrifice of central significance to incidental and irrelevant detail. But nothing in contemporary Italy rivaled this painting in scope, conception, or effect, and in later pictorial art only the Sistine Chapel ceiling of Michelangelo surpasses it, and the Vatican frescoes of Raphael, and probably Leonardo's Last Supper before it began its long decay. Even in its own day, all literate Europe talked of the adoration. Alfonso the Magnanimous pleaded with Jan van Eyck to come to Naples and paint for him such men and women with golden hair as sang in this picture, but were so rare in southern Italy. Hubert van Eyck moves out of our ken after 1432, but we can vaguely follow Jan through a prosperous career. Philip the Good made him valet de chambre, then a position of much dignity and affluence, and sent him abroad with embassies as a jewel from the Burgundian crown. Some 24 extant paintings are ascribed to him, and nearly every one is a chef-d'oeuvre. Dresden has a Virgin and Child second only to the Adoration in the Van Eyck production. Berlin boasts the Man with the Pink, a dour face strangely incongruous with the fondled flower. Melbourne has the brilliantly colored Inns Hall Madonna, hardly 9 inches by 6, yet valued at $250,000. Bruges treasures the Madonna with Canon Vanderpale, a virgin lovely with her flowing hair to the hem of her marvelously wrinkled gown, the canon fat and bald and good-natured, one of the great portraits of the 15th century. London shows the newlyweds Giovanni Arnolfini and his spouse in an interior sparkling with mirror and chandelier. The Frick collection in New York has recently acquired, at unstated but enormous cost, a richly colored Virgin and Child with Saints Barbara and Elizabeth. Washington has an Annunciation remarkable for its illusion of spatial depth and for the splendor of Gabriel's raiment, which steals the scene from Mary. And the Louvre owns the Madonna with Chancellor Rollin, with a fascinating landscape of winding river, crowded bridge, towered city, flowered gardens, and a range of hills rising to greet the sun. In all of these, besides their full-bodied colors, there is a resolve to picture the donors as they were and looked, to reveal on a face the life its owner had led, the thoughts and feelings that through the years had formed the features into a confession of character. In such portraits the medieval spirit of idealization is set aside, and a modern naturalism, perhaps reflecting middle-class secularism, is in full swing. Many other painters reached renown in that fertile land and age: Petrus Christus, Jacques Daré, Robert Campin, the master of Flamal. We bow to them humbly and pass on to Campin's pupil, Roger de la Pasture. By the age of 27, Roger had made such a name for himself in his native Tournai that it gave him twice the 3 measures or casks of wine that it had voted to Jan van Eyck. Nevertheless, he accepted an invitation to be official painter for Brussels, and thenceforth gave his name the Flemish form, Rogier van der Weyden. In 1450, aged 51, he went to Rome for the Jubilee, met Italian painters, and was feted as a world celebrity. Possibly oil painting in Italy was advanced by his influence. When he died at Brussels in 1464, he was the most widely renowned artist in all Europe. He is preserved in quantity. He too painted Philip the Good, Rollin, Philip's chancellor for 40 years, Charles the Bold, and many other celebrities. Beautiful beyond description is the portrait of a lady in the Washington National Gallery, embodied pugnacity and piety, modesty and pride. In portraiture, Rogier was too romantic to match Jan van Eyck, but in his religious pictures he revealed a tenderness and refinement of sentiment, and an emotional intensity missing in Jan's masculine and matter-of-fact art. Here, it may be, the French or Italian spirit spoke through the Flemish form, and the medieval mood revived. Like the Italians, Rogier recorded the vital episodes in the moving story of Mary and her son. Gabriel announcing to a startled girl that she is to be the mother of God, the infant in the manger, the adoration of the Magi, St. Luke painting the Virgin as she nurses her babe, the visit of Mary to Elizabeth, the mother happily contemplating her child, the presentation in the temple, the crucifixion, the descent from the cross, the resurrection, the Last Judgment. In this final scene, Rogier reached his apogee, in a complex polyptych probably designed but not quite worthy to rival the Adoration of the Lamb. It was painted for Rollin and is now in the pretty hospital that the great Chancellor founded in Bonn. In the central panel, Christ sits in judgment, but more tempered with mercy than in Michelangelo. On either side, angels robed in gleaming white carry the instruments of his passion and death. Below them, Michael the Archangel weighs in a scale the good and the bad. At the left, Mary kneels in adoration and supplication. On one side, the saved genuflect in grateful prayer. On the other, the damned tumble in terror into hell. Almost as famous as this painting is a triptych in Antwerp, illustrating the 7 sacraments with symbolic scenes. And then, lest we think him quite lost in pious ecstasy, Rogier paints a bathing beauty and 2 youths peeping at her through a chink in the wall, with that anomalous anatomical curiosity which satisfaction never satisfies. 4. Charles the Bold, 1465 to 1477. All this effervescence evaporated under the hot temper of Charles le Téméraire, the rash, commonly miscalled the Bold. Rogier van der Weyden pictured him as the handsome, serious, black-haired young Count of Charolais, who led his father's armies to bloody victories and champed the bit waiting for him to die. In 1465, Philip the Good, sensing his impatience, yielded the government to him and relished the youth's ambition and energy. Charles resented the division of his duchy into northern and southern provinces, severed in space and diverse in speech. He resented more the feudal fealty that he owed for some of these provinces to the French king, for others to the German emperor. He longed to make Greater Burgundy, like the Lotharingia, or Lorraine of the 9th century, a middle kingdom between Germany and France, physically coherent and politically sovereign. Even at times, he mused that the opportune deaths of a few intervening heirs would hand him the French, English, and imperial crowns, and raise him to a pinnacle beside the loftiest figures in history. To realize these dreams, he organized the best standing army in Europe, taxed his subjects beyond precedent, disciplined himself to every hardship and trial, and gave neither his mind nor his body, neither his friends nor his foes, any respite of ease or peace. However, Louis XI thought of Burgundy as still an appanage of France, and fought his rich vassal with superior strategy and guile. Charles joined French nobles in war against Louis. He won some further towns and the lasting enmity of an undiscourageable king. In that struggle, Dinant and Liège revolted against Burgundy and declared for France, and some enthusiasts at Dinant labeled a hanged effigy of Charles as the bastard son of a careless priest. Charles shot down the walls of the city, gave it over to 3 days of pillage by his troops, enslaved all men, expelled all women and children, burned all the buildings to the ground, and threw 800 of the rebels, bound hand and foot, into the Meuse, this in 1466. Philip died in the following June, and the Count of Charolais became Charles the Bold. He renewed the war with Louis, and compelled his company in cooperation in the siege of repeatedly rebellious Liège. The starving citizens offered Charles all their goods in return for their lives. He rejected the bargain. The city was plundered down to the last dwelling and chapel. Chalices were snatched from the hands of priests celebrating Mass. All captives who could not pay a heavy ransom were drowned. This in 1468. The world, though long inured to violence, could not forgive Charles his severity, nor his unfeudal imprisonment and humiliation of his king. When he conquered Gelderland, acquired Alsace, and stepped on imperial toes by interfering in Cologne and besieging Neuss, all his neighbors took steps to check him. Peter von Hagenbach, whom he had appointed to govern Alsace, so provoked the citizens with his insolence, rapacity, and cruelty that they hanged him. And as Swiss merchants had been among Peter's victims, and French gold was strategically distributed in Switzerland, and the cantons felt their liberties imperiled by the spread of Charles's power, the Swiss Confederation declared war on him to the death in 1474. Charles left Neuss, turned south, conquered Lorraine, so for the first time uniting the ends of his duchy, and marched his army over the Jura into Vaud. The Swiss were the doughtiest warriors of the age. They defeated Charles near Granson, and again near Morat in 1476. The Burgundians were routed, and Charles neared insanity in his grief. Lorraine saw its chance and rebelled. The Swiss sent men. Louis sent money to help the revolt. Charles formed a new army, fought the Allies near Nancy, and in that battle met defeat and death in 1477. On the morrow his body, stripped naked by ghouls, was found half submerged in a pond, the face frozen fast in the ice. He was 44 years old. Burgundy was absorbed into France. 5. Art in the Lowlands, 1465 to 1515. Southern Flanders declined for a time after Philip the Good. Political disturbances drove many weavers to England. The growth of the British clothing industry took trade and raw materials from the Flemish cities. By 1520, English cloth crowded the markets of Flanders itself. Brussels, Mechlin, and Valenciennes survived through superior lace, carpets, tapestries, and jewelry, Namur by its leather, Louvain through its university and its beer. About 1480, the canal that brought the sea to Bruges began to silt its bed. Heroic efforts were made to clear it. Wind and sand won. After 1494, sea-going vessels could no longer reach Bruges. Soon its merchants, then its workers, left Bruges for Antwerp, which deep-draft ships could enter by the estuaries of the Scheldt. Antwerp signed agreements with English exporters and shared with Calais the British trade with the continent. Life in Holland existed by grace of the dikes, which had to be repeatedly rebuilt and might at any time collapse. Some gave way in 1470 and drowned 20,000 of the population. The only major industry was the capture and cure of herring. Holland produced many of the famous painters of this period, but was too poor to hold them. All but Gertgen tot Sint-Jans migrated to Flanders. There, even in cities that suffered decline, rich burghers dressed gorgeously, dwelt in sturdy brick houses luxuriously furnished, hung with the tapestries of Arras or Brussels, and gleaming with the brass vessels of Dinan. They built lovely churches like Notre-Dame du Sablon at Brussels, and Saint-Jacques at Antwerp, raised stone by stone the towering facade of Antwerp Cathedral, and began the proud town hall of Ghent. They financed the painters, sat for portraits, bribed heaven with votive art, and allowed their women to read books. Perhaps it was their earthy mood that led Flemish painting in its second flowering to stress realism and landscape even in religious pictures, and to seek new subjects in homes and fields. Dirk Boots inaugurated realism with the exaggerations natural to innovators. He came from his native Haarlem to Brussels, studied there under Rogier van der Weyden, settled in Louvain, and painted for its Church of Saint-Pierre a polyptych, The Last Supper, with an interesting panel, Passover in a Jewish family, which seemed to suggest that the Last Supper was the celebration of an Orthodox Hebrew rite by Jews still faithful to Judaism. For a chapel in the same church, Boots painted The Martyrdom of St. Erasmus, with a shocking literalness. Two executioners turn a windlass that slowly draws the intestines from the naked saint. In the Martyrdom of St. Hippolytus, 4 horses, driven in 4 directions, pull out the arms and legs of the holy victim. In the Beheading of the Innocent Knight, a cavalier, vengefully accused by an unsuccessfully amorous empress of trying to seduce her, has his head cut off. The bleeding corpse straddles the foreground. The severed head rests comfortably in the widow's lap. Boots almost redeems his violence with the calm content of the dying and the dead. There are vivid colors in these paintings, now and then a good landscape or perspective, but their mediocre drawing, rigid figures, and lifeless faces suggest that time does not always winnow wisely. Probably Hugo van der Goes took his name from Goose in Zealand, and was another instance of Holland's generating and losing genius. In 1467 he was admitted to the Guild of Painters at Ghent. It bespeaks the repute of Flemish painting that an Italian merchant in Flanders chose him to paint an immense triptych for the Hospital of Santa Maria Nuova in a Florence already teeming with artists. Hugo chose for his theme the phrase quem genuit adoravit, whom she bore she adored. The life-size figure of the Virgin, wrapped in reverence, is masterly. A shepherd at the left anticipates the magic of Raphael and Titian. The winter landscape is a novel achievement in delicate fidelity to nature. Vigorous realism, original composition, accurate drawing, incisive delineation of character placed van der Goes at the top of the Flemish school in the 3rd quarter of the 15th century. Whether to find more quiet for his work or to calm the religious fears that obsessed him, he entered a monastery near Brussels, circa 1475, where he continued to paint and, says a brother monk, drink excessively. The notion that God had destined him for eternal damnation darkened his sober moments and drove him into insanity. Vespasiano da Bisticci tells us that about 1468 Duke Federigo of Urbino sent to Flanders for a painter to decorate his study, since he knew of no one in Italy who understood how to paint in oil colors. Joost van Wassenhoeve, a friend of van der Goes, accepted the call, settled in Urbino, and came to be known as Justus van Ghent. He composed for the learned Duke 28 pictures of philosophers, and for an Urbino fraternity an altarpiece, the institution of the sacrament. Though these works are Flemish in style, they date a growing exchange of influence between Flanders and Italy, an increased use of oil, and a trend to realism in Italian painters, and the infiltration of Italian idealism and techniques into Flemish art. Hans Memling, though we have no record of his visiting Italy, brought into his painting an elegance and delicacy that he may have acquired from the painters of Cologne, or from Rogier van der Weyden, or that may have come up from Venice and along the Rhine to Mainz. Born near Mainz, and probably named from his native Memlingen, Hans left Germany for Flanders and Bruges about 1465. There, 3 years later, Sir John Donne, a visiting Englishman, commissioned him to paint a Virgin enthroned. It was conventional in conception and composition, but it already displayed Memling's technical competence, his refinement of feeling, and his professional piety. St. John the Baptist was represented with Flemish realism, St. John the Evangelist with Fra Angelico idealism, and the rising individualism of art betrayed itself in the surreptitious portrait of Memling peering around a pillar. Like Perugino, a generation later, Memling made 100 Madonnas, tenderly maternal, divinely calm. They hang on museum walls wherever the eye can reach, in Berlin, Munich, Vienna, Florence, Lisbon, Madrid, Paris, London, New York, Washington, Cleveland, Chicago. 2 of the best are in the Hospital of St. John at Bruges. Mary dominates the mystic marriage of St. Catherine, where almost every figure is superb. She presides again in the Adoration of the Child, but there the Magi, one a veritable privy councillor Goethe, capture the scene. In a panoramic painting at Munich, Memling pictured all the major episodes in the recorded life of Christ. In another, at Turin, he told the story of the Passion with such a medley of men and women as even Bruegel would find it hard to outnumber. For the organ case of a monastery at Nájera, in Spain, he composed a triptych of Christ surrounded by angels, rivaling Melozzo da Forli's Angeli Musicanti of a few years before. And the Antwerp Museum did not think itself bilked when it paid 240,000 francs, or about $1,200,000, for this picture in 1896. Another multiple altarpiece, The Last Judgment, was painted for Jacopo Tani, an agent for Lorenzo de' Medici in Bruges. It was put on a ship bound for Italy, but the vessel was seized by a Hanseatic skipper, who kept the cash and let the picture go to the Marienkirche of Danzig. In these major works, and in individual panels, Memling painted some admirable portraits, Martin van Neuwenhoeve, and a woman, stately under her lofty hat and with her many rings, both in the hospital at Bruges, a young man in the London Gallery, an old man in New York, the man with an arrow in Washington. They do not reach the inspiration or penetration of Titian or Raphael or Holbein, but they catch simple surfaces with workmanlike skill. The occasional nudes, Adam and Eve, Bathsheba at the bath, do not allure. Toward the end of his career, Memling decorated for the hospital in Bruges a Gothic shrine designed to receive the relics of St. Ursula. In 8 panels he told how the pious maiden, betrothed to Prince Conan, deferred their marriage till she might make a pilgrimage to Rome, how she sailed with 11,000 virgins up the Rhine to Basel, led them trippingly over the Alps, basked in the blessings of the Pope, and how on their return all 11,001 were martyred by pagan Huns at Cologne. 9 years later, in 1488, Carpaccio told the same pretty absurdity with more accurate drawing and finer coloring for the School of St. Ursula in Venice. It is unfair to Memling or any painter to look at his pictures wholesale. Each was meant for a separate time and place, and there conveyed his lyric quality. To view them in the gross is at once to perceive his limitations, his narrowness of range and style, the monotony of his portraits, even of his modest Madonnas with their streaming golden hair. The surface is lovely or true, and shines with smooth, bright hues, but the brush rarely reaches to the soul beneath, to the secret loneliness, wonderment, aspirations, griefs. There is no life in Memling's women, and when he unclothes them, we are chagrined to find them all stomach and tiny breasts. Perhaps the fashion in such items was different then than now. Even our desires may be indoctrination. Yet we must acknowledge that when Memling died in 1495, he was, by the common consent of his patrons and his rivals, the leading painter north of the Alps. If other artists felt his faults more keenly than their own, they could not match the delicacy of his style, the purity of his sentiment, the splendor of his coloring. For a generation his influence was supreme in the Flemish school. Gerard David continued the mood. Coming from Holland to Bruges about 1483, he felt the spell of Memling's Aria Dolce. His Madonnas are almost identical with Memling's. Perhaps they shared a model between them. Sometimes, as in The Rest on the Flight to Egypt, now in Washington, he equaled Memling in the demure beauty of the Virgin, and surpassed him in delineating the Child. In his older years David followed trade and moved to Antwerp. The school of Bruges ended with him, while that of Antwerp was beginning with Quentin Massys. Son of a Louvain blacksmith, Massis was received into the Painters' Guild of St. Luc at Antwerp in 1491, aged 25. St. Luc, however, would hardly have approved the feast of Herod, where Herodias prods with a carving knife the severed head of the Baptist, nor the entombment of Christ, where Joseph of Arimathea plucks blood clots from the hair of the bloodless corpse. Having married twice and buried 7 children, Massis had some steel in his fibre, some acid in his oils. So he catches a courtesan in the act of cozening an old moneylender out of his coin, and in a gentler mood he shows a banker counting his gold, while his wife looks on in mingled appreciation and jealousy. Yet Massis's Madonnas are more human than Memling's. One, in Berlin, kisses and fondles her child as any mother would, and the bright blue, purple, and red of her garments accentuate her beauty. When it came to portraiture, Massis could penetrate behind the face to the character more successfully than Memling, as in the remarkable Study for a Portrait in the Musée Jacquemart-André in Paris. It was to Massis that Peter Gillis turned when, in 1517, he wished to send to Thomas More faithful similitudes of Erasmus and himself. Contin did well with Gillis, but his Erasmus had the ill luck to be followed by Holbein's. When Dürer, in 1520, and Holbein in 1526 came to Antwerp, it was to Massis that they paid their highest respects as the Dean of Flemish art. Meanwhile, however, there had appeared in Brabant the most original and absurd artist in Flemish history. Here and there in Massis, as in the leering mob in Christ Shown to the People, or the ugly faces in an Adoration of the Magi, were such gnarled and brutal heads as Leonardo drew in the satirical by-play of his pen. Hieronymus Bosch made a successful business of such grotesqueries. Born and spending most of his life in Bois-le-Duc, in northern Brabant, now southern Holland, he came to be known by its Flemish name, S'Hertogenbosch, finally Bosch. For a time he painted the usual religious themes, and in some, like the Adoration of the Magi in Madrid, he verged on normality. But his sense of the ridiculous came to dominate his imagination and his art. Perhaps in childhood he had been frightened by medieval tales of imps and ghosts, of demons starting from behind any rock or sprouting from a tree. Now he would caricature those hobgoblins in curative satire and laugh them out of mind. He resented with an artist's sensitivity the botches of humanity, the bizarre or ugly or deformed, and depicted them with a macabre mixture of wrath and glee. Even in idyllic scenes like the Nativity, he gave the foreground to the nose of a cow. In the Adoration of the Magi, peasants peeked through windows and archways at the Virgin and her child. Yet in this last picture he painted with consummate draftsmanship a majestic St. Peter and a Negro king whose stately dignity puts the other figures in the shade. But as Bosch proceeded with the story of Christ, he darkened the pictures with bestial faces, ferocious eyes, enormous noses, grimly protruding and voracious lips. Passing to the legends of the saints, he portrayed a surprisingly tender St. John the Evangelist in an unusual landscape of islands and sea. But in a corner he placed a contemplative devil, with a monkish cowl, rat's tail, and entomological legs, patiently waiting to inherit the earth. In the Temptation of St. Anthony, he surrounded the desperate anchorite with gay courtesans and weird imaginings. A dwarf with legs rooted in his shoulders, a bird with the legs of a goat, a jug with the legs of a cow, a rat bestridden by a witch, a minstrel capped with a horse's skull. Bosch took the grotesques from the Gothic cathedrals and made a world of them. He was anything but a realist. Now and then he drew a scene from life, as in The Prodigal's Son, but there too he exaggerated the ugliness, the poverty, and the fear. His hay ride is no merrymaking in the month of May, but a bitter illustration of all flesh is grass. Atop the load all is ideal. A youth plays music for a girl who sings. Behind them 2 lovers kiss, and an angel kneels. Above them Christ hovers in the clouds. But on the ground a murderer stabs his fallen enemy, a procuress invites a lass to prostitution, a quack sells panaceas, a fat priest receives offerings from nuns, the cartwheels crush some careless celebrants. At the right a company of devils, aided by apes, drag the damned into hell. Philip II, King of Spain and gloom, hung this piece in his Escorial. Near it he placed a companion piece, The Pleasures of the World. Around a pool in which naked men and women bathe rides a procession of nudes on animals, partly zoological, partly phantasmagorical. Spikes and thorns enter the picture from every side. In the foreground, two nudes clasp each other in a waltz, while a huge bird gazes on them in philosophical amusement. One shutter shows the creation of Eve as the source of all evil, another displays the tortures and contortions of the damned. It is a marvel of composition, of clever drawing, of diseased imagination. Veritable bosh. Can it be that even in the dawn of modernity there were millions of simple and impressionable Christians who had nightmares like these? Was Bosch one such? Hardly, for in a portrait of him in the library at Arras he is shown in old age, in full vigor of mind and sharpness of eye. He is a man of the world who has survived his satirical rage, and can look upon life with the humor of one who will soon be out of the mess. He could not have painted these ghoulish fancies so skilfully if they had still possessed him. He stood above them, not so much amused as angry that humanity had ever harbored them. That his contemporaries enjoyed his productions as pictorial pranks rather than as theological terrors appears from the wide market found by prints made from engravings of his works. A generation later, Peter Bruegel would exorcise these devils and transform these hobgoblins into a healthy and jolly multitude. And 4 centuries later, neurotic artists would reflect the neuroses of their time by painting sarcastic fantasies redolent of Hieronymus Bosch. A more conventional figure closed this chapter in Flemish painting. Born in Maubeuge, and thence also named Mabuse, Jan Gossert came to Antwerp in 1503, probably after learning his art from David in Bruges. In 1507 he was invited to the court of Duke Philip of Burgundy, one of Philip the Good's erotic byproducts. Jan accompanied the Duke to Italy and returned with some finesse added to his brush and a flair for nudes and pagan mythologies. His Adam and Eve made the unclothed body attractive for the first time in Flemish art. Mary with the Child and Angels, and St. Luke drawing the Madonna, echoed Italy in their fat cherubs and Renaissance architectural backgrounds, and the Agony in the Garden may have owed to Italy its brilliant presentation of moonlight. But Gossert's forte was portraiture. No Fleming since Jan van Eyck had turned out such a searching character study as the Jan Carondelet in the Louvre. Here the artist concentrated on face and hands, and revealed the moneyed ancestry, the stoic administrator, the mind made sombre by the burdens of authority. Matisse had brought to an end that first line of Flemish painting which had reached nobility in the Van Eycks. Gossert imported from Italy those novelties of technique, elegances of ornament, graces of line, subtleties of chiaroscuro, and portraiture that would in the 16th century, barring Bruegel, turn Flemish painting from its native skill and genius, and leave it in suspended excellence until its culmination under Rubens and Van Dyck. Charles the Bold left no son, but he had betrothed his daughter Mary to Maximilian of Austria in the hope that the Habsburgs would protect Burgundy from France. When Louis XI nevertheless appropriated the duchy, Mary fled to Ghent. There, as the price of being accepted as their constitutional sovereign by Flanders, Brabant, Hainaut, and Holland, she signed the Grote Privilegia in February 1477, which pledged her to enter into no marriage, levy no taxes, declare no war, without the consent of the estates, or assemblies of the signatory provinces. By this and later charters, including the Joyeuse Entrée, as Brabant termed its own grant of local liberty, the Netherlands began a century-long struggle for independence. But Mary's marriage to Maximilian in August of 1477 brought the powerful Habsburgs into the lowlands. When Mary died in 1482, Maximilian became regent. When Maximilian was elected emperor in 1494, he transmitted the regency to his son Philip. When Philip died in 1506, his sister, Margaret of Austria, was appointed governor-general by the emperor. When Philip's son, the future Charles V, then 15, was declared of age in 1515, the Netherlands became part of a vast Habsburg empire under one of the craftiest and most ambitious rulers in history. Thereby would hang a tale. Chapter 7. Middle Europe, 1300 to 1460. 1. Land and labor. Since man lives by permission of physical geography, it is his fate to be divided by mountains, rivers, and seas into groups that develop, in semi-isolation, their diverging languages and creeds, their climatically conditioned features, customs, and dress. Driven by insecurity to suspect the strange, he dislikes and condemns the alien, outlandish looks and ways of other groups than his own. All those fascinating varieties of terrain, mountains and valleys, fjords and straits, gulfs and streams, that make Europe a panorama of diverse delight, have broken the population of a minor continent into a score of peoples cherishing their differences and self-imprisoned in their heritage of hate. There is a charm in this mosaic of originalities, and one would deprecate a world of people confined in identical myths and pantaloons. And yet, above and beneath these dissimilarities of costume, custom, faith, and speech, nature and man's needs have forced upon him an economic uniformity and interdependence that become more visible and compelling as invention and knowledge topple barriers away. From Norway to Sicily, from Russia to Spain, the unprejudiced surveying eye sees men not so much as diversely dressed and phrased, but as engaged in like pursuits, molding like characters, tilling and mining the earth, weaving garments, building homes, altars, and schools, rearing the young, trading surpluses, and forging social order as man's strongest organ of defense and survival. For a moment we shall contemplate Middle Europe as such a unity. In Scandinavia, man's prime task was to conquer the cold, in Holland the sea, in Germany the forests, in Austria the mountains. Agriculture, the ground of life, hung its fate on these victories. By 1300 the rotation of crops had become general in Europe, multiplying the yield of the soil. But from 1347 to 1381 half the population of Central Europe was wiped out by the Black Death, and the mortality of men arrested the fertility of the earth. In 1 year, Strasbourg lost 14,000 souls, Krakow 20,000, Breslau 30,000. For a century the Harz mines remained without miners. With simple animal patience men resumed the ancient labors, digging and turning the earth. Sweden and Germany intensified their extraction of iron and copper. Coal was mined at Aachen and Dortmund, tin in Saxony, lead in the Harz, silver in Sweden and the Tyrol, gold in Carinthia and Transylvania. The flow of metals fed a growing industry, which fed a spreading trade. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 6, Side 1. The flow of metals fed a growing industry, which fed a spreading trade. Germany, leader in mining, naturally led in metallurgy. The blast furnace appeared there in the 14th century. With the hydraulic hammer and the rolling mill, it transformed the working of metals. Nuremberg became an ironmonger's capital, famous for its cannon and its bells. The industry and commerce of Nuremberg, Augsburg, Mainz, Speyer, and Cologne made them almost independent city-states. The Rhine, Main, Lech, and Danube gave the South German towns first place in the overland traffic with Italy in the east. Great commercial and financial firms with far-flung outlets and agencies rose along these routes, surpassing, in the 15th century, the reach and power of the Hanseatic League. The League was still strong in the 14th century, dominating trade in the North and Baltic seas, but in 1397 the Scandinavian countries united to break this monopoly, and soon thereafter the English and Dutch began to carry their own goods. Even the herring conspired against the Hanse. About 1417 they decided to spawn in the North Sea rather than the Baltic. Lübeck, a pillar of the League, lost the herring trade and declined. Amsterdam won it and flourished. Underneath this evolving economy, class war seethed. Between country and city, lords and serfs, nobles and businessmen, merchant guilds and craft guilds, capitalists and proletarians, clergy and laity, church and state. In Sweden, Norway, and Switzerland, serfdom was going or gone, but elsewhere in Middle Europe it was taking on new life. In Denmark, Prussia, Silesia, Pomerania, and Brandenburg, where peasants had earned their freedom by clearing the wilderness, serfdom was restored in the 15th century by a martial aristocracy. We may judge the harshness of these Junkers from a proverb of the Brandenburg peasants,
which wished long life to the lord's horses, lest he should take to riding his serfs. In the Baltic lands, the barons and the Teutonic knights, at first content to enserf the conquered Slav inhabitants, were induced by the labor shortages that followed the Black Death and the Polish War of 1409 to impress into bondage any idlers who roam on the road or in the towns, and treaties were made with neighboring governments for the extradition of fugitive serfs. The mercantile bourgeoisie, favored by the emperors as a foil to the barons, ruled the municipalities so definitely that in many cases the city hall and the merchants' guild hall were one. Craft guilds were reduced to subjection, submitted to municipal regulation of wages, and were prohibited from united action. Here, as in England and France, proud craftsmen were turned into defenseless prolétaires. Now and then the workers tried revolt. In 1348, the artisans of Nuremberg captured the municipal council and ruled the city for a year, but the emperor's soldiers restored the patrician merchants to power. In Prussia, an ordinance of 1358 condemned any striker to have an ear cut off. Peasant rebellions flared up in Denmark in 1340 and 1441, Saxony, Silesia, Brandenburg, and the Rhineland in 1432, in Norway and Sweden in 1434, but they were too laxly organized to achieve more than a passing cathartic violence. Revolutionary ideas circulated through cities and villages. In 1438, an anonymous radical wore a pamphlet expounding an imaginary Kaiser Sigismund's Reformation on socialistic principles. The stage was slowly prepared for the Peasants' War of 1525. 2. The organization of order. Order is the mother of civilization and liberty. Chaos is the midwife of dictatorship. Therefore history may now and then say a good word for kings. Their medieval function was to free the individual in rising measure from local domination, and to centralize in one authority the power to legislate, judge, punish, mint, and make war. The feudal baron mourned the loss of local autonomy, but the simple citizen thought it good that there should be in his country one master, one coinage, one law. Men rarely hoped in those half-illiterate days that even kings might disappear and leave no master but the laws and blunders that men had freely made. Scandinavia had some remarkable monarchs in the 14th century. Magnus II of Sweden organized the conflicting laws of his kingdom into a homogeneous national code in 1347. In Denmark, Eric IV disciplined the barons and strengthened the central power. Christopher II weakened it. Valdemar IV restored it and made his country one of the major forces in European politics. But the supreme figure in the Scandinavian dynasties of this age was Valdemar's daughter Margaret. Married at 10 in 1363 to Håkon VI of Norway, who was the son of Magnus II of Sweden, she seemed destined by blood and marriage to unite the kindred thrones. When her father died in 1375, she hurried to Copenhagen with her 5-year-old son Olaf, and persuaded the baronial and ecclesiastical electors to accept him as king and herself as regent. When her husband died in 1380, Olaf inherited the crown of Norway, but as he was still only 10, Margaret, now 27, there too acted as regent. Her prudence, tact, and courage astonished her contemporaries, who were accustomed to male incompetence or violence, and the feudal lords of Denmark and Norway, after dominating many kings, proudly supported this wise and beneficent queen. When Olaf came of age in 1385, her diplomacy won for him the succession to the Swedish throne. 2 years later he died, and her patient, far-seeing plans for the unification of Scandinavia seemed frustrated by his death. But the Royal Council of Denmark, seeing no male heir available who could match Margrethe in ability to maintain order and peace, overrode Scandinavian laws against a woman ruler and elected her regent of the realm in 1387. Proceeding to Oslo, she was chosen regent of Norway for life in 1388, and a year later the Swedish nobles, having deposed an unsatisfactory king, made her their queen. She prevailed upon all 3 kingdoms to recognize her grandnephew Eric as heir to their thrones. In 1397 she summoned the 3 councils of state to Kalmar in Sweden. There, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark were declared to be forever united, all to be under one ruler, but each to keep its own customs and laws. Eric was crowned king, but as he was only 15, Margaret continued to act as regent till her death in 1412. No other European ruler of the age had so extensive a realm or so successful a reign. Her grandnephew did not inherit her wisdom. Erik allowed the Union to become in effect a Danish empire, with a council at Copenhagen ruling the three states. In this empire, Norway declined, losing the literary leadership that she had held from the 10th to the 13th century. In 1434, Engelbrekt Engelbrektsson led a revolt of Sweden against the Danish hegemony. He gathered at Arboga in 1435 a national diet of nobles, bishops, yeomen, and burghers, and this broad-based assembly became, through a continuity of 500 years, the Swedish Riksdag of today. Engelbrektsson and Karl Knutsson were chosen regents. A year later, the hero of the revolution was assassinated, and Knutsson ruled Sweden as regent, then intermittently as king, till his death in 1470. Meanwhile, Christian I, from 1448 to 1481, began the Oldenburg dynasty that governed Denmark until 1863 and Norway till 1814. Iceland came under Danish rule during Margaret's regency in 1381. The high point of the island's history and literature had passed, but it continued to give chaotic Europe an unheeded lesson in competent and orderly government. The strongest democracy in the world at this time was in Switzerland. In the history of that invincible country, the heroes are the cantons. First were the German-speaking forest cantons of Uri, Schwyz, and Unterwalden, which in 1291 united in a confederation for mutual defense. After the historic victory of the Swiss peasants over the Habsburg army at Morgarten in 1315, the confederation, while formally acknowledging the sovereignty of the Holy Roman Empire, maintained a virtual independence. New cantons were added: Lucerne in 1332, Zurich in 1351, Glarus and Zug in 1352, Bern in 1353, and the name Schwyz was in 1352 extended to the whole. Encouraged to autonomy by geographical barriers, and accepting French, German, or Italian speech and ways according to the slope of its valleys and the course of its streams, each canton made its own laws, through assemblies chosen by the vote of the citizens. The extent of the franchise varied from canton to canton and from time to time, but all cantons pledged themselves to a united foreign policy and to the arbitration of their disputes by a federal diet. Though the cantons sometimes fought one another, nevertheless the Constitution of the Confederation became and remains an inspiring example of federalism, the union of self-governing regions under freely accepted common agencies and laws. To defend its liberty, the Confederation required military training of all males and military service at call from all men between 10 and 60 years of age. The Swiss infantry, armed with pikes and sturdy discipline, provided the most feared and expensive legions in Europe. The cantons, to eke out their income, leased their regiments to foreign powers, and for a time made Swiss valor an article of merchandise. Austrian overlords still claimed feudal rights in Switzerland and occasionally tried to enforce them. They were repulsed at Sempach in 1386 and Neffels in 1388 in battles that merit some remembrance in the records of democracy. In 1446, the Treaty of Constance once more confirmed the formal allegiance of Switzerland to the Empire and its actual liberty. 3. Germany challenges the Church. Germany, too, was a federation, but its constituent parts were ruled not by democratic assemblies, but by secular or ecclesiastical princes, acknowledging only a limited fealty to the head of the Holy Roman Empire. Some of these states, Bavaria, Württemberg, Thuringia, Hesse, Nassau, Meissen, Saxony, Brandenburg, Carinthia, Austria, and the Palatinate, were ruled by dukes, counts, margraves, or other secular lords. Some, Magdeburg, Mainz, Halle, Bamberg, Cologne, Bremen, Strasbourg, Salzburg, Trier, Basel, Hildesheim, were politically subject in varying degrees to bishops or archbishops. But nearly 100 cities had by 1461 charters of practical freedom from their lay or church superiors. In each principality, delegates of the three estates, nobles, clergy, commons, met occasionally on a territorial diet that exercised some restraint, through its power of the purse, on the authority of the prince. Principalities and free cities sent representatives to the Reichstag, or imperial diet. A special Kurfürstentag, or diet of electors, was called to choose a king. Normally it was composed of the King of Bohemia, the Duke of Saxony, the Margrave of Brandenburg, the Count Palatine, and the Archbishops of Mainz, Trier, and Cologne. Their choice created only a king, who became acknowledged head of the Holy Roman Empire when he was crowned emperor by the Pope, hence his pre-coronation title of King of the Romans. He made his capital primarily in Nuremberg, often elsewhere, even in Prague. His authority rested on tradition and prestige rather than on possessions or force. He owned no territory beyond his own domain as one feudal prince among many. He was dependent upon the Reichstag or Kurfürstentag for funds to administer his government or to wage war, and his dependence condemned even able men like Charles IV or Sigismund to humiliating failures in foreign affairs. The destruction of the Hohenstaufen dynasty by the powerful popes of the 13th century had fatally weakened the Holy Roman Empire founded in AD 800 by Pope Leo III and Charlemagne. In 1400 it was a loose association of Germany, Austria, Bohemia, Holland, and Switzerland. The conflict between empire and papacy revived when, on the same day in 1314, two rival groups of electors chose Louis of Bavaria and Frederick of Austria as rival kings. John XXII, from his papal seat at Avignon, recognized both as kings, neither as emperor, and argued that since only a pope could crown a king as emperor, he should be accepted as judge of the validity of the election. Moreover, said the ambitious pontiff, the administration of the empire should belong to the papacy between the death of an emperor and the coronation of his successor. Louis and Frederick preferred the arbitrament of war. At Mühldorf in 1322, Louis defeated and captured Frederick, and thenceforth assumed full imperial authority. John ordered him to resign all titles and powers, and to appear before the papal court to receive sentence as a rebel against the Church. Louis refusing, the Pope excommunicated him in 1324, bade all Christians in the empire to resist his rule, and laid an interdict upon any region that recognized him as king. Most of Germany ignored these edicts, for the Germans, like the English, rated the Avignon popes as servants or allies of France. In the progressive weakening of faith and the papacy, men were beginning to think of themselves as patriots first and Christians afterward. Catholicism, which is supranational, declined. Nationalism, which is Protestant, rose. At this juncture, Louis received aid and comfort from incongruous allies. Pope John's bull Cum Interno Nulla, in 1323, had branded as heresy the notion that Christ and the apostles refused to own property, and he had directed the Inquisition to summon before its tribunal the spiritual Franciscans, who affirmed that view. Many friars retorted the charge of heresy upon the Pope. They expressed holy horror at the wealth of the Church. Some of them called the aged pontiff Antichrist, and the general of the spirituals, Michael Cesena, led a large minority of them into open alliance with Louis of Bavaria in 1324. Emboldened by their support, Louis issued at Sachsenhausen a manifesto against John XXII, who calls himself Pope, denounced him as a man of blood and a friend of injustice, who was resolved to destroy the empire, and demanded that a general council should try the Pope for heresy. The king was further encouraged by the appearance at his court in Nuremberg of two professors from the University of Paris, Marsilius of Padua and John of Gendun, whose book Defensor Pacis attacked the Avignon papacy in terms that must have pleased the royal ears. "What do you find there but a swarm of simoniacs from every quarter? What but the clamor of pettifoggers, the abuse of honorable men? There justice to the innocent falls to the ground, unless they can buy it for a price." Echoing the Albigensian and Waldensian preachers of the 13th century, and anticipating Luther by 200 years, the authors argued that Christianity should be based exclusively upon the Bible. A general council of the Church should be summoned not by the Pope but by the Emperor. The latter's consent should be required for the election of any pontiff, and the Pope, like everybody else, should be subject to the Emperor. Delighted to hear this, Louis decided to go to Italy and have himself crowned emperor by the people of Rome. Early in 1327 he set out with a small army, some Franciscans, and the two philosophers whom he employed to compose his public pronouncements. In April, the Pope issued new bulls excommunicating John and Marsilius and ordering Louis to leave Italy. But Louis was welcomed into Milan by the ruling Visconti and received the Iron Crown as the formal sovereign of Lombardy. On January 27th, 1328, he entered Rome amid the acclamations of a populace resentful of the papal residence in Avignon. He established himself in the Vatican Palace and summoned a public assembly to meet at the capital. To the multitude there he appeared as a candidate for investiture with the imperial crown. It gave its tumultuous consent, and on January 17th, the coveted diadem was placed upon his head by the old syndic Sciarra Colonna, that same unrelenting foe of the papacy who, almost a quarter of a century before, had fought and threatened with death Boniface VIII, and who again symbolized for a moment the challenge of the rising state to the weakened church. Pope John, now 78, never dreamed of accepting defeat. He proclaimed a holy crusade to depose Louis from all authority, and bade the Romans, under pain of interdict, to expel him from their city and return to the papal obedience. Louis replied in terms recalling his excommunicated predecessor Henry IV. He convoked another popular assembly, and in its presence issued an imperial edict accusing the Pope of heresy and tyranny, deposing him from ecclesiastical office, and sentencing him to punishment by secular powers. A committee of Roman clergy and laity, under his instructions, named Peter of Corvara as a rival pope. Reversing the roles of Leo III and Charlemagne, Louis placed the papal tiara upon Peter's head and proclaimed him Pope Nicholas V on May 12, 1328. The Christian world marveled and divided into two camps, almost along the same lines that would divide Europe after the Reformation. Petty local events changed the situation dramatically. Louis had appointed Marsilius of Padua spiritual administrator of the capital. Marsilius ordered the few priests who remained in Rome to celebrate Mass as usual despite the interdict. Some who refused were tortured, and an Augustinian friar was exposed in a den of lions on the Capitol. Many Romans felt that this was carrying philosophy too far. The Italians had never learned to love Teutons. When some German soldiers took food from the markets without paying for it, riots ensued. To support his troops and retinue, Louis needed money. He imposed a tribute of 10,000 florins, or about $250,000, upon the laity and equal sums upon the clergy and the Jews. Resentment mounted so dangerously that Louis thought it time to return to Germany. On August 4, 1328, he began a retreat through Italy. Papal troops took possession of Rome the next day. The palaces of Louis's Roman supporters were destroyed, and their goods were confiscated to the church. People made no resistance, but returned to their devotions and their crimes. Louis was consoled at Pisa by receiving another recruit, the most famous philosopher of the 14th century. William of Ockham had fled from a papal prison in Avignon. Now he offered his services to the emperor, saying, according to an unverified tradition, "Tu me defendas gladio, ego te defendam calamo." Defend me with the sword, and I will defend you with the pen. He wrote vigorously, but he could not save the situation. Louis had alienated all the ruling elements in Italy. His Ghibelline adherents had hoped to rule the peninsula in his name for their own good. They were chagrined to find him assuming all the powers and perquisites of government. Moreover, he made them levy unpopular taxes for his exchequer. As his forces were ill-proportioned to his pretensions, many Ghibellines, even the Visconti, abandoned him and made what peace they could with the Pope. The anti-Pope, left to his own resources, submitted to arrest by papal officers, was led before John the 22nd with a halter around his neck, threw himself at the Pope's feet, and begged for pardon, this in 1328. John forgave him, embraced him as a returned prodigal, and imprisoned him for life. Louis returned to Germany and sent repeated embassies to Avignon, offering recantations and apologies for papal pardon and recognition. John refused and fought on till his death in 1334. Louis recovered some ground when England, beginning the 100 Years' War, sought his alliance. Edward III recognized Louis as emperor, and Louis hailed Edward as King of France. Seizing the opportunity provided by this alliance of two major powers against the papacy, an assembly of German princes and prelates at Rennes on July 16, 1338, proclaimed that the choice of a German king by the German electors could not be annulled by any other authority, and a diet at Frankfurt am Main on August 3, 1338, declared the papal pronouncements against Louis null and void. The imperial title and power, it ruled, were the gift of the imperial electors and needed no confirmation by a pope. Germany and England ignored the protests of Pope Benedict XII and moved a step toward the Reformation. Reckless with success, Louis now decided to apply to the full the theories of Marsilius, and to exercise ecclesiastical as well as secular supremacy. He removed papal appointees from church benefices and put his own candidates in their place. He appropriated the funds that papal collectors were raising for a crusade. He dissolved the marriage of Margaret of Carinthia, heiress to much of Tyrol, and wedded her to his own son, who was related to her by a degree of kinship canonically invalidating marriage. The repudiated husband, his elder brother Charles, and their father, King John of Bohemia, vowed vengeance. And Clement VI, who had become pope in 1342, saw an opportunity to unseat the aging enemy of the papal see. Skillful diplomacy won elector after elector to the view that peace and order could be restored in the empire only by deposing Louis and making Charles of Bohemia emperor. And Charles, as the price of papal support, pledged obedience to papal commands. In July 1346, an electoral diet at Rennes unanimously declared Charles to be the King of Germany. Louis, having failed to secure a hearing at Avignon for his offers of submission, prepared to fight to the death for his throne. Meanwhile, aged 60, he hunted vigorously, fell from his horse, and was killed in 1347. Charles IV, as king and emperor, governed well. The Germans disliked him because he made Prague the imperial capital, but in Germany as well as in his homeland he improved administration, protected commerce and transport, reduced tolls, and maintained an honest currency. And to the whole empire he gave a generation of comparative peace. In 1356 he acquired equivocal fame in history by issuing a series of regulations known as the Golden Bull, though they were only a few of many documents bearing the imperial golden seal. Perhaps convinced that his long absence from Germany necessitated such an arrangement, he granted to the 7 electors such powers as almost annulled the imperial authority. The electors were to meet annually to legislate for the realm. The king or emperor was to be merely their president and executive arm. They themselves in their own states were to enjoy full judiciary power, ownership of all minerals and metals in the soil, the right to mint their own coinages, to raise revenue, and, within limits, to make war and peace. The bull gave its legal sanction to existing facts and tried to build upon them a cooperative federation of principalities. The electors, however, absorbed themselves in their regional affairs and so neglected their responsibilities as an imperial council that Germany remained only a name. This local independence of the electors made possible the protection of Luther by the Elector of Saxony and the consequent spread of the Protestant faith. In his old age, Charles secured the imperial succession for his son by wholesale bribery in 1378. Wenceslas IV had some virtues, but he loved alcohol and his native land. The electors resented his tastes and deposed him in 1400 in favor of Rupert III, who left no trace on history. Sigismund of Luxembourg, at the age of 19, had been chosen King of Hungary in 1387. In 1411 he was elected King of the Romans and soon assumed the title of Emperor. He was a man of varied accomplishments and personal charm, handsome and vain, generous and amiable, occasionally cruel. He learned several languages and loved literature only next to women and power. His good intentions might have paved a small inferno, but his courage failed him in crisis. He tried honorably to reform the abuses and weaknesses of the German government. He passed some excellent laws and enforced a few of them, but he was frustrated by the autonomy and inertia of the electors and their unwillingness to share in the cost of checking the advancing Turks. In his later years he consumed his funds and energies in fighting the Hussites of Bohemia. When he died in 1347, Europe mourned that one who for a time had been the voice of European progress had failed in everything but dignity. He had commended his son-in-law, Albert of Habsburg, to the electors of Bohemia, Hungary, and Germany. Albert II graced the 3 crowns, but before his abilities could bear fruit, he died of dysentery in a campaign against the Turks in 1440. He left no son, but the electors voted the royal and imperial crowns to another Habsburg, Frederick of Styria. Thereafter their choice fell repeatedly to a Habsburg prince, and the imperial power became in effect the hereditary possession of that talented and ambitious family. Frederick III made Austria an archduchy, the Habsburgs made Vienna their capital, the heir presumptive was regularly the Archduke of Austria. And the genial quality of the Austrian and Viennese character entered like a graceful feminine theme to cross with the brusque masculinity of the North in the Teutonic soul. 4. The Mystics. The 14th and 15th centuries sowed the seeds of the Reformation. Louis of Bavaria, Wyclif in England, Huss in Bohemia, rehearsed the play for Luther, Henry VIII, Calvin, and Knox. In Scandinavia, the rapidly rising wealth of the clergy, exempt from taxation, became an irritating burden to the people and the state. Critics alleged that the Church owned half the land of Denmark, holding a fief on Copenhagen itself. Nobles looked with ominous envy upon possessions protected by only a creed, and even the Orthodox were anti-clerical. In Switzerland, the proud independence of the cantons was a prelude to Zwingli and Calvin. In 1433, Magdeburg expelled her archbishop and clergy. Bamberg revolted against episcopal rule. Passau besieged her bishop in his citadel. In 1449, a professor in the University of Erfurt, where Luther was to study, addressed to Pope Nicholas V the defense of general councils as superior in authority to the popes. Echoes of the Hussite revolt in neighboring Bohemia spread through Germany. Here and there, Waldensian congregations furtively preserved old heresies and semi-communistic aspirations. Piety itself tended toward a mysticism that hovered near heresy. In Johannes Eckhart, mysticism became a pantheism that bypassed the Church and almost ignored the defined creed. This Dominican friar was so learned that the title Meister became part of his name. His philosophical writings were phrased in such scholastic Latin that had these been his sole works, he would never have come to any harm or fame. But in his monastery of Cologne he preached in epigrammatic German the audacious pantheism that invited the Inquisition. Following Dionysius the Areopagite and Johannes Scotus Erigena, he struggled to express his overwhelming sense of an omnipresent God. This all-bathing ocean of deity Eckhart conceived as not a person or a spirit, but only absolutely bare unity, the abyss, without a mode and without form, of the silent and waste divinity, where never was seen difference, neither Father, Son, nor Holy Ghost, where there is no one at home, yet where the spark of the soul is more at peace than within itself. Essentially, only this formless divinity exists. God is all things are God. The Father begets me, his Son, without cease. I say more, he begets in me himself, and in himself me. The eye with which I see God is the same eye with which God sees me. My eye and God's eye are one eye. In each individual there is a fragment of God. Through it we can communicate directly with him and can identify ourselves with him. Not through church ritual, not even through the Bible, but through this cosmic consciousness alone, the soul can approach and see God. The more one renounces individual and worldly aims, the clearer and more far-seeing this divine spark becomes, until at last God and soul are one, and we are totally transformed into God. Heaven, purgatory, and hell are not places. They are states of the soul. Separation from God is hell. Union with him is paradise. Some of these propositions smelled of heresy to the Archbishop of Cologne. He summoned Eckhart to trial in 1326. Eckhart affirmed his docile orthodoxy and proposed that his statements should be viewed as literary hyperboles. The bishop condemned him nevertheless. The friar appealed to Pope John XXII and then escaped the faggots by a timely death in 1327. His influence was spread by two Dominican pupils who knew how to keep his pantheism within safe bounds. Heinrich Suso tortured himself for 16 years with ascetic austerities, cut the name of Jesus into his flesh over his heart, claimed to have received into his mouth blood from the wounds of Christ, and wrote his little book of eternal wisdom in German, because, he said, it was in German that God had revealed it to him. Johannes Tauler called Eckhart his most holy master, and preached at Strasbourg and Basel the doctrine of mystic union with God. It was to Tauler that Luther ascribed a book, Deutsche Theologie, which moved him deeply with its simple creed, God, Christ, and immortality. The Church looked with some concern upon mystics who ignored most of her dogmas, neglected her ritual, and claimed to reach God without the help of priests or sacraments. Here lay in germ the Reformation doctrines of the private judgment, and every man a priest, and justification not by good works, but by transcendent faith. The Church held that supernatural revelations could come from demons and maniacs as well as from God and the saints, and that some authoritative guidance was needed to keep religion from disintegrating into a chaos of individual visions and theologies. That difference of view still divides honest men. 5. The Arts. The Gothic style lingered in Germany long after it had given way, in Italy and France, to the classic influences of the Renaissance. Now it crowned the thriving cities of Central Europe with churches not as overpowering in grandeur as the great shrines of France, yet lifting the spirit with a quiet beauty and unpretentious dignity. Uppsala began its cathedral in 1287, Saxon-Freiburg in 1283, Ulm in 1377, with the highest Gothic tower in the world, Vienna its Stephansdom in 1304, Stralsund its Marienkirche in 1382, Danzig another Marienkirche in 1425. Aachen and Cologne added the choirs of their cathedrals. Strasbourg completed the frozen music of its cathedral in 1439. Xanten built a graceful collegiate church of St. Victor, which was destroyed in the Second World War. Nuremberg gloried in 4 famous churches that gave piety a schooling in art and taste. The Lorenzkirche, 1278 to 1477, owed to the 14th and 15th centuries its stately portal and resplendent rose. The Stephansdom, or Cathedral of St. Stephen, 1304 to 1476, was a beloved landmark. Its steep roof covered nave and aisles in a single span, and fell to Mars in 1945. About 1309, the Sebalduskirche rebuilt its aisles. In 1361, it raised a new choir. About 1498, it completed its western towers. From 1360 to 1510, it installed magnificent stained glass. The Frauenkirche, or Church of Our Lady, 1355 to 1361, with its richly sculptured vestibule, was almost demolished in the Second World War, but is already restored. And every day at noon, the 4 mannequin electors in the famous clock of the facade bow to Charles IV in untiring acknowledgment of his famous bull. Sculpture was still crude, but churches in Breslau and Hallgarten and the Sebalduskirche in Nuremberg received stone or wood Madonnas of some nobility. The cities beautified not only their churches, but their public buildings, their shops, and their homes. Now rose those gabled and half-timbered houses that gave the German towns a wistful medieval charm for idealizing modern eyes. The Rathaus, or council hall, was the center of civic life, sometimes also the rendezvous of the greater guilds. Its walls might bear frescoes, and its woodwork was usually carved with Teutonic fullness and strength. The Grosse Saal of the Rathaus at Bremen, 1410 to 1450, had a ceiling of carved beams, a winding staircase with posts and railing of carved wood, and gaudy chandeliers in the shape of ships. The Rathaus of Cologne, 1360 to 1571, which had seated the first general convocation of the Hanseatic League. Of Münster, 1335, where the Treaty of Westphalia was signed. Of Brunswick, a 14th-century gem of civic Gothic. Of Frankfurt am Main, 1405, where the electors dined a newly chosen emperor. All were destroyed in the Second World War. In Marienburg, the great masters of the Teutonic Order built their massive Deutschordenschloss, 1309 to 1380. In Nuremberg, the Rathaus confronted the Sebalduskirche. It was built in 1340 to hold the fully assembled Reichstag of the Empire. Half a dozen restorations have left little of its medieval form. In the marketplace before the Frauenkirche, a Prague sculptor, Heinrich Parler, raised the Schöne Brunnen, or Beautiful Fountain, from 1361 onward, crowded with statues of pagan, Jewish, and Christian heroes. With its sculptures, churches, and secular architecture, Nuremberg, in the 3 centuries between 1250 and 1550, represented the German spirit at its highest and best. The meandering streets were mostly narrow and unpaved, yet the future Pope Pius II wrote of Nuremberg, "When one comes from Lower Franconia and perceives this glorious city, its splendor seems truly magnificent. Entering it, one's original impression is confirmed by the beauty of the streets and the fitness of the houses. The churches are worthy of worship as well as of admiration. The imperial castle proudly dominates the town, and the burghers' dwellings seem to have been built for princes. In truth, the kings of Scotland would gladly be housed so luxuriously as the common citizen of Nuremberg." In the German cities, the industrial and minor arts, in wood, ivory, copper, bronze, iron, silver, gold, reached now the full ripening of their medieval growth. Artists and weavers composed amazing tapestries. The wood engravers prepared for Dürer and Holbein. The miniaturists illuminated fine manuscripts on the eve of Gutenberg. Woodworkers carved gorgeous furniture, and the metal founders cast for the churches in the 15th century bells whose beauty of tone has never been surpassed. Music was not merely an art, it was half the leisure life of the towns. Nuremberg and other cities staged great carnivals of popular drama and song. The Volkslied expressed the pious or amorous sentiments of the people. The middle classes made a mass attack upon the problems of polyphony. The guilds competed in gigantic choruses. Butchers, tanners, bell-casters, and other mighty men contested the Meistersinger prize in tumultuous vocal tournaments. The first famous school of Meistersinger was established at Mainz in 1311. Others rose at Strasbourg, Frankfurt am Main, Würzburg, Zurich, Augsburg, Nuremberg, and Prague. Students who passed through the 4 degrees of Schüler, Schulfreund, Dichter, and Sänger, scholar, friend of the school, poet, and singer, earned the title of Meister. The romantic and idealistic strain of the Minnesingers was brought to earth as the German burghers tied their lusty realism to the wings of song. Since the business class dominated all the cities, all the arts except church architecture took a realistic turn. The climate was cold and often wet, discouraging nudity. The pride and cult of the body did not find a congenial home here as in Renaissance Italy or ancient Greece. When Conrad Witz of Constance painted Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, he dressed them as if for a winter in the Alps. A dozen cities, however, had schools of painting in the 15th century: Ulm, Salzburg, Würzburg, Frankfurt, Augsburg, Munich, Darmstadt, Basel, Aachen, Nuremberg, Hamburg, Colmar, Cologne, and samples survive from all of them. We read in a chronicle of 1380, "There was in Cologne at this time a famous painter named Wilhelm, whose like could not be found in all the land. He portrayed men so cunningly that it seemed they were alive." Meister Wilhelm was one of many primitives: Meister Bertram, Meister Franke, the master of St. Veronica, the master of the Heisterbacher altar, who, chiefly under Flemish influence, created a discipline of mural painting in Germany and suffused the traditional gospel themes with an emotional piety traceable, it may be, to Eckhart and the other German mystics. In Stephen Lochner, who died at Cologne in 1451, this preliminary development ends, and we reach the zenith of the early school. His adoration of the Magi, now a prize of the Cologne Cathedral, can bear comparison with most paintings produced before the middle of the 15th century. A lovely virgin at once modest and proud, a delightful infant, the wise men of the East very German, but credibly wise, the composition orthodox, the coloring bright with blue and green and gold. In the Virgin of the Rose Trellis and the Madonna of the Violet, ideal young German mothers, of a soft and pensive beauty, are portrayed with all the technical resources of a medieval art visibly moving toward modernity. Germany was on the threshold of its greatest age. 6. Gutenberg. What put an end to the Middle Ages? Many causes, operating through 3 centuries. The failure of the Crusades, the spreading acquaintance of Renaissance Europe with Islam, the disillusioning capture of Constantinople, the resurrection of classic pagan culture, the expansion of commerce through the voyages of Henry the Navigator's fleet, and Columbus and Vasco da Gama, the rise of the business class, which financed the centralization of monarchical government, the development of national states challenging the supranational authority of the popes, the successful revolt of Luther against the papacy, printing. Before Gutenberg, nearly all education had been in the hands of the church. Books were costly. Copying was laborious and sometimes careless. Few authors could reach a wide audience until they were dead. They had to live by pedagogy, or by entering a monastic order, or by pensions from the rich or benefices from the church. They received little or no payment from those who published their works, and even if one publisher paid them, they had no copyright protection, except occasionally by a papal grant. Libraries were numerous but small. Monasteries, cathedrals, colleges, and some cities had modest collections, seldom more than 300 volumes. The books were usually kept inside the walls, and some were chained to lecterns or desks. Charles V of France had a library renowned for its size, 910 volumes. Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, had 600. The library of Christ Church Priory at Canterbury was probably as large as any outside of Islam, having some 2,000 volumes in 1300. The best publicized library in England was that of Richard de Bury St. Edmunds, who wrote affectionately of his books in the Philobiblon in 1345, and made them complain of their maltreatment by that two-legged beast called woman, who insisted on exchanging them for fine linen or silk. As schools multiplied and literacy rose, the demand for books increased. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Part 1. Continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. As schools multiplied and literacy rose, the demand for books increased. The business classes found literacy useful in the operations of industry and trade. Women of the middle and upper classes escaped, through reading, into a world of compensatory romance. By 1300 the time had passed when only the clergy could read. It was this rising demand, even more than the increased supply of paper and the development of an oily ink, that led to Gutenberg. Moslems had brought paper manufacture to Spain in the 10th century, to Sicily in the 12th. It passed into Italy in the 13th, into France in the 14th. The paper industry was 100 years old in Europe when printing came. In the 14th century, when linen clothing became customary in Europe, cast-off linens provided cheap rags for paper. The cost of paper declined, and its readier availability cooperated with the extension of literacy to offer a material and market for printed books. Printing itself, as imprinting, was older than Christianity. The Babylonians had printed letters or symbols upon bricks, the Romans and many others upon coins, potters upon their wares, weavers upon cloths, bookbinders upon book covers. Any ancient or medieval dignitary used printing when he stamped documents with his seal. Similar methods had been employed in the production of maps and playing cards. Block printing, by blocks of wood or metal engraved with words, symbols, or images, goes back in China and Japan to the 8th century, probably beyond. The Chinese in this way printed paper money in or before the 10th century. Block printing appeared in Tabriz in 1294, in Egypt toward 1300. But the Muslims preferred calligraphy to printing and did not serve in this case, as in so many others, to carry cultural developments from the East to the West. Typography, printing with separate and movable type for each character or letter, was used in China as early as 1041. In 1314, Wang Chen employed nearly 60,000 movable wooden-type characters to print a book on agriculture. He had tried metal type first, but had found that it did not take or hold ink as readily as wood. Movable type, however, offered little advantage or convenience to a language that had no alphabet, but had 40,000 separate characters. Consequently, block printing remained customary in China till the 19th century. In 1403, a Korean emperor printed a large number of volumes from movable metal type. Characters were engraved in hard wood, molds of porcelain paste were made from these models, and in these molds metal type were cast. In Europe, printing from movable type may have developed first in Holland. According to Dutch traditions not traceable beyond 1569, Lawrence Koster of Haarlem printed a religious manual from movable metal type in 1430, but the evidence is inconclusive. Nothing further is heard of movable type in Holland till 1473, when Germans from Cologne set up a press in Utrecht, but these men had learned the art in Mainz. Johann Gutenberg was born there, of a prosperous family, about 1400. His father's name was Gensfleisch, gooseflesh. Johann preferred his mother's maiden name. He lived most of his first 40 years in Strasbourg, and appears to have made experiments there in cutting and casting metal type. Toward 1448, he became a citizen of Mainz. On August 22, 1450, he entered into a contract with Johann Fust, a rich goldsmith, by which he mortgaged his printing press to Fust for a loan of 800 guilders, later raised to 1,600. A letter of indulgence issued by Nicholas V in 1451 was probably printed by Gutenberg. Several copies exist, bearing the oldest printed date, 1454. In 1455, Fust sued Gutenberg for repayment. Unable to comply, Gutenberg surrendered his press. Fust carried on the establishment with Peter Schoeffer, who had been employed by Gutenberg as a typesetter. Some believe that it was Schoeffer who had by this time developed the new tools and technique of printing. A hard punch of engraved steel for each letter, number, and punctuation mark, a metal matrix to receive the punches, and a metal mold to hold the matrix and letters in line. In 1456, Gutenberg, with borrowed funds, set up another press. From this he issued, in that year or the next, what has been generally considered his first type-printed book, the famous and beautiful Gutenberg Bible. A majestic folio of 1,282 large, double-columned pages. In 1462, Mainz was sacked by the troops of Adolf of Nassau. The printers fled, scattering the new art through Germany. By 1463, there were printers in Strasbourg, Cologne, Basel, Augsburg, Nuremberg, and Ulm. Gutenberg, one of the fugitives, settled in Eltville, where he resumed his printing. He struggled painfully through one financial crisis after another, until Adolf gave him, in 1465, a benefice yielding a protective income. Some 3 years later, he died. Doubtless his use of movable type would have been developed by others had he never been born. It was an obvious demand of the times. This is true of most inventions. A letter written in 1470 by Guillaume Fichet of Paris suggests how enthusiastically the invention was welcomed. There has been discovered in Germany a wonderful new method for the production of books, and those who have mastered the art are taking it from Mainz out into the world. The light of this discovery will spread from Germany to all parts of the earth. But not all welcomed it. Copyists protested that printing would destroy their means of livelihood. Aristocrats opposed it as a mechanical vulgarization and feared that it would lower the value of their manuscript libraries. Statesmen and clergy distrusted it as a possible vehicle of subversive ideas. It made its triumphant way, nevertheless. In 1464, 2 Germans set up a press in Rome. In or before 1469, 2 Germans opened a printing shop in Venice. In 1470, 3 Germans brought the art to Paris. In 1471, it reached Holland. In 1472, Switzerland. In 1473, Hungary. In 1474, Spain. In 1476, England. In 1482, Denmark. In 1483, Sweden. In 1490, Constantinople. Nuremberg with the Coburger family, Paris with the Etienne, Lyon with Dolé, Venice with Aldus Manutius, Basel with Amerbach and Froben, Zurich with Froschauer, Leiden with the Elzevers, became humming hives of printing and publishing. Soon half the European population was reading as never before, and a passion for books became one of the effervescent ingredients of the Reformation age. At this very moment, writes a Basel scholar to a friend, a whole wagon-load of classics, of the best Alden editions, has arrived from Venice. Do you want any? If you do, tell me at once and send the money, for no sooner is such a freight landed than 30 buyers rise up for each volume, merely asking the price and tearing one another's eyes out to get hold of them. The typographical revolution was on. To describe all its effects would be to chronicle half the history of the modern mind. Erasmus, in the ecstasy of his sales, called printing the greatest of all discoveries, but perhaps he underestimated speech, fire, the wheel, agriculture, writing, law, even the lowly common noun. Printing replaced esoteric manuscripts with inexpensive texts rapidly multiplied in copies more exact and legible than before, and so uniform that scholars in diverse countries could work with one another by references to specific pages of specific editions. Quality was often sacrificed to quantity, but the earliest printed books were in many cases models of art in typography and binding. Printing published, that is, made available to the public, cheap manuals of instruction in religion, literature, history, and science. It became the greatest and cheapest of all universities, open to all. It did not produce the Renaissance, but it paved the way for the Enlightenment, for the American and French revolutions, for democracy. It made the Bible a common possession and prepared the people for Luther's appeal from the popes to the Gospels. Later it would permit the rationalists' appeal from the Gospels to reason. It ended the clerical monopoly of learning, the priestly control of education. It encouraged the vernacular literatures, for the large audience it required could not be reached through Latin. It facilitated the international communication and cooperation of scientists. It affected the quality and character of literature by subjecting authors to the purse and taste of the middle classes, rather than to aristocratic or ecclesiastical patrons. And after speech, it provided a readier instrument for the dissemination of nonsense than the world has ever known until our time. Chapter 8. The Western Slavs, 1300 to 1517. Heretofore the Slavs had been human flotsam, surging westward at times to the Elbe, southward to the Mediterranean, eastward to the Urals, north even to the Arctic Sea. Then, in the 13th century, repulsed in the west by the Livonian and Teutonic Knights, and subjected to Mongol and Tatar domination in the east. In the 14th century, Bohemia led the Holy Roman Empire and the pre-Lutheran Reformation, and Poland, united with the vast Lithuania, became a major power, with a highly cultured upper class. In the 5th century, Russia freed herself from the Tatars and unified her far-flung principalities into a massive state. Like a tidal wave, the Slavs entered history. In 1306, the death of Wenceslaus III ended the ancient Przemyslid line in Bohemia. After an interlude of minor kings, the baronial and ecclesiastical electors brought in John of Luxembourg to found a new dynasty in 1310. His gallant adventures made Bohemia for a generation an unwilling citadel of chivalry. He could hardly live without tournaments, and when these proved too innocuous, he sallied forth to war in almost every realm of Europe. It became a bon mot of the times that nothing can be done without the help of God and the King of Bohemia. Brescia, besieged by Verona, begged his aid. He promised to come. At the news thereof, the Veronese raised the siege. Brescia, Bergamo, Cremona, Parma, Modena, even Milan voluntarily acknowledged him as their feudal sovereign in return for his protection. What Frederick I Barbarossa and Frederick II Wonder of the World had been unable to secure by arms, this king obtained almost by the magic of his name. His dashing wars added terrain to Bohemia, but forfeited the affection of the people, who could not forgive him for being so often absent from their country that he neglected its administration and never learned its speech. In 1336, on a crusade in Lithuania, he contracted a disease that left him blind. Nevertheless, when he learned that Edward III of England had landed in Normandy and was moving toward Paris, John and his son Charles, with 500 Bohemian knights, rode across Europe to succor the King of France. Father and son fought in the van at Crécy. When the French retreated, the blind king bade 2 knights bind their horses on either side to his and lead him against the victorious English, saying, "So will it God, it shall not be said that a king of Bohemia flies from the battlefield." 50 of his knights were killed around him. He was mortally wounded, and was taken dying to the tent of the English king. Edward sent the corpse to Charles with a courtly message. "This day has fallen the crown of chivalry." Charles IV was a less heroic but much wiser king. He preferred negotiation to war, and was not too cowardly to compromise. Yet he extended the boundaries of his kingdom. In the 32 years of his reign, he kept the Slavs and the Germans in unwonted peace. He reorganized the government, reformed the judiciary, and made Prague one of the handsomest cities in Europe. He built there a royal residence on the style of the Louvre, and the famous castle of Karlstein, or Charles's Stone, as a repository for the archives of the state and the jewels of the crown, which were treasured not for vanity and display, but as a reserve fund conveniently mobile and immune to debasements of the currency. He brought in Matthew of Arras to design St. Vitus's Cathedral, and Tommaso da Modena to paint frescoes in churches and palaces. He protected the peasantry from oppression and promoted commerce and industry. He founded the University of Prague in 1347, transmitted to his countrymen the cultural interest that he had acquired in France and Italy, and provided the intellectual stimulus that exploded in the Hussite Revolt. His court became the center of the Bohemian humanists, led by Bishop John of Stresa, Petrarch's friend. The Italian poet admired Charles beyond any other monarch of the time, visited him in Prague, and begged him to conquer Italy, but Charles had better sense. His reign, despite his golden bull, was Bohemia's golden age. He survives smiling in a splendid limestone bust in the Cathedral of Prague. Wenceslas IV was a youth of 18 when his father died in 1378. His good nature, his affection for his people, his lenience in taxing them, his skill in administration, won him great favor with all but the nobles, who thought their privileges imperiled by his popularity. His occasional hot temper and his addiction to drink gave them a leverage for displacing him. They surprised him at his country seat, threw him into prison in 1394, and restored him only on his promise to do nothing of moment without the consent of a council of nobles and bishops. New disputes arose. Sigismund of Hungary was called in. He arrested Wenceslas, his brother, and took him prisoner to Vienna in 1402. Wenceslas escaped a few years later, made his way back to Bohemia, was received with joy by the people, and regained his throne and powers. The rest of his story mingles with the tragedy of Hus. 2. John Hus, 1369 to 1415. Wenceslas was loved and hated for winking at heresy and scowling at the Germans. A rapid infiltration of Bohemia by German miners, craftsmen, merchants, and students had generated a racial hostility between Teutons and Czechs. Hus would have received less support from people and king had he not symbolized a native resentment of German prominence. Wenceslas did not forget that the archbishops of Germany had led the movement to depose him from the imperial throne. His sister Anne had married Richard II of England, and had seen, probably had sympathized with, the attempt of Wyclif to divorce England from the Roman Church. In 1388, Adalbert Ranconus left a sum to enable Bohemian students to go to Paris or Oxford. Some of these in England secured or transcribed works by Wyclif and took them to Bohemia. Milich of Kromierzysz and Konrad Waldhauser roused Prague with their denunciations of immorality in laity and clergy. Matthias of Janov and Thomas of Stytnia continued this preaching. The emperor and even Archbishop Ernst approved, and in 1391 a special church called the Bethlehem Chapel was founded in Prague to lead the movement of reform. In 1402, John Hus was appointed to the pulpit of this chapel. He had begun life in the village of Husinec, and was known as John of Husinec, which he later shortened to Hus. Toward 1390 he came as a poor student to Prague, where he earned his way by serving in the churches. He aimed to enter the priesthood. Nevertheless, after the custom of the age, he joined in what Paris would later term the gay bohemian ways of university youth. In 1396 he received his degree of Master of Arts and began to teach at the university. In 1401 he was chosen Dean of the Faculty of Arts, that is, of the Humanities. In that year he was ordained priest and reformed his life to an almost monastic austerity. As head of the Bethlehem Chapel, he became the most famous preacher in Prague. Many figures high in the court were among his listeners, and Queen Sophia made him her chaplain. He preached in Czech and taught his congregation to take an active part in the service by singing hymns. His accusers later affirmed that in the very first year of his ministry he had echoed Wyclif's doubts as to the disappearance of bread and wine from the consecrated elements in the Eucharist. Unquestionably, he had read some of Wyclif's works. He had made copies of them which still exist with his annotations, and at his trial he confessed to having said, "Wyclif, I trust, will be saved, but could I think he would be damned, I would my soul were with his." In 1403, the opinions of Wyclif had won such vogue in the University of Prague that the chapter, the administrative clergy, of the cathedral submitted to the university masters 45 excerpts from the writings of Wyclif and asked should these doctrines be barred from the university. Several masters, including Hus, answered no, but the majority ruled that thereafter no member of the university staff should, either publicly or privately, defend or adhere to any of the 45 articles. Hus must have ignored this prohibition, for in 1408 the clergy of Prague petitioned Archbishop Zbyněk to reprove him. The archbishop proceeded cautiously, being then in conflict with the king. But when Hus continued to express sympathy for Wyclif's views, Zbyněk excommunicated him and several associates in 1409. And when they persisted in exercising their priestly functions, he placed all Prague under an interdict. He ordered all writings of Wyclif that could be found in Bohemia to be surrendered to him. 200 manuscripts were brought to him. He burned them in the courtyard of his palace. Hus appealed to the newly elected Pope John XXIII. John summoned him to appear before the papal court. He refused to go. In 1411, the Pope, desiring funds for a crusade against Ladislas, King of Naples, announced a new offering of indulgences. When this was proclaimed in Prague, and the papal agents seemed to the reformers to be selling forgiveness for coin, Hus and his chief supporter, Jerome of Prague, publicly preached against indulgences, questioned the existence of purgatory, and protested against the churches collecting money to spill Christian blood. Descending to vituperation, Hus called the Pope a money-grubber, even Antichrist. A large section of the public shared Hus's views, and subjected the papal agents to such ridicule and abuse that the king forbade any further preaching or action against the offering of indulgences. 3 youths who violated this edict were haled before the city council. Hus pleaded for them and admitted that his preaching had aroused them. They were condemned and beheaded. The Pope now launched his own excommunication against Hus, and when Hus ignored it, John laid an interdict upon any city where he should stay, this in 1411. On the advice of the king, Hus left Prague and remained in rural seclusion for 2 years. In those years he wrote his major works, some in Latin, some in Czech, nearly all inspired by Wyclif, some perhaps echoing the heresies and anti-clericalism that a remnant of the Waldensians had brought with them into Bohemia in the 12th and 13th centuries. He rejected image worship, auricular confession, and the multiplication of ornate religious rites. He gave his movement a popular and nationalistic character by denouncing the Germans and defending the Slavs. In a tract on traffic in holy things, he attacked the simony of the clergy. In De Sex Erroribus, he condemned the taking of fees by priests for baptism, confirmation, masses, marriages, or burials. He charged some Prague clerics with selling consecrated oil, and he adopted Wyclif's view that a priest guilty of simony could not validly administer a sacrament. His treatise De Ecclesia became his apologia and his ruin. From its pages were drawn the heresies for which he was burned. He followed Wyclif into predestinarianism, and agreed with Wyclif, Marsilius, and Occam that the Church should have no worldly goods. Like Calvin, he defined the Church neither as the clergy nor as the whole body of Christians, but as the totality, in heaven or on earth, of the saved. Christ, not the Pope, is the head of the Church. The Bible, not the Pope, should be the Christian's guide. The Pope is not infallible, even in faith or morals, the Pope himself may be a hardened sinner or heretic. Accepting a legend widely credited at the time, even by Geoffrey, Hus made much of a supposititious Pope John VIII, who, said the legend, had revealed her sex by giving unpremeditated birth to a child on the streets of Rome. A pope, Hus concluded, is to be obeyed only when his commands conform to the law of Christ. To rebel against an erring pope is to obey Christ. When a general council met at Constance in 1414 to depose 3 rival popes and enact a program of ecclesiastical reform, a chance seemed open to reconcile the Hussites with the Church. Emperor Sigismund, heir apparent to the childless Wenceslas IV, was anxious to restore religious unity and peace in Bohemia. He suggested that Hus should go to Constance and attempt a reconciliation. For this hazardous journey, he offered Hus a safe conduct to Constance, a public hearing before the council, and a free and safe return to Bohemia in case Hus should reject the judgment of the assembly. Despite the anxious warnings of his associates, Hus set out for Constance in October of 1414, escorted by 3 Czech nobles and several friends. About the same time, Stephen of Palich and other Bohemian opponents of Hus went to Constance to indict him before the council. Arrived, he was at first treated courteously and lived in freedom, but when Palich laid before the council a list of Hus's heresies, they summoned and questioned him. Convinced by his replies that he was a major heretic, they ordered him imprisoned. He fell ill and was for a time near death. Pope John XXIII sent papal physicians to treat him. Sigismund complained that the action of the council violated the safe conduct that he had given Hus. It answered that it was not bound by his action, that his authority did not extend to spiritual concerns, that the Church had the right to overrule the state in trying an enemy of the Church. In April, Hus was removed to the fortress of Gottlieben on the Rhine. There he was placed in fetters, and was so poorly fed that he again fell gravely ill. Meanwhile, his fellow heretic, Jerome of Prague, had rashly entered Constance and had nailed to the city gates, to the doors of churches, and upon the houses of cardinals, a request that the emperor and the council should give him a safe conduct and a public hearing. At the urging of Hus's friends, he left the city and began a return to Bohemia. But on the way he stopped to preach against the council's treatment of Hus. He was arrested, brought back to Constance, and jailed. On July 5th, after 7 months of imprisonment, Hus was led in chains before the council, and again on the 7th and the 8th. Asked his view of the 45 articles already condemned in Wyclif's works, he rejected most of them, approved of some. Confronted with extracts from his book, On the Church, he expressed his willingness to recant such as could be refuted from Scripture, precisely the position taken by Luther at Worms. The council argued that Scripture must be interpreted not by the free judgment of individuals, but by the heads of the Church, and it demanded that Hus should retract all the quoted articles without reservation. Both his friends and his accusers pleaded with him to yield. He refused. He lost the goodwill of the vacillating emperor by declaring that a secular as well as a spiritual authority ceases to be a lawful ruler the moment he falls into mortal sin. Sigismund now informed Hus that if the council condemned him, his safe conduct would be automatically cancelled. After 3 days of questioning and vain efforts by the emperor and cardinals to persuade him to recant, Hus was returned to his prison cell. The council allowed him and itself 4 weeks to weigh the matter. It was even more complex to the council than to Hus. How could a heretic be allowed to live without thereby branding as inhuman crimes all past executions for heresy? This council had deposed popes. Was it to be defied by a simple Bohemian priest? Was not the Church the spiritual, as the state was the physical, arm of society, responsible for a moral order that needed some indisputable authority as its base? To assail that authority seemed to the council as clearly treason as to take up arms against the king. Opinion would have to develop through another century before Luther would be able to make a similar defiance and live. Further efforts were made to secure some semblance of retraction from Hus. The emperor sent special emissaries to plead with him. He gave always the same reply. He would abandon any of his views that could be disproved from Scripture. On July 6, 1415, in the Cathedral of Constance, the council condemned both Wyclif and Hus, ordered Hus's writings to be burned, and delivered him to the secular arm. He was at once unfrocked, and was led out of the city to a place where a pyre of faggots had been prepared. A last appeal was made to save himself with a word of retraction. He again refused. The fire consumed him as he chanted hymns. Jerome, in a forgivable moment of terror, recanted before the council the teachings of his friend on September 10, 1415. Remanded to prison, he gradually regained his courage. He asked for a hearing, and after a long delay he was led before the Assembly on May 23, 1416. But instead of being allowed to state his case, he was required first to answer the several charges laid against him. He protested with a passionate eloquence that moved the skeptical but politic Italian humanist Poggio Bracciolini, who had come to Constance as secretary to Pope John the 23rd. "What iniquity is this, that I, who have been kept in a foul prison for 340 days, without means of preparing my defense, while my adversaries have always had your ears, am now refused an hour to defend myself? Your minds are prejudiced against me as a heretic. You judged me to be wicked before you had any means of knowing what manner of man I was. And yet you are men, not gods, mortals, not eternal. You are liable to error. The more you claim to be held as lights of the world, the more careful you ought to be to prove your justice to all men. I, whose cause you judge, am of no consequence, nor do I speak for myself, for death comes to all. But I would not have so many wise men do an unjust act, which will do more harm by the precedent it gives than by the punishment it inflicts." The charges were read to him one by one, and he answered each without retraction. When at last he was allowed to speak freely, he almost won over the council by his fervor and sincerity. He reviewed some of the historic cases in which men had been killed for their beliefs. He recalled how Stephen the Apostle had been condemned to death by priests, and held that there could hardly be a greater sin than that priests should wrongly slay a priest. The council hoped that he would save himself by asking forgiveness. Instead, he repudiated his earlier recantation, reaffirmed his faith in the doctrines of Wyclif and Hus, and branded the burning of Hus as a crime certain to be punished by God. The council gave him 4 days to reconsider. Unrepentant, he was condemned on May 30th, and was led out at once to the same spot where Hus had died. When the executioner went behind him to light the pyre, Jerome bade him, "Come in front, and light it before my face. If I had feared death, I should never have come here." He sang a hymn till he choked with the smoke. 3. The Bohemian Revolution, 1415 to 1436. The news of Hus's death, relayed by couriers to Bohemia, aroused a national revolt. An assembly of Bohemian and Moravian nobles sent to the Council of Constance on September 2, 1415, a document signed by 500 leading Czechs. It upheld Hus as a good and upright Catholic, denounced his execution as an insult to his country, and proclaimed that the signatories would fight to the last drop of their blood to defend the doctrines of Christ against man-made decrees. A further declaration pledged the members to obey thereafter only such papal commands as agreed with Scripture. The judges of such agreement were to be the faculty of the University of Prague. The university itself hailed Hus as a martyr and praised the imprisoned Jerome. The council summoned the rebellious nobles to appear before it and answer charges of heresy. None came. It ordered the university closed. The majority of masters and students went on with their work. About 1412, one of Hus's followers, Jakubek of Strzeżewo, had proposed that the early Christian custom of administering the Eucharist in both forms, sub utraque specie, wine as well as bread, should be restored throughout Christendom. When the idea captivated the rank and file of his supporters, Hus gave it his approval. The council forbade it, and defended the abandonment of the primitive custom on the ground that it risked the spilling of Christ's blood. After Hus's death, the University of Prague and the nobles, led by Queen Sophia, adopted lay communion in both kinds as a command of Christ, and the chalice became the symbol of the Utraquist revolt. The followers of Hus formulated in 1420 the 4 Articles of Prague as their basic demands: that the Eucharist should be given in wine as well as bread, that ecclesiastical simony should be promptly punished, that the Word of God should be preached without hindrance as the sole standard of religious truth and practice, and that an end should be put to the ownership of extensive material possessions by priests or monks. A radical minority among the rebels rejected the veneration of clerics, capital punishment, purgatory, and masses for the dead. All the elements of the Lutheran Reformation were present in this Hussite revolt. King Wenceslaus, who had sympathized with the movement, possibly because it promised to transfer church property to the state, now began to fear it as threatening civil as well as ecclesiastical authority. In the new town that he had added to Prague, he appointed only anti-Hussites to the council, and these men issued punitive regulations designed to suppress the heresy. On July 30th, 1419, a Hussite crowd paraded into Newtown, forced its way into the council chamber, and threw the councillors out of the windows into the street, where another crowd finished them off. A popular assembly was organized which elected Hussite councillors. Wenceslas confirmed the new council and then died of a heart attack in 1419. The Bohemian nobles offered to accept Sigismund as their king if he would recognize the 4 Articles of Prague. He countered by demanding from all Czechs full obedience to the Church and burned at the stake a Bohemian who refused to renounce the lay chalice. The new pope, Martin V, announced a crusade against the Bohemian heretics, and Sigismund advanced with a large force against Prague in 1420. Almost overnight, the Hussites organized an army. Nearly every town in Bohemia and Moravia sent impassioned recruits. Jan Žižka, a 60-year-old knight with one eye, trained them and led them to incredible victories. Twice they defeated Sigismund's troops. Sigismund raised another army, but when a false report came that Žižka's men were approaching, this new host fled in disorder without ever sighting an enemy. Inflated with success, Žižka's Puritans now adopted from their opponents the idea that religious dissent should be suppressed by force. They passed up and down Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia like a devastating storm, pillaging monasteries, massacring monks, and compelling the population to accept the 4 Articles of Prague. The Germans in Bohemia, who wished to remain Catholic, became the favorite victims of Hussite arms. Meanwhile, and for 17 years, from 1419 to 1436, Bohemia survived without a king. Diverse and conflicting elements had united to make the Bohemian Revolution. The native Bohemians resented the wealth and arrogance of the German settlers and hoped to drive them from the country. The nobles coveted ecclesiastical properties and thought them worth an excommunication. The proletariat aspired to free itself from middle-class masters. The middle classes hoped to raise their modest power, as against the nobility, in the Diet that ruled Prague and gave some government to Bohemia. The serfs, especially on church estates, dreamed of dividing those blessed acres and at worst of freeing themselves from villain bonds. Some of the lower clergy, fleeced by the hierarchy, gave the rebellion their tacit support and provided for it the religious services interdicted by the Church. When the arms of the Hussites had won them most of Bohemia, the contradictions in their aims broke them into fratricidal factions. After the nobles had seized most of the property owned by Orthodox ecclesiastical groups, they felt that the revolution should subside and invite the sanctifying effects of time. While the serfs who had tilled these lands for the Church clamored for their division among themselves as freemen, the noble appropriators demanded that the peasants should serve the new masters on the same servile basis as before. Žižka supported the peasants, and for a time besieged the now conservative Calixtan or Chalice Hussites in Prague. Tired of the struggle, he accepted a truce, withdrew to eastern Bohemia, and founded a Horeb Brotherhood, dedicated to the 4 Articles and to killing Germans. When he died in 1424, he bequeathed his skin to be made into a martial drum. In the town of Tabor, another party of Hussites formed, who held that real Christianity required a communistic organization of life. Long before Hus, there had been in Bohemia little groups of Waldensians, Begards, and other irrepressible heretics, mingling religious with communistic ideals. They had maintained a salutary quiet until Žižka's troops had overthrown the power of the Church in most of Bohemia. Now they came into the open and captured doctrinal leadership at Tabor. Most of them rejected the real presence, purgatory, prayers for the dead, and all sacraments except baptism and communion, and discouraged the veneration of relics, images, and saints. They proposed to restore the simple ritual of the Apostolic Church, and repudiated all ecclesiastical rites and robes that they could not find in early Christianity. They objected to altars, organs, and the splendor of church decoration, and they destroyed such ornaments wherever they could. Like later Protestants, they reduced divine worship to communion, prayer, scriptural readings, a sermon, and the singing of hymns. And these services were conducted by clergymen indistinguishable from the laity in dress. Most of the Taborites deduced communism from millenarianism. Christ would soon come to establish his kingdom on earth. In that kingdom there would be no property, no church or state, no class distinctions, no human laws, no taxes, no marriage. Surely it would please Christ when he came to find such a heavenly utopia already established by his worshippers. At Tabor and some other towns these principles were put into practice. There, said a contemporary professor in the University of Prague, all is held in communion. No one owns anything for himself alone, so to own is considered a deadly sin. They hold that all should be equal brothers and sisters. A Bohemian peasant turned philosopher, Peter Kalchitsky, went further and wrote in vigorous Czech a series of Tolstoyan tracts advocating a pacifistic anarchism. He attacked the powerful and the rich, denounced war and capital punishment as murder, and demanded a society without lords or serfs or laws of any kind. He bade his followers take Christianity literally as they found it in the New Testament, to baptize only adults, to turn their backs upon the world and its ways, upon oaths and learning and class distinctions, upon commerce and city life, and to live in voluntary poverty, preferably tilling the land, and completely ignoring civilization and the state. The Taborites found this pacifism unsuited to their temperament. They divided into moderate and advanced radicals. These preached nudism and a communism of women, and the two factions passed from argument to war. In the course of a few years, unequal abilities developed inequalities of power and privilege, finally of goods, and the apostles of peace and freedom were replaced by ruthless lawgivers wielding despotic force. Christendom heard with horror of this supposedly communistic Christianity. The baronial and burgher Hussites in Bohemia began to yearn for the Church of Rome as the only organization strong enough to stop the imminent dissolution of the existing social order. They rejoiced when the Council of Basel invited reconciliation. A delegation from the council, without papal authorization, came to Bohemia and signed a series of compacts, so worded that complacent Hussites and Catholics could interpret them as accepting and rejecting the 4 Articles of Prague. This in 1433. As the Taborites refused to recognize these compacts, the conservative Hussites joined with the surviving Orthodox groups in Bohemia, attacked and defeated the divided Taborites, and put an end to the communistic experiment in 1434. The Bohemian Diet made its peace with Sigismund and accepted him as king in 1436. But Sigismund, accustomed to crowning his victories with futility, died in the following year. During the chaos that ensued, the Orthodox party secured the upper hand in Prague. An able provincial leader, George of Podiebrad, organized an army of Hussites, captured Prague, restored the Utraquist Jan Rokycina to the archiepiscopal see, and established himself as governor of Bohemia in 1451. When Pope Nicholas V refused to recognize Rokycina, the Utraquists meditated a transfer of their allegiance to the Greek Orthodox Church, but the fall of Constantinople to the Turks ended the negotiations. In 1458, seeing that Podiobrad's excellent administration had restored order and prosperity, the Diet chose him king. He turned his energies now to reconstituting religious peace. With the approval of the Diet, he sent to Pius II in 1462 an embassy requesting papal ratification of the Compacts of Prague. The Pope refused and forbade the laity anywhere to receive the Eucharist in both kinds. On the advice of Gregor Heimburg, a German jurist, Podiebrad in 1464 invited the monarchs of Europe to form a permanent federation of European states, with its own legislature, executive and army, and a judiciary empowered to settle current and future international disputes. The kings did not reply. The reinvigorated papacy was too strong to be defied by a League of Nations. Pope Paul II declared Podiebrad a heretic, freed his subjects from their oaths of obedience, and called upon Christian powers to depose him in 1466. Matthias Corvinus of Hungary undertook the task, invaded Bohemia, and was crowned king by a group of Catholic nobles in 1469. Podiebrad offered the throne to Ladislas, son of King Casimir IV of Poland. Then, worn out with war and dropsy, he died, aged 51, in 1471. Bohemia, now Czechoslovakia, honors him as, next to Charles IV, her greatest king. The Diet accepted Ladislas II, and Matthias retired to Hungary. The nobles took advantage of the youthful weakness of the king to consolidate their economic and political power, to reduce the representation of towns and burghers in the Diet, and to debase into serfdom the peasantry that had just dreamed of utopia. Thousands of Bohemians, during this period of revolution and reaction, fled to other lands. In 1485, the Catholic and Utraquist parties signed the Treaty of Kutna-Hora, pledging themselves to peace for 30 years. In eastern Bohemia and Moravia, the followers of Kelchitsky formed in 1457 a new Christian sect, the Jednota Braterska, or Church of the Brotherhood, dedicated to a simple agricultural life on the principles of the New Testament. In 1467 it renounced the authority of the Catholic Church, consecrated its own priests, rejected purgatory and the worship of saints, anticipated Luther's doctrine of justification by faith, and became the first modern church to practice Christianity. By 1500 it claimed 100,000 members. These Moravian brethren were almost exterminated in the fury of the 30 Years' War. They survived through the leadership of John Comenius. They still exist in scattered congregations in Europe, Africa, and America, astonishing a violent and skeptical world with their religious toleration, their unassuming piety, and their peaceful fidelity to the principles they profess. 4. Poland, 1300 to 1505. The maintenance of peace is difficult, even in regions deriving unity and protection from geographical barriers. Consider how much more difficult it is in states exposed on one or more borders, to neighbors always avid, sometimes tempting, sometimes powerful. Poland in the 14th century was half stifled by Teutonic Knights, Lithuanians, Hungarians, Moravians, Bohemians, and Germans, pressing upon her frontiers. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. Poland in the 14th century was half stifled by Teutonic Knights, Lithuanians, Hungarians, Moravians, Bohemians, and Germans pressing upon her frontiers. When Ladislas the Short became Grand Prince of Lesser Southern Poland in 1306, he faced a multitude of enemies. The Germans in Greater Western Poland rejected his authority. The Knights seized Danzig and Pomerania. The Margrave of Brandenburg plotted to destroy him, and Wenceslas III of Bohemia claimed the Polish throne. Ladislas fought his way through this sea of troubles by arms, diplomacy, and marriage, united Lesser and Greater Poland into a coherent kingdom, and had himself crowned at Krakow, his new capital, in 1320. Dying at 73 in 1333, he bequeathed his uneasy throne to his only son, Casimir the Great. Some might begrudge Casimir III this title, since he preferred negotiation and compromise to war. Resigning Silesia to Bohemia and Pomerania to the Knights, he consoled himself by acquiring Galicia, around Lvov, and Mazovia, around Warsaw. He devoted his reign of 37 years to administration, bringing his varied territories under one law, that the state might not look like a many-headed monster. Under his direction, a group of jurists unified the divergent legislation and customs of the provinces into the Statutes of Casimir, the first codification of Polish laws, and a model of humanitarian moderation by comparison with contemporary codes. Casimir protected Jewish, Greek Orthodox, and other racial or religious minorities, encouraged education and the arts, established the University of Krakow in 1364, and built so extensively that men said he had found a Poland of wood and had rebuilt it in stone. He so wisely promoted all phases of the nation's economy that farmers hailed him as the peasant's king, merchants throve in the security of peace, and all classes called him great. Having no male heir, he left his crown to his nephew Louis the Great of Hungary in 1370, hoping to win for his country the protection of a strong monarchy and a share in the cultural stimulus that the Angevin dynasty had brought from Italy and France. But Louis was absorbed in Hungary and neglected Poland. To keep the proud nobles loyal to him in his absence, he granted them, by the privilege of Casa in 1374, exemption from most taxes and a monopoly of high offices. A war of succession followed his death in 1382. The Sejm, or Parliament, recognized his daughter Jadwiga, 11 years old, as king, but disorder ended only when Jagiello, Great Prince of Lithuania, married Jadwiga in 1386, uniting his spacious realm with Poland and bringing a masterful personality to the government. The growth of Lithuania was a major phenomenon of the 14th century. Gedimin and his son Olgierd brought under their pagan rule nearly all western Russia, Polotsk, Pinsk, Smolensk, Chernigov, Volhynia, Kiev, Podolia, and the Ukraine. Some of these were glad to find, under the great princes, a refuge from the Tatar Golden Horde that held eastern Russia in fief. When Jagiello succeeded Olgierd in 1377, the Lithuanian Empire, governed from Vilno, reached from the Baltic to the Black Sea and almost to Moscow itself. This was the gift that Jagiello brought to Jadwiga, or Poland was the dowry that she brought to him. She was only 16 at their marriage. She had been reared as a Roman Catholic in the finest culture of the Latin Renaissance. He was 36, illiterate and heathen, but he accepted baptism, took the Christian name of Ladislas II, and promised to convert all Lithuania. It was a timely union, for the eastward advance of the Teutonic Knights was endangering both the wedded states. The Order of the Cross, originally dedicated to Christianizing the Slavs, had become a band of martial conquerors, taking by the sword whatever terrain they could snatch from pagan or Christian, and establishing a harsh serfdom over lands once tilled by a free peasantry. In 1410, the Grand Master, from his capital at Marienburg, ruled Estonia, Livonia, Kurland, Prussia, and eastern Pomerania, shutting Poland off from the sea. In a ferocious northern war, the Grand Master's army and that of Jagiello, each, we are told, 100,000 strong, met in battle near Grunewald, or Tannenberg, in 1410. The knights were defeated and fled, leaving behind them 14,000 prisoners and 18,000 slain, among these the Grand Master himself. From that day the Order of the Cross rapidly declined, until in the Peace of Thorn in 1466 it ceded Pomerania and western Prussia to Poland, with the free port of Danzig as a door to the sea. During the reign of Casimir IV, from 1447 to 1492, Poland attained the apex of her spread, her power, and her art. Though himself quite illiterate, Casimir ended the knightly scorn of letters by giving his sons a thorough education. Queen Jadwiga, dying, left her jewels to finance the reopening of Krakow University, which in the next century would teach Copernicus. Literature, as well as science and philosophy, used the Latin tongue. In Latin, Jan Długosz wrote his classic History of Poland in 1478. In 1477, Veit Stoss of Nuremberg was invited to Krakow. He stayed there 17 years and raised the city to a high place in the art of the time. For the Church of Our Lady he carved 147 choir stalls and an enormous altarpiece, 40 feet by 33, with a central shrine of the Assumption as impressive as Titian's painting, and with 18 panels depicting the life of Mary and her son, panels almost worthy, though in wood, to bear the comparison with the bronze doors that Ghiberti had made for the Florentine baptistry a generation before. For the Cathedral of Krakow, Stoss cut in red mottled marble a superb tomb for Casimir IV. With these works, Gothic sculpture in Poland reached its crown and end. In the reign of Casimir's son Sigismund I, from 1506 to 1548, Polish art accepted the style of the Italian Renaissance. Lutheranism seeped in from Germany, and a new age began. Chapter 9. The Ottoman Tide, 1300 to 1516. 1. Second blooming in Byzantium, 1261 to 1373. The Byzantine Empire, bloodlessly restored under a new Paleologous dynasty in 1261, survived despite itself for almost 2 centuries. Its territory was reduced by the advance of the Moslems in Asia and Europe, by the expansion of the Slavs in its rear, and by scattered fragments of its former self retained by the Christian enemies who had sacked Constantinople in 1204, Normans, Venetians, and Genoese. Industry lingered in the towns of the empire, but its products were carried in Italian vessels that paid no revenue into the treasury. Of the once numerous middle class, only a fringe remained. Above it were luxurious nobles and prelates, gorgeously garbed, who had learned nothing from history and had forgotten everything but their privileges. Below were turbulent layers of monks who salted piety with politics, and peasant proprietors lapsing into tenancy, and tenant farmers slipping into serfdom, and proletaire dreaming of egalitarian utopias. A revolution at Salonika in 1341 expelled the aristocracy, pillaged palaces, and set up a semi-communistic republic that ruled for 8 years before it was suppressed by troops from the capital. Constantinople was still a bustling nexus of commerce, but a Moslem traveler in 1330 noted many destroyed houses and sown fields within the city walls. And the Spanish diplomat Ruy González de Clavijo, about 1409, wrote, "Everywhere throughout the capital are great palaces, churches, and monasteries, but most of them are in ruins." The glory had departed from the Queen of the Bosporus. Amid this political decay, the ever-cherished heritage of ancient Greek literature and philosophy, combined with the Byzantine Oriental tradition in architecture and painting, to compose the cultural swan song of the Eastern Roman Empire. The schools still expounded Plato, Aristotle, and Zeno the Stoic, though they shunned Epicurus as an atheist, and scholars revised and commented upon classical texts. Maximus Planudes, Byzantine envoy to Venice, edited the Greek anthology, translated Latin classics into Greek, and rebuilt a cultural bridge between Byzantium and Italy. The career of Theodorus Metachites illustrates this Paleologian Renaissance. Prime Minister to Andronicus II, he was at the same time one of the most learned and prolific scholars of his time. Nicephorus Gregoras, himself savant and historian, wrote of him, "From morning to evening he was wholly and eagerly devoted to public affairs, as if scholarship were quite irrelevant to him. But late in the evening, after having left the palace, he became absorbed in studies to as high a degree as if he were a scholar with absolutely no connection with any other interest." Theodorus composed history, poetry, astronomy, and philosophy of an excellence unmatched by any Greek of that 14th century. In the revolution that dethroned his master, he forfeited position, fortune, and home, and was cast into prison. But falling ill, he was allowed to end his days in the monastery of St. Saviour in Cora, that is, in the fields, whose walls he had ennobled with some of the fairest mosaics in Byzantine history. In philosophy, the oldest contest between Platonists and Aristotelians recaptured the stage. Emperor John VI Cantacuzene defended Aristotle, while Plato remained the god of Gemistus Pletho. This most renowned of the new Greek sophists studied philosophy at Broussa in Asia Minor, when that city was already the capital of the Ottoman advance. From a Jewish teacher there he learned the lore of the Zoroastrians, and when he returned to his native Peloponnesus, then renamed Morea, he had probably abandoned the Christian faith. Settling down at Mistra, he became both a judge and a professor. In 1400 he wrote a treatise bearing Plato's title, The Laws, in which he proposed the replacement of both Christianity and Mohammedanism by the religion of ancient Greece, merely transforming all the Olympians but Zeus into symbolic personifications of creative processes or ideas. Pletho did not know that religions are born, not made. Nevertheless, pupils gathered around him eagerly. One of them, Johannes Bessarion, was destined to become a humanist cardinal in Italy. Both Gemistus and Bessarion accompanied Emperor John VIII to Ferrara and Florence in 1438 to attend the council in which the Greek and Roman churches were for a moment reconciled in theology and politics. At Florence, Gemistus lectured on Plato to an elite audience and almost touched off the Italian Renaissance. It was there that he added the cognomen Pletho, complete, to his name, playing upon both Gemistos, full, and Platon. Returning to Mistra, he subsided theologically, became an archbishop, and died at 95 in 1450. The revival of art was as marked as the rejuvenation of letters. The themes and figures were still ecclesiastical, but now and then a touch of landscape, a breath of naturalism, a new warmth of color and line gave life to the mosaics. Those recently uncovered in the Cora Monastery, the Korea Jami Mosque, have so much vitality that Western historians profess to see in them some fresh Italian influence. In the frescoes that increasingly replaced expensive mosaics in the decoration of churches and palaces, the ecclesiastical hold relaxed, and figures of vivid fantasy and secular story appeared beside the legends of the saints. The icon makers, however, clung to the old hieratic style, forms thinned, faces burning with a puritanic piety strikingly absent from the morals of the time. Byzantine miniature painting suffered now a sharp decline, but the weaving of pictorial designs into silk still produced masterpieces unrivaled in the Western world. The so-called Dalmatic of Charlemagne dates from the 14th or 15th century. On a base of blue-dyed silk, an artist designed, a skillful artisan wove in silk threads of silver and gold, scenes from the life of Mary, Christ, and divers saints. Similar splendors of textile painting took form in this age in Salonika, Serbia, Moldavia, and Russia. Greece was now again a center of great art. As the 13th century neared its end, the Franks, who had dotted the classic sites with picturesque castles, made way for the revived Byzantine power. In 1348, the Emperor John VI sent his son Manuel to be despotes of the Morea. He established his provincial seat on a hill overlooking the ancient Sparta. To the new capital came nobles, patrons, monks, artists, scholars, and philosophers. Magnificent monasteries were built, and 3 of them have kept in their churches some of their medieval frescoes, the Metropolis and Parableptos abbeys from the 14th century, the Pantanassa from the early 15th. These are the finest murals in the long history of Byzantine art. In their precise draftsmanship, in the flowing grace of their figures, in the depth and glow of their colors, they compare with the best frescoes of the same period in Italy. Indeed, they may owe some of their novel grace to Cimabue, Giotto, or Duccio, who all owed so much to Byzantium. On the eastern coast of Greece, high on the promontory of Mount Athos, monasteries had been raised in the 10th century, and in most centuries since. In the 14th, the majestic Pantocrator; in the 15th, St. Paul's. Of the murals in these retreats, an 18th-century Greek guide to painting ascribed the best to Manuel Panselinos of Salonika, who showed such brilliance and skill in his art that he was raised above all painters, ancient or modern. But of Manuel's dates or works there is no certainty. He may have belonged to the 11th or the 16th century, and no one can say which of the paintings on Mount Athos are from his hand. While Byzantine art experienced this final ecstasy, the Byzantine government declined. The army was in disorder, the navy in decay. Genoese or Venetian vessels controlled the Black Sea, and pirates roamed the Greek archipelago. A band of mercenaries from Catalonia, the Catalan Grand Company, captured Gallipoli in 1306, mulcted the commerce of the Dardanelles, and set up a republic of robbers in Athens in 1310. No government succeeded in suppressing them, and they were left to be consumed by their own violence. In 1307, Pope Clement V joined France, Naples, and Venice in a plot to recapture Constantinople. The plot fell apart, but for many years the Byzantine emperors were so fearful of the Christian West that they had no energy or courage to resist the Moslem advance. When that fear subsided, the Ottoman Turks were at the door. Some of the emperors brought their own destruction. In 1342, John VI Cantacuzene, involved in civil war, asked aid of Orkhan, Sultan of the Ottomans. Orkhan gave him ships and helped him take Salonika. The grateful emperor gave him his daughter Theodora as an extra wife. The Sultan sent him 6,000 additional troops. When John Palaeologus undertook to depose him, John Cantacuzene robbed the churches of Constantinople to pay Orkhan for 20,000 more Turks, and promised the Sultan a fortress in the Thracian Chersonese. In the hour of his apparent victory, the people of Constantinople turned against him as a traitor, and revolution transformed him overnight from an emperor into an historian, this in 1355. He retired to a monastery and wrote the history of his times as a last attempt to overwhelm his enemies. John V Palaeologus found no ease on the throne. He went to Rome as a suppliant in 1369, and offered in return for help against the Turks to bring his people into obedience to the papacy. Before the high altar of St. Peter's, he abjured the Greek Orthodox Church. Pope Urban V promised aid against the infidels, and gave him letters to the princes of Christendom. But these were busy with other affairs. Instead of receiving assistance, John was held at Venice as a hostage for the payment of Greek debts. His son Manuel brought the money. John returned to Constantinople poorer than before, and was denounced by his people for forswearing the Orthodox creed. Failing in a second attempt to get succor from the West, he recognized Sultan Murad I as his suzerain, agreed to provide military aid to the Ottoman army, and gave his beloved Manuel as hostage for the fulfillment of his pledge. Appeased for the moment, Murad spared Byzantium and turned to subjugate the Balkans. 2. The Balkans meet the Turks, 1300 to 1396. Hitherto, the 14th century had been for the Balkans a peak in their history. In Wallachia, Bulgaria, Serbia, Bosnia, and Albania, hardy Slavs cut the forests, mined and tilled the earth, pastured flocks, and eagerly bred their own replacements. From the Adriatic to the Black Sea, from the Black Sea to the Baltic, Slavs, Italians, Magyars, Bulgars, Greeks, and Jews carried the trade of East and West, and cities sprouted in their path. The great man of Serbia in this century was Stephen Dusan. His father, Stephen Urash III, begot him in a brief detour from monogamy, gave him the affectionate name Dusha, that is, soul, and had him crowned as heir apparent. When a more legitimate son arrived and received fond nicknames in his turn, Stephen deposed his father, allowed him to be strangled, and ruled Serbia with a strong hand for a generation. Of all the men of his time, wrote a contemporary, he was the tallest
and terrible to look upon. Serbia forgave him everything, for he waged successful war. He trained a large army, led it with masterly generalship, conquered Bosnia, Albania, Epirus, Acarnania, Aetolia, Macedonia, Thessaly. Transferring his capital from Belgrade to Skopje, he convened there a parliament of nobles and bade it unify and codify the laws of his diverse states. The resultant Zabonik Zara Dushana, or Law Book of Tsar Dushan, of 1349, revealed a level of legal development and civilized usage not far below that of Western Europe. Financed and perhaps stimulated by this political exaltation, Serbian art in the 14th century rivaled the contemporary flourish in Constantinople and the Morea. Magnificent churches were built, and their mosaics were freer and livelier than those normally allowed by the more conservative ecclesiasticism of the Greek capital. In 1355, Dushan assembled his armies for the last time. He asked them whether they preferred to be led against Byzantium or Hungary. They answered that they would follow him wherever he chose to lead. "To Constantinople," he cried. On the way, he fell sick and died. His empire was too heterogeneous to be held together except by a man of alert intelligence and disciplined energy. Bosnia seceded, and attained for a proud moment under Stephen Turtko the hegemony of the Balkans. Bulgaria under John Alexander had its last great age. Wallachia, once part of the Byzantine Empire, detached itself, circa 1290, and ruled the spreading delta of the Danube. Moldavia threw off its allegiance to Hungary in 1349. Upon these centrifugal statelets the Turkish blight fell even before John V, Palaeologus, made Byzantium vassal to Murad I. Suleiman, the dashing son of Sultan Orkhan, had led Turkish troops to the aid of John VI Cantacuzene. He received or took as his reward the fortress of Tsimpi on the European side of the Dardanelles in 1353. When an earthquake shattered the walls of nearby Gallipoli, Suleiman moved into the defenseless town. At his invitation, Turkish colonists crossed from Anatolia and spread along the northern coast of the Sea of Marmara, almost to Constantinople itself. With an expanding Turkish army, Suleiman marched into Thrace and captured Adrianople in 1361. 5 years later, Murad made it his European capital. From that center, the Turks would for a century aim their blows at the divided Balkans. Pope Urban V, recognizing the significance of this Turkish infiltration into Europe, called upon all Christendom for another crusade. An army of Serbs, Hungarians, and Wallachians marched gallantly toward Adrianople. At the river Maritsa, they celebrated their unresisted advance with a feast. Amid their cups and revelry, they were surprised by a night assault from a relatively small Turkish force. Many were slain before they could arm. Many were drowned trying to retreat across the river. The rest fled. This in 1371. In 1385, Sofia capitulated, and half of Bulgaria fell to the Ottomans. In 1386, they took Niš. In 1387, Salonika. All Greece lay open to the Turks. For one heroic year, little Bosnia stemmed the tide. Stephen Turtko joined his forces with the Serbians under Lazar I and defeated the Turks at Plochnik in 1388. A year later, Murad marched west with an army that included many Christian contingents. At Kosovo, he was met by a coalition of Serbs, Bosnians, Magyars, Vlachs, Bulgars, Albanians, and Poles. A Serb knight, Miloš Kobilic, pretended to be a deserter and informer, and made his way into Murad's tent, killed the Sultan, and was hacked to death. Murad's son and heir, Bajazet I, rallied the Turks to angry courage and led them to victory. King Lazar was captured and beheaded. Serbia became a tribute-paying vassal of the Turks, and its new king, Stephen Lazarevich, was compelled to send arms and men to Bajazet. In 1392, Wallachia under John Shishman joined the roster of Balkan states tributary to the Ottomans. Only Bulgaria and Byzantium remained capable of defense. In 1393, Bajazet invaded Bulgaria. After a siege of 3 months, Turnovo, the capital, fell. The churches were desecrated, the palaces were set on fire, the leading nobles were invited to a conference and were massacred. The Pope again appealed to Christendom, and King Sigismund of Hungary summoned Europe to arms.
France, though engaged in a life-and-death struggle with England, sent a force of cavaliers under the Count of Nevers. The Count of Hohenzollern and the Grand Master of the Knights of St. John came with their followers. The Elector Palatine brought a company of Bavarian horse. John Shishman renounced his vassalage and came with his troops to fight under the Hungarian king. The united army, 60,000 strong, marched through Serbia and besieged the Turkish garrison in Nicopolis. Warned that Bajazet, with an army from Asia, was coming to raise the siege, the French knights, gay with wine and women, promised to annihilate it, and boasted that if the sky should fall they would hold it up with their spears. For his part, Bajazet vowed that he would stable his horse at the high altar of St. Peter's in Rome. He placed his weakest troops in front, with strategy that should have been obvious. The French knights plunged through them triumphantly, then through 10,000 janissaries, then through 5,000 Turkish cavalry, then charged recklessly up a hill. Just beyond its summit they found themselves faced by the main body of the Turkish army, 40,000 lancers. The nobles fought nobly, were killed or captured or put to flight, and the Allied infantry behind them were disordered by their rout. The Hungarians and Germans were nevertheless driving back the Turks, when Stephen Lazarevich of Serbia led 5,000 Christians against the Christian army and won the crucial battle of Nicopolis for the Sultan in 1396. Maddened by the sight of so many of his men lying dead on the field and by the claim of the rescued garrison that the Christian besiegers had killed their Turkish prisoners, Bajazet ordered the 10,000 captives to be put to death. The Count of Nevers was allowed to choose 24 knights to be saved for the ransom they might bring. Several thousand Christians were slaughtered in a bloody ritual that went on from sunrise to late afternoon, until the Sultan's officers persuaded him to spare the rest. From that day till 1878, Bulgaria was a province of the Ottoman Empire. Bajazet now took most of Greece, and then marched against Constantinople. 3. The last years of Constantinople, 1373 to 1453. No other government ever so fully deserved to fall as the Byzantine. Having lost the will to defend itself, and unable to persuade the too sophisticated Greeks that it is sweet and noble to die for one's country, it sent no contingent to the Christian armies at the Maritza, Kosovo, or Nicopolis. It provided 12,000 soldiers for the Sultan in 1379, and it was Byzantine troops that, on the order of John VII Palaeologus, compelled the Byzantine city of Philadelphia, in Asia Minor, to surrender to the Turks in 1390. When Bajazet resumed the siege of Constantinople in 1402, the Byzantine Empire was reduced to its capital. Bajazet commanded both coasts of the Sea of Marmara, controlled the Dardanelles, ruled nearly all of Asia Minor and the Balkans, and passed safely between his Asiatic and European capitals. The final hour seemed to have struck for the beleaguered city. Starving Greeks let themselves down over the walls, deserted to the Turks in order to eat. Suddenly from the Moslem East an infidel savior appeared for the outpost of Christendom. Timur the Lame, Tamerlane the Great, had determined to check the growth and insolence of Ottoman power. As the Tatar hordes rolled west, Bajazet abandoned the siege of Constantinople and hurried to regroup his forces in Anatolia. Turks met Tatars at Ankara in 1402. Bajazet was defeated and captured. The Turkish tide ebbed for a generation. God at last seemed to be on the side of the Christians. Under the wise rule of Manuel II, Byzantium recovered most of Greece and parts of Thrace, but Muhammad I reorganized the Turkish army, and Murad II led it after a major defeat to major victories. The Muslims still drew inspiration from the belief that to die for Islam was to win paradise. Even if there should be no paradise and no houris, they were impartial enough to consider the Greek maidens beautiful. The Christians were not so impartial. Greek Catholics hated Roman Catholics and were hated in turn. When Venetians hunted and massacred Greek Catholics in Crete for refusing to accept the Roman ritual and papal supremacy, Pope Urban V joined Petrarch in congratulating the Doge in his firm protection of the one true church. This circa 1350. The populace and lower clergy of Byzantium repudiated all attempts to reunite Greek with Latin Christianity, and a Byzantine noble declared that he would rather see the Turkish turban at Constantinople than the red hat of a Roman cardinal. Most Balkan states hated their neighbors more than the Turks.
and some preferred to submit to the Moslems, who taxed no more than the Christian rulers, persecuted heresy less or not at all, and allowed 4 wives. In 1422, Murad II renewed the attack upon Constantinople. A revolt in the Balkans compelled him to abandon the siege, and John VIII Palaeologus was allowed to reign in relative peace on condition of paying a heavy annual tribute to the Turks. Murad reconquered Greece, Salonika, and most of Albania. Serbia resisted manfully under George Branković. A combined army of Serbians and Hungarians under Hunyadi János defeated Murad at Kunovica in 1444, and Branković ruled Serbia till his death at the age of 90 in 1456. After victories at Varna and in the Second Battle of Kosovo in 1448, Murad signed a peace with the Emperor Constantine XI Palaeologus and retired to Adrianople to die in 1451. Mohammed II, surnamed the Conqueror, came to the Ottoman throne at 21. He confirmed the treaty with Constantine and sent his nephew Orkhan to be brought up, possibly as a spy, at the Byzantine court. When other Moslem powers challenged his authority in Western Asia, Muhammad ferried his army across the straits and left his European possessions in charge of the Vizier Khalil Pasha, known for friendliness to Byzantium. Constantine had more courage than wit. He informed the vizier that unless the pension paid for the care of Muhammad's nephew should be doubled, Orkhan would be put forward by Byzantium as a claimant to the Ottoman throne. Apparently, Constantine thought that the revolt in Asia offered an opportunity to weaken the Turks in Europe. But he had neglected to secure either his alliances in the west or his communications to the south. Muhammad made peace with his Moslem enemies and with Venice, Wallachia, Bosnia, and Hungary. Crossing back to Europe, he raised a powerful fortress on the Bosporus above Constantinople, thereby ensuring the unimpeded passage of his troops between the continents and controlling all commerce entering the Black Sea. For 8 months he gathered materials and men. He hired Christian gunsmiths to cast for him the largest cannon yet known, which would hurl stone balls weighing 600 pounds. In June 1452 he declared war and began the final siege of Constantinople with 140,000 men. Constantine led the defense with desperate resolution. He equipped his 7,000 soldiers with small cannon, lances, bows and arrows, flaming torches, and crude firearms discharging leaden bullets of a walnut's size. Sleeping only by snatches, he supervised every night the repair of the damage done to the walls during the day. Nevertheless, the ancient defenses crumbled more and more before the battering rams and superior artillery of the Turks. Now ended the medieval fortification of cities by walls. On May 29th, the Turks fought their way across a moat filled with bodies of their own slain and surged over or through the walls into the terrorized city. The cries of the dying were drowned in the martial music of trumpets and drums. The Greeks at last fought bravely. The young emperor was everywhere in the heat of the action, and the nobles who were with him died to a man in his defense. Surrounded by Turks, he cried out, "Cannot there be found a Christian to cut off my head?" He threw off his imperial garments, fought as a common soldier, disappeared in the rout of his little army, and was never heard of again. The victors massacred thousands till all defense ceased. Then they began that rampant plunder which had so long been the substance of their hopes. Every usable adult among the defeated was taken as a prize. Nuns were ravished like other women in an impartial mania of rape. Christian masters and servants, shorn of the garb that marked their state, found themselves suddenly equalized in indiscriminate slavery. Pillage was not quite uncontrolled. When Mohammed II found a Moslem piously destroying the marble pavement of St. Sophia, he smote him with the royal scimitar and announced that all buildings were to be reserved for orderly rapine by the Sultan. St. Sophia was transformed into a mosque after proper purification. All its Christian insignia were removed, and its mosaics were whitewashed into oblivion for 500 years. On the very day of the city's fall, or on the ensuing Friday, a muezzin mounted the tallest turret of Hagia Sophia and summoned the Moslems to gather in it for prayer to victorious Allah. Mohammed II performed the Moslem ritual in Christendom's most famous shrine. The capture of Constantinople shook every throne in Europe. The bulwark had fallen that had protected Europe from Asia for over 1,000 years. That Moslem power and faith which the Crusaders had hoped to drive back into Inner Asia had now made its way over the corpse of Byzantium and through the Balkans to the very gates of Hungary. The papacy, which had dreamed of all Greek Christianity submitting to the rule of Rome, saw with dismay the rapid conversion of millions of southeastern Europeans to Islam. Routes of commerce, once open to Western vessels, were now in alien hands and could be clogged with tolls in peace or closed with guns in war. Byzantine art, exiled from home, found refuge in Russia, while in the West its influence disappeared with its pride. The migration of Greek scholars to Italy and France, which had begun in 1397, was now accelerated, fructifying Italy with the salvage of ancient Greece. In one sense nothing was lost, only the dead had died. Byzantium had finished its role and yielded its place in the heroic and sanguinary, noble and ignominious procession of mankind. 4. Hunyadi János, 1387 to 1456. The population of Hungary, numbering some 700,000 in the 14th century, was a fluctuating mixture of Magyars, Pannonians, Slovaks, Bulgars, Khazars, Patsanaks, Cumans, Slavonians, Croats, Russians, Armenians, Wallachians, Bosnians, and Serbs. In summary, a minority of Magyars ruled a majority of Slavs. In the nascent cities, a mercantile middle class and an industrial proletariat began to form in the 14th century, and as these were mostly immigrants from Germany, Flanders, and Italy, new racial tensions were added to the ethnic maze. When Andrew III died, ending the Arpad dynasty, 907 to 1301, a war of succession further divided the nation, and peace returned only when the higher nobility, having made the monarchy elective, conferred the crown of St. Stephen upon Charles Robert of Anjou in 1308. Charles brought with him French ideas of feudalism and chivalry, Italian ideas of business and industry. He promoted the development of Hungary's gold mines, encouraged enterprise, stabilized the currency, cleansed the judiciary, and gave the nation a competent administration. Under Charles and his son Louis, Hungary became a Western state, eager to win the help of the West against the proliferating East. Louis I, wrote Voltaire, reigned happily in Hungary 40 years, 1342 to 1382, and, not so happily, in Poland 12 years. His people gave him the surname of the Great, which he well deserved, and yet this prince is hardly known in Western Europe because he did not reign over men capable of transmitting his fame and virtues to other nations. How few know that in the 14th century there was a Louis the Great in the Carpathian Mountains. His character mingled urbane culture and chivalrous sentiments with military ardor and capacity. He indulged occasionally in wars, to avenge his murdered brother in Naples, to recover from Venice the Dalmatian ports that had long seemed to Hungary its due outlets to the sea, and to check the aggressive expansion of Serbia and Turkey by bringing Croatia, Bosnia, and northern Bulgaria under Hungarian control. By example and precept, he spread the chivalric ideal among the nobility and raised the level of manners and morals in his people. During his reign and that of his father, Hungarian Gothic achieved its finest embodiments, and Nicholas Kolozsváry and his sons carved such notable statuary as the St. George, now in Prague. In 1367, Louis founded the University of Pécs, but this, along with much of Hungary's medieval glory, disappeared in the long and exhausting struggle with the Turks. Louis's son-in-law, Sigismund I, enjoyed a reign whose length, from 1387 to 1437, should have made possible long-term and far-sighted policies. But his tasks were greater than his powers. He led a huge army against Bajazet at Nicopolis, and barely escaped from that disaster with his life. He realized that the Turkish advance was now the paramount problem of Europe. He devoted great care and failing funds to fortifying the southern frontier, and built at the junction of the Danube and the Save the great fortress of Belgrade. But his election to the imperial office compelled him to neglect Hungary during long absences in Germany, and his acquisition of the Bohemian crown widened his responsibilities without enlarging his capacities. 2 years after his death, the spreading Turks invaded Hungary. In this crisis, the nation produced its most famous hero. Hunyadi János received his surname from the castle of Hunyadi in Transylvania, a stronghold granted to his father for services in war. János, that is, John, was trained for war almost daily in his youth. He distinguished himself in a victory over the Turks at Semendria, and the new king, Ladislas V, made him commander-in-chief of the armies resisting the Turks. The repulse of the Ottomans became the absorbing devotion of his career. When they entered Transylvania, he led against them newly disciplined troops inspired by his patriotism and his generalship. It was in that battle that Simon Kemeny, beloved in Hungarian literature, gave his life for his leader. Knowing that the Turks had been instructed to seek out and kill Hunyadi, Simon begged and received permission to exchange costumes with him. He died under concentrated assaults, while Hunyadi directed the army to victory, this in 1442. Murad II dispatched 80,000 new troops to the front. Hunyadi lured them, by feigned retreat, into a narrow pass where only a fraction of them could fight at one time, and again Hunyadi's strategy triumphed. Harassed by revolts in Asia, Murad sued for terms and agreed to pay a substantial indemnity. At Szeged, King Ladislas and his allies signed with Murad's representatives a truce, pledging both sides to peace. Ladislas swore on the Bible, the Turkish ambassadors on the Koran, this in 1442. But Cardinal Giuliano Cesarini, papal legate at Buda, presently judged the time propitious for an offensive. Murad had moved his army to Asia. An Italian fleet controlling the Dardanelles could prevent its return. The cardinal, who had distinguished himself for probity and ability, argued that a pledge to an infidel could not bind a Christian. Hunyadi advised peace, and the Serbian contingent refused to violate the truce. The envoys of the Western nations agreed with Cesarini and offered to contribute money and men to a sacred crusade. Ladislas yielded and in person led an attack upon Turkish positions. The promised reinforcements from the west did not come. The Ottoman army, 60,000 strong, eluded the Italian admiral and crossed back to Europe. At Varna, near the Black Sea, his standard-bearer holding the dishonored treaty aloft on a lance, Murad inflicted an overwhelming defeat upon Ladislas's 20,000 men, this in 1444. Hunyadi counseled retreat. The king ordered advance. Hunyadi begged him to stay in the rear. Ladislas plunged into the van of the fight and was killed. Cesarini did not quite regain his honor by losing his life. 4 years later, Hunyadi tried to redeem the disaster. Forcing his way through a hostile Serbia, he met the Turks at Kosovo in a furious engagement that raged for 3 days. The Hungarians were routed, and Hunyadi joined them in flight. He hid for days in a marsh. Starving, he emerged and was recognized by the Serbians, who handed him over to the Turks. He was released on promising never to lead an army across Serbian soil again. In 1456, the Turks laid siege to Belgrade. Mohammed II aimed against the citadel the heavy artillery that had shattered the walls of Constantinople. Europe had never known so violent a bombardment. Hunyadi led the defense with a skill and courage never forgotten in Hungarian poetry. At last, preferring the anesthesia of battle to the agonies of starvation, the besieged rushed from the fortress, fought their way to the Turkish cannon, and so decisively vanquished the enemy that for 60 years thereafter Hungary was spared any Moslem attack. A few days after this historic defense, Hunyadi died of a fever in the camp. Hungary honors him as its greatest man. 5. The Tide at Full, 1453 to 1481. The Turks now resumed the conquest of the Balkans. Serbia finally succumbed in 1459 and remained a Turkish province till 1804. Mohammed II took Corinth by siege, and Athens without raising a lance in 1458. The conqueror, like Caesar, gave the Athenians easy terms out of respect for their ancestors and displayed a cultivated interest in the classical monuments. He could well be genial, having avenged not only the Crusades, but Marathon. Bosnia, whose port and capital, Ragusa, had by some veneer of culture received the title of the South Slavonic Athens, accepted Turkish rule in 1463 and adopted the Moslem faith with an ease that startled the West. The most valiant opponent of the Turks in the second half of the 15th century was Skanderbeg of Albania. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant, Part 1, Continued, Cassette 7, Side 2. The most valiant opponent of the Turks in the second half of the 15th century was Skanderbeg of Albania. His real name was George of Castriota, and he was probably of modest Slavonian lineage, but legends precious to his people endow him with royal Epirote blood and an adventurous youth. In his boyhood, we are told, he was given as hostage to Murad II, and was brought up at the Adrianople court of the Ottomans. The Sultan so liked his courage and bearing that he treated him as a son, and made him an officer in the Turkish army. Converted to Mohammedanism, George received the mighty name of Iskender Bey, that is, Alexander the Prince, which busy time shortened to Skanderbeg. After leading the Turks in many battles against the Christians, he repented his apostasy and plotted escape. He renounced Islam, seized the Albanian capital Kruja from its Turkish governor, and proclaimed revolt in 1442. Muhammad sent army after army to chasten him. Skanderbeg defeated them all by the rapidity of his military movements and the genius of his elusive strategy. Finally, Muhammad, distracted by larger wars, gave him a 10-year armistice in 1461. But the Venetian Senate and Pope Pius II persuaded Skanderbeg to break the truce and renew the war in 1463. Muhammad, denouncing the Christians as literally faithless infidels, returned to the siege of Kruja. Skanderbeg defended it so tenaciously that the Sultan again raised the siege. But amid the debris of victory, Skanderbeg died in 1468. Kruja surrendered in 1479, and Albania became a province of Turkey. Meanwhile, the insatiable Muhammad absorbed the Morea, Trebizond, Lesbos, Negroponte, the old Euboea, and the Crimea. In 1477, one of his armies crossed the Isonzo, ravaged northeastern Italy to within 22 miles of Venice, and then, laden with booty, returned into Serbia. Frightened Venice, which had fought long and tenaciously for its possessions in the Aegean and the Adriatic, yielded all claim to Kruja and Scutari, and paid an indemnity of 10,000 ducats. Western Europe, which had failed to help Venice, denounced her for making and keeping peace with the infidel. The Turks had now reached the Adriatic, and only the waters that Caesar had crossed in a rowboat separated them from Italy, Rome, and the Vatican. In 1480, Mohammed sent an army across these waters to attack the kingdom of Naples. It took Otranto with ease, massacred half the 22,000 inhabitants, enslaved the rest, and cut an archbishop in two. The fate of Christianity and monogamy teetered in the scales. Ferrante of Naples ended his war with Florence and sent his best forces to recapture Otranto. Mohammed had entangled himself in besieging Rhodes. Amid that enterprise he died. Rhodes remained Christian till Suleiman. The Turks left Otranto and retired into Albania in 1481. The Ottoman tide for a moment ceased to flow. 6. The Hungarian Renaissance, 1456 to 1490. In the half-century of security that Hunyadi had won for Hungary, his son Matthias Corvinus led the nation to its historic culmination. Matthias was only 16 at his accession, and not entirely royal in form. His legs were too short for his trunk, so that he seemed tall only when on a horse. However, he had the chest and arms, the strength and courage of a gladiator. Not long after his coronation, he challenged to single combat a German knight of massive frame and power, who, in a tournament at Buda, had felled all competitors, and Matthias threatened to have him executed if he failed to fight with all his vigor and skill. The Hungarian historians assure us that the young king, aided by the horns of this dilemma, decisively vanquished the giant. Matthias matured into a good soldier and general, defeated the Turks wherever he encountered them, absorbed Moravia and Silesia, failed to conquer Bohemia. He fought 4 wars against the Emperor Frederick III, took Vienna, and annexed Austria in 1485. The first Austro-Hungarian Empire was Hungarian. His victories made the monarchy transiently supreme over the nobility. Here, as in Western Europe, centralization of government was the order of the day. At Buda and in the king's palace at Visegrad, his court equaled any royal grandeur of the age. Great noblemen became his servitors. His ambassadors were noted for the splendor of their dress, equipage, and retinue.
Matthias's diplomacy was cunning and unscrupulous, amiable and generous. He bought with gold what would have cost twice as much by arms. Meanwhile, he found time and zest to restore every department of the government and to labor in person as a careful administrator and impartial judge. Roaming in disguise among the people, the soldiery, and the courts, he inspected at first hand the behavior of his officials and corrected incompetence and injustice without favoritism or fear. He did what he could to protect the weak from the strong, the peasants from their rapacious lords. While the Church continued to claim the country as papal property, Matthias appointed and disciplined prelates and enjoyed the furor when he made a 7-year-old Italian lad the primate of Hungary. The merchants of Ferrara, with rival humor, sent the new archbishop an assortment of toys. In 1476, Matthias married Beatrice of Aragon and welcomed to Hungary the gay Neapolitan spirit and refined Italian tastes of the granddaughter of Alfonso the Magnanimous. Intercourse between Hungary and Naples had been encouraged by the Angevin kinship of their kings, and many men at the Buda court had been educated in Italy. Matthias himself resembled the Italian Renaissance despots in his cultural proclivities as well as his Machiavellian statecraft. Lorenzo de' Medici sent him 2 bronze reliefs by Verrocchio, and Lodovico il Moro commissioned Leonardo da Vinci to paint a Madonna for the Hungarian king, assuring the artist that he is able to value a great picture as few men can. Filippino Lippi turned out another Madonna for Corvinus, and his pupils adorned with frescoes the royal palace at Esztergom. An Italian sculptor made a pretty bust of Beatrice. Probably the famous Milanese goldsmith Caradossa designed the masterly Calvary of Esztergom. Benedetto da Maiana carved decorations for the palace at Buda, and divers Italians built the Renaissance-style tabernacle in the parish church of the inner city of the capital. Nobles and prelates joined the king in supporting artists and scholars. Even the mining towns of the interior had rich men who sublimated wealth into art. Handsome buildings, civic as well as ecclesiastical, rose not only at Buda but at Visegrad, Tata, Esztergom, Nagyvarad, and Vats. Hundreds of sculptors and painters ornamented these edifices. Giovanni Dalmata made notable statues of Hunyadi János and other Hungarian heroes. At Kassa, a veritable school of artists formed. There, for the high altar of the church of St. Elizabeth, Master Stephen and others carved, from 1474 to 1477, an immense and complex reredos, whose central figures are quite Italian in their refinement and grace. In the parish church of Beszterce-Bánya, another group carved in stone a great relief, Christ in the Garden of Olives, astonishing in its careful details and dramatic effect. A similar vigor of expression and artistry appears in the Hungarian paintings that survive from this age, as in the Mary Visiting Elizabeth by Master M.S., now in the Budapest Museum. Almost all the art of this Hungarian heyday was destroyed or lost in the Ottoman invasions of the 16th century. Some of the statues are in Istanbul, to which they were carried by the victorious Turks. Matthias's interests were literary rather than artistic. Humanists, foreign or native, were welcomed at his court and received lucrative sinecures in the government. Antonio Bonfini wrote a history of the reign in a Latin modeled on Livy. János Vitéz, Archbishop of Gran, collected a library of ancient classics and provided funds to send young scholars to study Greek in Italy. One of these, János Pannonius, spent 7 years at Ferrara, won admission to Lorenzo's circle at Florence, and back in Hungary astonished the court with his Latin verses and Greek discourses. When Pannonius spoke Greek, wrote Bonfini, you would think he must have been born in Athens. Probably in Italy alone could one find, in the last quarter of the 15th century, such a galaxy of artists and scholars as received sustenance at Matthias's court. The Sodalitas Literaria Danubia, founded at Buda in 1497, is among the oldest literary societies in the world. Like his Medici contemporaries, Corvinus collected art and books. His palace became a museum of statuary and objets d'art. Tradition has it that he spent 30,000 florins, or about $750,000 yearly on books, which in many cases were costly illuminated manuscripts. Yet he did not, like Federigo de Montefeltro, reject printed works. A press was established at Buda in 1473, 3 years before printing reached England. The Bibliotheca Corvina, which held 10,000 volumes when Matthias died, was the finest 15th-century library outside of Italy. It was housed in his Buda palace in 2 spacious halls, with windows of stained glass looking on the Danube. The shelves were richly carved, and the books, mostly bound in vellum, were curtained with velvet tapestries. Matthias seems to have read some of the books. At least he used Livy to induce sleep, and he wrote to a humanist, "O scholars, how happy you are! You strive not after blood-stained glory, nor monarchs' crowns, but for the laurels of poetry and virtue. You are even able to compel us to forget the tumult of war." The centralized power that Matthias had organized only briefly survived his death in 1490. The resurgent magnates dominated Ladislas II and embezzled revenues that should have paid the troops. The army mutinied, the soldiers went home. Freed from taxation, the nobles wasted their income and energies in riotous living, while Islam pressed against the borders and a bitterly exploited peasantry seethed with revolt. In 1514, the Hungarian Diet declared a crusade against the Turks and called for volunteers. Peasants in great number flocked to the cross, seeing little to choose between life and death. Finding themselves armed, the thought spread among them, why wait to kill distant Turks when hated nobles were so near? A soldier of fortune, Gheorghe Dosha, led them in a wild jacquerie. They overran all Hungary, burning castles and massacring all nobles, men, women, children, who fell into their hands. The nobles called in aid from all directions, armed and paid mercenaries, overwhelmed the disorganized peasants, and punished their leaders with frightful torments. For 2 weeks Dosha and his aides were kept without food. Then he was tied to a red-hot iron throne, a red-hot crown was placed upon his head, a red-hot scepter forced into his hand, and his starved companions were allowed to tear the roasted flesh from his body while he was still conscious. From barbarism to civilization requires a century. From civilization to barbarism needs but a day. The peasants were not slaughtered, for they were indispensable, but the tripartite code of 1514 decreed that the recent rebellion has for all time to come put the stain of faithlessness upon the peasants, and they have thereby forfeited their liberty, and have become subject to their lords in unconditional and perpetual servitude. Every species of property belongs to the landlords, and the peasant has no right to invoke justice and the law against a noble. 12 years later, Hungary fell to the Turks. Chapter 10. Portugal inaugurates the Commercial Revolution, 1300 to 1517. Through no natural advantages except a sea-coast, but by sheer courage and tenacious enterprise, little Portugal in this period made herself one of the strongest and richest of European states. Founded as a kingdom in 1139, her government, language, and culture reached an established form under her best-beloved ruler, Dinis the Laborer, administrator, reformer, builder, educator, patron of the arts, and skilled practitioner of literature and love. His son, Afonso IV, after some precautionary murders, matured into a beneficent reign, in which a growing trade with England bound the two countries into a political amity that has endured till our time. To confirm a prudent alliance with rising Castile, Afonso urged his son Pedro to marry Dona Costanza Manuel. Pedro married her, but continued to love the lovely Inés de Castro, herself of royal lineage. After Costanza's death, Inés was an obstacle to a second diplomatic marriage for Pedro. Afonso, after due reluctance, had her killed in 1355. Camões, the Portuguese Milton, recounted this famous romance in his national epic, the Lusíads. So against Inés came that murderous crew, the brutes their swords in her white breasts imbrue, and in mad wrath themselves incarnadine, nor any vengeance yet to come divine. Pedro supplied the vengeance when, 2 years later, he inherited the throne. He murdered the murderers, exhumed the corpse of his beloved, crowned her queen, and then reburied her in regal style. He ruled with a severity nurtured by this tragedy. A less exalted romance disordered the reign of his successor. Fernando I lost his head and heart to Leonora, wife of the Lord of Pombero, repudiated his engagement to a Castilian princess, and married Leonora despite her living husband and a scandalized church. After Fernando's death in 1383, Leonora assumed the regency, made her daughter Beatrice the queen, and betrothed her to John I of Castile. The people revolted against the prospect of becoming a Castilian appanage. a Cortes at Coimbra, declared the Portuguese throne elective and chose as king Dom João, John, son of Pedro and Inês. Castile undertook to establish Beatrice by force. John improvised an army, borrowed 500 archers from England, and defeated the Castilians at Aljubarrota on August 14th, 1385, which is annually celebrated as Portugal's Independence Day. John the Great now opened a reign of 48 years and a dynasty, the House of Avish, that held the throne for 2 centuries. Administration was reorganized, law and the judiciary were reformed, the Portuguese language was made official, and its literature began. Scholars here, as in Spain, continued till the 18th century to use Latin, but Vasco de Lobera wrote in the native tongue a chivalric romance, Amadis da Gaula, circa 1400, which became in translation the most popular secular book in Europe. National art expressed itself proudly in the Church of Santa Maria da Victoria, built at Batalha by John I to commemorate the Battle of Aljubarrota. Here Milan's cathedral is rivaled in size, and Notre Dame of Paris in the intricate splendor of buttresses and pinnacles. In 1436 a chapel of elegant design and decoration was added to receive the remains of the bastard king. He was honored in his sons. Duarte, Edward, succeeded him and governed almost as well. Pedro codified the law. Enrique, Henry the Navigator, inaugurated the commercial revolution that was to transform the map of the globe. When John I captured Ceuta from the Moors in 1415, he left the 21-year-old Henry as governor of that strategic stronghold, just across the strait from Gibraltar. Excited by Moslem accounts of Timbuktu and Senegal, and the gold, ivory, and slaves to be had along the West African coast, the ambitious youth determined to explore that terrain and add it to Portugal. The Senegal River that his informants spoke of might lead eastward to the headwaters of the Nile and to Christian Abyssinia. A water route would be opened across Africa from the Atlantic to the Red Sea, therefore to India. The Italian monopoly of trade with the East would be broken. Portugal would be a major power. The conquered region might be converted to Christianity, and African Islam would be flanked on north and south by Christian states, and the Mediterranean become safe for Christian navigation. Henry does not appear to have thought of a route around Africa, but that was the historic result of his work. About 1420 he set up at Sagres, on the southwestern tip of Portugal and Europe, an informal clearinghouse of nautical knowledge and enterprise. For 40 years he and his aides, including Jewish and Moslem astronomers and map-makers, gathered and studied there the accounts of sailors and travelers, and sent out into perilous seas frail vessels powered with sails and oars and 30 to 60 men. One of Henry's captains had already, in 1418, rediscovered Madeira, which had been seen by Genoese mariners 70 years before and then forgotten. Now Portuguese colonists developed its resources. Soon its sugar and other products repaid the cost of colonization and encouraged the Portuguese government to meet Henry's appeals for funds. Noting the Azores marked on an Italian map of 1351, he commissioned Gonçalo Cabral to find them. It was done, and in 1432 to 1444, one after another, these jewels of the sea were added to the Portuguese crown. But it was Africa that lured Henry most insistently. Catalan and Portuguese navigators had sailed some 900 miles down the west coast as far as Bojador between 1341 and 1346. There, however, the enormous westward bulge of the great continent into the Atlantic disheartened mariners seeking the south. They crept back to Europe with self-excusing tales of horrible natives, a sea so thick with salt that no prow would cleave it, and assurances that any Christian who passed Bojador would be transformed into a Negro. With similar apologies, Captain Gilianes returned to Sagres in 1433. Henry ordered him forth again, and bade him bring back a clear account of the lands and seas south of the forbidding cape. So prodded, Gilianes reached to 150 miles beyond Bojador in 1435, and was astonished to find lush vegetation in equatorial regions where, according to Aristotle and Ptolemy, only deserts could exist under the burning sun. 6 years later, Nuno Tristão sailed down to Capo Blanco and brought home some sturdy Negroes who were at once baptized and enslaved. Feudal barons put them to work on Portuguese plantations, and the first major result of Henry's labors was the inauguration of the African slave trade. Fresh financial support now came to the prince. His ships went out nominally to explore and convert, really to get gold, ivory, and slaves. Captain Lanzarote in 1444 brought back 165 blackamoors, who were set to tilling the lands of the monastic military order of Jesus Christ. A Portuguese contemporary described the capture of these black Moors. Our men, crying out, "Santiago, San Jorge, Portugal," fell upon them, killing or capturing all they could. There you might have seen mothers catch up their children, husbands their wives, each one escaping as best he could. Some plunged into the sea, others thought to hide themselves in the corners of their hovels. Others hid their children under the shrubs, where our men found them. And at last our Lord God, who gives to all a due reward, gave to our men that day a victory over their enemies, and in recompense for all their toil in his service they took 165 men, women, and children, not counting the slain. By 1448, over 900 African slaves had been brought to Portugal. We should add that the Moslems of North Africa had anticipated the Christians in developing a slave trade, and African Negro chieftains themselves bought Negro slaves from the Portuguese with ivory and gold. Man was a commodity to human beasts of prey. In 1445, Dinis Dias reached the fertile promontory named Cape Verde. In 1446, Lanzarote explored the mouth of the Senegal. In 1456, Cadamosta found the Cape Verde Islands. In that year, Prince Henry died, but the enterprise continued with the impetus that he had given it and the economic gains that now financed it. João de Santarém crossed the equator in 1471. Diogo Cao reached the Congo River in 1484. Finally, half a century after Henry's first expedition, Bartolomeu Dias, fighting his way through tempest and shipwreck, rounded the southernmost point of Africa in 1486. He rejoiced to find that he could now sail eastward. India lay straight ahead and seemed almost in his grasp, but his weary men forced him to turn back. Mourning the rough seas that had broken the spirit of his men, he named the southern tip of the continent Cabo Tormentoso. But King John II, seeing India around the bend, renamed the point the Cape of Good Hope. Neither Dias nor the king lived to see fulfilled the dream that now stirred all Portugal, an all-water route to India. In 1497, King Manuel, jealous of the honors and wealth that Columbus was bringing to Spain, commissioned Vasco da Gama to sail around Africa to India. Forced by storms to take a circuitous route, the 28-year-old captain voyaged some 5,000 miles through 137 days to the Cape of Good Hope, then through 100 perils and tribulations, 178 days and 4,500 miles more to Calicut, a main nexus of east-west and north-south trade in Asia. There he anchored on May 20th, 1498, 10 months and 12 days after leaving Lisbon. Landing, he was at once arrested as a pirate and narrowly escaped execution. With remarkable courage and address, he overcame Indian suspicions and Moslem jealousies, won permission for the Portuguese to trade, took on a rich cargo of pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, and jewelry, and left Calicut August 29th for an arduous year-long return to Lisbon. The Portuguese had finally found a route to India, free from the costly transshipments and tolls suffered by the sea and land routes from Italy through Egypt or Arabia or Persia. The economic results were to be, for a century, more vital to Europe than those that flowed from the discovery of America. Proud of having reached the real India, while the Spanish navigators were floundering in the supposed Indies of the Caribbean, the Portuguese till 1500 hardly thought of trying a passage west. But in that year, Pedro Cabral, driven from the course that he had set for India via Africa, stumbled upon Brazil. And again in that year, Gaspar Corte Real rediscovered Labrador. In 1503, Amerigo Vespucci, sailing under the Portuguese flag, explored the Rio Plata and Paraguay. And in 1506, Tristão da Cunha found the South Atlantic island that bears his name. Portuguese statesmen, however, saw little profit in Brazil, whereas every cargo from India fattened the royal treasury and the purses of merchants and mariners. The Portuguese government kept full control over the new trade, since the commerce required unremitting military protection.
Moslem merchants had long since been established in Indian posts. Some Indian potentates joined them in resisting the Portuguese invasion. Trade and war, money and blood, now mingled in the far-flung commercial revolution. In 1509, Afonso de Albuquerque became the first governor of Portuguese India. Waging campaign after campaign against Moslems and Hindus, he captured and fortified Aden and Hormuz on the Arabian coast, Goa in India, and Malacca in the Malay Peninsula. And from Malacca he brought home 1 million ducats worth of booty. So armed, Portugal became, for 150 years, the master of European trade with India and the East Indies. Portuguese merchants established themselves as far east as the Moluccas in 1512, and rejoiced to find the nutmegs, mace, and cloves of these spice islands tastier and cheaper than India's. Still insatiate, Albuquerque sailed with 20 vessels into the Red Sea and proposed to the Christian king of Abyssinia that they join forces in digging a canal from the Upper Nile to the Red Sea, so diverting the river and turning all Moslem Egypt into a desert. Trouble summoned Albuquerque back to Goa, where he died in 1515. In the following year, Duarte Coelho opened Cochin China and Siam to Portuguese trade. And in 1517, Fernão Peres de Andrade established commercial relations with Canton and Peking. The Portuguese Empire, the first modern imperialism, was now the most extensive in the world, rivaled only by the empire that was being built for Spain in the Americas. Lisbon became a thriving emporium. Those waters harbored ships from romantically distant lands. There, rather than in Venice or Genoa, the merchants of northern Europe now found the lowest prices for Asiatic goods. Italy mourned her lost monopoly of the Oriental trade. Slowly, the Italian Renaissance, mortally stricken by Columbus, Vasco da Gama, and Luther in one generation, faded away, while Portugal and Spain, commanders of the open sea, led the flowering of the Atlantic states. Literature and art basked in the new glory. Fernão Lopes, writing for 20 years, between 1434 and 1454, his voluminous Crônicas, told the story of Portugal with a vivacity of narrative and a power of characterization rivaling Froissart. Gil Vicente inaugurated the Portuguese drama with little plays for the court and autos, acts, for public festivals, circa 1500. A Portuguese school of painting developed, taking a lead from Flanders but achieving its own temper and qualities. Nuno Gonçalves, who flourished between 1450 and 1472, rivaled Mantegna and almost the Van Eycks in the sombre polyptych that he painted for the convent of St. Vincent. The 6 panels, primitive in perspective and modeling, but the 55 portraits, the best of them, Henry the Navigator, individualized with realistic power. To commemorate the victorious voyage of Vasco da Gama, King Manuel the Fortunate commissioned the architect João de Castilho to build near Lisbon, in flamboyant Gothic, the magnificent monastery of Belém, circa 1500. Portugal had entered her golden age. Chapter 11. Spain, 1300 to 1517. 1. The Spanish Scene, 1300 to 1469. Spain's mountains were her protection and tragedy. They gave her comparative security from external attack, but hindered her economic advance, her political unity, and her participation in European thought. In a little corner of the northwest, a half-nomad population of Basques led their sheep from plains to hills and down again with the diastole and systole of the seasons. Though many Basques were serfs, all claimed nobility, and their 3 provinces governed themselves under the loose sovereignty of Castile or Navarre. Navarre remained a separate kingdom until Ferdinand the Catholic absorbed its southern part into Castile in 1515, while the rest became a kingly appanage of France. Sardinia was appropriated by Aragon in 1326. The Baleares followed in 1354, Sicily in 1409. Aragon itself was enriched by the industry and commerce of Valencia, Tarragona, Saragossa, and Barcelona, capital of the province of Catalonia within the kingdom of Aragon. Castile was the strongest and most extensive of the Spanish monarchies. It ruled the populous cities of Oviedo, León, Burgos, Valladolid, Salamanca, Córdoba, Seville, and Toledo, its capital. Its kings played to the largest audience and for the greatest stakes in Spain. Alfonso XI, who ruled from 1312 to 1350, improved the laws and courts of Castile, deflected the pugnacity of the nobles into wars against the Moors, supported literature and art, and rewarded himself with a fertile mistress. His wife bore him one legitimate son, who grew up in obscurity, neglect, and resentment, and became Pedro el Cruel. Peter's accession at 15 in 1350 so visibly disappointed the 9 bastards of Alfonso that they were all banished, and Leonora de Guzman, their mother, was put to death. When Peter's royal bride, Blanche of Bourbon, arrived unsolicited from France, he married her, spent 2 nights with her, had her poisoned on a charge of conspiracy in 1361, and married his paramour, Maria de Padilla, whose beauty, legend assures us, was so intoxicating that the cavaliers of the court drank with ecstasy the water in which she had bathed. Pedro was popular with the lower classes, which supported him to the very bitter end, but the repeated attempts of his half-brothers to depose him drove him to such a series of treacheries, murders, and sacrileges as would clog and incarnadine any tale. Finally, Henry of Trastamara, Leonora's eldest son, organized a successful revolt, slew Peter with his own hand, and became Henry II of Castile, this in 1369. But we do nations injustice when we judge them from their kings, who agreed with Machiavelli that morals are not made for sovereigns. While the rulers played with murder, individual or nationalized, the people, numbering some 10 million in 1450, created the civilization of Spain. Proud of their pure blood, they were an unstable mixture of Celts, Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Romans, Visigoths, Vandals, Arabs, Berbers, and Jews. At the social bottom were a few slaves and a peasantry that remained serf till 1471. Above them were the artisans, manufacturers, and merchants of the towns. Above these, in rising layers of dignity, were the knights, or caballeros, the nobles, dependent upon the king, the hidalgos, and the independent nobles, or proceres. And alongside these laymen were grades of clergy mounting from parish priests through bishops and abbots to archbishops and cardinals. Every town had its consejo, or council, and sent delegates to join nobles and prelates in provincial and national cortes. In theory, the edicts of the kings required the consent of these courts to become laws. Wages, labor conditions, prices, and interest rates were regulated by municipal councils or the guilds. Trade was hampered by royal monopolies, by state or local tolls on imports and exports, by diverse weights and measures, by debased currencies, highway brigands, Mediterranean pirates, ecclesiastical condemnation of interest, and the persecution of Moslems, who manned most industry and commerce, and Jews, who managed finance. A state bank was opened in Barcelona in 1401 with governmental guarantee of bank deposits. Bills of exchange were issued, and marine insurance was established by 1435. As the Spaniards mingled anti-Semitism with Semitic ancestry, so they retained the heat of Africa in their blood, and were inclined, like the Berbers, to rarity and violence of action and speech. They were sharp and curious of mind, yet eagerly credulous and fearfully superstitious. They sustained a proud independence of spirit and dignity of carriage, even in misfortune and poverty. They were acquisitive, and had to be, but they did not look down upon the poor, or lick the boots of the rich. They despised and deferred labor, but they bore hardship stoically. They were lazy, but they conquered half the New World. They thirsted for adventure, grandeur, and romance. They relished danger, if only by proxy. The bullfight, a relic of Crete and Rome, was already the national game, formal, stately, colorful, exacting, and teaching bravery, artistry, and an agile intelligence. But the Spaniards, like the modern, unlike the Elizabethan, English, took their pleasures sadly. The aridity of the soil and the shadows of the mountain slopes were reflected in a dry somberness of mood. Manners were grave and perfect, much better than hygiene. Every Spaniard was a gentleman, but few were knights of the bath. Chivalric forms and tourneys flourished amid the squalor of the populace. The point of honor became a religion. Women in Spain were goddesses and prisoners. In the upper classes, dress, sober on weekdays, burst into splendor on Sundays and festive occasions, flaunting silks and ruffs and puffs and lace and gold.
The men affected perfume and high heels, and the women, not content with their natural sorcery, bewitched the men with color, lace, and mystic veils. In 1,000 forms and disguises the sexual chase went on. Solemn ecclesiastical terrors, lethal laws, and punto de honor struggled to check the mad pursuit, but Venus triumphed over all, and the fertility of women outran the bounty of the soil. The Church in Spain was an inseparable ally of the state. It took small account of the Roman Pope. It made frequent demands for the reform of the papacy, even while contributing to it the unreformable Alexander VI. In 1513, Cardinal Ximenes forbade the promulgation in Spain of the indulgence offered by Julius II for rebuilding St. Peter's. In effect, the king was accepted as the head of the Spanish Church. In this matter, Ferdinand did not wait for Henry VIII to instruct him. No reformation was needed in Spain to make church and state, nationalism and religion, one. As part of the unwritten bargain, the Spanish Church enjoyed substantial prerogatives under a government consciously dependent upon it for maintaining moral order, social stability, and popular docility. Its personnel, even in minor orders, were subject only to ecclesiastical courts. It owned great tracts of land, tilled by tenants. It received 1/10 of the produce of other holdings, but paid 1/3 of this tithe to the exchequer. Otherwise it was exempt from taxation. It was probably richer in comparison with the state than in any other country except Italy. Clerical morals and monastic discipline were apparently above the medieval average, but as elsewhere, clerical concubinage was widespread and condoned. Asceticism continued in Spain while declining north of the Pyrenees. Even lovers scourged themselves to melt the resistance of tender, timid señoritas, or to achieve some masochistic ecstasy. The people were fiercely loyal to church and king because they had to be in order to fight with courage and success their immemorable enemies, the Moors. The struggle for Granada was presented as a war for the Holy Faith, Santa Fe. On holy days, men, women, and children, rich and poor, paraded the streets in solemn procession, somberly silent or chanting, behind great dolls, or pasos, representing the Virgin or a saint. They believed intensely in the spiritual world as their real environment and eternal home. Beside it, earthly life was an evil and transitory dream. They hated heretics as traitors to the national unity and cause, and had no objection to burning them. This was the least they could do for their outraged God. The lower classes had hardly any schooling, and this was nearly all religious. Stout Cortes, finding among the pagan Mexicans a rite resembling the Christian Eucharist, complained that Satan had taught it to them just to confuse the conquerors. The intensity of Catholicism in Spain was enhanced by economic competition with Muslims and Jews, who together made up almost 1/10 of the population of Christian Spain. It was bad enough that the Moors held fertile Granada, but more closely irritating were the Mudejares, the unconverted Moors who lived among the Spanish Christians, and whose skill in business, crafts, and agriculture was the envy of a people mostly bound in primitive drudgery to the soil. Even more unforgivable were the Spanish Jews. Christian Spain had persecuted them through 1,000 years, had subjected them to discriminatory taxation, forced loans, confiscations, assassinations, compulsory baptism, had compelled them to listen to Christian sermons, sometimes in their own synagogues, urging their conversion, while the law made it a capital crime for a Christian to accept Judaism. They were invited or conscripted into debates with Christian theologians, where they had to choose between a shameful defeat or a perilous victory. They and the Mudejares had been repeatedly ordered to wear a distinctive badge, usually a red circle on the shoulder of their garments. Jews were forbidden to hire a Christian servant. Their physicians were not allowed to prescribe for Christian patients. Their men, for cohabiting with a Christian woman, were to be put to death. In 1328, the sermons of a Franciscan friar goaded the Christians of Estella, in Navarre, to massacre 5,000 Jews and burn down their houses. In 1391, the sermons of Fernán Martínez aroused the populace in every major center of Spain to massacre all available Jews who refused conversion. In 1410, Valladolid, and then other cities, moved by the eloquence of the saintly and fanatical Vicente Ferrer, ordered the confinement of Jews and Moors within specified quarters, Juderia, or Alhama, whose gates were to be closed from sunset to sunrise. This segregation, however, was probably for their protection. Patient, laborious, shrewd, taking advantage of every opportunity for development, the Jews multiplied and prospered even under these disabilities.
Some kings of Castile, like Alfonso XI and Pedro el Cruel, favored them and raised brilliant Jews to high places in the government. Alfonso made Don Joseph of Écija his minister of finance, and another Jew, Samuel ibn Wakar, his physician. They abused their position, were convicted of intrigue, and died in prison. Samuel Abulafia repeated the sequence. He became state treasurer under Pedro, amassed a large fortune, and was put to death by the king. 3 years earlier, in 1357, Samuel had built at Toledo a classically simple and elegant synagogue, which was changed under Ferdinand into the Christian church of El Tránsito, and is now preserved by the government as a monument of Hebreo-Moorish art in Spain. Pedro's protection of the Jews was their misfortune. When Henry of Trastamara deposed him, 1,200 Jews were massacred by the victorious soldiers, this in Toledo in 1355. And worse slaughters ensued when Henry brought into Spain the Free Companions recruited by du Guesclin from the rabble of France. Thousands of Spanish Jews preferred baptism to the terror of abuse and pogroms. Being legally Christians, these conversos made their way up the economic and political ladder, in the professions, even in the church. Some became high ecclesiastics, some were counselors to kings. Their talents in finance earned them invidious prominence in the collection and management of the national revenue. Some surrounded themselves with aristocratic comforts, some made their prosperity offensively conspicuous. Angry Catholics fastened upon the conversos the brutal name of marranos, swine. Nevertheless, Christian families with more pedigree than cash, or with a prudent respect for ability, accepted them in marriage. In this way, the Spanish people, especially the upper classes, received a substantial infusion of Jewish blood. Ferdinand the Catholic and Torquemada the Inquisitor had Jews in their ancestry. Pope Paul IV, at war with Philip II, called him and the Spanish the worthless seed of the Jews and Moors. 2. Granada, 1300 to 1492. Ibn Battuta described the situation of Granada as unequaled by any city in the world. Around it on every side are orchards, gardens, flowering meadows, vineyards, and in it noble buildings. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. Ibn Battuta described the situation of Granada as unequaled by any city in the world. Around it on every side are orchards, gardens, flowering meadows, vineyards, and in it noble buildings. Its Arabic name was Karnatah, of uncertain meaning. Its Spanish conquerors christened it Granada, full of seeds, probably from the neighboring abundance of the pomegranate tree. The name covered not only the city, but a province that included Xeres, Jaén, Almeria, Malaga, and other towns, with a total population of some 4 millions. The capital, with 1/10 of these, rose like a watchtower to a summit commanding a magnificent valley, which rewarded careful irrigation and scientific tillage with 2 crops a year. A wall with 1,000 towers guarded the city from its encompassing foes. Mansions of spacious and elegant designs sheltered the aristocracy. In the public squares, fountains cooled the ardor of the sun, and in the fabulous halls of the Alhambra, the emir or sultan or caliph held his court. 1/7 of all agricultural produce was taken by the government, and probably as much by the ruling class, as a fee for economic management and military leadership. Rulers and nobles distributed some of their revenue to artists, poets, scholars, scientists, historians, and philosophers, and financed a university where learned Christians and Jews were allowed to hold chairs and occasional rectorships. On the college portals, 5 lines were inscribed. The world is supported by 4 things: the learning of the wise, the justice of the great, the prayers of the good, and the valor of the brave. Women shared freely in the cultural life. We know the names of feminine savants of Moorish Granada. Education, however, did not prevent the ladies from stirring their men not only to swelling passions, but to chivalric devotion and displays. Said a gallant of the time, "The women are distinguished for the symmetry of their figures, the gracefulness of their bodies, the length and waviness of their hair, the whiteness of their teeth, the pleasing lightness of their movements, the charm of their conversation, and the perfume of their breath." Personal cleanliness and public sanitation were more advanced than in contemporary Christendom. Dress and manners were splendid, and tournaments or pageants brightened festive days. Morals were easy, violence was not rare, but Moorish generosity and honor won Christian praise. The reputation of the citizens of Granada for trustworthiness, said a Spanish historian, was such that their bare word was more relied on than a written contract is among ourselves. Amid these high developments, the growth of luxury sapped the vigor of the nation, and internal discord invited external attack. Christian Spain, slowly consolidating its kingdoms and increasing its wealth, looked with envious hostility upon this prosperous enclave, whose religion taunted Christianity as an infidel polytheism, and whose ports offered dangerous openings to an infidel power. Moreover, those fertile Andalusian fields might atone for many a barren acre in the north. Only because Catholic Spain was divided among factions and kings did Granada retain its liberty. Even so, the proud principality agreed in 1457 to send annual tribute to Castile. When a reckless emir, Ali Abu al-Hassan, refused to contribute this bribe to peace in 1466, Henry IV was too busy with debauchery to compel obedience. But Ferdinand and Isabella, soon after their accession to the throne of Castile, sent envoys to demand resumption of the tribute. With fatal audacity, Ali replied, "Tell your sovereigns that the kings of Granada who paid tribute are dead. Our mint now coins nothing but sword blades." Unaware that Ferdinand had more iron in him than was in the Moorish mint, and claiming provocation by Christian border raids, Abu al-Hassan took by assault the Christian frontier town of Zahara, and drove all its inhabitants into Granada to be sold as slaves, this in 1481. The Marquis of Cadiz retaliated by sacking the Moorish stronghold of Alhama in 1482. The conquest of Granada had begun. Love complicated war. Abu al-Hassan developed such an infatuation for one of his slaves that his wife, the Sultana Ayesha, roused the populace to depose him and crown her son Abu Abdallah, known to the West as Boabdil, in 1482. Abu al-Hassan fled to Malaga. The Spanish army marched to besiege Malaga. It was almost annihilated in the mountain passes of the Ajarquia range by troops still loyal to the fallen emir. Jealous of his father's martial exploits, Boabdil led an army out from Granada to attack a Christian force near Lucena. He fought bravely, but was defeated and taken prisoner. He obtained his release by promising to aid the Christians against his father, and to pay the Spanish government 12,000 ducats a year. In the meantime, his uncle, Abu Abdallahi, known as Azagral, the Valiant, had made himself emir of Granada. A three-cornered civil war ensued among uncle, father, and son for the Granadan throne. The father died, the son seized the Alhambra, the uncle retired to Guadix, whence he emerged repeatedly to attack Spaniards wherever he could find them. Stirred to imitation, Boabdil repudiated pledge and tribute and prepared his capital to resist inevitable assault. Ferdinand and Isabella deployed 30,000 men to devastate the plains that grew Granada's food. Mills, granaries, farmhouses, vineyards, olive and orange groves were destroyed. Malaga was besieged to prevent its receiving or sending supplies for Granada. It held out until its population had consumed all available horses, dogs, and cats, and were dying by hundreds of starvation or disease. Ferdinand forced its unconditional surrender, condemned the 12,000 survivors to slavery, but allowed the rich to ransom themselves by yielding up all their possessions. Az-Zagral submitted. The entire province of Granada outside its capital was now in Christian hands. The Catholic sovereigns built around the beleaguered citadel a veritable city for their armies, called it Santa Fe, and waited for starvation to deliver the pride of Andalusia to their mercy. Moorish cavaliers rode out from Granada and dared Spanish knights to single battle. The knights responded with equal gallantry, but Ferdinand, finding that his best warriors were being killed one by one on this chivalric plan, put an end to the game. Boabdil led out his troops in a forlorn sally, but they were beaten back. Appeals for help were sent to the sultans of Turkey and Egypt, but no help came. Islam was as divided as Christendom. On November 25, 1491, Boabdil signed terms of capitulation that did rare honor to the conquerors. The people of Granada were to keep their property, language, dress, religion, ritual. They were to be judged by their own laws and magistrates. No taxes were to be imposed till after 3 years, and then only such as Moslem rulers had levied. The city was to be occupied by the Spanish, but all Moors who wished to leave it might do so, and transportation would be provided for those who wished to cross to Moslem Africa. Nevertheless, the Granadans protested Boabdil's surrender. Insurrection so threatened him that he turned the keys of the city over to Ferdinand on January 2nd, 1492, and rode through the Christian lines, with his relatives and 50 horsemen, to the little mountain principality which he was to rule as a vassal of Castile. From the crags over which he passed, he turned to take a last look at the wonderful city that he had lost. That summit is still called El Último Suspiro del Moro, the last sigh of the Moor. His mother reproved him for his tears. "You do well to weep like a woman for what you could not defend as a man." Meanwhile, the Spanish army marched into Granada. Cardinal Mendoza raised a great silver cross over the Alhambra, and Ferdinand and Isabella knelt in the city square to give thanks to God, who after 781 years had evicted Islam from Spain. 3. Ferdinand and Isabella. The century between the death of Henry of Trastamara in 1379 and the accession of Ferdinand to the throne of Aragon was a fallow time for Spain. A series of weak rulers allowed the nobles to disorder the land with their strife. Government was negligent and corrupt. Private vengeance was uncurbed. Civil war was so frequent that the roads were unsafe for commerce, and the fields were so often despoiled by armies that the peasants left them untilled. The long reign of John II, from 1406 to 1454, of Castile, who loved music and poetry too much to care for the chores of state, was followed by the disastrous tenure of Henry IV, who by his administrative incompetence, his demoralization of the currency, and his squandering of revenue on favored parasites, earned the title of Enrique el Impotente. He willed his throne to Juana, whom he called his daughter. The scornful nobles denied his parentage and potency, and forced him to name his sister Isabella as his successor. But at his death in 1474, he reaffirmed Juana's legitimacy and her right to rule. It was out of this paralyzing confusion that Ferdinand and Isabella forged the order and government that made Spain for a century the strongest state in Europe. The diplomats prepared the achievement by persuading Isabella, 18, to marry her cousin Ferdinand, 17, this in 1469. Bride and bridegroom were both descended from Henry of Trastamara. Ferdinand was already king of Sicily. On the death of his father, he would be also king of Aragon. The marriage, therefore, wed 3 states into a powerful kingdom. Paul II withheld the papal bull needed to legalize the marriage of cousins. The requisite document was forged by Ferdinand, his father, and the Archbishop of Barcelona. After the fait had been accompli, a genuine bull was obtained from Pope Sixtus IV. A more substantial difficulty lay in the poverty of the bride, whose brother refused to recognize the marriage, and of the bridegroom, whose father, immersed in war, could not afford a royal ceremony. A Jewish lawyer smoothed the course of true politics with a loan of 20,000 sueldos, which Isabella repaid when she became Queen of Castile in 1474. Her right to the throne was challenged by Afonso V of Portugal, who had married Juana. War decided the issue at Toro, where Ferdinand led the Castilians to victory in 1476. 3 years later he inherited Aragon. All Spain except Granada and Navarre was now under one government. Isabella remained only Queen of Castile. Ferdinand ruled Aragon, Sardinia, and Sicily, and shared in ruling Castile. The internal administration of Castile was reserved to Isabella, but royal charters and decrees had to be signed by both sovereigns, and the new coinage bore both the regal heads. Their complementary qualities made Ferdinand and Isabella the most effective royal couple in history. Isabella was incomparably beautiful, said her courtiers, that is, moderately fair, of medium stature, blue eyes, hair of chestnut brown, verging on red. She had more schooling than Ferdinand, with a less acute and less merciless intelligence. She could patronize poets and converse with cautious philosophers, but she preferred the company of priests. She chose the sternest moralists for her confessors and guides. Wedded to an unfaithful husband, she seems to have sustained full marital fidelity to the end. Living in an age as morally fluid as our own, She was a model of sexual modesty. Amid corrupt officials and devious diplomats, she herself remained frank, direct, and incorruptible. Her mother had reared her in strict orthodoxy and piety. Isabella developed this to the edge of asceticism, and was as harsh and cruel in suppressing heresy as she was kind and gracious in everything else. She was the soul of tenderness to her children, and a pillar of loyalty to her friends. She gave abundantly to churches, monasteries, and hospitals. Her orthodoxy did not deter her from condemning the immorality of some Renaissance popes. She excelled in both physical and moral bravery. She withstood, subdued, and disciplined powerful nobles, bore quietly the most desolating bereavements, and faced with contagious courage the hardships and dangers of war. She thought it wise to maintain a queenly dignity in public, and pushed royal display to costly extravagance in robes and gems. In private, she dressed simply, ate frugally, and amused her leisure by making delicate embroideries for the churches she loved. She labored conscientiously in the tasks of government, took the initiative in wholesome reforms, administered justice with perhaps undue severity, but she was resolved to raise her realm from lawless disorder to a law-abiding peace. Foreign contemporaries like Paolo Giovio, Guicciardini, and Chevalier Bayard ranked her among the ablest sovereigns of the age, and likened her to the stately heroines of antiquity. Her subjects worshipped her, while they bore impatiently with the king. The Castilians could not forgive Ferdinand for being a foreigner, that is, an Aragonese, and they found many faults in him even while they gloried in his successes as statesman, diplomat, and warrior. They contrasted his cold and reserved temperament with the warm kindliness of the Queen, his calculated indirectness with her straightforward candor, his parsimony with her generosity, his illiberal treatment of his aides with her open-handed rewards for services, his extramarital gallantries with her quiet continence. Probably they did not resent his establishment of the Inquisition, nor his use of their religious feelings as a weapon of war. They applauded the campaign against heresy, the conquest of Granada, the expulsion of unconverted Jews and Moors. They loved most in him what posterity would least admire. We hear of no protest against the severity of his laws, cutting out the tongue for blasphemy, burning alive for sodomy. They noted that he could be just, even lenient, when it did not hinder personal advantage or national policy, that he could lead his army dauntlessly and cleverly, though he preferred to match minds in negotiation rather than men in battle, and that his parsimony financed not personal luxuries but expensive undertakings for the aggrandizement of Spain. They must have approved of his abstemious habits, his constancy in adversity, his moderation in prosperity, his discerning choice of aids, his tireless devotion to government, his pursuit of far-seen ends with flexible tenacity and cautious means. They forgave his duplicity as a diplomat, his frequent faithlessness to his word. Were not all other rulers trying by like methods to cozen him and swindle Spain? "The King of France," he said grimly, "complains that I have twice deceived him. He lies, the fool. I have deceived him 10 times and more." Machiavelli carefully studied Ferdinand's career, relished his cunning, praised his deeds, all great and some extraordinary, and called him the foremost king in Christendom. And Guicciardini wrote, "What a wide difference there was between the sayings and doings of this prince, and how deeply and secretly he laid his measures." Some accounted Ferdinand lucky, but in truth his good fortune lay in careful preparation for events and prompt seizure of opportunities. When the balance was struck between his virtues and his crimes, it appeared that by fair means and foul he had raised Spain from a motley of impotent fragments to a unity and power that in the next generation made her the dictator of Europe. He cooperated with Isabella in restoring security of life and property in Castile, in reviving the Santa Hermandad, or Holy Brotherhood, as a local militia to maintain order, in ending robbery on the highways and sexual intrigues at the court, in reorganizing the judiciary and codifying the laws, in reclaiming state lands recklessly ceded to favorites by previous kings, and in exacting from the nobles full obedience to the crown. Here, too, as in France and England, feudal freedom and chaos had given way to the centralized order of absolute monarchy. The municipal communes likewise surrendered their privileges. The provincial cortes rarely met, and then chiefly to vote funds to the government. A weak-rooted democracy languished and died under an adamantine king. Even the Spanish Church, so precious to los reyes católicos, or the Catholic sovereigns, a title conferred upon Ferdinand and Isabella by Pope Alexander VI in 1404, was shorn of some of its wealth and all of its civil jurisdiction. The morals of the clergy were rigorously reformed by Isabella. Pope Sixtus IV was compelled to yield to the government the right to appoint the higher dignitaries of the Church in Spain, and able ecclesiastics like Pedro González de Mendoza and Jiménez de Cisneros were promoted to be at once archbishops of Toledo and prime ministers of the state. Cardinal Jiménez was as positive and powerful a character as the king. Born of a family noble but poor, he was dedicated in childhood to the Church. At the University of Salamanca, he earned by the age of 20 the doctoral degrees in both civil and canon law. For some years he served as vicar and administrator for Mendoza in the Diocese of Sigüenza. Successful but unhappy, caring little for honors or possessions, he entered the strictest monastic order in Spain, the Observantine Franciscans. Only asceticism delighted him. He slept on the ground or a hard floor, fasted frequently, flogged himself, and wore a hair shirt next to his skin. In 1492, the pious Isabella chose this emaciated cenobite as her chaplain and confessor. He accepted, on condition that he might continue to live in his monastery and conform to the rigid Franciscan rule. The order made him its provincial head, and at his bidding submitted to arduous reforms. When Isabella nominated him Archbishop of Toledo in 1495, he refused to accept, but after 6 months of resistance he yielded to a papal bull commanding him to serve. He was now nearly 60, and seems to have sincerely wished to live as a monk. As primate of Spain and chief of the royal council, he continued his austerities. Under the splendid robes required by his office, he wore the coarse Franciscan gown, and under this the hair shirt, as before. Against the opposition of high ecclesiastics, but supported by the Queen, he applied to all monastic orders the reforms that he had exacted from his own. It was as if St. Francis, shorn of his humility, had suddenly been endowed with the powers and capacities of Bernard and Dominic. It could not have pleased this somber saint to find 2 unconverted Jews high in favor at the court. One of Isabella's most trusted counselors was Abraham Senor. He and Isaac Abravanel collected the revenue for Ferdinand and organized the financing of the Granada War. The king and queen were at this time especially concerned about the conversos. They had hoped that time would make these converts sincere Christians. Isabella had had a catechism specially prepared for their instruction. Yet many of them secretly maintained their ancient faith and transmitted it to their children. Catholic dislike of the unbaptized Jews subsided for a time, while resentment against the new Christians rose. Riots against them broke out in Toledo in 1467, Valladolid in 1470, Cordova in 1472, and Segovia in 1474. The religious problem had become also racial, and the young king and queen pondered means of reducing the disorderly medley and conflict of peoples, languages, and creeds to homogeneous unity and social peace. They thought that no better means were available for these ends than to restore the Inquisition in Spain. 4. The methods of the Inquisition. We are today so uncertain and diverse in our opinions as to the origin and destiny of the world and man that we have ceased, in most countries, to punish people for differing from us in their religious beliefs. Our present intolerance is rather for those who question our economic or political principles, and we explain our frightened dogmatism on the ground that any doubt thrown upon these cherished assumptions endangers our national solidarity and survival. Until the middle of the 17th century, Christians, Jews, and Muslims were more acutely concerned with religion than we are today. Their theologies were their most prized and confident possessions, and they looked upon those who rejected these creeds as attacking the foundations of social order and the very significance of human life. Each group was hardened by certainty into intolerance and branded the others as infidels. The Inquisition developed most readily among persons whose religious tenets had been least affected by education and travel, and whose reason was most subject to custom and imagination. Nearly all medieval Christians, through childhood schooling and surroundings, believed that the Bible had been dictated in every word by God, and that the Son of God had directly established the Christian Church. It seemed to follow from these premises that God wished all nations to be Christian, and that the practice of non-Christian, certainly of anti-Christian religions, must be a crass insult to the deity. Moreover, since any substantial heresy must merit eternal punishment, its prosecutors could believe, and many seemed to have sincerely believed, that in snuffing out a heretic they were saving his potential converts, and perhaps himself, from everlasting hell. Probably Isabella, who lived in the very odor of theologians, shared these views. Ferdinand, being a hardened man of the world, may have doubted some of them, but he was apparently convinced that uniformity of religious belief would make Spain easier to rule and stronger to strike its enemies. At his request and Isabella's, Pope Sixtus IV issued a bull on November 1st, 1478, authorizing them to appoint 6 priests, holding degrees in theology and canon law, as an inquisitorial board to investigate and punish heresy. The remarkable feature of this bull was its empowerment of the Spanish sovereigns to nominate the inquisitorial personnel, who in earlier forms of the Inquisition had been chosen by the provincial heads of the Dominican or Franciscan orders. Here, for 3 generations, as in Protestant Germany and England in the next century, religion became subject to the state. Technically, however, the inquisitors were only nominated by the sovereigns and were then appointed by the Pope. The authority of the inquisitors derived from this papal sanction. The institution remained ecclesiastical, an organ of the Church, which was an organ of the state. The government was to pay the expenses and receive the net income of the Inquisition. The sovereigns kept detailed watch over its operations, and appeal could be made to them from its decisions. Of all Ferdinand's instruments of rule, this became his favorite. His motives were not primarily financial. He profited from the confiscated property of the condemned, but he refused tempting bribes from rich victims to overrule the inquisitors. The aim was to unify Spain. The inquisitors were authorized to employ ecclesiastical and secular aides as investigators and executive officers. After 1483, the entire organization was put under a governmental agency, the Consejo de la Suprema y General Inquisición, usually termed the Suprema. The jurisdiction of the Inquisition extended to all Christians in Spain. It did not touch unconverted Jews or Moors. Its terrors were directed at converts suspected of relapsing into Judaism or Mohammedanism, and at Christians charged with heresy. Till 1492, the unchristened Jew was safer than the baptized. Priests, monks, and friars claimed exemption from the Inquisition, but their claim was denied. The Jesuits resisted its jurisdiction for half a century, but they too were overcome. The only limit to the power of the Suprema was the authority of the sovereigns, and in later centuries even this was ignored. The Inquisition demanded, and usually received, cooperation from all secular officials. The Inquisition made its own laws and procedural code. Before setting up its tribunal in a town, it issued to the people, through the parish pulpits, an edict of faith, requiring all who knew of any heresy to reveal it to the inquisitors. Everyone was encouraged to be a delator, to inform against his neighbors, his friends, his relatives. In the 16th century, however, the accusation of near relatives was not allowed. Informants were promised full secrecy and protection. A solemn anathema, that is, excommunication and curse, was laid upon all who knew and concealed a heretic. If a baptized Jew still harbored hopes of a Messiah to come, if he kept the dietary laws of the Mosaic Code, if he observed the Sabbath as a day of worship and rest, or changed his linen for that day, if he celebrated in any way any Jewish holy day, if he circumcised any of his children, or gave any of them a Hebrew name, or blessed them without making the sign of the cross, if he prayed with motions of the head, or repeated a biblical psalm without adding a Gloria, if he turned his face to the wall when dying, these and the like were described by the inquisitors as signs of secret heresy, to be reported at once to the tribunal. Within a term of grace, any person who felt guilty of heresy might come and confess it. He would be fined or assigned a penance, but would be forgiven, on condition that he should reveal any knowledge he might have of other heretics. The inquisitors seem to have sifted with care the evidence collected by informers and investigators. When the tribunal was unanimously convinced of a person's guilt, it issued a warrant for his arrest. The accused was kept incommunicado. No one but agents of the Inquisition was allowed to speak with him. No relative might visit him. Usually he was chained. He was required to bring his own bed and clothing, and to pay all the expenses of his incarceration and sustenance.
If he did not offer sufficient cash for this purpose, enough of his property was sold at auction to meet the costs. The remainder of his goods was sequestered by Inquisition officers lest it be hidden or disposed of to escape confiscation. In most cases, some of it was sold to maintain such of the victim's family as could not work. When the arrested person was brought to trial, the tribunal, having already judged him guilty, laid upon him the burden of proving his innocence. The trial was secret and private, and the defendant had to swear never to reveal any facts about it in case he should be released. No witnesses were adduced against him, none was named to him. The inquisitors excused this procedure as necessary to protect their informants. The accused was not at first told what charges had been brought against him. He was merely invited to confess his own derelictions from orthodox belief and worship, and to betray all persons whom he suspected of heresy. If his confession satisfied the tribunal, he might receive any punishment short of death. If he refused to confess, he was permitted to choose advocates to defend him. Meanwhile, he was kept in solitary confinement. In many instances, he was tortured to elicit a confession. Usually, the case was allowed to drag on for months, and the solitary confinement in chains often sufficed to secure any confession desired. Torture was applied only after a majority of the tribunal had voted for it on the ground that guilt had been made probable, though not certain, by the evidence. Often the torture so decreed was postponed in the hope that dread of it would induce confession. The inquisitors appear to have sincerely believed that torture was a favor to a defendant already accounted guilty, since it might earn him by confession a slighter penalty than otherwise. Even if he should, after confession, be condemned to death, he could enjoy priestly absolution to save him from hell. However, confession of guilt was not enough. Torture might also be applied to compel a confessing defendant to name his associates in heresy or crime. Contradictory witnesses might be tortured to find out which was telling the truth. Slaves might be tortured to bring out testimony against their masters. No limits of age could save the victims. Girls of 13 and women of 80 were subjected to the rack. But the rules of the Spanish Inquisition usually forbade the torture of nursing women, or persons with weak hearts, or those accused of minor heresies, such as sharing the widespread opinion that fornication was only a venial sin. Torture was to be kept short of permanently maiming the victim, and was to be stopped whenever the attendant physician so ordered. It was to be administered only in the presence of the inquisitors in charge of the case, and a notary, a recording secretary, and a representative of the local bishop. Methods varied with time and place. The victim might have his hands tied behind his back and be suspended by them. He might be bound into immobility and then have water trickled down his throat till he nearly choked. He might have cords tied around his arms and legs and tightened till they cut through the flesh to the bone. We are told that the tortures used by the Spanish Inquisition were milder than those employed by the earlier Papal Inquisition or by the secular courts of the age. The main torture was prolonged imprisonment. The Inquisition tribunal was not only prosecutor, judge, and jury. It also issued decrees on faith and morals and established a gradation of penalties. In many cases it was merciful, excusing part of the punishment because of the penitent's age, ignorance, poverty, intoxication, or generally good reputation. The mildest penalty was a reprimand. More grievous was compulsion to make a public abjuration of heresy, which left even the innocent branded to the end of his days. Usually, the convicted penitent was required to attend Mass regularly, wear his San Benito, a garment marked with a flaming cross. He might be paraded through the streets, stripped to the waist and bearing the insignia of his offense. He and his descendants might be barred from public office forever. He might be banished from his city, rarely from Spain. He might be scourged with 100 or 200 lashes to the limit of safety. This was applied to women as well as men. He might be imprisoned or condemned to the galleys, which Ferdinand recommended as more useful to the state. He might pay a substantial fine or have his property confiscated. In several instances, dead men were accused of heresy, were tried post-mortem, and were condemned to confiscation, in which case the heirs forfeited his bequests. Informers against dead heretics were offered 30 to 50% of the proceeds. Families fearful of such retroactive judgments sometimes paid compositions to the inquisitors as insurance against confiscation of their legacies. Wealth became a peril to its owner, a temptation to informers, inquisitors, and the government. As money flowed into the coffers of the Inquisition, its officials became less zealous to preserve the Orthodox faith than to acquire gold, and corruption flourished piously. The ultimate punishment was burning at the stake. This was reserved for persons who, judged guilty of serious heresy, failed to confess before judgment was pronounced, and for those who, having confessed in time and having been reconciled or forgiven, had relapsed into heresy. The Inquisition itself professed that it never killed, but merely surrendered the condemned person to the secular authorities. However, it knew that the criminal law made burning at the stake mandatory in all convictions for major and impenitent heresy. The official presence of ecclesiastics at the auto da fe frankly revealed the responsibility of the Church. The act of faith was not merely the burning, it was the whole impressive and terrible ceremony of sentence and execution. Its purpose was not only to terrify potential offenders, but to edify the people, as with a foretaste of the Last Judgment. At first the procedure was simple. Those condemned to death were marched to the public plaza. They were bound in tiers on a pyre. The inquisitor sat in state on a platform facing it. A last appeal for confessions was made. The sentences were read. The fires were lit. The agony was consummated. But as burnings became more frequent and suffered some loss in their psychological power, the ceremony was made more complex and awesome, and was staged with all the care and cost of a major theatrical performance. When possible, it was timed to celebrate the accession, marriage, or visit of a Spanish king, queen, or prince. Municipal and state officials, Inquisition personnel, local priests, and monks were invited, in effect required, to attend. On the eve of the execution, these dignitaries joined in a somber procession through the main streets of the city to deposit the green cross of the Inquisition upon the altar of the cathedral or principal church. A final effort was made to secure confessions from the condemned. Many then yielded and had their sentences commuted to imprisonment for a term or for life. On the following morning, the prisoners were led through dense crowds to a city square. Impostors, blasphemers, bigamists, heretics, relapsed converts. In later days, Protestants. Sometimes the procession included effigies of absent condemnees, or boxes carrying the bones of persons condemned after death. In the square, on one or several elevated stages, sat the inquisitors, the secular and monastic clergy, and the officials of town and state. Now and then the king himself presided. A sermon was preached, after which all present were commanded to recite an oath of obedience to the holy office of the Inquisition, and a pledge to denounce and prosecute heresy in all its forms and everywhere. Then one by one the prisoners were led before the tribunal, and their sentences were read. We must not imagine any brave defiances. Probably, at this stage, every prisoner was near to spiritual exhaustion and physical collapse. Even now he might save his life by confession. In that case, the Inquisition usually contented itself with scourging him, confiscating his goods, and imprisoning him for life. If the confession was withheld till after sentence had been pronounced, the prisoner earned the mercy of being strangled before being burned. And as such last-minute confessions were frequent, burning alive was relatively rare. Those who were judged guilty of major heresy but denied it to the end were, till 1725, refused the last sacraments of the Church, and were, by the intention of the Inquisition, abandoned to everlasting hell. The reconciled were now taken back to prison. The impenitent were relaxed to the secular arm, with a pious caution that no blood should be shed. These were led out from the city between throngs that had gathered from leagues around for this holiday spectacle. Arrived at the place prepared for execution, the confessed were strangled, then burned. The recalcitrant were burned alive. The fires were fed till nothing remained of the dead but ashes, which were scattered over fields and streams. The priests and spectators returned to their altars and their homes, convinced that a propitiatory offering had been made to a god insulted by heresy. Human sacrifice had been restored. 5. Progress of the Inquisition, 1480 to 1516. The first inquisitors were appointed by Ferdinand and Isabella in September 1480 for the district of Seville. Many civilian conversos fled to the countryside and sought sanctuary with feudal lords. These were inclined to protect them, but the inquisitors threatened the barons with excommunication and confiscation, and the refugees were surrendered. In the city itself, some conversos planned armed resistance. The plot was betrayed. The implicated persons were arrested. Soon the dungeons were full. Trials followed with angry haste, and the first auto da fe of the Spanish Inquisition was celebrated on February 6, 1481, with the burning of 6 men and women. By November 4th of that year, 298 had been burned. 79 had been imprisoned for life. In 1483, at the nomination and request of Ferdinand and Isabella,
Pope Sixtus IV appointed a Dominican friar, Tomás de Torquemada, Inquisitor General for all of Spain. He was a sincere and incorruptible fanatic, scorning luxury, working feverishly, rejoicing in his opportunity to serve Christ by hounding heresy. He reproved inquisitors for lenience, reversed many acquittals, and demanded that the rabbis of Toledo, on pain of death, should inform on all Judaizing conversos. Pope Alexander VI, who had at first praised his devotion to his tasks, became alarmed at his severity, and ordered him in 1494 to share his powers with two other inquisitors general. Torquemada overrode these colleagues, maintained a resolute leadership, and made the Inquisition an imperium in imperio, rivaling the power of the sovereigns. Under his prodding, the Inquisition at Ciudad Real in 2 years, from 1483 to 1484, burned 52 persons, confiscated the property of 220 fugitives, and punished 183 penitents. Transferring their headquarters to Toledo, the inquisitors within a year arrested 750 baptized Jews, confiscated a fifth of their goods, and sentenced them to march in penitential processions on 6 Fridays, flogging themselves with hempen cords. 2 further autos da fe in that year, 1486, at Toledo, disciplined 1,650 penitents. Like labors were performed in Valladolid, Guadalupe, and other cities of Castile. Aragon resisted the Inquisition. When, nevertheless, it set up its tribunal there, some conversos assassinated an inquisitor in 1485. It was a mortal blunder, for the shocked citizens thronged the streets crying, "Burn the conversos!" The archbishop calmed the mob with the promise of speedy justice. Nearly all the conspirators were caught and executed. One leaped to his death from the tower in which he was confined, another broke a glass lamp, swallowed the fragments, and was found dead in his cell. In Valencia, the Cortes refused to allow the inquisitors to function. Ferdinand ordered his agents to arrest all obstructors. Valencia gave way. In support of the Inquisition, the king violated one after another of the traditional liberties of Aragon. The combination of church and monarchy, of excommunications and royal armies, proved too strong for any single city or province to resist. In 1488, there were 983 condemnations for heresy in Valencia alone, and 100 men were burned. How did the popes view this use of the Inquisition as an instrument of the state? Doubtless resenting such secular control, moved presumably by humane sentiment, and not insensitive to the heavy fees paid for dispensations from Inquisition sentences, several popes tried to check its excesses and gave occasional protection to its victims. In 1482, Sixtus IV issued a bull which, if implemented, would have ended the Inquisition in Aragon. He complained that the inquisitors were showing more lust for gold than zeal for religion, that they had imprisoned, tortured, and burned faithful Christians on the dubious evidence of enemies or slaves. He commanded that in future no inquisitor should act without the presence and concurrence of some representative of the local bishop, that the names and allegations of the accusers should be made known to the accused, that the prisoners of the Inquisition should be lodged only in episcopal jails, that those complaining of injustice should be allowed to appeal to the Holy See, and all further action in the case should be suspended until judgment should be rendered on the appeal, that all persons convicted of heresy should receive absolution if they confessed and repented, and thereafter should be free from prosecution or molestation on that charge. All past proceedings contrary to those provisions were declared null and void, and all future violators of them were to incur excommunication. It was an enlightened decree, and its thoroughness suggests its sincerity. Yet we must note that it was confined to Aragon, whose conversos had paid for it liberally. When Ferdinand defied it, arrested the agent who had procured it, and bade the inquisitors go on as before, Sixtus took no further action in the matter, except that 5 months later he suspended the operation of the bull. The desperate conversos poured money into Rome, appealing for dispensations and absolutions from the summons or sentences of the Inquisition. The money was accepted, the dispensations were given, the Spanish inquisitors, protected by Ferdinand, ignored them, and the popes, needing the friendship of Ferdinand and the Anates of Spain, did not insist. Pardons were paid for, issued, and then revoked. Occasionally the popes asserted their authority, citing inquisitors to Rome to answer charges of misconduct. Alexander VI tried to moderate the severity of the tribunal.
Julius II ordered the trial of the Inquisitor Lucero for malfeasance and excommunicated the Inquisitors of Toledo. The gentle and scholarly Leo, however, denounced as a reprehensible heresy the notion that a heretic should not be burned. How did the people of Spain react to the Inquisition? This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 6, The Reformation, by Will Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 8, Side 2. How did the people of Spain react to the Inquisition? The upper classes and the educated minority faintly opposed it. The Christian populace usually approved it. The crowds that gathered at the autos de fe showed little sympathy, often active hostility to the victims. In some places they tried to kill them lest confession should let them escape the pyre. Christians flocked to buy at auction the confiscated goods of the condemned. How numerous were the victims? Llorente estimated them from 1480 to 1488 at 8,800 burned, 96,494 punished. From 1480 to 1808, at 31,912 burned, 291,450 heavily penanced. These figures were mostly guesses and are now generally rejected by Protestant historians as extreme exaggerations. A Catholic historian reckons 2,000 burnings between 1480 and 1504, and 2,000 more to 1758. Isabella's secretary, Hernando de Pulgar, calculated the burnings at 2,000 before 1490. Zurita, a secretary of the Inquisition, boasted that it had burned 4,000 in Seville alone. There were victims, of course, in most Spanish cities, even in Spanish dependencies like the Baleares, Sardinia, Sicily, the Netherlands, America. The rate of burnings diminished after 1500. But no statistics can convey the terror in which the Spanish mind lived in those days and nights. Men and women, even in the secrecy of their families, had to watch every word they uttered, lest some stray criticism should lead them to an Inquisition jail. It was a mental oppression unparalleled in history. Did the Inquisition succeed? Yes, in attaining its declared purpose, to rid Spain of open heresy. The idea that the persecution of beliefs is always ineffective is a delusion. It crushed the Albigensians and Huguenots in France, the Catholics in Elizabethan England, the Christians in Japan. It stamped out in the 16th century the small groups that favored Protestantism in Spain. On the other hand, it probably strengthened Protestantism in Germany, Scandinavia, and England by arousing in their peoples a vivid fear of what might happen to them if Catholicism were restored. It is difficult to say what share the Inquisition had in ending the brilliant period of Spanish history from Columbus to Velázquez, from 1492 to 1660. The peak of that epoch came with Cervantes, 1547 to 1616, and Lope de Vega, 1562 to 1635, after the Inquisition had flourished in Spain for 100 years. The Inquisition was an effect as well as a cause of the intense and exclusive Catholicism of the Spanish people, and that religious mood had grown during centuries of struggle against infidel Moors. The exhaustion of Spain by the wars of Charles V and Philip II, and the weakening of the Spanish economy by the victories of Britain on the sea and the mercantile policies of the Spanish government, may have had more to do with the decline of Spain than the terrors of the Inquisition. The executions for witchcraft in northern Europe and New England showed in Protestant peoples a spirit akin to that of the Spanish Inquisition, which, strange to say, sensibly treated witchcraft as a delusion to be pitied and cured rather than punished. Both the Inquisition and the witch-burning were expressions of an age afflicted with homicidal certainty in theology, as the patriotic massacres of our era may be due in part to homicidal certainty in ethnic or political theory. We must try to understand such movements in terms of their time, but they seem to us now the most unforgivable of historic crimes. A supreme and unchallengeable faith is a deadly enemy to the human mind. 6. In Exitu Israel. The Inquisition was intended to frighten all Christians, new or old, into at least eternal orthodoxy, in the hope that heresy would be blighted in the bud, and that the second or third generation of baptized Jews would forget the Judaism of their ancestors. There was no intent to let baptized Jews leave Spain.
When they tried to emigrate, Ferdinand and the Inquisition forbade it. But what of the unbaptized Jews? Some 235,000 of them remained in Christian Spain. How could the religious unity of the nation be affected if these were allowed to practice and profess their faith? Torquemada thought it impossible and recommended their compulsory conversion or their banishment. Ferdinand hesitated. He knew the economic value of Hebrew ability in commerce and finance, but he was told that the Jews taunted the conversos and sought to win them back to Judaism, if only secretly. His physician, Ribasaltus, a baptized Jew, was accused of wearing on a pendant from his neck a golden ball containing a representation of himself in the act of desecrating a crucifix. The charge seems incredible, but the physician was burned in 1488. Letters were forged in which a Jewish leader in Constantinople advised the head of the Jewish community in Spain to rob and poison Christians as often as possible. A converso was arrested on the charge of having a consecrated wafer in his knapsack. He was tortured again and again until he signed a statement that 6 conversos and 6 Jews had killed a Christian child to use its heart in a magic ceremony designed to cause the death of all Christians and the total destruction of Christianity. The confessions of the tortured man contradicted one another, and no child was reported missing. However, 4 Jews were burned, 2 of them after having their flesh torn away with red-hot pincers. These and similar accusations may have influenced Ferdinand. In any case, they prepared public opinion for the expulsion of all unbaptized Jews from Spain. When Granada surrendered on November 5, 1491, and the industrial and commercial activities of the Moors accrued to Christian Spain, the economic contribution of the unconverted Jews no longer seemed vital. Meanwhile, popular fanaticism, inflamed by autos de fe and the preaching of the friars, was making social peace impossible unless the government either protected or expelled the Jews. On March 30th, 1492, so crowded a year in Spanish history, Ferdinand and Isabella signed the Edict of Exile. All unbaptized Jews of whatever age or condition were to leave Spain by July 31st, and were never to return on penalty of death. In this brief period they might dispose of their property at whatever price they could obtain. They might take with them movable goods and bills of exchange, but no currency, silver, or gold. Abraham Señor and Isaac Abravanel offered the sovereigns a large sum to withdraw the edict, but Ferdinand and Isabella refused. No royal accusation was made against the Jews, except their tendency to lure conversos back to Judaism. A supplementary edict required that taxes to the end of the year should be paid on all Jewish property and sales. Debts due from Christians or Moors were to be collected only at maturity, through such agents as the banished creditors might find, or these claims could be sold at a discount to Christian purchasers. In this enforced precipitancy, the property of the Jews passed into Christian hands at a small fraction of its value. A house was sold for an ass, a vineyard for a piece of cloth. Some Jews, in despair, burned down their homes to collect insurance. Others gave them to the municipality. Synagogues were appropriated by Christians and transformed into churches. Jewish cemeteries were turned into pasturage. In a few months, the largest part of the riches of the Spanish Jews, accumulated through centuries, melted away. Approximately 50,000 Jews accepted conversion and were permitted to remain. Over 100,000 left Spain in a prolonged and melancholy exodus. Before departing, they married all their children who were over 12 years of age. The young helped the old, the rich succored the poor. The pilgrimage moved on horses or asses, in carts or on foot. At every turn, good Christians, clergy and laity, appealed to the exiles to submit to baptism. The rabbis countered by assuring their followers that God would lead them to the promised land by opening a passage through the sea, as he had done for their fathers of old. The emigrants who gathered in Cadiz waited hopefully for the waters to part and let them march dry-shod to Africa. Disillusioned, they paid high prices for transport by ship. Storms scattered their fleet of 25 vessels. 16 of these were driven back to Spain, where many desperate Jews accepted baptism as no worse than seasickness. 50 Jews, shipwrecked near Seville, were imprisoned for 2 years and then sold as slaves. The thousands who sailed from Gibraltar, Malaga, Valencia, or Barcelona found that in all Christendom only Italy was willing to receive them with humanity. The most convenient goal of the pilgrims was Portugal. A large population of Jews already existed there, and some had risen to wealth and political position under friendly kings. But John II was frightened by the number of Spanish Jews, perhaps 80,000, who poured in. He granted them a stay of 8 months, after which they were to leave. Pestilence broke out among them and spread to the Christians, who demanded their immediate expulsion. John facilitated the departure of the immigrant Jews by providing ships at low cost, but those who confided themselves to these vessels were subjected to robbery and rape. Many were cast upon desolate shores and left to die of starvation or to be captured and enslaved by Moors. One shipload of 250 Jews, being refused at port after port because pestilence still raged among them, wandered at sea for 4 months. Biscayan pirates seized one vessel, pillaged the passengers, then drove the ships into Malaga, where the priests and magistrates gave the Jews a choice of baptism or starvation. After 50 of them had died, the authorities provided the survivors with bread and water and bade them sail for Africa. When the 8 months of grace had expired, John II sold into slavery those Jewish immigrants who still remained in Portugal. Children under 15 were taken from their parents and were sent to the St. Thomas Islands to be reared as Christians. As no appeals could move the executors of the decree, some mothers drowned themselves and their children rather than suffer their separation. John's successor, Manuel, gave the Jews a breathing spell. He freed those whom John had enslaved, forbade the preachers to incite the populace against the Jews, and ordered his courts to dismiss as malicious tales all allegations of the murder of Christian children by Jews. But meanwhile Manuel courted Isabella, daughter and heiress of Isabella and Ferdinand, and dreamed of uniting both thrones under one bed. The Catholic sovereigns agreed, on condition that Manuel expel from Portugal all unbaptized Jews, native or immigrant. Loving honors above honor, Manuel consented and ordered all Jews and Moors in his realm to accept baptism or banishment in 1496. Finding that only a few preferred baptism, and loath to disrupt the trades and crafts in which the Jews excelled, he ordered all Jewish children under 15 to be separated from their parents and forcibly baptized. The Catholic clergy opposed this measure, but it was carried out. "I have seen," reported a bishop, "many children dragged to the font by the hair." Some Jews killed their children and then themselves in protest. Manuel grew ferocious. He hindered the departure of Jews, then ordered them to be baptized by force. They were dragged to the churches by the beards of the men and the hair of the women, and many killed themselves on the way. The Portuguese conversos sent a dispatch to Pope Alexander VI, begging his intercession. His reply is unknown. It was probably favorable, for Manuel now, in May 1497, granted to all forcibly baptized Jews a moratorium of 20 years, during which they were not to be brought before any tribunal on a charge of adhering to Judaism. But the Christians of Portugal resented the economic competition of the Jews, baptized or not. When one Jew questioned the miracle alleged to have occurred in a Lisbon church, the populace tore him to pieces. This in 1506. For 3 days massacre ran free. 2,000 Jews were killed, hundreds of them were buried alive. Catholic prelates denounced the outrage, and 2 Dominican friars who had incited the riot were put to death. Otherwise, for a generation, there was almost peace. From Spain, the terrible exodus was complete, but religious unity was not yet achieved. The Moors remained. Granada had been taken, but its Mohammedan population had been guaranteed religious liberty. Archbishop Hernando de Talavera, commissioned to govern Granada, scrupulously observed this compact and sought to make converts by kindness and justice. Jimenez did not approve such Christianity. He persuaded the Queen that faith need not be kept with infidels, and induced her to decree in 1499 that the Moors must become Christians or leave Spain. Going himself to Granada, he overruled Talavera, closed the mosques, made public bonfires of all the Arabic books and manuscripts he could lay his hands on, and supervised wholesale compulsory christenings. The Moors washed the holy water from their children as soon as they were out of the priest's sight. Revolts broke out in the city and the province. They were crushed. By a royal edict of February 12, 1502, all Moslems in Castile and Leon were given till April 30th to choose between Christianity and exile. The Moors protested that when their forefathers had ruled much of Spain, they had given religious liberty, with rare exceptions, to the Christians under their sway, but the sovereigns were not moved. Boys under 14 and girls under 12 were forbidden to leave Spain with their parents, and feudal barons were allowed to retain their Moorish slaves, provided these were kept in fetters. Thousands departed. The rest accepted baptism more philosophically than the Jews. And as Moriscos, they took the place of the baptized Jews in suffering the penalties of the Inquisition for relapses into their former faith. During the 16th century, 3 million superficially converted Moslems left Spain. Cardinal Richelieu called the Edict of 1502 the most barbarous in history, but the Friar Bleda thought it the most glorious event in Spain since the time of the Apostles. Now, he added, religious unity is secured, and an era of prosperity is certainly about to dawn. Spain lost an incalculable treasure by the exodus of Jewish and Moslem merchants, craftsmen, scholars, physicians, and scientists, and the nations that received them benefited economically and intellectually. Knowing henceforth only one religion, the Spanish people submitted completely to their clergy and surrendered all right to think except within the limits of the traditional faith. For good or ill, Spain chose to remain medieval, while Europe, by the commercial, typographical, intellectual, and Protestant revolutions, rushed into modernity. 7. Spanish art. Spanish architecture, persistently Gothic, powerfully expressed this enduring medieval mood. The people did not grudge the maravedis that helped royal and noble conscience money, or religious policy, to build immense cathedrals, and to lavish costly ornaments and awesome sculpture and painting upon their favorite saints and the passionately worshipped Mother of God. Barcelona's cathedral rose slowly between 1298 and 1448. Amid the chaos of minor streets, it lifts its towering columns, an undistinguished portal, a majestic nave, while its many fountained cloisters still give refuge from the strife of the day. Valencia, Toledo, Burgos, Lerida, Tarragona, Saragossa, Leon extended or embellished their pre-existing temples, while new ones rose at Huesca and Pamplona, whose cloisters of white marble, elegantly carved, are as fair as the Alhambra's patios. In 1401, the cathedral chapter at Seville resolved to erect a church so great and so beautiful that those who in coming ages shall look upon it will think us lunatics for attempting it. The architects removed the decayed mosque that stood on the chosen site, but kept its foundations, its ground plan, and its noble Giralda minaret. All through the 15th century, stone rose upon stone until Seville had raised the largest Gothic edifice in the world, so that, said Théophile Gautier, Notre-Dame de Paris might walk erect in the nave. However, Notre-Dame is perfect. Seville Cathedral is vast. 67 sculptors and 38 painters from Murillo to Goya toiled to adorn this mammoth cave of the gods. About 1410, the architect Guillermo Boffi proposed to the cathedral chapter of Girona to remove the columns and arches that divided the interior into nave and aisles, and to unite the walls by a single vault 73 feet wide. It was done, and the nave of Girona Cathedral has now the broadest Gothic vault in Christendom. It was a triumph for engineering, a defeat for art. Shrines not so stupendous rose in the 15th century at Perpignan, Manresa, Astorga, and Valladolid. Segovia crowned itself with a fortress-like cathedral in 1472. Sigüenza finished its famous cloisters in 1507. Salamanca began its new fane in 1513. In almost every major city of Spain, barring Madrid, a cathedral rises in overwhelming majesty of external mass, with interiors darkly deprecating the sun and terrifying the soul into piety, yet brilliant with the high colors of Spanish painting and painted statuary and the gleam of jewelry, silver, and gold. These are the homes of the Spanish spirit, fearfully subdued and fiercely proud. Nevertheless, the king's nobles and cities found funds for costly palaces. Peter the Cruel, Ferdinand and Isabella, and Charles V remodeled the Alcazar that a Moorish architect had designed at Seville in 1181. Most of the reconstruction was done by Moors from Granada, so that the edifice is a weak sister of the Alhambra. In like Saracenic style, Don Pedro Enriquez built for the Dukes of Alcalá at Seville, around 1500 and following, a lordly palace, the Casa de Pilatos, supposedly duplicating the house from whose portico Pilate was believed to have surrendered Christ to crucifixion. Valencia's Audiencia, or Hall of Audience, of 1500, provided for the local cortes a Salón Dorado, whose splendor challenged the Sala del Maggior Concilio and the Palace of the Doges at Venice. Sculpture was still a servant of architecture and the faith, crowding Spanish churches with virgins in marble, metal, stone, or wood.
Here piety was petrified into forms of religious intensity or ascetic severity, enhanced with color and made more awe-inspiring by the profound gloom of the naves. Retibles, carved and painted screens raised behind the altar table, were a special pride of Spanish art. Great sums, usually bequeathed in terror of death, were spent to gather and maintain the most skillful workers, designers, carvers, doradores, who gilded or damascened the surfaces, estofadores, who painted the garments and ornaments, and carnadores, who colored the parts representing flesh. All labored together or by turns on the propitiatory shrine. Behind the central altar of Seville Cathedral, a retable of 45 compartments, built between 1483 and 1519, pictured beloved legends in painted or gilded statuary of late Gothic style, while another in the chapel of St. James in Toledo Cathedral displayed in gilt larchwood and stern realism the career of Spain's most honored saint. Princes and prelates might be represented in sculpture, but only on their tombs, which were placed in churches or monasteries conceived as the antechambers of paradise. So Doña Mencia Enriquez, Duchess of Albuquerque, was buried in a finely chiseled sepulchre now in the Hispanic Society Museum in New York, and Pablo Ortiz carved for the Cathedral of Toledo sumptuous sarcophagi for Don Alvaro de Luna and his wife. In the Carthusian monastery of Miraflores, near Burgos, Gil de Siloé designed in Italian style a superb mausoleum for the parents and brothers of the Queen. Isabella was so pleased with these famous sepulcros de los reyes that when her favorite page, Juan de Padilla, so recklessly brave that she called him mi loco, my fool, was shot through the head at the siege of Granada, she commissioned de Siloé to carve a tomb of royal quality to harbor his corpse, and Gil again rivaled the best Italian sculpture of his time. No art is more distinctive than the Spanish, yet none has more devoutly submitted to foreign influence. First, of course, to the Moorish influence, long domiciled in the peninsula, but having its roots in Mesopotamia and Persia, and bringing into the Iberian style a delicacy of workmanship and a passion for ornament hardly equaled in any other Christian land. In the minor arts, where decoration was most in place, Spain imitated and never surpassed her Saracenic preceptors. Pottery was left almost entirely to the Mudejares, whose lustered ware was rivaled only by the Chinese, and whose colored tiles, above all the blue azulejos, glorified the floors, altars, fountains, walls, and roofs of Christian Spain. The same Moorish skill made Spanish textiles, velvets, silks, and lace, the finest in Christendom. It appears again in Spanish leather, in the arabesques of the metal screens, in the religious monstrances, in the wood carving of the retibles, choir stalls, and vaults. Later influences seeped in from Byzantine painting, then from France, Burgundy, the Netherlands, Germany. From the Dutch and the Germans, Spanish sculpture and painting derived their startling realism. Emaciated virgins, graphically old enough to be the mother of the crucified, despite Michelangelo's dictum about virginity and balming youth. In the 16th century, all these influences receded before the continent-wide triumph of the Italian style. Spanish painting followed a similar evolution, but developed tardily, perhaps because the Moors gave here no help or lead. The Catalan frescoes of the 12th and 13th centuries are inferior in design to the Altamira cave paintings of prehistoric Spain. Yet by 1300 painting had become a craze in the peninsula. 1,000 artists painted immense murals, huge altarpieces. Some of these, from as early as 1345, have survived much longer than they deserved. In 1428, Jan van Eyck visited Spain, importing a powerful Flemish influence. 3 years later, the King of Aragon sent Louis Dalmau to study in Bruges. Returning, Louis painted an all-too-Flemish Virgin of the Councillors. Thereafter, Spanish painters, though still preferring tempera, more and more mixed their colors in oil. The age of the primitives in Spanish painting culminated in Bartolomé Bermejo, who died in 1498. As early as 1447, he made a name for himself with the Santo Domingo that hangs in the Prado. The Santa Engracia, bought by the Gardner Museum of Boston, and the gleaming St. Michael of Lady Ludlow's collection are almost worthy of Raphael, who came a generation later. But best of all is the Pietà of 1490 in the Barcelona Cathedral, a bald, bespectacled Jerome, a darkened Spanish Mary holding her limp, haggard, lifeless son. In the background, the towers of Jerusalem under a lowering sky,
and on the right, a ruthless portrait of the donor, Canon Desplat, uncombed and unshaved, resembling a bandit, penitent but condemned, and suggesting Bermejo's dour conception of humanity. Here Italian grace is transformed into Spanish force, and realism celebrates its triumph in Spanish art. The Flemish influence continued in Fernando Gallegos, and it produced a startling masterpiece in A Knight of the Order of Calatrava by Miguel Citium, a Fleming in the service of Isabella. This is one of the finest portraits in the National Gallery in Washington. But then again the Italian influence rose when Pedro Berruguete returned to Spain after a long experience in Italy. There he studied with Piero della Francesca and Melozzo da Forli, and absorbed their quiet Umbrian style. When Federigo of Urbino sought painters to adorn his palace, he chose Justus von Ghent and Pietro Spagnuolo. After the Duke's death in 1582, Pedro brought the Umbrian art to Spain and painted famous altarpieces at Toledo and Avila. The pictures ascribed to him in the Louvre, the Brera, the Prado, and the Cleveland Museum hardly support his present réclame as the Velázquez of the Catholic sovereigns, but in drawing and composition they seem superior to anything produced in Spain before him. Slowly the foreign stimuli were blending with the native genius to prepare for the maturer works of Alonso Coelho and El Greco under Philip II, and the triumphs of Velázquez, Zurbarán, and Murillo in the golden age of Spain's 17th century. Genius is an individual endowment of force and will, but it is also a social heredity of discipline and skills formed in time and absorbed in growth. Genius is born and made. 8. Spanish literature. In letters, the Italian ascendancy had to wait while Spain exchanged influences with medieval France. It was probably from Moslem and Christian Spain that the troubadours of Provence had taken their poetic forms and conceits. Nevertheless, John I of Aragon sent an embassy to Charles VI of France in 1388, asking for troubadours from Toulouse to come to Barcelona and organize there a branch of their fraternity, the Gai Saber, or Joyful Wisdom. It was done. At Barcelona and Tortosa, poetic contests were held in Provençal fashion, and the composition and recitation of verses became a passion among the literate minority in Aragon and Castile. Lyrics of love or faith or war were sung by wandering juglares to a simple accompaniment of strings. In the next generation, John II of Castile supported Italian models of poetry. Through Naples and Sicily, where Spaniards ruled, and through the University of Bologna, where Spanish youths like the Borgias studied, Italian moods and meters of verse swept into the peninsula, and Dante and Petrarch found eager emulators in the Castilian tongue. Periodically, the lyrics of the Spanish poets were collected in cancioneros, books of ballads chivalric in sentiment, Petrarchan in style. The Marqués de Santillana, statesman, scholar, patron, poet, imported the sonnet form from Italy and compiled so soon a history of Spanish literature. Juan de Mena candidly imitated Dante in an epic poem, The Labyrinth, which did almost as much to establish Castilian as a literary language as the Divine Comedy had done for the Tuscan speech. Meanwhile, Don Juan Manuel anticipated Boccaccio by writing dramatic tales, from one of which Shakespeare drew the quite incredible legend of Petruchio's Taming of a Shrew. Romance continued to entrance all classes of readers. Amadís de Gaula was translated into Spanish circa 1500 by Garcia Ordóñez, who assured his readers that he had vastly improved upon the Portuguese original, and as this is lost, we cannot gainsay him. Amadís, illegitimate son of an imaginary British princess, is exposed by her mother on the sea. He is rescued by a Scottish knight and becomes a page to the Queen of Scotland. Lisuarte, King of England, leaves his 10-year-old daughter Oriana at the Scottish court while he suppresses a usurper in his realm. The Queen assigns the 12-year-old Amadís as a page to Oriana, saying, "This is a child who shall serve you." And she answered that it pleased her, and the child kept this word in his heart, in such wise that it never afterwards left it, and he was never in all the days of his life wearied with serving her. And this their love lasted as long as they lasted. But Amadís, who knew not at all how she loved him, held himself to be very bold in that he had placed his thoughts on her, considering both her greatness and her beauty, and never so much as dared to speak a word concerning it. and she too, though she loved him in her heart, took heed that she should not speak with him more than with another. But her eyes took great solace in showing to her heart what thing in the world she most loved. It is a comfort to know that their love was triumphantly consummated, after tribulations as numerous before marriage in fiction as after it in life. There are many moments of tenderness and some of nobility in the long story, and Cervantes, vowing to destroy all such romances, spared this one as the best. Romance provided one source of the drama, which slowly evolved out of the mystery and morality plays, the popular farces, and the court masques. The oldest date in the history of the Spanish drama is 1492, when the dramatic dialogues of Juan de la Encina were put upon the stage. Fernando de Rojas, a converso, took a further step toward drama in La Celestina in 1499, a story told throughout in dialogue and divided into 22 acts. It was too long to be staged, but its vivid characterizations and sprightly dialogue prepared for the classic comedies of Spain. Scholarship was both hampered and fostered by the Church. While the Inquisition policed thought, leading ecclesiastics did much for learning and education. Italians like Pietro Martire d'Anghiera, coming to Spain in 1487, brought the news of the humanist movement, and Spaniards educated in Italy returned with the enthusiastic infection. At the Queen's request, Peter Martyr opened at her court, as Alcuin had done for Charlemagne 7 centuries before, a school of classical languages and literatures. Princess Juana studied Latin dutifully on the way to insanity. Peter himself wrote the first history of the discoveries in America, under the title De Rebus Oceanis et Novo Orbe, in 1504 and following. The last 2 words shared with Vespucci's earlier, possibly around 1502, use of the term to name the New World. Cardinal Ximenes, whose faith was as firm and sharp as steel, joined actively in the classical movement. In 1499 he founded the College of San Ildefonso, and in 1508 the University of Alcalá. There in 1502, 9 linguists under his supervision began one of the major achievements of Renaissance scholarship, the Biblia Polyglotta Compluti, or Complutensian Polyglot Bible, the first complete edition of the Christian Scriptures in the original languages. Complutum, or fruitful, was the old Latin name of Alcalá. To the Masoretic Hebrew text of the Old Testament and the Greek of the New, the editors added, in parallel or subjoined columns, the Septuagint Greek translation, the Latin Vulgate version by Jerome, and a Syriac paraphrase of the Pentateuch. Leo X opened up for Ximenes' staff the manuscripts of the Vatican Library, and 3 baptized Jews contributed their Hebraic learning. The work of editing was completed in 1517, but the 6 volumes were not printed till 1522. Ximenes, anticipating death, urged on his savants, "Lose no time in the prosecution of our glorious task, lest in the casualties of life you lose your patron, or I have to lament the loss of those whose services are of greater price in my eyes than the wealth and honors of the world." A few months before he died, the final volume was presented to him with the compliments of his friends. Of all the acts of his administration, he told them, there was none better entitled than this to their congratulations. He projected an edition of Aristotle on the same scale, with a new Latin translation, but the brevity of his long life defeated him. 9. Sovereign Death. Isabella had preceded her energetic minister in the culminating adventure. With all her severity, she was a woman of deep sensitivity, who bore bereavements more heavily than wars. In 1496 she buried her mother. Of her 10 children, 5 were stillborn or died in infancy, and 2 others died in early youth. In 1497 she lost her only son, her sole hope for an orderly succession, and in 1498 her best-beloved daughter, the Queen of Portugal, who might have united the peninsula in peace. Amid these blows, she suffered the daily tragedy of seeing her daughter Juana, now heiress apparent to the throne, slowly going insane. Juana had married Philip the Handsome, Duke of Burgundy, and son of the Emperor Maximilian I in 1496. By him she bore 2 future emperors, Charles V and Ferdinand I. Whether because of a fickle temperament or because Juana was already incompetent, Philip neglected her and carried on a liaison with a lady of her court at Brussels.
Juana had the charmer's hair cut off, whereupon Philip swore he would never cohabit with his wife again. Hearing of all this, Isabella fell ill. On October 12, 1504, she wrote her will directing that she should receive the plainest funeral, that the money so saved should be given to the poor, and that she should be buried in a Franciscan monastery within the Alhambra. But, she added, "Should the king my lord prefer his sepulchre in some other place, then my will is that my body should be transported and laid by his side, that the union which we have enjoyed in this world, and through the mercy of God, may hope again for our souls in heaven, may be represented by our bodies in the earth." She died November 24, 1504, and was buried as she had directed. But after Ferdinand's death, her remains were placed beside his in the Cathedral of Granada. "The world," wrote Peter Martyr, "has lost its noblest ornament. I know none of her sex in ancient or modern times who in my judgment is at all worthy to be named with this incomparable woman." Margaret of Sweden had been too remote from Peter's ken, and Elizabeth of England was still to be. Isabella's will had named Ferdinand as regent in Castile for a Philip absorbed in the Netherlands and a Juana moving ever more deeply into a consoling lunacy. Hoping to keep the Spanish throne from falling to the Habsburgs in the person of Philip's son Charles, the 53-year-old Ferdinand hurriedly married in 1505 Germaine de Foix, the 17-year-old niece of Louis XII. But the marriage increased the distaste of the Castilian nobles for their Aragonese master, and its only offspring died in infancy. Philip now claimed the crown of Castile, arrived in Spain, and was welcomed by the nobility in 1506, while Ferdinand retired to his role as King of Aragon. 3 months later Philip died, and Ferdinand resumed the regency of Castile in the name of his mad daughter. Juana la Loca remained technically queen. She lived till 1555, but never, after 1507, left her royal palace at Tordesillas. She refused to wash or be dressed, and day after day she gazed through a window at the cemetery that held the remains of the unfaithful husband, whom she had never ceased to love. Ferdinand ruled more absolutely as regent than before as king. Freed from the tempering influence of Isabella, the hard and vindictive elements in his character came to sharp dominance. He had already recovered Roussillon and Cerdagne in 1493, and Gonzalo de Córdoba had conquered Naples for him in 1503. This violated an agreement signed by Philip with Louis XII at Lyons for the division of the Kingdom of Naples between Spain and France. Ferdinand assured the world that Philip had exceeded his instructions. He sailed to Naples and took personal possession of the Neapolitan throne in 1506. He suspected that Gonzalo wanted this seat for himself. When he returned to Spain in 1507, he brought the Gran Capitan with him and consigned him to a retirement that most of Spain considered an unmerited humiliation. Ferdinand had mastered everything but time. Gradually the wells of will and energy in him sank. His hours of rest grew longer, fatigue came sooner, he neglected the government, he became impatient and restless, morbidly suspicious of his most loyal servitors. Dropsy and asthma weakened him, he could hardly breathe in cities. In January 1516 he fled south to Andalusia, where he hoped to spend the winter in the open country. He fell ill on the way and was at last persuaded to prepare for death. He named Jimenez regent for Castile, and his own illegitimate son, the Archbishop of Saragossa, regent for Aragon. He died January 23, 1516, in the 64th year of his life, the 42nd of his reign. No wonder Machiavelli admired him. Here was a king who acted the prince before its author thought of writing it. Ferdinand made religion a tool of national and military policy, filled his documents with pious phrases, but never allowed considerations of morality to overcome motives of expediency or gain. No one could doubt his ability, his competent supervision of the government, his discerning choice of ministers and generals, his invariable success in diplomacy, persecution, and war. Personally, he was neither greedy nor extravagant. His appetite was for power rather than for luxury, and his greed was for his country, to make it one and strong. He had no belief in democracy. Under him, local liberties languished and died. He was readily convinced that the old communal institutions could not be expanded to govern successfully a nation of so many states, faiths, and tongues. His achievement, and Isabella's, was to replace anarchy with monarchy, weakness with strength. He paved the way for Charles V to maintain the royal supremacy despite long absences, and for Philip II to concentrate all the government in one inadequate head.
To accomplish this, he was guilty of what to our time seems barbarous intolerance and inhuman cruelty, but seemed to his contemporaries a glorious victory for Christ. Ximenes, as regent, zealously preserved the absolutism of the throne, perhaps as an alternative to a relapse into feudal fragmentation. Though now 80 years old, he ruled Castile with inflexible will and defeated every effort of the feudality or the municipalities to regain their former powers. When some nobles asked by what right he curbed their privileges, he pointed not to the insignia of office on his person, but to the artillery in the courtyard of the palace. Yet his will to power was subordinated to his sense of duty, for he repeatedly urged the young King Charles to leave Flanders and come to Spain to assume the royal authority. When Charles came on September 17, 1517, Ximenes hurried north to meet him. But Charles's Flemish councillors had seconded the Castilian nobles in giving him so unfavorable a report of the cardinal's administration and character that the king, still an immature youth of 17, dispatched a letter to Ximenes thanking him for his services, deferring an interview, and bidding him retire to his see at Toledo for a merited rest. Another letter, dismissing the old zealot from all political office, reached him too late to deepen his humiliation. He had died on November 8, 1517, aged 81. People wondered how, though apparently incorruptible, he had amassed the great personal fortune that his will left to the University of Alcalá. He ended for Spain an age rich in honors, horrors, and forceful men. The aftermath suggests that the victory of the crown over Cortes and communes removed the medium through which the Spanish character might have expressed and maintained independence and variety, that the unification of faith was secured at the cost of riveting upon Spain a machine for the suppression of original thought on first and last things, that the expulsion of unconverted Jews and Moors undermined Spanish commerce and industry just when the opening of the New World called for economic expansion and improvement, that the progressive involvement of Spain in the politics and wars of France and Italy, later of Flanders, Germany, and England, instead of turning policy and enterprise toward the development of the Americas, laid unbearable burdens upon the nation's resources in money and men. This, however, is hindsight, and judges the Spain of Ferdinand and Isabella in terms that no European people of their time would have understood. All religious groups, except for a few Moslems and Anabaptists, persecuted religious dissent. All governments, Catholic France and Italy, Protestant Germany and England, used force to unify religious faith. All countries hungered for the gold of the Indies, east or west. All used war and diplomatic deceit to ensure their survival, extend their boundaries, or increase their wealth. To all Christian governments, Christianity was not a rule of means, but a means of rule. Christ was for the people, Machiavelli was preferred by the kings. The state, in some measure, had civilized man, but who would civilize the state? This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1.